Chapter 77. This kind of refining can be really simple. It is possible that any alchemist who can melt medicinal ingredients can refine it. Xiao Ming shook his head as he looked at the pills with a strange aroma, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of purple pills shot out of the medicinal cauldron with a purple aura, and finally fell into the jade jar in his hand. Pulling a pill out of the jade jar, he placed it a few centimeters in front of his eyes and didn't even need to sniff it carefully. A tantalizing aroma reached his nose. Gulp. Suddenly, a sound of swallowing saliva sounded from Xiao Ming's side, and it turned out to be Ziyan, who was standing beside the jade jar, rushing towards Xiao Ming at some point, her big purple eyes full of desire. Looking at her, Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh and was about to put the pill in his hand into the pill bottle and give her all together. But Ziyan had other plans, so, she bit fiercely towards his finger. No, to be precise, she bit the purple pill he was pinching with his fingers. Ah, what are you doing? Ziyan's action caused Xiao Ming to startle and hastily pull his fingers out of her mouth. Looking at his fingers that were safe and sound but full of saliva, Xiao Ming was speechless. For a moment he almost thought that his fingers would not be saved. Looking at Ziyan, who was unaware that she had scared him, her mouth was still chewing and exclaiming that it was delicious. Xiao Ming pursed his lips, sighed, and handed her the jade jar in his hand. Here, remember to eat it in moderation, don't eat it all at once. Making affirmative sounds, Ziyan nodded her head repeatedly, and quickly poured herself another purple pill, pouring it directly into her mouth with a mouthful, and chewing it vigorously. The pill didn't last long either, and in 3 or 2 seconds it was chewed and swallowed by Ziyan. Hee, it's delicious. Ziyan showed a satisfied smile. If you eat like this, the purple pills will soon disappear. Looking at Ziyan, who was about to help herself to more purple pills, Xiao Ming kindly reminded her from the side. This, then I'll save it for later. At these words, Ziyan stopped moving and licked her mouth, looking at the jade bottle in her hand with some reluctance. Putting the jade bottle away, Ziyan patted Xiao Ming's shoulder in the old-fashioned way. Well done, you really didn't lie to me, the pills you refined are very tasty. In the future if someone bullies you, come to me, I will help you, there is no one I dare not mess with in the inner academy. Of course it is delicious, this is a medicinal powder that I have carefully developed myself to improve the food. Although it is not a medicinal recipe, it uses various medicinal herbs that can make the food delicious. Xiao Ming was speechless. I will definitely look for you if something comes up. Well, that's good, we're friends now too, so when these run out in the future, you'll also continue to help me refine more pills, right? At these words, Ziyan instantly became excited and her big purple eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, I, Xiao Ming, never break a promise I have made. Xiao Ming nodded his head. Since he had said that he would help Ziyan refine her pills in exchange for protecting him in the inner academy, he would certainly do so. Although, he did not need Ziyan's protection at all. Having achieved her goal, Ziyan finally smiled in satisfaction, stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ming and laughed. My name is Ziyan, remember to report my name when someone bullies you in the future. I have a ranking position in the inner academy, in that strong ranking, I am number 1, so, if someone bullies you in the future, don't forget to report my name, no one will dare to do anything to you. Oh. Xiao Ming nodded superficially, he had already known all this for a long time, so there was not the slightest expression of surprise on his face. You don't believe me? I tell you I'm very powerful, I'll prove it to you. Ziyan saw that Xiao Ming's face did not change and thought that Xiao Ming did not believe her, so she became a little anxious and immediately shook her little pink fist twice forcefully. Immediately, a sharp sound rang out abruptly, and several invisible fist shadows shot out in a storm of energy, finally flying diagonally against Xiao Ming's head. Several deep dark holes emerged from the medicinal cauldron now with cracks behind him. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, Xiao Ming touched his forehead in a daze, and after a long while, he looked angrily at Ziyan. Shit, you want to kill me? Xiao Ming had never been so speechless in his 2 lives, he had never thought that the moment he was closest to death would be right now. If that strong wind had hit him in the head, he might have been able to try to travel back to Earth. In just 2 days, he had had more scares with Ziyan than in his 2 years at the Jianan Academy combined. With her small hand covering her mouth, Ziyan secretly stuck out his tongue and hurried to apologize to Xiao Ming, who was now the source of his daily livelihood and was not to be offended. One fears that, if Xiao Ming asked Ziyan to be his younger sister now, she would also accept without a word. Brother Xiao, I'm sorry, clean your room, I'm going out first, I'll meet you later after lunch. After saying these words, Ziyan hurriedly slipped out to the door. Looking at Ziyan who was running away, Xiao Ming laughed helplessly. Just by waving her arms she had such power, no wonder the people of the inner academy called her brute force queen. Moreover, Ziyan actually called him Brother Xiao. In the end, he was still suffering a loss, but it didn't matter. After a few years, he could turn around and become her elder brother. After all, he was not like Ziyan, who didn't grow up. Turning around, he looked at the broken medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ming sighed again, thinking in his heart that he would go buy another medicinal cauldron in a couple of days, and stepped forward to clean up the mess. After striking up a friendship with Ziyan, Xiao Ming's daily life became monotonous and regular. Every day, in addition to cultivating and studying the art of alchemy, he would go to the arena to train and gain the fire energy needed for cultivation. From time to time, he would accept requests from other students asking him for help in refining some pills, etc. It could be said that such a life was boring and tedious, and nothing was interesting, but such was cultivation, and one had to endure this life if one wanted to become stronger. Luckily, Xiao Ming had already gotten used to this kind of life when he was in the outer academy. There was nothing to feel uncomfortable about. And if he wanted to be frank, life at the inner academy was actually much better than at the outer academy. It had no classes and the students had more time which they could distribute freely. In the inner academy, the cultivation speed was also quite faster due to the blazing sky chi refining tower. Xiao Ming's cultivation speed had also increased quite a bit due to this. However, because his own realm is already much higher than in the past, the difficulty of cultivation has also started to increase, so even with the blazing sky chi refining tower, something as outrageous as breaking through a realm in a few days will not happen. In addition, because Xiao Ming chose to cultivate gradually, his strength only increased steadily. Things like going out to train like before and increasing 7 stars in a month did not happen again. If Xiao Ming's cultivation could be said to be going smoothly, then in alchemy, Xiao Ming had reached a kind of bottleneck. His master, Elder Hua, was only a 5th-tier alchemist, and even though his teaching ability was outstanding, after Xiao Ming's own knowledge of alchemy had improved, the help he can give Xiao Ming became less and less. Until finally, Elder Hua could only laugh bitterly as he said that there was no more to teach him. In the blink of an eye, many years went by. Chapter 78. Jianan Academy, Inner Academy. Inside a room, a figure sitting on a bed was in a cultivation posture with his eyes closed. There was a mist of heaven and earth energy around him, which was absorbed into his body as his chest rose and fell. After a long while, the mist gradually dissipated, the figure opened his eyes and a calm sentence with a hint of helplessness came out of his mouth. It's already been 6 years and my cultivation realm has only reached 8-star Do King, am I not a little slow? Although Xiao Ming's words were extremely serious, if the elders of Jianan Academy heard them, they would probably be angry to death. If this is called slow, what would theirs be called? They had been cultivating for their entire lives and were only 6 to 7-star Do King, but Xiao Ming wasn't even an adult yet, and his realm was already higher than most of them. If that's too slow, did he expect to go straight to Do God? Of course, they would say that because they didn't understand Xiao Ming's cultivation experience, since he started cultivating at the age of 4, more than 10 years had passed. His cultivation speed in the first 4 years could be described as riding a rocket. He had crossed 4 realms in 4 years, but then only 2 realms in the next 6 years. For him, who was used to fast progress, he would surely be dissatisfied with the slowdown. But there was nothing that could be done about the slow cultivation. Even with the blazing sky chi refining tower in the inner academy, this was inevitable. This was because the effect of the fallen heart flame was extremely effective for the Do spirit and below. However, after the high star Do spirit, the effect of accelerated cultivation basically began to decline significantly. When the strength reaches the peak of Do spirit, this kind of wisp flame will mainly serve to solidify Do chi. The accelerating cultivation effect is difficult to tell. The reason is that it is very difficult to break through to Do King. The Do King realm is a turning point for the strongest people on the continent, and it is so difficult to break through to this realm that only a few Do Kings can emerge from 100-peak Do spirit, so to speak. Most people remain stuck for years before breaking through. If they want to break through to Do King by relying on this ordinary wisp flame of fallen heart flame, they are completely deluded. The only way to pave the way is to use the original heart flame from the fallen heart flame to forge the body. It can be said that Peak's Do spirit can no longer gain too much benefit in Jianan Academy. The reason why the Peak's Do spirit at the top of the strong ranking remain in the academy is because of the benefit of the top 10 places in the strong ranking, the forging of one's body by the source of the heart flame. Without the forging of the source of the heart flame, once they finish the 5 years at the inner academy, they will most likely simply pack up and go home. The difficulty of reaching the peak Do spirit was also the main reason why Xiao Ming had only advanced 2 major realms in 6 years. Once he was there, he had stayed on peak Do spirit for 8 months. It cannot be said that he stayed 8 months, at most he stayed half a year, and the 2 months after that was the time to go into seclusion and make a breakthrough. Although it was normal to get stuck at the peak Do spirit, Xiao Ming guessed that he got stuck for the reason of breaking through too quickly earlier. Leaving aside the 8 months he stayed in the peak Do spirit. After Xiao Ming made his way to Do King, he discovered that the gain he received from the blazing sky chi refining tower was getting smaller and smaller. Although that was also faster compared to cultivating on his own, it was no longer much faster. This made Xiao Ming a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't hard to understand when one thought about it. After all, Fallen Heart Flame was sealed in blazing sky chi refining tower. It was a self-aware existence, and they had it locked up using it for others to cultivate every day. They also secretly collect the source of the heart flame every year. Would it really actively emit a wisp flame strong enough for one to continue cultivating? Xiao Ming guessed that, if one wanted to have a significant cultivation effect on a Do King realm, one would have to possess the source of a fallen heart flame infant flame. However, it was best not to think about that. To have the ability to take something like that, he might as well take fallen heart flame instead. Of course, there was another reason for Xiao Ming's slow cultivation, and that was the improvement of his alchemy skills. Since his master, Elder Hua, said he could no longer teach him, his alchemy skills had improved mainly on his own. The difference between having someone teach him skills and discovering them on his own was obvious, wasn't it? The difficulty doubles and so do the resources consumed. Improving his alchemy skill itself was a time-consuming affair, and the time Xiao Ming spent was not small, naturally. Luckily, Xiao Ming's time was very well spent. Now his alchemy skills had surpassed his master, Elder Hua. He had become the only 6th-tier alchemist at the Jianan Academy. Due to the green soul fruit and the breakthrough in his own Do Chi realm, Xiao Ming's soul realm had also reached the completion of the mortal realm. It could be said that Xiao Ming's gains in these 6 years were mainly the increase in his alchemist tier, rather than the increase in his Do Chi cultivation realm. After all, a 6th-tier alchemist could already be said to be a higher-level existence in the surrounding empires. When viewed throughout the Do continent, the 6th tier was not considered low. The current Xiao Ming had also graduated from the Jianan Academy a long time ago and currently held the position of elder in the alchemy department and the inner academy. In these 6 years or so, Xiao Ming had also performed a good number of simulations, some of which he had missed due to his seclusion. However, there were still more than 300 simulations that he was able to carry out in time. Not to mention the low-level items obtained, the ones that were valuable to him at present were 8 7th-tier pill recipes and 2 8th-tier pill recipes. 10 5th-tier pill recipes. A series of 5th-tier pills. 6th-tier pills, 7 fighting spirit pills, 4 mighty Huang pills, and 2 zone-breaking pills. 2 7th-tier pills, life-devouring pill. 2 colored 8th-tier pill, evergreen pill, this pill increases life expectancy by 100 years. 2 colored 8th-tier pill, fungus green pill, able to restore most of the strength of a Do Venerate, who has suffered a great loss of strength. 1 7th rank Sea Demon Beast Corpse, 1 8th rank Thunder Attribute Magic Core. Intermediate level Chi Method, D Class, 3 Beast Savage Skill. Intermediate level Flying Do Technique, D Class, 9 level Wings of the Heavenly Goose. Experience card for the Chi Method, 3 Beast Savage Skill, Experience card for the Flying Do Technique, 9 level Wings of the Heavenly Goose. Low-level Dark Attribute Chi Method, Tian Class, Heavenly Shadow Method. Flame Creation Skill of the Demon Flame Valley. High-level Do Technique, D Class, for Hell's Sword Formation. Low-level Sound Wave Do Technique, D Class, Song of the Snow Dragon. Intermediate level Do Technique, D Class, Blood Soul Skill. Low-level Movement Do Technique, D Class, Illusion of the 5 Elements. Low-level Evolvable Do Technique, Huang Class, Flame Mantra. Medicinal Cauldron on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, 10,000 Beast Cauldron. High-level Storage Ring, Star Ring. For sets of precious swords, an armor made of exotic ice crystals from the body of a 7th rank magical beast with ice attributes. The complete map of the Nether Poison Flame. The wonder of heaven and earth of ice attribute, the cold ice marrow, slightly more advanced than green rock mystic water, by letting the spirit devour it, the spirit gains the ice attribute, a 7th rank beast flame. Precious medicinal herbs, body transformation grass, 2 herbs, bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Talent, special ability to sense rare medicinal ingredients, from Ziyen. With 300 draws, to have obtained these things, Xiao Ming could only say that his luck was not too bad. Who made the simulator randomly select things? Xiao Ming had even encountered a situation where at the end of the simulation, the draw gave a choice between a green herb, a gold coin, and a piece of Ziyen's clothes. At that moment, he choked and finally chose a gold coin with tears in his eyes. Thinking about how many times this kind of situation had happened, Xiao Ming could not help but shake his head. Chapter 79. Ding dong. A bell rang beside him, interrupting Xiao Ming's reverie. He turned his head to look at the copper bell swinging beside him. These copper bells came in pairs and could sense each other. Whenever one would shake, the other would also shake, similar to the doorbell in his previous life. After Xiao Ming got it, he used it as a doorbell. Now that the bell was ringing, Xiao Ming understood that someone was looking for him outside, so he got up and went to the corridor and opened the special wooden door. Instantly, a white figure rushed at him, and in an instant, Xiao Ming felt a huge rock hit him, and his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Woo, Xiao Ming, you must avenge me. Cough cough, I can avenge you, but let me breathe. Cough, cough. Looking at Ziyan, who was in his arms squirming, Xiao Ming said as he was breathless lying on the ground. Ziyan's body was comparable to that of a 6th-rank magical beast. If not for his strong body, anyone else with a weaker body would probably have vomited blood. Even so, he felt short of breath, so one can imagine how strong Ziyan's physical strength was. Ziyan did not notice and continued to squirm on him, which increased his discomfort. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan gave him an unsure look and released him with a sigh. Xiao Ming was able to get up. After wiping the dust off his body and seeing Ziyan's cute face beside him, Xiao Ming understood, and when his body was more comfortable, he asked, "Did you encounter another magical beast that you couldn't defeat?" The reason Xiao Ming asked this was because after his strength had increased, Ziyan, who originally only sought him out to refine pills, often sought him out to steal those medicinal herbs guarded by magical beasts together. She said that she sought him out to steal the medicinal herbs together and share them 50-50 after finding them, but in reality, it was only Ziyan who could not defeat the other party and returned to Jianan Academy to pester him for help. It should be known that those medicinal herbs were Ziyan's treasures, and if he had not been able to defeat the other party, Ziyan would not hand out those things. Although Xiao Ming and she had been together for 6 years and he was her best friend. Who made Ziyan need those medicinal herbs to grow her body? When it came to growing her body, this was Ziyan's weak point. In the past, she had wanted to grow, but there was no one to compare with. Even at first, when she saw Xiao Ming, who looked younger than her, Ziyan felt happy because she had a little one to keep her company. But later, she realized that something was wrong. Xiao Ming grew taller and taller, and eventually, his height even directly surpassed her by a large margin. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm no foul, and once the comparison was made, the harm was exposed. Seeing that others were growing so fast, but she was not growing at all despite eating so many medicinal herbs, Ziyan was on the verge of tears. When she was in a bad mood, the herb warehouse would lose a medicinal herb. It was also because of this, Ziyan took the initiative to find treasures more often. Those magical beasts outside Jianan Academy were also unlucky, and the medicinal herbs they had worked so hard to guard for years were directly stolen. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan nodded her head somewhat embarrassed. Say it, what rank does the other party have? It's a 5th-rank little white ape. I would have been able to beat him, but he can transform. He's a bit of a handful. You call a 5th-rank magical beast a little white ape? Xiao Ming smiled and rolled his eyes. It had been said before that high-ranked magical beasts, their bodies were not small at all, so it was not possible for it to be a little white ape, so Ziyan's words were very subjective. Originally, if I hadn't eaten the body transformation grass, I would have been bigger than him, Ziyan said arrogantly. It seemed like she had regretted eating the body transformation grass. Xiao Ming could only shake his head at this, who told Ziyan to be so gluttonous. Eating the body transformation grass and turning into a girl could only be described as self-inflicted. He rubbed her little head. All right, I'll help you beat it, 50-50 each. If there's only one grass, this time goes to you, then the next one goes to me. Understood, let's go now. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Ziyan revealed a cheerful look and hurriedly pulled Xiao Ming and headed for the exit. 40 minutes later. Somewhere outside the forest, Xiao Ming and Ziyan were in the air with wings on their backs, looking at the valley in front of them. The mouth of the valley was like a gourd, and at this moment, on the mountain pass, a huge white ape with a body between 3 and 4 meters was standing. The white ape's body exuded a rough, icy aura, and its heavy breath came out of its large nostrils like white smoke. Its arms are long and slender, and its claws are the size of 2 adult heads. Occasionally, when it waves its claws, powerful winds shoot out, blowing rocks apart and flinging them in all directions. A pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with rage and murderous intent, glared fiercely at Xiao Ming and Ziyan at that moment. Snow Sky Demon Ape. An adult Snow Sky Demon Ape is powerful enough to shatter gold and split mountains. Although this big guy in front of me seems to have entered his adult stage a short while ago, he can still rival a 3-star Do King. You said he can also transform, probably because he has awakened his Berserker bloodline. With his current strength, he can probably be compared to a 5-star Do King the moment he releases his bloodline. No wonder you said he is not easy to deal with. TSK, with this strength, some of the inner academy elders can't deal with him. You really know how to pick your targets. Looking at the huge magical beast in front of him that clearly did not correspond to the little white ape Ziyan was talking about, Xiao Ming lamented. Isn't it because there are no longer treasures around guarded by low-strength magical beasts? Otherwise, I wouldn't have run all the way here. Ziyan said confidently. In fact, as she said, the heavenly treasures guarded by those magical beasts of lower strength than her around the inner academy had disappeared, and the person who did so, of course, was her. The location of this snow sky demon ape was far away from the inner academy. Even if Ziyan had the talent to explore treasures, it would still take a lot of effort to find this place. It could only be said that this snow sky demon ape was exceptionally unlucky. It's you again, didn't it make you realize the reality that I chased you away? You can't beat me, don't even think about taking the core-quenching body milk from me, come back now and I can let you go. The snow sky demon ape raised his huge head, his blood-red gaze looked fiercely at Ziyan, then glared disdainfully at Xiao Ming, and after a long time of silence, his low and furious voice suddenly sounded like an explosive thunder in both of their ears. The core-quenching body milk was born underground. After experiencing the pure pressure of the land, it would take the form of fog after 100 years and would be called core fog. At this point, it possessed the unique effect of strengthening one's body. After merging for over 1,000 years, it would form a liquid form. If the quality was even higher, it would be called core-quenching body milk. It possessed the magical effect of washing and refining one's bones. Moreover, that extremely pure and large strength of the land in the milk would even help a person who had reached the peak to break through the barrier between levels, which is a really good thing. It was also Ziyan and Xiao Ming's goal this time. Hearing the white ape's words, Ziyan folded her arms and shouted very unconvinced. Humph, dead ape, I told you not to be so arrogant, it's not that I can't beat you, it's just that I don't want to waste my strength. Now my good friend is here, he won't need more than 10 moves to deal with you, you're dead. Chapter 80. Seeing that Ziyan still refused to back down and dared to provoke him loudly, the snow sky demon ape's eyes became even denser with blood-red and murderous intent that was almost overflowing. It was a chilling sight. With a fierce blow to his chest, the snow sky demon ape's mouth opened wide and exploded with a blood-curdling roar that could have shattered a rock. Arrogant woman, I will kill you today. The roar of the snow sky demon ape was accompanied by a wave of energy fluctuations, causing Ziyan and Xiao Ming, who were flying in the sky, to be shaken. Seeing this, the snow sky demon ape stomped on the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble at that moment, and with strong momentum, its body went like a cannonball, rushing into the air like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ziyan on Xiao Ming's left side, and with a clench of his claws, the cold chi quickly condensed in them, forming a half-meter-long cold ice claw in an instant. The cold claw swung and went straight for Ziyan's heart. Such a ruthless medium with a fierce killing intent. It seemed that this snow sky demon ape had set out to kill from the very beginning. The snow sky demon ape's attack was severe and swift, but Ziyan's face did not show any surprise. She had already faced this snow sky demon ape and knew its cunning nature, so she was naturally already on guard against it. With a touch of her feet in a void, her entire body disappeared in front of the snow sky demon ape. The ancient void dragon space control is really good, she can interfere with space despite being at the Do King realm. Seeing the invisible ripples emerging from the soles of Ziyan's feet as she took a step, Xiao Ming felt a bit envious. Ordinary people could only reach the Do ancestor realm if they wanted to control space. On the other hand, Ziyan could control space with her Do King racial talent. That kind of undulation was Ziyan's use of space, and it had a significant increase in her movement technique, so the ordinary Do King could not even touch the edge of her clothes. With this special ability, Ziyan has been able to steal treasures from magical beasts of greater strength than her and retreat in one piece many times. Ziyan's disappearance naturally caused the snow sky demon ape's powerful attack to fall short, and his entire body lost momentum and began to fall to the ground. Ah, this strange move again. The snow sky demon ape really felt like he was going to die of anger. Last time it was the same, he barely tried to hit the little abominable thing, the other part was as slippery as a mud fish. In the end, he let her get away, and this time she came back again. Is it that much fun to bully him? In fact, objectively speaking, the snow sky demon ape was not slow. Although he had a large body that looked clumsy, he could be said to be fast by the fact that he could jump and appear in front of Ziyan in a split second from a short distance, but in his bad luck, Ziyan had spatial abilities. In front of spatial ability, this speed is a bit garbage. After beating his chest to blow off steam, the snow sky demon ape looked at Ziyan with his blood-red eyes, but he ignored Xiao Ming beside Ziyan, not even looking at him, obviously annoyed with Ziyan. Coward, you dare to come down to fight with me? Speaking of which, this snow sky demon ape did not know how to fly, as he had no wings and could only attack by jumping, making him quite miserable. Just come down and see how I'll treat you. Being looked at by the fierce eyes of the snow sky demon ape, and being targeted by him all the time, Xian's temper also surged. She was not afraid of this big ape and was about to rush towards the ground. Seeing that Xian was about to rush down, the demon ape was excited and intended to give her a good beating, but Xiao Ming, who was standing next to Xian, stopped her from going down with a wave of his hand. Don't waste your time, let me do it. Xiao Ming said, stepping forward into the void, his right hand raised, the fire attribute energy in the sky and earth mobilized, causing a terrifying energy fluctuation to appear. The trees in a 1,000-meter radius around the valley were shaken by the energy fluctuations. Almost a second later, a 100-meter fiery red hand appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying heat, causing the space around it to rapidly distort at that moment. The snow sky demon ape, who had been somewhat bewildered, sensed the terrifying fluctuations taking place in the sky. The terror of this fluctuation made him fur bristle slightly. He hadn't expected the human brought by the other party to be so terrifying. A loud roar erupted from the snow sky demon ape's mouth, and at the same time, waves of icy energy converged on the surface of his body as the energy coalesced. The icy energy froze even the air, and when his fangs opened wide, the cold air converged, instantly condensing into a huge half-meter icy vortex ball. As the snow sky demon ape's claws struck his chest, a vortex of terrifying cold energy shot out, aimed directly at the flaming red hand in the sky, leaving a long pale white mark in the void of space along the way. Fall! After looking at the vortex of cold energy, Xiao Ming violently shouted. The giant red hand fell fiercely from the sky and finally collided heavily with the snowball. The ice attribute energy and fire attribute energy collided, creating a huge energy explosion that sounded like thunder in the middle of the mountain range. The fire hand first stalled with the snowball, the two attributes being mutually exclusive, and at the intersection of the two attacks, they consumed each other, emitting scraping sounds. Although at first glance Xiao Ming's attack and the snow sky demon ape were at a stalemate, in reality, Xiao Ming had the upper hand. The half-meter snowball was rapidly melting under the red hand, and soon, it disappeared. Without the snowball in the way, the huge red hand smashed into the snow sky demon ape at lightning speed. The snow sky demon ape couldn't dodge and the enormous force that burst out smashed him into the mountain wall. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, a large chunk of the hard mountain wall dented behind the snow sky demon ape, and when the boulder exploded, a crack spread out from his back like a spider's web, eventually extending for almost half of the mountain wall. His fur, originally snow-white, was charred and large chunks of flesh and blood emitted hot air. Roar! After suffering such a heavy blow, the snow sky demon ape also became furious, and the crimson color of his eyes rapidly increased, and a blood-red mist began to appear around his body. He's about to ignite the berserk bloodline, isn't he? In midair, Xiao Ming looked down at the blood-colored mist in front of the mountain wall, and the snow sky demon ape's aura of madness in the thick fog continued to grow. He was in no hurry to attack anyway. He didn't care if the snow sky demon ape was a 3-star or 5-star. Letting him ignite his berserk bloodline would only help him gain more knowledge. On the mountain wall, the eerie cold aura spread in all directions, a faint layer of ice began to spread on the ground, the ice crystals in the air kept condensing, the valley was so cold that every breath turned into white mist. The blood-colored mist enveloping the white ape grew thicker and thicker, scarlet red as if it were fresh blood. A few minutes later, heavy footsteps came out of the fog, and the first thing that caught Xiao Ming's attention was a pair of glowing red eyes, like a blood-red lantern. Then the white monkey's body came out of the blood fog and revealed himself to Xiao Ming's eyes. It seemed that blood seeped out of his body, dyeing the white fur all over the white monkey's body blood red, and his body was even stronger than before, emitting a cruel and tyrannical aura. At this moment, Xian's little face acquired a bit of scruple as she flew towards Xiao Ming and said cautiously. Xiao Ming, this is what he will look like after transforming. His strength, speed, and other attributes will improve in all aspects, so you should be careful. Chapter 81. Xiao Ming looked with interest at the snow sky demon ape in berserker mode, which was emitting an aura comparable to that of a 5-star Do King, and said in a low voice. It doesn't matter, this snow sky demon ape has opened up his berserk bloodline. Although it has increased his strength more, it has also decreased his intelligence. Fighting is based on brains. He was already inferior to me, now he can't cause much trouble. Roar! As soon as Xiao Ming finished his words, the snow sky demon ape, who had lost his mind, beat his chest fiercely, and with a loud roar, he shot into the air like a cannonball, aiming at Xiao Ming. Look, I told you that his spiritual wisdom had fallen and now he rushed over. Xiao Ming shook his head. He knew that he was in the air and could move at will. The snow sky demon ape, on the other hand, could not fly, yet he shot into the air to attack a man who had forced him to activate his last move with a wave of his hands. Wasn't this a gift? After his strength had increased, the snow sky demon ape's speed had increased dramatically, and he appeared beside Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye, his sharp claws dug into Xiao Ming's neck with a sharp energy. With the size of the snow sky demon ape's claws, if a normal person was stabbed by it, the entire upper body would have to disappear. The snow sky demon ape, seeing his claws pierce through half of Xiao Ming's body, was overjoyed with the little divine wisdom he had left. But immediately, the snow sky demon ape sensed that something was wrong. Why wasn't the person in front of him bleeding? Taking advantage of the fact that his body was still stuck in the air and had not descended, the snow sky demon ape struck another blow, but in this blow, the Xiao Ming in front of him slowly dissipated. This was actually an afterimage. The 5-element illusion was the best movement do technique that Xiao Ming had acquired in the past 6 years. His brief introduction is, if it is far away, the illusory image is difficult to detect. When executed, it was so fast that it could create a residual image, which was so special that it was difficult for the enemy to distinguish between real and fake, and when fully developed, it could create multiple residual shadows around the enemy. It was obvious that the snow sky demon ape was attacking an afterimage created by Xiao Ming after executing the 5 elements illusion. Roar! Looking at the slowly dissipating residual image, the little sanity the snow sky demon ape had left was almost erased by anger. However, staying in the air for a while is not flying, and his body, which had already been in the air for a while, began to fall at a high speed. Xiao Ming was not the type of person who would be happy if he was hit, and after using his movement technique to dodge the snow sky demon ape's attack, he summoned a red flame containing a tyrannical aura in one hand. It was none other than the 10,000 beast flame that Xiao Ming had obtained a few years ago. Pill fire technique, Python transformation. Xiao Ming let out a shout, and the burning flame in the center of his hand violently rose 4 or 5 feet. Soul power surged from his forehead, modifying the shape of the enormous flame, and under the effect of his soul power, the 10,000 beast flame transformed into a fire beast in the shape of a python. Under careful observation, it could be seen that this fire python was strikingly similar to the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame under the blazing sky chi refining tower. The pill fire technique was an attack method belonging to the alchemy department of the Jia Nan Academy, in which an alchemist could attack by condensing flames into various types of animals. When he had first seen the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming had wondered if the attack power of turning the 10,000 beast flame into a fire python similar to it would be greater compared to an ordinary fire python. After investigating, Xiao Ming discovered that this fire spirit could indeed not only turn into a body, its form could condense flames very well and increase its power. How far did its power go? Xiao Ming thought that a single strike could incapacitate the snow sky demon ape in front of him. Go! Xiao Ming gave a command and the giant snake, coiled in midair, unfurled its neck and went after the snow sky demon ape that was falling towards the ground, as he couldn't fly, and there was nowhere halfway to gain momentum in the air. Snow sky demon ape could only thump his chest and roar, watching as the fire python reached out and enveloped him. The moment the fire python enveloped him, the snow sky demon ape felt nothing but extreme heat, followed by a terrifying force entangling him, and although he used his desperate efforts to release his own cold ice do chi and all his strength, it was in vain. Rumble. The python surrounded the snow sky demon ape and smashed it hard into the forest below, knocking down countless large trees, some of which burst into flames as the fire python brushed against it, and a huge black smoke shot into the sky. Whoa, Xiao Ming, you're amazing. Ziyan, who had moved to the side since the battle began, saw that the snow sky demon ape was defeated and immediately flew to Xiao Ming's side happily, hugging his arm and saying, "It's just the power of the heavenly flame." Xiao Ming smiled and replied humbly. Ziyan didn't care if Xiao Ming was humble or not, all she could think about now was the core-quenching body milk that the snow sky demon ape was guarding. Immediately, she nodded her little head and quickly said, "Since we've defeated the snow sky demon ape, let's quickly go pick up that core-quenching body milk. There's no hurry, let's go down and take a look first." Why? A question mark appeared on Ziyan's head. Xiao Ming did not reply but instead flew straight towards the forest below. Ziyan had to reluctantly follow behind him. In the forest below, the fire had already spread and the trees were burning with crackling and rippling. This fire had little effect on Xiao Ming and Ziyan, who were in the Do King realm. In the center of the fire, the two of them stood directly in front of the snow sky demon ape. At this moment, ice crystals kept appearing on the snow sky demon ape's body, and every time these ice crystals appeared, the high temperature of the fire python enveloping it evaporated its ice crystals into water vapor, and the forest was shockingly fogged up for a while. Xiao Ming beckoned towards the snow sky demon ape, and the fiery red python enveloping it immediately flew towards him. As it flew, the python gradually became smaller and finally turned into a 1-foot fire snake that wrapped itself around Xiao Ming's right arm. "Human, what do you want?" The snow sky demon ape's skin was not intact at this moment, he had none of his snow-white fur left, and he spoke breathlessly, as if his breathing was wandering. Obviously, he had been severely injured in the fight with the fire python just now, and if Xiao Ming hadn't retrieved the fire python in time, he would have been close to death. Snow Sky Demon Ape, I want to take you as my subordinate, how about it? You came to rob me and you still want me to be your subordinate, I tell you, dream on. Snow Sky Demon Ape snorted coldly and tilted his head to the side. Alas, don't be so quick to refuse, if you accept I will help you heal the wounds on your body. I know that magical beasts have a hard time transforming, and with your qualifications, you might be stuck at the 5th rank for the rest of your life, how about I give you a body transformation grass to help you transform? Xiao Ming said with a smile. Hearing this, the Snow Sky Demon Ape suddenly hesitated. Although magical beasts had the advantages of a long lifespan, strong physique, and greater combat power in the same range compared to humans. But magical beasts also had a disadvantage, and that was that they were even more dependent on lineage than humans. One should not look at the fact that the Snow Sky Demon Ape had just reached adulthood and already had the strength of a Do King level. But until the day he dies of old age, he may not even be able to break through this limit, remaining in this realm, and what limits him is his bloodline. But if he takes human form, this restriction will be drastically reduced. In human form, he would have both the cultivation talent of a human, and the long lifespan of a magical beast, and his growth limit would increase dramatically as a result. Therefore, Xiao Ming's condition was very tempting to him. But the idea that this human in front of him, who had just beaten him up, would now come to recruit him, made the Snow Sky Demon Ape furious. After a cold snort, he said in a muffled voice, I promise. Chapter 82. When Ziyan, who was at the side, heard that Xiao Ming was going to give Snow Sky Demon Ape a body transformation grass, she felt a little unhappy and blinked her big eyes as she muttered. I found that medicinal herb, you said you would use it to refine my body transformation pill later, what should I do with my body transformation pill if you give it to him like this? Why did Ziyan say that? It turned out that since Xiao Ming had reached the 6th tier alchemist, Ziyan felt that her growth rate was too slow, so she wanted Xiao Ming to help her refine the body transformation pill after he became a 7th tier alchemist. In response, Xiao Ming did not refuse, he was an alchemist, why would he refuse someone asking him to refine pills? However, Xiao Ming's condition was that Ziyan would follow the rules of the alchemists and prepare 3 portions of medicinal materials for him to refine. In response, Ziyan said nothing, after all, she was the best at finding herbs. So far, Ziyan had found quite a few medicinal herbs for Xiao Ming, including a body transformation grass. Together with the 2 herbs he had gotten from the simulator, Xiao Ming now had a total of 3 body transformation grass in his storage ring. Hearing Xiao Ming's deal with the Snow Sky Demon Ape, Ziyan thought that Xiao Ming was taking her body transformation grass and giving it to the Snow Sky Demon Ape, so she felt a little unhappy. Don't worry, that medicinal herb is mine. With a slight explanation, Xiao Ming took the storage ring on his finger and took out a jade bottle, tossing it towards Snow Sky Demon Ape. This is a healing pill, eat it quickly. The Snow Sky Demon Ape took the pill bottle and hesitated for a moment, before finally pouring the pill bottle into his mouth. A green pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance went straight into his large bloody mouth. After swallowing the pill, Snow Sky Demon Ape's aura quickly recovered, and the blood that had come out of his skin disappeared, to be replaced by fresh blood that had coagulated into a crust of blood on the surface of his body. In moments the scabs were removed and the horrible, gruesome wounds were almost completely restored. Looking at the recovered Snow Sky Demon Ape, Ziyan stepped forward and kicked him, since your wounds are healed, hurry up and take me to the treasure, don't dawdle here, I don't know what Xiao Ming needs a little ape for, you're useless. You, humph. After being kicked by Ziyan, the Snow Sky Demon Ape looked at Ziyan for a moment, then stood up and said. Come with me. Wait, first clear the surrounding fire. Xiao Ming pointed at the burning trees around him and said. This kind of fire could cause a big fire if it is not cleaned up. If it can be easily extinguished now, it is better to do so. When the Snow Sky Demon Ape heard Xiao Ming ask this, he was silent for a moment and then roared severely. Instantly, a snow-white wave of icy energy quickly spread out, and some rocks and trees along the road instantly turned into snow-colored ice after being affected by the icy wave. Good job, lead the way, I will give you the body transformation grass when we get there. Looking at the forest that looked like a world of ice and snow, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Under the guidance of the original owner, the Snow Sky Demon Ape, Xiao Ming and Ziyan finally entered the valley without any trouble. The area inside the valley was incomparably spacious, there were trees and rocks in the valley, but there were no other living creatures, apparently, they must have all been driven out by the Snow Sky Demon Ape. Although there were no living creatures, some bare white bones could be seen on the ground, which was like a land of death, making people feel a little uneasy. It seems like this snow sky demon ape has killed many magical beasts that wanted to come and drink the core-quenching body milk. Xiao Ming secretly said as he looked at the huge corpses. Entering the valley, the snow sky demon ape did not stop the pace, and under his leadership, the two of them soon arrived at the end of the valley, outside a pitch-black cave. The cave had a vague magical beast smell, which was similar to the smell of snow sky demon ape's body, so it must have been the cave he lived in. The cave was quite large, otherwise, it would have been difficult for the snow sky demon ape to live here. The top of the cave was over 10 meters high, and in the cave, there were rocks scattered around, and white fur could be seen everywhere. The snow sky demon ape led the two of them to a stone wall at the end of the cave, and that's when it stopped. Ziyan's little head turned both ways and found no treasure. "Little ape, why are you stopping? Here is no core-quenching body milk." This time, the snow sky demon ape ignored Ziyan. Instead, he silently walked to the corner of the cave wall and dug with a huge palm. He pulled out a handful of mud and sand, and half a second later, a dark and gloomy hole appeared on the ground. "Xiao Ming, you're pretty smart, you still know how to plug the hole. There are always other magical beasts that have ideas with the core-quenching body milk, so I have to take precautions so that others don't sneak in." The snow sky demon ape explained and looked at Ziyan as he said so, clearly wanting to say something. "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way quickly." Sensing that the treasure was underground, Ziyan did not care about the tone of snow sky demon ape's voice and urged. The passageway was extremely winding, and it took almost 10 minutes for them to go through it before Xiao Ming, Ziyan and the snow sky demon ape arrived at the entrance of a subterranean world that glowed with white light. After the snow sky demon ape entered, Ziyan also entered with a face full of excitement, with Xiao Ming following closely behind. When his feet stepped out of the dark passageway, Xiao Ming suddenly felt his eyes clear and then he could clearly see the surroundings of this subterranean world. What appeared in front of Xiao Ming was a subterranean world filled with stalactites. As far as the eye could see, milky white stalactites covered everything up to the end of the line of sight, and a pale white light emanated from them, expelling all the darkness from the place. Stalactites were everywhere, some hanging from the top of the subterranean world, some even 100 meters long and occasionally with drops of white emulsion dripping down, splashing milky water on the ground. "What a subterranean world," Xiao Ming said in amazement. "Core-quenching body milk is on the left." When they arrived here, Ziyan didn't need the snow sky demon ape to guide her, with her detection ability, and being so close, she could tell exactly where the good things were in broad strokes. They only saw her shouting in an excited tone and hurriedly running to the left. Seeing this, Xiao Ming also followed closely behind. The two of them ran through this stalactite world for about 10 minutes before stopping in their tracks. A huge stalactite appeared in front of them. This stalactite was connected to the top of the dome of the underworld at one end and hung vertically at the other. Its enormous size was over 100 meters long and its width was as thick as that of two people put together, and a pale white light lingered around it, making it look like a crystal pillar. This stalactite was undoubtedly the most massive stalactite in the subterranean world and, at this size, it was like an emperor among the stalactites, receiving the adoration of countless stalactites around it. When everyone's eyes gradually lowered, beneath this stalactite was an extremely large blue stone, much of which was buried in the ground. At this moment, at the top of the stone, there is a hole less than half a meter deep, which is right in front of the tip of the stalactite above, and in that hole, there is a milky white water 2 inches deep, and above the water, there is a faint white mist. The white mist is quite strange, as it drifts, but never dissipates. Ziyan lay on the blue stone, her little head buried in that cloud of mist, the tip of her nose less than a millimeter from the surface of the water, her nose twitched, sniffing and repeatedly confirming the smell. After many confirmations, Ziyan stood up dejectedly, her small face extremely crestfallen, and looked at Xiao Ming aggrieved. "Xiao Ming, this liquid in the hole does not seem to be the treasure I sensed." "Impossible, this treasure is what I've been guarding, this is definitely the core-quenching body milk, there can't be any mistake." The snow sky demon ape that had arrived after Xiao Ming heard this and replied. It was this that he normally guarded, and even though he had drunk enough, he could be sure that this was definitely core-quenching body milk. "This is indeed core-quenching body milk, but it is only diluted." Looking at the extent of the liquid, Xiao Ming slowly said. The snow sky demon ape froze at his words. Diluted? Does such a thing still exist? How come he didn't know? Diluted, wouldn't the real treasure be at the peak? Ziyan's little head was still quite intelligent and guessed the result right away. Follow me. Xiao Ming raised his head and looked at the huge stalactite hanging upside down on the mountain dome, signaled Ziyan, and then his body slowly floated towards the huge stalactite. Seeing Xiao Ming's behavior, Ziyan's eyes lit up and she hurriedly followed. Although the snow sky demon ape also wanted to follow him, he could not fly and could only stand and watch. The two of them flew along the huge stalactite that rose vertically for more than 100 meters, and after a few minutes, they reached the top of the dome of the underworld. Looking down from here, those stalactites that originally appeared to be quite large, now looked as small as ants. Looking around, some stalactites could also be seen hanging on the dome of the underworld, emanating faint rays of light that illuminated the entire underworld. Xiao Ming paid no attention to the surrounding stalactites but stopped at the bottom of the most massive stalactite. Here, already at the point where the stalactite touched the dome of the underworld, a faint fluorescent light filtered out from inside the stalactite, projecting as if it were a transparent crystal, extremely beautiful. Xiao Ming stood here, looked at Ziyan who came with him and said, "Ziyan, sense it again." Ziyan had sensed it as soon as she arrived at the dome of the subterranean world, so she immediately stepped forward and used both arms and legs to hug the crystal stalactite, with her little face very close to the base of the stalactite. Not long after, she said in an excited voice, "That's right, this is the place, this is the treasure I felt." Chapter 83. After waiting for Ziyan's mood to recover for a while, Xiao Ming said, "Since you are sure that the core-quenching body milk is here, step aside for a moment and let me pick it up." "Oh." Ziyan nodded and quickly flew to Xiao Ming's side, but her eyes remained locked on the position she had just been in, unable to avert them. Xiao Ming flew to where Ziyan had just been, and his soul power surged from his eyebrows, probing the exact location of the core-quenching body milk before pulling out a good piece of white jade from his storage ring with a smile on his lips. He wrapped Doqi around the surface of the jade piece before using it to gently cut along the point he had just probed. With the Doqi enveloping it, the jade piece became quite sharp, and with just a light touch, the tip of the jade piece sank into the crystal stalactite with a subtle sound. With his palm firmly gripping the jade piece, Xiao Ming made precise circular cuts, and the subtle sound of chi-chi resounded in the air. Suddenly, the jade piece in his hand completed the last section of the circle, and instantly, a circular stalactite fragment broke off from the base. Xiao Ming grabbed it in one swift movement and lifted his head, and a strong light shot violently out from where the fragment had fallen. This level of light had little effect on Xiao Ming, who was able to look directly into the cut circular opening. Inside the cut circular stalactite, there was a thick emerald-colored liquid suspended. As if it had a spiritual nature, this liquid flowed slowly into the stalactite, but its range of motion was only around the circular opening, going no further. The pure energy contained in this emerald-colored viscous liquid was quite astonishing to Xiao Ming, as the purity was more than 10 times denser than the core-quenching body milk in the bluestone hollow below, and much more than ordinary heavenly treasures. With the appearance of the core-quenching body milk, the rich and gentle fragrance drifted away, and Ziyan beside him closed her eyes, revealing an intoxicated look as her body unconsciously moved to the front of the core-quenching body milk, her mouth opened wide, and Xiao Ming seemed to see a hint of crystalline silk coming out from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Ziyan opening her mouth, about to lick the liquid, Xiao Ming immediately extended his right hand against her little head. After extending her delicate little tongue and taking a few licks, Ziyan, who felt that she had licked nothing but air, let out a sound of surprise and opened her eyes. Once she saw the situation clearly, she turned her head towards Xiao Ming with a pitiful expression. Obviously, core-quenching body milk was a great temptation for her. But Xiao Ming did not let her go, he just rubbed her little head and said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that, this real core-quenching body milk is extremely fragile, only the hottest jade won't damage it. If you touch it with other objects, I'm afraid this core-quenching body milk, which has been condensed for many years, will turn into a pile of useless junk on the spot. So, if you lick it now, you can imagine the result, so you must wait for me to collect it before you take your share. Then take it quickly." Hearing this, Ziyan stepped back slightly and urged Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and took out a spoon made of jade from his storage ring. As an alchemist, jade was the best container to hold pills, so he also had all kinds of jade utensils stored in his storage ring. Xiao Ming carefully inserted the jade spoon into the stalactite milk, nimbly turning his wrist and scooping up most of the core-quenching body milk in a few minutes. After leaving a small amount of the core-quenching body milk, Xiao Ming took out the jade spoon and then replaced the stalactite fragment in his hand, and immediately, the strong light gradually diminished and the stalactite was once again as calm as before. After pouring the liquid that was in the jade spoon evenly into 2 good quality jade bottles that had been prepared long ago, Xiao Ming then handed one of the jade bottles to Ziyan. "Here, your share. This core-quenching body milk contains the power of the earth that has been condensed in this stalactite for thousands of years. The energy is immense. Drink it calmly, don't drink it all at once, understand?" "Understood." Ziyan took the jade bottle and replied with a smile. She lifted the jade bottle and poured a drop into her mouth, her pink tongue licked it with a satisfied smile. "It's delicious." Obviously, this core-quenching body milk tasted much better compared to those medicinal herbs. Seeing her cheerful look, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Only a magical beast would dare to drink this core-quenching body milk like that. If an ordinary human took a sip like that, they would probably explode immediately. After signaling Ziyan to fly down from the dome, Xiao Ming once again landed next to that blue stone and looked towards the milky white liquid in that hole. Although this core-quenching body milk had already been diluted, its effect was quite good. Even if it couldn't achieve the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones, it still had a considerable effect on tempering the body. When 4 jade jars were filled, there was no longer much core-quenching body milk left in the hole. The snow sky demon ape beside looked at Xiao Ming gloomily as he picked up the core-quenching body milk that originally belonged to him. His inner heart was overwhelmed with pain and he felt the urge to scream. But when he thought of his opponent's terrifying strength and the body transformation grass he had promised, he held back the pain in his heart and turned his head to the side, averting his gaze. The snow sky demon ape had just turned his head for an instant when he heard Xiao Ming's voice. "This is the body transformation grass, swallow it now and I will protect you." These words made the snow sky demon ape happy, and much of the pain he felt vanished. When he turned his head, it was when he directly saw a medicinal herb with a tantalizing and strange aroma suspended in front of him. When the snow sky demon ape smelled the fragrance, it was as if every cell in his body perked up and jumped for joy. The body transformation grass is not like the body transformation pill. It's not that easy to transform successfully, and it will even be dangerous. It's up to you whether you can succeed or not. Xiao Ming looked at the snow sky demon ape and said. The snow sky demon ape nodded slightly at his words and, without much hesitation, opened his own bloody mouth and swallowed the body transformation grass that seemed abnormally small in front of him. Roar! The snow sky demon ape, which had not swallowed the body transformation grass for a long time, seemed to be extremely uncomfortable, with his mouth constantly roaring, his huge sharp claws constantly striking his chest, and the size of his body increasing and decreasing. Ziyan, at Xiao Ming's side, saw this scene and gloated a little. This body transformation grass is not that easy to swallow. I remember when I... Halfway through, Ziyan suddenly fell silent and did not say anything else. How were you back then? Xiao Ming, who was at the side, asked curiously. Something like that, I won't tell you. Ziyan grimaced. Half an hour later, there was a white-haired young man standing in front of Xiao Ming. The man had a stocky figure, over 2 meters tall, and the set of black robes he was wrapped in was bulging. This was the snow sky demon ape who had successfully transformed. The transformation process was exceptionally difficult, and several times the snow sky demon ape was on the verge of failing and losing all his efforts, but in the end, he persevered. Looking at his hands, the snow sky demon ape shouted excitedly and knelt down in front of Xiao Ming, respectfully saying. Master. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Compared to humans, magical beasts were much simpler and grateful. The snow sky demon ape called him master in a very clear manner. Get up. Yes. Looking at the snow sky demon ape that had respectfully stood up, Xiao Ming thought for a moment and then said. Since you have successfully transformed, you should also have a name. Do you have any ideas? I can't think of a name, so I have no idea. Snow sky demon ape scratched his head and said nervously. He hadn't really thought about things like having a name before, nor was he very good at it. You can't be without a name or it won't be easy to call you in the future. I'll help you with one. Your original body is Snow Sky Demon Ape, so you will be called Xue Tian in the future. How about this name? Snow Sky Demon Ape thought it was a good name, and he really didn't know how to choose a name. So he scratched his head and smiled. Sounds good, then I'll be called Xue Tian from now on, hee. Seeing that the Snow Sky Demon Ape did not resist the name he had given him, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and said to Ziyan, who looked bored beside him, it's time to go back to the inner academy. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up. She could finally go back. For this little ape, she had spent a long time in this subterranean world. Let's go quickly. Ziyan said as she took the lead and flew towards the direction they came from, gesturing for Xue Tian to follow her. Xiao Ming also flew to the same direction. Chapter 84. Since they had already familiarized themselves with the path once, it didn't take Xiao Ming as long as before to get out this time, and in less than 10 minutes, the three of them were outside the cave. Standing not far from the entrance of the cave, Xiao Ming turned around and while looking at the passageway said to Xue Tian standing beside him. Xue Tian, since you will be following me in the future, there is no need to maintain this dwelling, so let's destroy it to avoid any accidents with the core-quenching body milk we have left behind. It would be a pity if the stalactites that can only form in 10,000 years are destroyed. At these words, Xue Tian nodded and, without the slightest hesitation, walked straight to the side of the cave entrance and waved his arm. Rumble. An enormous force was transmitted from Xue Tian's sturdy arm to the mountain wall, which collapsed and sank under the heavy blow. After a few more swings of his arm, Shui Tian returned behind Xiao Ming, and now the cave entrance was completely covered by the collapsed rocks. Seeing this, a pair of flaming red wings over a meter long appeared behind Xiao Ming's back, and his body floated in the air. Shui Tian, you've managed to transform into human form, so you should be able to create your wings with Do Qi, right? Seeing Shui Tian nodding his head, Xiao Ming told them that it was time to leave. He then turned into a shadow of light and flew off into the distance. Ziyan and Shui Tian, who remained in the same place, also sprouted a pair of wings on their respective backs and soared into the sky, chasing after Xiao Ming. A few minutes later, Xiao Ming and the others arrived at the place where the inner academy was located. Who is coming? Please stop. Just as Xiao Ming was about to approach the inner academy's barrier, a powerful shout came from the barrier. Hearing the questioning voice, Xiao Ming was not surprised and steadied himself in midair as he said loudly, Elder Su, it's me, Xiao Ming. Ziyan and Shui Tian also stopped beside him. So it's Xiao Ming and Ziyan. The old man heard the words, opened the barrier, and revealed his face. Looking at his appearance, it was none other than Elder Su, one of the two elders Xiao Ming had met when he entered the inner academy. In fact, with Xiao Ming and Ziyan's status and means, they would not have stopped at the entrance of the inner academy, because the barrier had a special identification method. Elder Su appeared only because of Shui Tian, an unknown powerhouse. Xiao Ming had been an elder for over a year and was already very familiar with Elder Su and the other elders, so Elder Su directly asked, Xiao Ming, who is the one next to you? This is the magical beast Snow Sky Demon Ape, who has now successfully transformed and is preparing to return to the Jia Ma Empire with me to meet the human world. Xiao Ming introduced with a smile. Is he a magical beast that has taken human form? Elder Su was a little surprised and suspicious of his words. Didn't a magical beast have to be at the Do ancestor level to take a human form? How come this Snow Sky Demon Ape's aura was a few points weaker than his? Looking at Elder Su's puzzled expression, Xiao Ming laughed and said, the Snow Sky Demon Ape swallowed the same body transformation grass as Ziyan did, and only then did he successfully transform. At these words, Elder Su nodded in understanding and secretly said that this Snow Sky Demon Ape had good luck. The failure rate of ordinary magical beasts that wanted to rely on body transformation grass to transform was very high, and their bodies might even be severely damaged if they failed. Since he knew that the unknown powerhouse was brought by Xiao Ming, Elder Su did not talk nonsense and directly register them and let them pass. He only asked Xiao Ming when he would leave Jia Nan Academy and when he would return. As the only 6th-tier alchemist at Jia Nan Academy at this time, Xiao Ming was still in great demand by these elders. Xiao Ming, who became an elder, had long since stopped living in the same place as at the beginning and instead had a small courtyard of his own in the elders' area. After flying with Ziyan and Shui Tian for a few moments in the inner academy, Xiao Ming landed in front of his own courtyard. In front of the small courtyard, a sturdy man who seemed to have been waiting for a while was first startled when he saw the three landing in front of him, then he revealed a joyful look. He could be seen hurriedly greeting Xiao Ming and his loud voice rang out, Cousin, you're finally back. When Xiao Ming saw the visitor, he also revealed a smile, Cousin Xiao Shan, I had to leave just now, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao Shan had joined the inner academy a year after Xiao Ming entered it, had now been there for 5 years, and had just graduated this year. After spending 5 years at the inner academy, with Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower and Xiao Ming by his side, Xiao Shan's improvement was undoubtedly tremendous. At this time, he had already reached a 3-star Do Spirit, which had no comparison with Xiao Ming, not to mention that in the inner academy, this 3-star Do Spirit realm cultivation at the time of graduation could only be considered average. But the inner academy of the Jia Nan Academy was a place where geniuses from all over the continent gathered, and this level of cultivation was actually very good for someone like Xiao Shan, whose talent was not too good originally. At this level of cultivation, he was also qualified to be called a Jia Ma Empire expert and had become the strongest person in the Xiao family besides Xiao Ming. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Shan's stature was becoming more and more outrageous in these few years, and was comparable to that of the Snow Sky Demon Ape who had transformed into human form. Xiao Ming, who had grown a lot in recent years, actually looked a little short in front of him. At first, Xiao Ming thought that this was because Xiao Shan was originally able to grow so tall, but it wasn't until later that he discovered that this was the effect of Xiao Shan's high-level qi method Xian, which was given to him by Xiao Ming in the beginning. Xiao Ming also did not expect this qi method to have this effect. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ming had spent several years together and were from the same clan. Moreover, he was a relatively simple and honest person, so naturally, he would not be restricted at this time. After replying to Xiao Ming that there was no problem, he turned his curious gaze towards Shui Tian. Cousin, who is this? His name is Shui Tian, he is a powerhouse in the Do King realm and will be returning to the Jia Ma Empire with us this time. Returning to the Jiama Empire was something Xiao Ming had planned a long time ago. Now that he was at the Jianan Academy, his cultivation speed was no longer as fast as before, plus the Do King breaking through to Do Emperor was another big obstacle, so he planned to use the Nether Poison Flame as well as the Green Lotus Core Flame to break through. In addition, he also wanted to go to the Nalan family to exchange the 7 illusions Green Spirit Saliva for his master, Elder Hua. It would help him reach the 6th tier alchemist. Ziyan, who was standing to the side, had originally heard about Xiao Ming's departure when he was talking to Elder Su, and now that she heard him and Xiao Shan talk about his departure again, she couldn't help but say, "Xiao Ming, I also want to go with you." Ziyan had long wanted to find a reason to leave the inner academy and go out adventuring, but first Elder Su Qian had refused to let her leave. Now that Xiao Ming was leaving was a good opportunity and she should take advantage of it. Besides, after Xiao Ming left, there would be no one to refine pills for her to eat. This could not be tolerated, she did not want to continue eating those nasty herbs. As for Ziyan's request, Xiao Ming already expected it and simply nodded and agreed. "Yes, but when you go out, you have to listen to me and not run around, or I will definitely send you back." Xiao Ming knows Ziyan very well, she was a character who could not sit still, moreover, her own strength was quite good and she was not afraid of anything, she often ran around, so he had to put conditions on her, otherwise she might cause a lot of trouble. "Understood, then I'll go talk to First Elder right now." Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed to take her back, Ziyan's face showed a delighted look as she rushed out in an instant. Senior Ziyan is still so energetic. Looking at the place where Ziyan had disappeared, Xiao Shan said with a sigh. During these few years, he naturally met Ziyan. When he first met Ziyan, he thought that Ziyan was the granddaughter of one of the elders, and when Xiao Ming told him that Ziyan was even stronger than him and that he should be careful not to make her angry, he was still a bit incredulous, thinking that Xiao Ming was joking. Who is Xiao Ming? He was the first genius of Jianan Academy, how could this girl be stronger than him? Who would believe it? Well, he didn't. It wasn't until he saw Ziyan slap a powerful Peak Do spirit who was in the strong ranking and leave him severely injured. Only then did Xiao Shan realize that what Xiao Ming had said was true, that he was not joking, and that this girl's strength was truly terrifying. Ever since he had seen how fierce Ziyan was, Xiao Shan had always been respectful to Ziyan and did not dare to have too much contact, for fear of getting hit and being bedridden for a few days. Chapter 85. Ziyan is not always like this, but she has a heart of a child. Come on, don't stand at the door, come in and let's chat. Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile at Xiao Shan's words, then pushed the door and entered the small courtyard. Xue Tian nodded to Xiao Shan in greeting, and the two of them followed Xiao Ming inside the small courtyard. Crossing the outdoor area of the small courtyard, Xiao Ming directly entered the meeting room. Letting Xiao Shan and Xue Tian, who followed him, sit by the table, he took out the fire cloud tea from his storage ring and prepared a cup for each of the three of them. "Have some tea." Cousin, this fire cloud tea of yours is as good as ever," Xiao Shan praised after taking a sip of tea. Xue Tian, who was beside him, sniffed and also followed Xiao Shan's example and took a sip before nodding his head. Although he had never drunk tea before and could not evaluate it much, he could tell if it was good or not, and the taste of this tea was indeed good and very much to his liking. I wouldn't have brought it out if it wasn't good, I don't have much stock of this tea." Smiling, Xiao Ming also took a sip of the tea. After finishing his tea, Xiao Ming then asked Xiao Shan who was beside him, "This time, we will return to the Jiama Empire and I asked you, cousin, to ask the 2 clan members in the Outer Academy if they wanted to return with us. How did it turn out?" In the past 6 years, there were 2 more people from the Xiao family who had entered the Jianan Academy, which made Xiao Ming feel very satisfied. There were still people with normal brain circuits in the Xiao family. For these 2 people, Xiao Ming also gave some help, just like he did with Xiao Shan. This time, when he was going back to the Jiama Empire, he also had these 2 people in mind. The way between Jianan Academy and Jiama Empire was very long, and after coming to Jianan Academy, it was not convenient to go back, and it would also cost a lot of money. But it so happened that this time he was going back, so he asked Xiao Shan to ask for the opinions of the 2 people. Hearing Xiao Ming asked about the main matter, Xiao Shan put down the teacup in his hand and said with a serious face. "Yesterday I went out to ask about this, and both Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were very willing, saying that they wanted to go back together and would apply for family leave with their guardian. I also informed them of the departure time, we can pick them up directly at the flight station when we pass the Outer Academy." At these words, Xiao Ming nodded and suddenly asked curiously, "Tell me, which is the realm of the 2 of them?" Being in the Inner Academy, Xiao Ming rarely went out and let Xiao Shan take a trip when something came up, so he asked this question. Xiao who has been in Jianan Academy for 3 years, and his realm is at 6-star Do Master, so I think he will be able to enter Inner Academy next time. Xiao Yu entered Jianan Academy later, and her realm is a little lower, at 7-star Do Practitioner. But it is obvious that she is more talented. Xiao Shan laughed. Xiao Shan was still quite satisfied with these two members of the same clan, especially Xiao Yu. It had taken him 2 years to reach 8-star Do Practitioner, but Xiao Yu had reached 7-star Do Practitioner in just over a year, and with a little effort, she might be able to reach Do Master this year. She was able to break through realms so fast, even though Xiao Ming helped her, but Xiao Ming helped him from the beginning. Because, since they entered the academy together, Xiao Ming had obviously helped him more. No matter how one looked at it, it was Xiao Yu who was more talented. Cousin Xiao Yu? Indeed, she doesn't have bad talent. For Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming also knew her, even before Xiao Shan. During the time when his talent had not been exposed, before he moved out of the Xiao family's orphan area, due to the large number of children and the noise, he preferred to go to the Xiao family's back mountain to cultivate. After his cultivation, what he liked most was to take a bath in the hot springs. It was then that he met Xiao Yu. Of course, don't misunderstand, Xiao Ming did not soak in the hot spring with Xiao Yu, nor did anything like mistakenly entering her bathing at the hot spring happen. The hot springs at the back of the Xiao family had been discovered long ago, and to prevent something like women mistakenly entering the men's bathing and vice versa from happening, the Xiao family had divided the area long ago. It was stipulated which part of the area was for men and which part was for women. The area in which Xiao Ming bathed naturally belonged to the male side, and he had never passed to the female part of it. The reason Xiao Ming knew Xiao Yu was because Xiao Yu also liked to soak late at night sometimes. There were only a few paths from the back of the mountain to the Xiao house, and from time to time, the two of them would meet. Since they were on the same road, they chatted a few times. At that time, Xiao Ming saw that Xiao Yu usually went to the hot spring alone, so thinking of something, he advised her to take some people with her when she went to the hot spring, letting the escort take a look around. Xiao Yu also asked him at that time why he told her to take more people with her, and Xiao Ming directly replied that there were snakes at the back of the mountain that might bite people. Thereafter, when Xiao Ming met Xiao Yu on the back mountain path, he found her with an extra person dressed as a maid by her side. Thinking about Xiao Yu, and then thinking about the current strength of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "If she can reach Do Master this year, I will give her a 3-striped green spiritual pill, and if she can resist the medicinal power, she should be able to enter the Inner Academy next year." Xiao Ming still had a few 3-striped green spiritual pills in stock, some of which he had obtained from the simulator. Others were from other people who had asked him to refine pills and he had used the leftover herbs to refine them. These pills were no longer of much use to him, other than selling them for gold coins, which was the last thing he was short of, so it didn't hurt to get them out. Then I'll have to talk to her to cultivate well and try to get the pill. Xiao Shan was not surprised by Xiao Ming's decision. He had seen all of Xiao Ming's support for the Xiao family over the years, and it could be said that the things Xiao Ming had given them over the years could have bought several Xiao families. Xiao Ming was so supportive of the family and did not have the slightest hint of the arrogance of genius towards his clanmates, that made Xiao Shan had always looked up to Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was 10 years younger than him and still a minor, he had always treated him with respect and tried to follow his example. Speaking of talent, Xiao Shan somehow thought of Xiao Yan. Only to see him sigh and say, Xiao Yu's talent is certainly good, but she is still no match for Xiao Yan, except that Xiao Yan, sigh, it's a pity. Xiao Yan was the second genius of the Xiao family after Xiao Ming, and although Xiao Shan did not have much contact with him, he paid some attention to him, but well, now that his realm had receded, he had become the #1 waste of the Xiao family. When Xiao Yan's talent had receded, Xiao Zhan had even relied on Xiao Shan to carry a letter to Xiao Ming. What happened next was that Xiao Ming gave him a 4th-tier pill recipe to give to a 4th-tier alchemist to solve the problem. The pill recipe was also passed to the Xiao family through his hands. The result was not satisfactory. The 4th-tier pill recipe was spent in vain, as pill recipes could only be manufactured by a 4th-tier alchemist or above, and an ordinary 4th-tier alchemist would take years to make a copy of a recipe, so 4th-tier pill recipes were ridiculously expensive. This kind of valuable item went down the drain, which naturally aroused the discontent of others. In the end, Xiao Zhan was scolded by the other elders. Xiao Yan, Xiao Ming muttered under his breath, the 4th-tier pill recipe being useless was something he had expected. Yao Lao is a Do venerate soul, he is not someone who can be found by a 4th-tier alchemist of the Jia Ma Empire. He shook his head and directly skipped this topic. Xiao Ming then chatted with Xiao Shan about other matters. To the side, Xue Tian just drank tea in silence, looking a bit reserved. Only after chatting for a while did Ziyan, who had left, return, and next to her came First Elder Su Qian. First Elder Su Qian wore a black robe, with a white beard and white hair, and his eyes were clear, cold, and indifferent. The first thing he said when he saw Xiao Ming was, "Are you leaving the inner academy to return to the Jiama Empire?" Chapter 86. That's right. After inviting First Elder Su Qian to sit down and make him a cup of tea, Xiao Ming slowly said. "It's been more than 8 years since I left the clan to pursue my studies, it's time to go back and take a look. I had planned to come to see you in the evening to inform you about this." After taking the cup and taking a slow sip, Su Qian, the first elder, touched his chin. "It's been more than 8 years, so it's about time for you to go back and take a look. Ziyan said she wanted to go back with you. She said you had already accepted, is that right?" "Yes, I have accepted. I will keep a good eye on her. I wonder what First Elder thinks." Beside him, Ziyan heard Xiao Ming ask this, and quickly looked at Su Qian expectantly. Su Qian smiled, patted Ziyan's little head, and laughed. "I like the way you do things, I agree with this. In fact, it's not good for Ziyan to stay in the inner academy all the time." He he. Hearing Su Qian agreed, Ziyan laughed merrily, and when she saw that everyone was looking at her, she hurriedly put on a straight face and pretended that nothing had happened. "Are you really that eager to go out?" Looking at Ziyan's antics, Su Qian couldn't help but laugh, then turned his head to Xiao Ming and asked. "Has the time already been set?" "Tomorrow." "So soon, have you talked to old Hui yet?" Su Qian was a little surprised. "I haven't told him yet, I'll inform him when I go to the outer academy tomorrow." Xiao Ming shook his head. He hadn't gone to his master's house for a few days, his master naturally didn't know. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already made arrangements, Su Qian had no intention of saying anything else, he just hummed in agreement. Then he asked again, "It's a very long way back to the Jiama Empire, do you need to borrow the flying magic beast from the inner academy?" When talking about flying magic beasts, Su Qian's eyes looked at Xue Tian for a moment. When the first elder looked at him like this, Xue Tian shrank back a little fearfully. In his perception, the strength of the elder in front of him was unfathomable, and he feared that he had the strength of a 7th-rank magical beast. Seeing Xue Tian's movement, the first elder was a little surprised in his heart. This snow sky demon ape's perception was still quite sharp. "I was about to mention this to you, First Elder, the trip back to the Jiama Empire is too long. I still have 2 clanmates in the outer academy who will be returning with me this time, so I would like to borrow the academy's griffin beast for a while." "Well, when you leave tomorrow, you can talk to the people at the flight station." Su Qian, who had originally planned to give Xiao Ming a flying magical beast, nodded. After the formal talk, there was nothing more to say next, and after drinking tea for a while, the first elder Su Qian left the place. Xiao Shan also left the place in succession. Ziyan, who had occupied a room when Xiao Ming moved to this place arguing that she could approach him at any time to refine pills, did not leave. In the meeting room, after looking at the silent Xue Tian, Xiao Ming pointed to the empty room next to him. "You will stay there tonight, there is bedding there, clean yourself up later." Then he turned to Ziyan, who, without knowing when, had taken out the jade bottle containing core-quenching body milk and was pouring it into her mouth. "Drink less, if you drink too much, I won't take you if you can't get up tomorrow." Core-quenching body milk contained enormous energy, and to the magical beasts, drinking too much was the same as a person getting drunk and having to sleep to digest. "Then I won't drink it, I'll drink it later." Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan smacked her lips and said while strongly resisting the temptation. Seeing Ziyan's tender expression desperately holding back, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile and stroked her head. "Rest well, we'll leave early tomorrow." The next day, Xiao Ming got up early. After his morning exercise, Xiao Ming went to Xue Tian's room and knocked on the door. "Get up." Creaking, the door of the room opened to reveal a snow-white mane. It was none other than Xue Tian, who had put on a proper suit today, which was Xiao Shan's, as there was not much difference between the two figures. Seeing Xue Tian leave, Xiao Ming turned around and went to Ziyan's room and knocked on the door again. This time Xiao Ming got no answer, and after waiting for a while, Xiao Ming pushed the door of the room impatiently. The layout of the room was similar to his own, with simple wooden furniture, without any decorations. A wooden bed was placed inside the room, and when Xiao Ming approached the bed, he could not help but fill his head with black lines as he saw the scene before him. He saw Ziyan, who was neatly dressed, lying crookedly on the bed, with the quilt covering only her calves, with a relaxed expression and a small bottle of jade in her hand. Xiao Ming knew that jade bottle, it was the one containing core-quenching body milk. Xiao Ming took the jade bottle and shook it upside down, but nothing fell out. Apparently, there was not a single drop left. "I can't say I didn't expect it." In response, Xiao Ming merely sighed. Naturally, it went without saying that core-quenching body milk was a great temptation for magical beasts, let alone Ziyan, who was also a compulsive glutton. There was nothing to be surprised about when this situation occurred. Good thing Ziyan had drunk it before going to bed and hadn't changed her clothes, or else he would have had no choice but to leave her here. After lifting Ziyan by the waist, Xiao Ming left the room. During the process, Ziyan didn't struggle too much, but after her nose twitched, she rested her head on Xiao Ming's arms, with a smile on her face, as if she was sleeping a little more at ease. In the living room, Xiao Shan had also arrived and was sitting in a chair with Xue Tian waiting. They both looked at Ziyan's appearance and a touch of surprise appeared on their faces. What happened to her? She drank all the core-quenching body milk, so she won't wake up until noon 80% of the time. Xiao Ming explained. At these words, Xue Tian revealed a look of realization. The core-quenching body milk, if it was like that then it was not surprising. After all, the energy it contained was immense. However, to be able to digest the core-quenching body milk's energy in such a short time, he feared that this girl's bloodline was extraordinary, so it was best not to anger her in the future. Xue Tian's thoughts were unfamiliar to Xiao Ming, and when he saw that everyone had arrived he asked, "Are all your belongings packed to leave?" "It's all ready." Mainly Xiao Shan was the one who answered. Xue Tian had just become a human yesterday, even the clothes were given by them, and the core-quenching body milk he guarded was also gone. It could be said that he couldn't be poorer. Looking at Xue Tian's poor appearance, Xiao Ming shook his head, took out a storage ring, and threw it at him. He then charged Ziyan and left. Seeing this, the two quickly followed him. Beautiful fiery red wings appeared behind Xiao Ming. "Xue Tian, take my cousin with you and follow me." After saying these words, he flew towards the barrier. Xue Tian also had a pair of snow-white wings appear behind him and grabbed Xiao Shan who was beside him and subsequently followed Xiao Ming. After getting a griffin beast from the barrier elder, Xiao Ming and the others flew for over an hour on this magical flying beast before arriving at the outer academy. Jianan City, entrance to the flying station. "Hey, cousin Xiao Shan, we're here." The one who shouted was a beautiful woman dressed in a Jianan Academy outfit. The beautiful woman was equipped with a long sword at her waist, her figure was quite tall, and what stood out the most about her were her pair of long and beautiful legs. Next to her was a slender young man, also in uniform. At that moment, the way the young woman shouted attracted the attention of many people, and Xiao Shan was also attracted by the shout. Seeing that it was a member of his own clan, Xiao Shan stepped forward and came towards them quickly. "Cousin Xiao Yu. Cousin Xiao Hu." As they had just met yesterday, the three of them did not exchange many words, and after a brief chat, Xiao Yu looked behind Xiao Shan curiously. "Cousin Xiao Shan, where is cousin Xiao Ming? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Didn't you say he was coming back with us?" Chapter 87. Hearing this, Xiao Hu, who was next to Xiao Yu, also looked at Xiao Shan curiously. He had always been curious about Xiao Ming, who rarely mingled with others when he was in the Xiao family. After leaving the Xiao family for so many years, the only person in the entire Xiao family who knew him best was Xiao Shan, who had joined the Jianan Academy with him. He had only met Xiao Ming a couple of times before, and to put it mildly, it had actually been a long time since he had seen Xiao Ming. "Cousin Xiao Ming, he's gone to say goodbye to his master, let's go wait for him on the flying magical beast," Xiao Shan explained. When the flying magical beast was about to arrive at Jianan City, Xiao Ming walked away from the flying magic beast alone and headed to his master's residence. After all, the matter of picking up the others could be handled by Xiao Shan alone, there was no need for the two of them to go together. Hearing Xiao Shan's explanation, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu nodded their heads in bewilderment. They knew that Xiao Ming had a master at the Jianan Academy, but they didn't know exactly which tutor he was, mainly because they had never actively inquired about such things. "Alright, don't freeze here, hurry up and let's go." Xiao Shan turned around after walking 2 steps and found that both Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were still stuck in the same place, so he couldn't help but urge. "Let's go." Elder Hua's residence had not changed much, it was still the same small courtyard built entirely of bamboo. Looking at the small quiet courtyard in front of him, Xiao Ming pushed open the courtyard door and slowly walked towards the room door. Just as he was about to push it open, the room door was pushed open and a pretty face appeared in his eyes. "Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming looked at the surprised young woman and smiled, "Long time no see you, Hu Jia, why are you here with the master?" When Xiao Ming was looking for his master, Elder Hua, sometimes he also looked for Hu Jia, so over the years, they haven't had much of a connection between the two of them. "My grandfather asked me to deliver something to Grandpa Hua, I didn't expect you to come today. Speaking of which, it's been a few months since you've come to see me." Hu Jia pouted as she tossed her hair back coquettishly. In the intervening 6 years, Hu Jia's body had gradually grown, and at 14 years old and in her prime, this move had a different flavor. "Sorry, I've been quite busy." Xiao Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, cultivation at the Do King realm did take longer, putting aside everything else, he had not even gone to his master's house that often, let's not talk about it, it's good that you're here, you saved me the effort of looking for you specifically. Well, what's wrong? Hu Jia's eyes looked a little puzzled. I'm going back to the Jiama Empire. Hearing that, Hu Jia's brow furrowed, but she quickly relaxed as she softly asked, you're leaving today? Yes, I came this time to say goodbye to my master. When are you coming back? As short as 1 year and as long as 2 or 3 years, I'm not quite sure. Xiao Ming said quietly, although he had a general expectation in his heart, but with the life simulator, he knew that no matter how well he plans some things, there will be some omissions, as evidenced by the simulated life of the simulator that always had some unexpected events. After hearing these words, Hu Jia's expression was a bit gloomy and slightly self-deprecating. At first I thought, I even told you to wait for me at the inner academy, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye you had already graduated while I'm still at the Do practitioner realm. This, Xiao Ming didn't know how to take this comment, but good thing Hu Jia just laughed at herself, and then said, the Jia Ma Empire is not like Jia Nan Academy, there won't be anyone from the academy to help you if something happens. So you should be careful until you come back. If there were Jia Nan Academy students here right now, they would be surprised to see that the famous little witch of Jia Nan Academy cared so much about a fellow student. It should be known that as Hu Jia grew up, there were already quite a few people who had started flirting with her because they valued her status as the granddaughter of Jia Nan Academy's deputy headmaster and had the mentality to hang on to her status, but she had never put a good face on anyone, so now this scene, in stark contrast to the previous one, would naturally surprise people. I understand, it's dangerous outside, I'll act carefully. Xiao Ming laughed lightly. It's good that you understand, Hu Jia muttered and moved out of the way, I won't delay you anymore, go find Grandpa Hua, I still have to go back to my grandfather to let him know that I fulfilled his request. After saying that, Hu Jia walked past Xiao Ming to walk away into the distance. Looking at Hu Jia's back, Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, but still turned his head and entered the house. You're back. Inside the house, Elder Hua was still the same as before, nothing had changed, he was currently sitting on a reclining chair, and his eyes looked at Xiao Ming who had just entered. I heard the whole conversation you had with that Hu Jia girl just now, remember to keep yourself safe. That Xiao Ming would return to his family, Elder Hua had expected it. It could be said that he had been away for more than 8 years before Xiao Ming decided to return, which was already out of his expectations, but it was understandable when he thought about the fact that both of his parents had died. He had no say in whether Xiao Ming wanted to return. After all, young people always have to leave and go on their way, let alone return to his family, and he had taught his precious disciple everything he knew over the years. His disciple was also exceptionally competent and had been able to surpass him, so now he could only advise him to stay safe. Xiao Ming nodded silently, indicating that he would pay attention, and then took out another bottle of jade from his storage ring. Master, this is a zone-breaking pill, a small token of appreciation from your disciple. Seeing the jade bottle in Xiao Ming's hand, Elder Hua revealed a look of surprise. Zone-breaking pill. You've made rapid progress in your alchemy skills in these few months, you can already refine pills of this difficulty. In fact, Xiao Ming did not refine the zone-breaking pill, the zone-breaking pill in his hand he actually obtained from the simulator, but at his master's excitement, he smiled and handed the jade bottle to him without explaining anything. Since it's a token of appreciation, I won't refuse. Looking at his disciple, Elder Hua stroked his white beard. Since Xiao Ming could already refine the zone-breaking pill, there was no need for him to refuse his disciple's wishes. After receiving the pill, Elder Hua gave him some more advice, waved his hand, and let Xiao Ming leave. After leaving the small courtyard, Xiao Ming looked back toward the house before 2 wings appeared on his back and he rushed violently into the sky. Hearing the commotion in the small courtyard, Elder Hua inside the house sighed, he has grown up. Evidently, farewells were always sad. With Xiao Ming's speed, it wouldn't take long to fly from Elder Hua's residence to Jianan City. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming landed in front of Xiao Shan amidst countless envious and astonished looks. How is it, have you picked up the others? Ignoring the gazes coming from all sides, looking at Xiao Shan who was waiting alone beside the griffin beast, Xiao Ming asked. Done, everyone is inside. Xiao Shan pointed at the wooden house on the griffin beast and said, this griffin beast they borrowed had a wooden house, without it, staying on the back of the griffin beast all the time was fine for them, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu couldn't bear it. It's good that everyone is already here, let's go up together, it's time to go home. Chapter 88. On the griffin beast, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were sitting in their chairs when they noticed a tremor under their feet and a feeling of weightlessness. Having been on a griffin beast before, they understood that this was the griffin beast taking off. Since the griffin had taken off, it meant that Xiao Ming had arrived. As expected, a few seconds later, footsteps were heard at the door and a handsome young man dressed in white entered the room, followed by the tall Xiao Shan. Cousin Xiao Ming, cousin Xiao Shan. Seeing Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan enter, Xiao Hu and Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up and greeted, apparently still a little nervous. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu had long since learned from their cousin Xiao Shan that Xiao Ming's strength was now in the Do King realm, so even though they had a bloodline connection with Xiao Ming, they were still a little nervous. It was impossible for them not to be nervous, knowing that they were facing a Do King powerhouse. It was a realm that they couldn't even think of with their limited strength, so it was no wonder they were nervous. Especially since Xiao Ming had been out of the clan for over 8 years, to be honest, they weren't very familiar with him either. Cousin Xiao Yu, cousin Xiao Hu, long time no see. Seeing them, Xiao Ming showed a gentle smile. He had met both of them before, so it wasn't wrong to say that it had been a long time. He could see that the two of them looked a little nervous. Xiao Ming knew what was going on after thinking about it, and after smiling, he didn't say anything and just sat down at the table. After Xiao Shan sat down next to Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu looked at each other and sat back in their chairs. Xiao Ming looked around and then asked Xiao Shan, "Is Xue Tian in the room?" "Well, brother Xue Tian has returned to his room to cultivate." Hearing that Xue Tian was still in his room, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and checked that Xue Tian was indeed in his room, which couldn't help but make him nod in satisfaction. This time, he had actually left just to test Xue Tian to see if he would leave in his absence, and it seemed that Xue Tian did not have this in mind at the moment. If Xue Tian had run away, he would actually have had a way to chase him back, except that would not be good for either party, especially Xue Tian. It would probably be another severe beating, which would not be a pleasant experience by any stretch of the imagination. Although Xue Tian was taken in after being beaten to death, Xiao Ming still did not want to put too many restrictions on him as a slave master, even though Xue Tian called him master and treated himself as if he was in the position of a servant. Now, with his behavior, Xiao Ming thought that perhaps he might consider training Xue Tian, who was of little use to him but was extremely useful to the Xiao family. If he had Xue Tian in the Xiao family, he would prevent some dogs and cats from coming to mess with the Xiao family, and then they would ask him to intervene. After planning in his heart, Xiao Ming raised his head again and asked. "Ziyan didn't cause any trouble, did she?" "Just as you indicated to me, no one approached her while she was sleeping, so nothing happened." It's good that no one approached her. Although magical beasts are in a dormant state when they digest energy, it doesn't mean they don't perceive the outside world. If someone they are unfamiliar with approaches, under their self-instinctive protection, it can be dangerous. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Cousin Xiao Ming is still as handsome as when he was a child. As Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Yu, who was beside him, looked at his profile in a daze and thought secretly. Xiao Ming had had some moments of fame in the Xiao family since he was a child before his talent was exposed. His fame was based on his cute looks, as could be inferred from the fact that Xiao Yan, who was a star at the time, could recognize Xiao Ming, with whom he basically had little dealings. Although in this world where the strong are the most respected, being cute or not, it wasn't really too important, but children, well, sometimes they didn't pay that much attention, so Xiao Yu had seen scenes of Xiao Ming surrounded by some young children his age before. If it was now, I think with cousin Xiao Ming's looks, he is capable of driving women crazy. If that vixen Xue and I and the others saw him, they would surely be full of dirty talk again. Xiao Yu thought to herself, Xue and I was a classmate she knew at Jianan Academy who used to make risque comments. Cousin Xiao Yu doesn't seem to have changed much since she was a child. While Xiao Yu was thinking about all those scenes she used to see of Xiao Ming in the Xiao family, she suddenly heard Xiao Ming beside her strike up a conversation with her. Ah! Xiao Yu was startled when her reverie was suddenly interrupted, and seeing that it was Xiao Ming talking to her, she thought of what Xue and I and the girls would have said in her mind a moment ago and felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, and her white cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing this look on her face, Xiao Ming felt a little insecure and repeated what he had just said. This time Xiao Yu finally heard him clearly and coughed a little to adjust her emotions. How can it be? In fact, it's cousin Xiao Ming who is the same as before. You haven't changed at all in all these years. Hee, is that so? At those words, Xiao Ming laughed. Of course it's true. In my impression, cousin Xiao Ming has always been very gentle in dealing with people, and you are still the same as before, unlike some people who are arrogant and domineering just because they have some talent. Xiao Yu did not mention that she thought Xiao Ming was as handsome as when he was a child. Instead, she mentioned other points. Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan beside him nodded at her words. Xiao Ming did have a good temper and they had never seen him get angry or anything like that. This was something that Xiao Shan, who had been with Xiao Ming the longest, could confidently assure. Speaking of being arrogant and domineering with a bit of talent, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something and immediately spoke. Speaking of which, there is something I have to thank you for, cousin Xiao Ming. What is it? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was a bit puzzled. Do you still remember when you were young, you reminded me that there were snakes at the back of the mountain and that I should take a maid to the hot springs? Xiao Ming's expression was one of surprise, then he nodded and said, I remember, is it possible that you actually encountered snakes? You haven't been bitten, have you? Indeed, there is a kind of non-venomous snake in the back mountain that bites people very painfully. I have also encountered it. It's just that kind of snake is not common, and it's bad luck enough that you have encountered it, cousin Xiao Yu. Xiao Shan, at her side, resumed the story. Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, I didn't encounter a snake, but I did encounter a wolf. Ah, is there still a wolf at the back of the mountain? You must have seen it wrong. Xiao Shan's expression was confused. The back mountain was connected to the Xiao family's backyard. That there were non-poisonous snakes was already the limit. How could there be a wolf? Xiao Hu, who had not said much beside him, was also confused. It was really impossible for there to be wolves in the Xiao family's back mountain. Seeing the confused expression of Xiao Shan and the others, Xiao Yu knew that they had misunderstood and blamed herself for not making it clear, and immediately explained. It's a lecherous wolf. Xiao Shan and the others were not stupid, and when she said it that way, everyone understood. Are you trying to say that you met a pervert peeping into the hot spring? Xiao Ming said with a strange look on his face, as a name suddenly came to his mind. It can't be, can it? Who has the guts to be so bold? Xiao Shan to the side was a little shocked. The rules of the Xiao family were strict, and whoever dared to do so would be severely punished. There really was one, because I heard you say that there are snakes in the back mountain. I was spending some time with the maid to check the surroundings before preparing to bathe in the hot spring. It was at that moment that Xiao Yan burst in and was discovered by me. Hearing Xiao Ming says that, Xiao Yu hastened to explain. Xiao Yan. Hearing this name, Xiao Ming had little reaction, while Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan beside him reacted a little more, and said in disbelief. That pervert is Xiao Yan? No way, he's the clan head's son, there's no way he doesn't know the seriousness of such a matter. Humph, why wouldn't he? You guys haven't been in the clan for that long, but you don't know how infuriating that little bastard is. He used to have his nose pointed towards the sky just because he had some talent. Barging into the hot springs and saying something about him getting in by mistake, who would believe it? The displeasure and contempt in Xiao Yu's tone almost overflowed, and she seemed very hostile towards Xiao Yan. The reason for the quarrel between the two was probably Xiao Yan's appearance in the hot spring. Xiao Yu, being the Grand Elder's granddaughter and having good talent, had a personality that was not so much good-natured, but rather a bit spiteful, and Xiao Yan had always been remembered by her after provoking her like that. If one had to say who hated Xiao Yan the most in the Xiao family now, it was estimated that she might top the list. For Xiao Yan's arrogance said from Xiao Yu's mouth, everyone else was actually aware of it. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. Arrogance was a common problem of geniuses. Xiao Yan's previous talent in the Xiao family was the second best after Xiao Ming, and he was the son of the clan head, pampered by his two elder brothers. It was not uncommon for him to be arrogant to others. In a place like Jianan Academy, where geniuses gathered, they had seen many arrogant students, so now they could treat them normally. As long as one had the strength and talent, one could be as arrogant as one wanted. No one would say anything, others would at most insult you in their hearts, but on the surface, they would still treat you with respect. Of course, since you were arrogant, you had to have the strength to be arrogant all the time, otherwise, if in the process you offended someone you shouldn't, it would be a disaster. Others would take the opportunity to pour out all their previous grievances on you. Being the target of others' negative emotions is the consequence that had to be faced. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was very hostile towards Xiao Yan, Xiao Shan sighed. To be honest, he felt that there was still some truth in Xiao Yu's words. Whether Xiao Yan intended to enter the hot spring or not, it was still wrong to enter. Without the incident of entering the hot spring, there was no need for Xiao Yu to hate Xiao Yan so much and not even try to hide it from any of them. This could not help but cause his evaluation of Xiao Yan to begin to decline. Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Xiao Ming took the initiative to change the subject. It's good that my initial advice has served you well. That said, your current strength is a 7-star Do practitioner, right? Cultivate hard. If you can cultivate to the Do Master realm this year, I will give you a gift. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were instantly attracted by these words. Over the years Xiao Ming had sent many high-level Do techniques to the Xiao family, as well as some pills and so on. Now that he said he wanted to give a gift, it was definitely no ordinary thing. What kind of gift is it? Xiao Yu asked with some curiosity. Well, an item that I can't use. Stopping Xiao Shan, who wanted to talk beside him, Xiao Ming then said to Xiao Hu, who was beside him and had an envious expression, the same goes for you. If you can get into the inner academy this year, I will give you a gift too. Being from the same family, since they were both present, it was not good to treat them differently. Thank you, cousin. Xiao Hu, who was by his side, did not expect to have a share as well, so he replied with great joy. His face did not have the slightest intention of refusing. After all, Xiao Ming was a Do King powerhouse and an alchemist. Even if he gave him some random thing that was of no use to him, it would still be a treasure. Only someone with a hole in the head would refuse. Oh, no need to thank me, there are still about 20 days until we reach the clan, in the meantime, everyone cultivates well. In the next 20 days or so, the griffin beast continued to fly towards the Xiao Ming Empire, and flying over the borders of various empires, relying on the reputation of Jia Nan Academy and its own Do King level strength, Xiao Ming and the others arrived unharmed and without getting into any trouble. The border cities of the Xiao Ming Empire did not stop them either and let them leave without further ado. The only thing is that the information about Xiao Ming began to spread from the border cities to certain places. 20 days later. A flying magical beast flew over a city in the Xiao Ming Empire. In the griffin beast, Ziyan sat bored beside Xiao Ming. The day they left, Ziyan woke up and stayed in the griffin beast for more than 20 days, the others were fine, Ziyan really felt like she was dying of boredom. Xiao Ming, I'm so bored. If you are bored, go cultivate. Next to her, Xiao Ming sat on a chair, holding a book in his hands, and said slowly. But ordinary cultivation is too slow, why don't we go together to look for medicinal herbs? I feel that there are many precious medicinal herbs nearby, and when we find them, we will have half each. Hearing this, Xiao Ming put down the book in his hand, looked at Ziyan's expectant little face and said wordlessly. Looking for medicinal herbs? You're trying to steal medicinal herbs, aren't you? Ziyan's talent for sensing medicinal herbs had come through the simulator a long time ago, and after going through many places these days, he had actually sensed quite a few good things. However, most of those things were the treasures of certain powers. How did Xiao Ming know that most of them were the treasures of certain powers? This was because Ziyan had started saying that she was bored early on, and seeing her pitiful look, Xiao Ming had agreed to accompany her out once. Unexpectedly, every time Ziyan pointed somewhere, it was a heavily guarded building with the aura of a powerful person. At that moment, Xiao Ming was startled, grabbed Ziyan, and ran out, fearing that Ziyan would sneak in when he was not paying attention and be discovered. He just wanted to go home in peace and quiet, he didn't want to be chased. Humph, why are you afraid of those people? Many of them are not as strong as you. Ziyan's little face frowned with dissatisfaction. I'm not afraid of them, it's just that there's no need to cause trouble, we should reach our destination very soon, don't you want herbs? Here, this is for you. Seeing Ziyan's unhappy look, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly and took out a red fruit from his storage ring and handed it to Ziyan. It's a vermilion fruit. When she saw the fruit, Ziyan's eyes lit up and the unhappy look on her face instantly disappeared. The vermilion fruit was a rare medicinal herb with a good taste, she had been longing for this fruit for a long time before, but Xiao Ming had not given it to her. The sweet taste with a special aroma stimulated her taste buds, and Ziyan murmured, delicious, as she ate it. Rubbing Ziyan's hair, Xiao Ming walked out of the room. Outside the room was the place where he had chatted with Xiao Yu and the others last time, which could hardly be called the living room. At this moment, Xiao Shan was standing by the living room window, looking into the distance. Xiao Ming came to his side and asked, how long until we reach Wutan City? Hearing this, Xiao Shan took out a map and said after comparing it. We just passed through Yen City, with the speed of the griffin beast, we should arrive in 20 minutes. Oh, we're finally almost there, go talk to Xiao Yu and the others. Okay. After looking at Xiao Shan's departing back, Xiao Ming turned his head to look out the window and muttered. Counting down the time, today must be the day the Xiao family tests the clan members' Do Qi. He had performed some life simulations in the past few days and had obtained hundreds of thousands of gold coins. There wasn't much to say about the items, but one of the simulations mentioned that today was the time when the clan's Do Qi test would be conducted. The Xiao clan of Wutan City, the square of the Do Qi test magic stone monument. Young boys and girls crowded together, and from time to time a young man whose name was called would run to the central stage to test his Do Qi. Next to the test magic stone tablet, there was a middle-aged man who was in charge of announcing the information that appeared on the tablet. Xiao Yun, Do Disciple, 6-star, level, intermediate. Chapter 89. Xiao Ling, Do Disciple, 6-star. Level, intermediate. Xiao Mei, Do Disciple, 7-star. Level, high. Xiao Ning, Do Disciple, 8-star. Level, high. The huge stone training ground was filled with more than 100 young men, and a clamor of voices rose to the sky. On the high platform to the left of the training ground, there were some members of the Xiao family seated, and in the center were the clan head Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders, as well as some important figures. Looking at the energetic boys and girls on the stage, the Grand Elder had a smile of happiness on his face, especially after seeing his grandson Xiao Ning. He could not hide the smile on his face. After laughing for a while, the Grand Elder suddenly said to Xiao Zhan, who was beside him. Our clan has become quite strong since Xiao Ming sent back those Qi methods and Do techniques. There are also very good seeds, don't you think, Xiao Zhan? Humph. Xiao Zhan, the Xiao family clan head who stood beside him, coldly snorted without saying anything. Ever since Xiao Ming had asked Xiao Shan to send them some high-level techniques and pills, the Xiao family's strength had increased tremendously, and several Do grandmasters had emerged in the clan. Last year, Xiao Shan even returned once, and by then he was already a Do spirit, directly intimidating the big and small families in Wutan City. It could be said that the Xiao family at this time was now the supreme lord of Wutan City, and in this sense, the Grand Elder was right. However, he knew that the Grand Elder did not have good intentions, and there was something in his words. By saying that there were many good seeds, he was only trying to praise his grandson Xiao Ning and mock his son Xiao Yan. Although he intended to reprimand him, the Grand Elder was so insidious that he did not name his son directly, so Xiao Zhan could only pretend that he had not heard him. Seeing that Xiao Zhan ignored him, the Grand Elder laughed and no longer teased him, who made him in a good mood today. Xiao Ning had already reached 8-star Do disciple and could now be sent to Jianan Academy to study. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan there, he should be able to grow even faster, and might be able to surpass him and become a Do spirit powerhouse very soon. Add to that a Xiao Yu who was already at Jianan Academy, all of his grandchildren had a good future, so he couldn't help but feel happy. Just because the Grand Elder didn't want to tease, didn't mean the others didn't. The second elder, who wore a black robe, stroked his beard and said slowly. Speaking of good seeds, the second genius of our Xiao family, Xiao Yan, has spent a lot of the family money, but has he been cured or not? What do you mean by that? The second elder named his son, causing Xiao Zhan's face to turn cold. What do I mean? The meaning is very simple. Even if I tell you to stop treating him, it's a waste of time. The previous year, you privately asked Xiao Ming for a 4th-tier pill recipe on behalf of the family to find a 4th-tier alchemist, but the result was that it was useless and the pill recipe was wasted. If we had exchanged it for resources, the family would have produced many more experts, and you waste it like this. Shame on you. At the end of his speech, the second elder's expression was a little bitter, obviously a bit resentful that a high-level pill recipe was wasted. Heh, don't forget who the clan head is. As clan head, I have the right to write to all clan members on behalf of the clan, and I'm also authorized to use the clan's resources in a reasonable manner. Since Xiao Ming had Xiao Shan bring the pill recipe to us, then I can use it. Xiao Zhan. The Xiao clan is not just your Xiao clan, and since you're writing on behalf of the clan, those things should belong to the clan, not be your personal belongings. You. Just as the dispute in the stands tended to expand a bit, a voice came from the center of the training ground. Next, Xiao Yan. Hearing this voice, Xiao Zhan's face was stunned and he turned to look at the young man standing at the edge of the training ground. The elders on the sides also revealed slightly mocking smiles as they looked towards the center of the training ground. After hearing this name, the boys and girls in the training ground also looked at the figure at the edge of the training ground, with a smile on their faces as if they were watching a show. Let's see if our great genius is still in a 3-star Do disciple. Genius? Come on, just call him waste. Hey, keep your voice down, don't let the clan head hear you, or he'll punish you. Hee, what are you afraid of? My father made his way to the Do Grandmaster last year, and I'm just telling the truth, there's no reason for him to punish me. As he passed through the crowd, piercing sounds were heard all around him, causing Xiao Yan to clench his palms and his entire face became expressionless. Arriving next to the magic stone tablet, he extended his own right palm and pressed it firmly against it as the Do Chi in his body gushed out. Do Disciple, 3-star. Looking at the 4 large characters that shone so brightly that they were even a little blinding, Xiao Yan had a hint of self-deprecation at the corner of his lips, and his tightly clenched palm caused the slightly sharp nails to dig deep into his palm due to the strong force, causing a burst of pain. Xiao Yan, Do Disciple, 3-star. Level, low. A middle-aged man beside the magic stone tablet glanced at the information displayed on the tablet and announced it with an indifferent tone. The middle-aged man's words had just sounded and, as expected, a commotion filled with derision erupted in the crowded square. 3-star. Hee, as expected, this genius got stuck again this year. AI, this waste has really disgraced the clan. If it wasn't because the clan head is his father, this kind of waste would have been kicked out of the clan and left to his own devices. How could he have a chance to stay in the clan and eat and drink for nothing? Sigh, that genius guy who was known in Wutan City in the past, how come he has fallen into such a state now? Who knows, maybe he did something wrong and provoked the gods who brought down their wrath. On the stage, Xiao Zhan saw his son being ridiculed and a touch of pain appeared on his face. On the stage, the scornful jeers and pitiful sighs coming from the surroundings fell on Xiao Yan's ears, which were like a wooden stake that remained in place, feeling as if a sharp thorn was being driven hard into his heart, causing his breathing to sharpen slightly. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and tender face. His coal-black eyes swept over the mocking companions around him, and the self-deprecation at the corner of his mouth seemed to have become even more bitter. These people, why are they so cruel and haughty? Maybe it's because 3 years ago they showed the humblest smile in front of me, so now, they seek to balance their mental stability. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan turned around dejectedly and silently returned to the end of the line. Next, Xiao. Wait, what's that? Before the middle-aged man could finish his call, he was interrupted by the shriek of a young man pointing toward a direction in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and in the sky, a huge black shadow was heading their way. The speed of the black shadow was very fast, and soon some people with good eyesight could see it clearly. It seems to be a magical beast. Yes, it's a flying magic beast with wooden huts on it. It must be a flying magical beast of some great power. That's the flying magical beast of Jianan Academy. I saw it once during admissions. Jianan Academy? How did they appear in Wutan City, if it's not the admission date yet? There was a commotion among the crowd, and before they could understand, the flying magic beast in the sky reached the sky above the stone training ground and hovered in the air, its wings flapping, the wind surging, shaking the figures of some Xiao clan people below to the point of almost falling to the ground. The movement of the flying beast caused some commotion, but the people on board seemed to realize the situation and made the magical beast fly a little higher, so that no one would be hurt. On the bleachers, Xiao Zhan and some elders who were already standing nervously were relieved to see this scene, and were about to step forward to ask the other party the reason for their visit when they heard a girl's voice coming from the sky. Xiao Ming, is this your clan? Why do your clan members look so weak? Chapter 90. On top of the griffin beast, Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile when he heard Ziyan's words beside him and said. Although Wutan City has a large population, that is only because of the convenience of being close to the Magic Beast mountain range. Although the Xiao family is the supreme lord of Wutan City, it is still only a small family. Of course, there are not many strong people. After saying that, Xiao Ming softly said to Xiao Shan, who was a little excited to go home, Xiao Shan, find a place to control the griffin beast to descend. Don't be as careless as you were just now, remember to be careful. Xiao Shan, who was standing by the griffin's reins, smiled awkwardly. Indeed, he had made a mistake just now, forgetting that his family's strength was inferior to that of the Jianan Academy students, so he had not controlled the altitude properly. After answering in the affirmative, Xiao Shan began to look for a place to land. Xiao Ming. Could it be Xiao Ming who is on the Jianan Academy's flying magic beast? Above the grandstand, Xiao Zhan and the other high-level family members showed a thoughtful look on their faces, then a look of surprise, and finally a clear joy. If it was Xiao Ming who had returned from the Jianan Academy, then the Xiao clan could move to the next level. Even Xiao Zhan, who had just been in a bad mood because the clan members had made fun of Xiao Yan, had a smile on his face. This was because he could ask Xiao Ming to treat his son now that he was back. Because they were so engrossed in the possibility of Xiao Ming returning to the clan, they simply ignored the last half of Ziyan's sentence that they were too weak. The delighted Xiao Zhan was about to instruct the boys and girls in the square to make room for them when the grand elder beside him shouted excitedly. Quickly, make room for the flying magic beast to land. Hearing the Grand Elder's command, the crowd below quickly moved away from the central area where the magic stone tablet is located. In fact, there was no need to do so, the testing ground was large enough and there were empty spaces further away. After taking a glance down, Xiao Shan gave up his plan to fly the griffin to the side and instead, directly controlled it to slowly land next to magic stone tablet. When the flying beast landed, the violent winds blew again, but since the crowd was far enough away after the lesson learned earlier, no more people were shaken. The air currents slowly weakened until they disappeared, and the griffin beast finally landed in front of the crowd of the Xiao family, with its huge bird-like face staring at the nearest members. This scene directly caused many of the young Xiao family members to make a horrified face and retreat a few steps back from the not-so-short distance. On the training ground were not only the young teenagers who had not known the world, above the bleachers were murmuring the older members of the Xiao family. Is that Jianan Academy's flying magical beast? That aura is as strong as the clan heads, right? It's worthy of the Jianan Academy. Alas, if our clan had a flying magic beast, it would save us a lot of trouble. What are you thinking about? This level of flying magic beast is not something we can have. Ahem, stop, the people on the flying beast are descending, let's take a look. Xiao Zhan interrupted the meaningless conversation and led the way, several elders followed closely behind, and the others immediately followed after glancing at each other. On the back of the griffin beast, sensing that it had stopped, Xiao Ming said to the few people beside him, "It has stopped, let's go." After saying this, he pulled Ziyan and went out. As they got out, Xiao Ming and Ziyan were immediately spotted by the people waiting around. There are people coming out of the flying magic beast. Who is that young man holding a little girl in white? I don't know, but he's so handsome. There's someone behind him, it's cousin Xiao Yu. The skinny young man behind Xiao Yu is cousin Xiao Hu. Cousin Xiao Shan is also there. Since Xiao Ming had been away from the Xiao family for too long and was too young, it was not surprising that not many people recognized him for a while, and only a few people looked at his somewhat familiar face and made some guesses in their hearts. With the appearance of Xiao Yu and the others, these people felt more and more in their hearts that their guesses were correct. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming, you're really back. Finally, just as the clan members were speaking, a loud laughter came from the back of the crowd, naming Xiao Ming's identity. With that, the crowd parted and a group of high-ranking clan members came to stand in front of Xiao Ming, each with unmistakable joy on their faces. What, that's Xiao Ming, the #1 hero of our Xiao family. It's been years since I've seen him, I didn't even recognize him. Huh, I guessed it a long time ago, Xiao Ming is still as handsome as when he was a kid. Huh, the return of the strongest person in our Xiao family is a great joy, we will definitely organize a banquet and have a good time tonight. Cousin Xiao Ming should be able to stay in the family for quite a long time this time he came back, it's only a little over a year until his 16-year coming-of-age ceremony. All the surrounding Xiao family members understood Xiao Ming's identity because of that earlier shout, and then they also revealed happy smiles. The significance of Xiao Ming's return to the Xiao family was extraordinary, and Xiao Ming had also sent many things to the family, cultivated the second strongest person in the family, Xiao Shan, and the family had become the supreme lord of Wu-Ten City as a result. Therefore, his reputation was very high in the Xiao family, especially in the hearts of the young people, this cousin who had left home to pursue his studies since he was a child, and almost had a godlike divine ability, so when everyone mentioned the name Xiao Ming, their voices became a little more respectful. Grandfather. Xiao Yu, who was next to Xiao Ming, greeted the grand elder with a smile after seeing him, while Xiao Ming and the others greeted Xiao Zhan, who was at the head of the group. Clan head, elders. I disturbed you just now while you were doing the Do-Chi test, why don't you continue? No problem, it's no trouble at all, the test will be conducted later anyway. The second elder beside Xiao Zhan stroked his beard and said with a smile, indeed, they were disturbed, but not many people here would care about such things compared to Xiao Ming's return. Xiao Zhan, who was about to reply beside him, sighed and was speechless, these old farts always stole his word in front of Xiao Ming, it was like this before and it was like this now. Outside the edge of the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was alone, looked at Xiao Ming, who had a kind smile in the middle of the crowd, with a complicated look. The treatment of Xiao Ming, who was surrounded at this moment, was in stark contrast to what he had experienced before, which could not help but cause a hint of self-deprecation to appear at the corner of his lips. He knew that before his talent disappeared, he had also had this kind of treatment of being surrounded by everyone. However, after his Do-Chi disappeared, he was immediately despised by everyone in the family except his brothers and father, while those clan members who had been eager to please him when he was a child were all ruthless with their words, which was really. Xiao Yan shook his head in despair, in fact, he understood why Xiao Ming was so popular, because Xiao Ming had really made many contributions to the family in addition to his talent, so he fears that in the Xiao family, even his father, the clan head, was not as prestigious as him. Chapter 91. Today, the Xiao family is pretty lively, and the normally spacious and empty hall is full of Xiao family members. The center seat was occupied by the most powerful people in the family. The grand elder was sitting in his chair, his old face full of creases due to a smile. It's really thanks to you that the family has grown rapidly over the years. When you were younger, we thought you would be a great man with a great future, now it seems we were right about you, ha ha ha. The development of the clan is the result of the joint efforts of the clan members, I have only contributed with some help within my ability, that's all. Sitting back in his chair, Xiao Ming smiled faintly and said. Most of the things he had given to the Xiao family were of no use to him. It was the result of the Xiao family's efforts that they had grown to their current scale, if the Xiao family did not make effort, everything he had given them would be in vain. Of course, Xiao Ming thought so, but other members of the clan would not think so, after all, over the years, Xiao Ming sent out hundreds of Xian class Do techniques and Qi methods, including many high-level Xian class Do techniques of a full range of attributes. Prior to this, the most advanced Qi methods and Do techniques of the Xiao family were only at the intermediate level, Xian class. And due to confidentiality, only the clan head could practice them, and if the attributes of the clan head did not match, maybe no one could practice them, which was really tragic. Apart from the techniques, there are also some pills. Although these pills are just the usual Xiao Ming practice pills on medicinal formulas, their effectiveness is not much worse, thanks to them, the current Xiao family has another 7 Do grandmasters. The number of Do grandmasters in the family was the highest in Wu-Ten City. Therefore, the clan members just thought Xiao Ming was humble and praised him one after another. After all these years, Xiao Ming is still as humble as before. No arrogance, no impatience, and good manners. Xiao Ming's outstanding appearance, coupled with his status as the strongest member of the family and his nonchalant personality, charmed some of the female family members to the point of giddiness, and pairs of beautiful eyes faintly lit up as they approached his side. Xiao Ming smiled faintly at the various compliments and fiery eyes of the female members, but he did not take them seriously. After all, he had heard the same compliments since he was a child, and had long since learned to treat it normally. When the praise from the crowd died down a bit, clan head Xiao Zhan also smiled and said, "The contributions you have made to the clan over the years are obvious to everyone, so, in order for you to be remembered in recognition of your merits, your name has long been recorded in the clan's merit book." Oh. At these words, Xiao Ming let out a somewhat surprising sound. The merit book was a list established by the Xiao family to honor some of the family members who had made significant contributions to the family, and the last member of the Xiao family to enter the merit book was the former clan head, Xiao Lin. For the sake of family cohesion, basically, all families will have something similar. Xiao Ming had not expected to have his name on it so soon, mainly because he had not thought of it that way, as the clan members who were in the merit book were basically dead now, and he was just a teenager. Xiao Zhan is right, in addition to going in the clan's merit book, the clan has also established the position of Supreme Elder for you. From now on you will be the Supreme Elder of the family, and your position in the family will be above us elders. The normally grumpy third elder stroked his grey beard and said pleasantly. With Xiao Ming's current strength and the contributions he had made to the family, the status of an ordinary clan member had long since been unsuitable, and after several discussions in the Xiao family, the position of Supreme Elder was created. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that Xiao Ming was too young and the original clan head, Xiao Zhan, had not committed any major misdeeds over the years, they would have wanted Xiao Ming to hold the position of clan head. After all, only the strongest could take the clan further, and Xiao Zhan was no longer the strongest in the clan or even the second strongest, but only the third strongest. The head clan position was also not passed down from one lineage to another, those with strength and prestige could compete when the old clan head left the position. Xiao Zhan succeeded at that time by virtue of his strength as well as the prestige left by the old clan head, Xiao Lin. Of course, even if they wanted Xiao Ming to take over the clan head position, Xiao Ming would have waved his hand and said no. He didn't have that much time to stay in the clan, and being able to give the Xiao family some help was already the limit. The Xiao family had probably guessed a bit what he was thinking. A capable young man would definitely want to go out and make a name for himself, and no one really suggested that Xiao Zhan should resign and let Xiao Ming take over. Xiao Ming pondered for a long time about the position of Supreme Elder, and feeling that there was no problem with him holding such a position, he finally nodded to the Xiao family who were looking at him anxiously. "Since it is the clan's decision, I will take this position for the time being, but this position shouldn't need to manage too many things, right?" Seeing that Xiao Ming had accepted the position, the Grand Elder also breathed a sigh of relief. He really feared that Xiao Ming would turn it down because after all the contributions Xiao Ming had made, the Xiao family had nothing to reward him with. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Ming was richer than the entire Xiao family, and for the Xiao family, they only had a few honorary positions within the clan that could be given to him. The relieved Grand Elder said with a smile, "The Supreme Elder can decide whether to handle things or not, depending on what you think." In response, Xiao Ming, of course, said that he did not want to handle things. After chatting for a few more minutes, Xiao Zhan suddenly asked curiously. "We've been chatting for so long that I forgot to ask you the names of the friends around you. I wonder if you can introduce them." "Oh, I forgot to introduce them. The girl in white on the left is a good friend I have made for many years at Jianan Academy, Ziyan. Her strength is at the Do King realm." Ziyan, who was being introduced, raised her eyes for a moment upon hearing the words and quickly lowered them again. It seemed that she had no interest in the people of the Xiao family. Xiao Ming, who was standing next to her, saw this expression on her face and knew that she would not be able to sit still again, so he could not help but smile helplessly and continued speaking to the crowd. "This white-haired young man on the right, well, he is also a Do King realm powerhouse, you can call him Shui Tian. HSS. Naturally, no one doubted Xiao Ming's words, so when he finished his introduction, a cold air-sucking sound continuously resounded inside the hall. All the members of the Xiao family were shaken to the core. They had lived for many years, but this was the first time they had seen so many strong people gathered in the Xiao family. Moreover, these two Do Kings were very young, and the girl looked even younger than Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming already knew that there would be this kind of reaction from the clan. After all, in the Jiama Empire, there were not many Do King powerhouses. The reason why Xiao Ming had chosen to reveal Ziyan and Shui Tian's strength was actually to prevent certain members of the Xiao family from not having eyes. If they offended Ziyan and Shui Tian in these few days, even if they give him face and save their lives, he feared that they would have to lie down for 10 days to half a month. It should be known that Ziyan and Shui Tian were magical beasts, and they would not care about such weak humans in their eyes. While Xiao Ming was talking to his clan, the news of their return spread quickly in Wutan City, and the matter was discussed in the streets and alleys. A middle-aged man on the street pulled a person he knew well and mysteriously asked, "Hey, old Wang, do you know?" "Know what?" asked old Wang curiously. "The genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming, is back." "What, you mean that young and powerful Do King, Xiao Ming, who left the Xiao family years ago? He's back. When did that happen?" He, just today. You should have seen the flying magical beast that hovered over Wutan City today. That's the flying magical beast that brought him." TSK, flying magic beasts, a lot of money, worthy of being a Do King powerhouse. I heard that he is only a teenager this year. As long as he does not fall in the future, he will definitely have a great future. That said, how do you know? It's because my uncle's younger brother is working as a guard for the Xiao family. He said it has become a craze in the Xiao family. I didn't expect you and the Xiao family to have a connection. Then you can ask your relative who works as a guard for the Xiao family to help me. Is the Xiao family still looking for guards? No matter whether they give money or not, what I like the most is the profession. In the spacious hall of the Jia Lai family, the slightly darkened interior was as crowded as the Xiao family. At the head, the clan leader, Jia Lai Bai, spoke with a slightly somber face. Is the news confirmed? Is he really the one who has returned? A young man in the attire of the Jia Lai family replied. It has been confirmed, it is indeed Xiao Ming who has returned, and together with him, there is also the powerful Do spirit who shocked our clan last year, Xiao Shan. This matter is already known to everyone in Wutan City. Hearing these words, a commotion broke out among the Jia Lai family in the hall. Jia Lai Bai banged the table with a grim expression, and the sturdy wooden table instantly broke into pieces. Damn it! All these years our family has been crushed by the Xiao family, and now that Xiao Ming of the Xiao family has returned, what should we do? Is it possible that we have to bow down and surrender? The Jia Lai family, like the Xiao family, ran a market business and considered themselves rivals, so there was often some friction. The last time they clashed, they encountered Xiao Shan, who had returned home, and the Jia Lai family's market was directly raided by Xiao Shan with his clan members. The clash caused huge losses to the Jia Lai family, and afterwards, the Jia Lai family's territory was devoured by the Xiao family step by step. Due to the fact that the Xiao family was much stronger than them, the Jia Lai family could only endure it, and by now, their family's market share had fallen by half. No one responded to Jia Lai Bai's roar. After a brief silence, the young clan member who had responded to Jia Lai Bai said cautiously. Clan leader, why don't we submit to the Xiao family? We might even get a respite. The Xiao family will hold a family banquet tonight, so we can pay a visit to hear what they say. Otherwise, if things continue like this, our family will be bankrupt. Jia Lai Bai snorted coldly and said. Can we get those market shares back by submitting? Would you stop talking bullshit? I should have sent someone to assassinate that Xiao Ming in the first place. The family's market business can no longer stand on its own. Go find some premises and get ready to open a casino. Hearing this, the Jia Lai family people looked at each other. This was a case of not being able to compete with the Xiao family and planning to compete with the Aoba family. They knew that the casino business in Wutan City had always been controlled by the Aoba family. For the Jia Lai family, this was still a new area. However, this decision was met with the approval of many people. It was better to compete with the Aoba family than with the Xiao family. Competing with the Xiao family, in case they angered Xiao Ming of the Xiao family and he decided to raise his hand and slap them, it was estimated that their family would cease to exist. Wait, although the transformation of the family industry is important, we must also visit the Xiao family in the evening. We have had a lot of conflicts in the past. Let's explore the situation tonight. First, prepare good gifts. I need them for the night. Yes. One of the three major big clans of Wutan City, the Aoba family, was experiencing the same scene right now. Quickly prepare a good gift. I want to visit the Xiao family for the night. Not only these two clans, but the other small clans in Wutan City had also prepared good gifts and began to send greetings to the Xiao family. Mitre Auction House. Inside the glorious auction house, a beautiful woman in a red dress asked the maid beside her with a delicate and charming voice that numbed the bones. Is it really that genius of the Xiao family who has returned? Miss Yafei, the news is accurate. The maid beside her bowed her head in response. Very well, go down first. Yafei's lazy voice rang out. Yes. After seeing the maid go down, Yafei smiled at an elder beside her and said. Master Gu and I, this Xiao family is really lucky to have two geniuses in a row, and even though one has fallen, there is another one who is even more terrifying. A teenage Do King. Speaking of which, Yafei's tone was filled with emotion, and her heart was filled with envy. if she had this kind of cultivation talent, wouldn't she be able to control her own destiny? The elder Yafei was talking to had a red face, and even though the green robe seemed ordinary, there were slivers of light surging across it. Obviously, this robe had some kind of a monster core implanted into it. On the elder's commonplace face was an ever-present arrogance that was difficult to hide. However, this arrogance quickly disappeared when the elder responded to her. Only to see him reply with a bitter smile, "The Xiao family is really lucky. This Xiao Ming, in addition to his outstanding cultivation talent, is also a high-tier alchemist. These years the Xiao family members have taken many medicinal pills, and to think that I am only a second-tier alchemist." The other side, sigh. Speaking of the other side, he sighed and simply stopped talking. Apparently, the mention of Xiao Ming made him feel like a loser. After the two were silent for a while, Yafei spoke up and said, "Tonight, I want to pay a visit to the Xiao family and meet that legendary Xiao Ming. I wonder if Master Gu and I is interested in accompanying me. Yes, I would like to see how far this genius Xiao Ming has come, and how high is his alchemist tier now." In the backyard of the Xiao family, in a small secluded courtyard, a young girl who possessed a cold and ethereal aura, as if she was a lotus in its first bloom, casually asked the air beside her. "Old Ling, what is happening today in the Xiao family that is really so lively?" After the young girl's question fell, a black-robed figure silently appeared in front of her and respectfully replied, "Miss, it's because Xiao Ming, who has been away from the Xiao clan for 8 years, has returned." Chapter 92. Xiao Ming. Hearing that name, the young girl was obviously a little surprised. So he's the one who has returned from the Jianan Academy. No wonder the Xiao clan is so lively today. As someone who had been sent to the Xiao family by the Gu clan to steal the Tushi ancient god's jade, Gu Suna knew the development of the Xiao family like the back of her hand over the years. Throughout these years, she had toured almost all the hidden corners and important places of the Xiao clan. Apart from the Tushi ancient god's jade, which she had never found, she knows all the treasures of the Xiao family, and can easily detect any additional items. She had even sneaked into the most guarded Do technique hall of the Xiao family many times, and knew more about the added Do techniques than even ordinary members of the Xiao family. All those things were given to the Xiao family by Xiao Ming, and now that Xiao Ming had returned, to show the importance they attached to it, the Xiao family would, of course, give a fine reception banquet to celebrate the occasion. A year ago, the Xiao family claimed that he had broken through the Do King realm. Elder Ling, is this true or not? It was no wonder Gu Sun'er's heart was doubtful. Such a young Do King was truly mind-boggling, especially in a small place like the Jiama Empire. The probability of a genius of this level appearing was too low. Gu Sun'er was fine, at least she had a much broader view, so she could still believe in this matter, so she only asked to make sure. Some of the people of Jiama Empire, when they heard about a teenage Do King, they just took it as a rumor, because it was really beyond their knowledge, too difficult to accept. Faced with her mistress's question, Ling Ying's voice was respectful as he replied. His aura is not deliberately hidden, he is indeed at the Do King realm, but the exact stage is difficult to perceive. I feel that he is at least a 5-star Do King, and probably due to being an alchemist, his soul perception is very strong. If it were not for my Do Chi attribute which is suitable for hiding, I might have been discovered by him. At the end of the sentence, there was a tinge of admiration in Ling Ying's voice, not knowing whether he was admiring his own superior concealment technique or admiring Xiao Ming's keen perception. There was a tinge of surprise in Gu Sun'er's voice when she heard that. I didn't expect this to be true. Such a young Do King, even in the Central Plains where there are so many geniuses, there aren't many of them. Well, I never thought that a golden phoenix could fly out of the grass nest that is the Jiama Empire. The Xiao family that has fallen for 1,000 years could rise again because of this. Compared to Gu Sun'er, who spent most of her time in the Xiao family, Ling Ying, who was older, actually knew more about the Central Plains. He had traveled around the Central Plains when he was young and knew that Xiao Ming's current talent was also top-notch in the Central Plains, and he was still very optimistic about Xiao Ming and the future of the Xiao clan. As long as Xiao Ming did not fall, although it was impossible to bring the Xiao clan back to the top where it once was, there was no problem in taking a place in the northwestern region. Without waiting for the two to continue speaking, a voice sounded from outside the door. "Miss Sun'er, are you there?" A young woman dressed in the attire of a maid asked respectfully before the door. "Come in." The maid pushed the door and entered, only to see a young lady with the temperament of a lotus flower sitting alone on a chair. While there was no one around, apparently, Ling Ying had hidden his form again. The maid did not show anything strange, as she had not been able to hear the conversation between Gu Sun'er and Ling Ying. She slowly bowed and praised Miss Gu Sun'er's beauty before saying, "Young Master Xiao Ming has returned to the family from Jianan Academy and has been elected as the family's supreme elder, so to help young Master Xiao Ming celebrate his designation, the family is going to hold a banquet in the evening, and the clan head has specially instructed me to invite you to the banquet, Miss Sun'er." Supreme elder, a banquet? To be honest, Goose Sooner was not interested in such things, but thinking of something Xiao Ming had done when she was a child, she nodded and said. Understood, I'll be there, you can retire. Yes. The evening was not long in coming to anticipation of many people. Tonight's Xiao family is brightly lit and there was laughter all around. The gates of the Xiao family, which should be closed at this hour, were now wide open, with the courtyard full of people and endless noise. People considered important in Wu-Tan City were carrying gifts and smiling amicably at the guard. An obese middle-aged man carried a sharp red sword and shouted. I am Dali from Dali Weapon Merchant Company. I have heard about the return of the Supreme Elder of the Xiao family and have come to pay a visit. This third-order magic core sword is a small token of my sincerity, please accept it. The third-order magic core sword was not cheap, it could be the annual income of some small families in Wu-Tan City. This Dali was really generous. The middle-aged man was about to hand over his sword when he was pushed aside by a yellow-clad old man before the guardian could say anything. The yellow-clad old man was holding a crystal box, and inside the transparent crystal box, a palm-sized fiery red, crystalline medicinal mushroom was glowing in the dark night. Medicinal herb merchant, Huang Zhong has come to visit the Xiao family. I heard that the Supreme Elder is fire attribute. This is a 1000-year fire spirit Ganoderma that I have treasured for many years. I hope you like it. 1000-year fire spirit Ganoderma. This name caused another cry of surprise. This fire spirit Ganoderma was a highly prized medicinal material, as it had absorbed a large amount of fire attribute energy and had the effect of increasing cultivation. Although the fire spirit Ganoderma did not really refer to a medicinal herb that had grown for 1,000 years, the fire spirit Ganoderma that Huang Zhong took out could be seen to be many years old, and at a glance, one could tell that it was worth a lot, and compared to the precious sword from before, it was even several times more expensive. That this Huang Zhong took out this fire spirit Ganoderma must have been because he had some king of plan. The crowd watching noticed that behind Huang Zhong was a shy young girl in yellow with a pretty face and their heads lit up with a trace of understanding. Yunyan Tea House. This lively atmosphere continued as the number of people at the entrance did not decrease, as the guards at the Xiao family gate would not let anyone into the Xiao family, nor would they accept gifts. Only after a person dressed as a member of the Xiao family came out from inside the gate and nodded to them did the guards begin to collect the gifts and let people in. Before long, the crowd rushed in from the Xiao family's gates, probably because they were afraid of the Xiao family's strength, and although the crowd walked quite fast, there was a surprisingly clean and orderly feeling as they walked. Mitre Auction House, Yafei and Master Gu and I, have come to pay a visit to the Xiao family. A delicate and seductive voice rang out, freezing the step of many people, many of whom turned to look at the figure who had spoken, and when they got a good look at her, they only felt their blood stir and their mouths go dry. Tonight's Yafei still wore the same red as always but changed from a dress to a luxurious long skirt. The voluptuous and exquisite figure wrapped in the red dress is imposing and extremely provocative. Her lightly made-up face had a charming smile, making her already perfect face even more dazzling, and it was obvious that she had put a lot of thought into this evening. Beside her, Master Gu and I had donned the alchemist's robe of the Jiama Empire with the alchemist's insignia on his chest, and the arrogance that used to hang on his face at all times had long since disappeared. Ignoring the heated gazes coming from around them, Yafei and Gu and I handed the gift in their hands to the Xiao family's doorman before entering the Xiao family's gates. After entering the Xiao family, the guards led the way, and everyone who entered the Xiao family arrived at a rather spacious hall, which had all kinds of wine and food placed on the tables. Many maids were passing through them with dishes. As soon as Yafei and Master Gu and I entered the hall, they encountered several familiar faces. Huang Zhong, the great medicinal herb merchant of Wu-Tan City, the Li, who has monopolized the weapons industry in Wu-Tan City. It seems that Xiao Ming's return has brought a big commotion to these bigwigs of Wu-Tan City. Looking at those people, Yafei covered her little pink mouth for a moment and said with a smile. Grandmaster Gu and I, who was nearby, looked at the crowd and also nodded slightly. Even the Jia Lai family, who used to be at odds with the Xiao family, has also come. It seems like they are trying to come and ask for forgiveness. No wonder they are like this, with a Do King powerhouse. Yafei and Gu and I saw those people, and those people naturally saw them. Today's Yafei was so bright and colorful that it was hard not to notice. After seeing Yafei, many people quickly stepped forward to establish a relationship. Mitre Auction House was now the second major power in Wu-Tan City, apart from the Xiao family, and it was essential to maintain good relations. When she saw them coming, Yafei put a slick fake smile on her face and dealt with them. She had not been dealing with them for long when she heard noises coming from outside. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, and a group of elders came in. Seeing them, these people, who had been talking to Yafei for a few minutes, turned around and squeezed together with Xiao Zhan and the elders for a casual conversation. Every time they opened their mouths, they had a fawning appearance. Gu and I and Yafei, who remained in the same place, looked at them in dismay and then shook their heads. Master Gu and I even whispered, these people are too shameless, no matter what, Xiao Zhan is also a Do grandmaster like them, can't they restrain the fawning smile on their faces? If those people who were flattering Xiao Zhan heard this, they would only shout that they didn't want to do so either. Honestly, Xiao Zhan was a Do grandmaster like them, and they had not wanted to show such a flattering stance, but who made the Xiao family have a Do king? Xiao Ming hadn't come out, that powerful Do spirit, Xiao Shan, wasn't here, and Xiao Zhan was the current clan head of the Xiao family, so they had to flatter someone. Not only Xiao Zhan, but also approached some of the elders and some other people in the Xiao family to flatter them. In the Xiao family's backyard, in a small secluded courtyard, Xiao Ming handed the newly refined pills to Ziyan, who looked at them with anxious eyes. After laughing and looking at Ziyan, who took a pill to quickly pop it into her mouth, he looked up at the night sky. Guessing that it was almost time, he said, it's almost time to go to the banquet. When Ziyan, who had taken a pill and was smiling happily, heard this, she couldn't help but frown and muttered, I don't know what's so good about this banquet, we could go look for medicinal herbs if we have free time. Actually, Ziyan did not like that kind of event, because that kind of situation made her feel very bored, and it was also very noisy when there were a lot of people. Attending that kind of banquet was simply a waste of time. Xiao Ming understood Ziyan's thoughts very well. In fact, he didn't like such events either, but he couldn't refuse as a protagonist when people were happy to throw him a feast. After glancing at Ziyan, Xiao Ming asked, don't you want to go? Ziyan nodded her little head and blinked her big watery eyes as she said, actually, as soon as I entered this city, I realized that I sensed quite a few medicinal herbs again. Why don't you let me go and fetch the medicinal herbs? Since Wutan City is right next to the Magic Beast mountain range, it was no wonder that Ziyan was able to sense medicinal herbs. To be honest, Xiao Ming had also sensed it, and looked at the expectant Ziyan for a moment before sighing and saying. Alright, I'll let you out tonight, but you have to come back tomorrow, do you understand? With Ziyan's current strength, there was no one in the Jiama Empire who could hold her back except for Yun Shan, so Xiao Ming didn't fear that something would happen to her after she left, he simply reminded her to come back tomorrow. Seeing Xiao Ming's promise, Ziyan showed a happy face and after putting the pill bottle in her hand and the storage ring on her finger, a pair of wings appeared on her back. With a strong shake of her wings, her whole body flew into the air, and her voice then came out, Xiao Ming, I'm leaving first, I'll come back tomorrow. Looking at Ziyan, who had left in an instant, Xiao Ming shook his head and said to Xue Tian, who was standing beside him, come with me, I intend to let you stay in the Xiao family in the future, it is necessary for you to show your face. A hint of surprise appeared on Xue Tian's face when he heard this, but it quickly disappeared and then he said in a muffled voice, understood, master. I will keep an eye on your clan from now on. Do your best, I will find some suitable chi method and do techniques for you tomorrow, just concentrate on practicing in the Xiao family, it will be beneficial. Smiling and patting Xue Tian's arm, Xiao Ming said. Cousin Xiao Ming, it's time for dinner. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan's voice came. Let's go. Talking to Xue Tian, after which Xiao Ming took the lead and headed for the gate. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan was standing at the gate waiting, and after seeing Xiao Ming, a smile appeared on his face. It's time, cousin, let's go to the living room together. Okay. After chatting along the way, the three of them soon arrived at the dinner venue. As soon as Xiao Ming and the others entered the hall, instantly, the hall which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent as everyone's eyes looked at the trio at the entrance. That tall figure in the Xiao family costume is Xiao Shan, so the handsome young man beside him must be Xiao Ming, right? Although many people could not recognize Xiao Ming's appearance, these people were already familiar with Xiao Shan's appearance, so it was easy to guess his identity. The target of this trip was right in front of them, but these Wutan city forces did not dare to approach Xiao Ming, but instead remained honestly in their positions, not daring to make the slightest noise. The reasoning was simple, although many people in the Xiao family said that Xiao Ming's character was good, but that was still what others said after all. In the end, they still have to watch carefully, if they boldly move forward and end up disturbing others. Xiao Ming pinching them to death is similar to pinching an ant. The silence did not last long. Chapter 93. The silence did not last long as the Grand Elder seated at the head table immediately stood up to greet Xiao Ming when he saw his arrival. He, you've come at a good time, have a seat. Xiao Ming looked at the other tables at those who were not wearing the Xiao family's clothes, they were obviously the Xiao family's guests. Not minding the mixture of astonishment and curiosity, Xiao Ming nodded and made his way to the head table. At the head table, most of the guests were members of the Xiao family, except for one man and one woman who were not wearing Xiao family attire. Since they were not wearing Xiao family attire, the first thing Xiao Ming noticed was the two people. The man was nothing more than an old man, even if he was wearing an alchemist robe and had a second-tier alchemist badge on his chest, he was no different from an ordinary person in Xiao Ming's eyes. The woman was a bit more striking, a faint smile could be seen on her pretty face, maintaining a touch of charm, wearing a finely crafted bright red dress, a golden belt with a blue crystal in the center hung around her waist, highlighting the slender willowy waist to the fullest, and from the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. What a breathtaking beauty, her beauty can compete for the top spot among all the women I have seen over the years. This person must be Ye Fei, right? After taking a glance, Xiao Ming secretly thought in his heart. Ye Fei's identity was still very easy to see, her features were too distinctive. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, a seductive smile appeared on Ye Fei's face. Xiao Ming did not react to this because, at that moment, the Grand Elder had already dragged him to the main seat and sat down, so he did not continue to look at Ye Fei. Seeing this scene, Ye Fei's smile stiffened a little, feeling that her smile had been in vain, but years of experience had long ago created a good mentality, and the smile on her face quickly returned to its natural state. After both Xiao Shan and Xue Tian sat down near Xiao Ming, Xiao Zhan began to introduce them. Ahem, let me introduce you, these two are Miss Ye Fei and Master Gu and I from Mitre Auction House, who came to visit you today when they heard that you had returned from your studies. Oh, Miss Ye Fei is the manager of Mitre Auction House, her methods are extraordinary, and she has expanded the business of Mitre Auction House several times since she came to Wutan City. When Xiao Zhan introduced the two, he focused on Ye Fei because he felt that Xiao Ming should be interested in Ye Fei, after all, young people are full of vitality. It was normal for people to be interested in Ye Fei, as she was very charming and attractive. This was also the main reason why he had placed Ye Fei and Gu and I at this table. Although it was also due to the face of the Mitre family, the face of the Mitre family was not enough for these two people to share a table with a powerful Do King. Hearing Xiao Zhan's introduction, Ye Fei, who was completely unaware of Xiao Zhan's thoughts, showed a sweet smile on her face, her pink cherry lips opened slightly and her sweet voice rang out from the table. He, I have long heard that the Supreme Elder is a young hero, but when I see you today, you are indeed as imposing as the rumors say. Ye Fei's beautiful eyes curved in a charming arc, her jade hand rested on her fragrant cheeks, her eyes stared at Xiao Ming's handsome face, her long eyelashes flickered slightly and a faint flirtatious temptation surfaced on that charmingly mature and pretty face. The seductive sound tickled her ears, causing several people at the table to blush. Luckily, all of them were powerful people of the Xiao family and could maintain their composure, so they did not embarrass themselves. Xiao Ming smiled indifferently at Ye Fei's seductive voice and said nothing. After all, he had heard these kinds of words so much that he could already automatically ignore them in his mind. He couldn't say anything about this kind of compliment, it seemed a bit arrogant for him to admit it directly, and a bit hypocritical if he didn't, so it was better to smile about it. To be honest, Xiao Ming was a little surprised that Ye Fei dared to approach him. With her beauty, if he was a pervert and wanted to do something to her tonight, there would be nothing she could do about it. Currently, the strongest member of the Mitre family, Hai Budong, was sealed by Medusa and was currently only a Do spirit. The second strongest member of the Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan, although ranked among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jia Ma Empire, he was only a Do King. If he were to get serious, Mitre Tingshan would never last more than 10 moves in front of him, and could easily handle him if he wanted to. It is possible that, after taking Ye Fei, the Mitre family would even rejoice when his status as a 6th-tier alchemist was revealed. To them, sacrificing a clan member with poor cultivation talent to have a connection with a 6th-tier alchemist would be a complete bargain. Although the beauty in front of him could easily be obtained if he wished, Xiao Ming had no such thoughts in his heart. This was not because he was a saint without women in his heart, but mainly because such an act did not fit his values. Xiao Ming's thoughts were unknown to Ye Fei, and she thought that Xiao Ming's behavior of not speaking was due to the arrogance of the powerful. Looking at Xiao Ming's indifferent face, and the beauty that she usually took pride in losing its effect in front of him, gave Ye Fei a slight sense of frustration. Over the years of training away from home, she had learned deeply how much her beauty attracted men. Until now, she had never met a teenager like Xiao Ming, who seemed not to care about her. Even if she was frustrated, Ye Fei did not feel any discontent that Xiao Ming did not respond, but only sighed in her heart, as expected of a genius who has become famous in the empire, his mentality is truly extraordinary, before turning her seductive gaze towards Xiao Shan. Brother Xiao Shan, it's been a year since I've seen you, but I see that your style is still the same. She and Xiao Shan had met once a year ago. Unlike the indifferent Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan was a little shy as he scratched his cheek, with a hint of red on his simple and honest face, and said in a low voice. Miss Ye Fei is as beautiful and touching as ever. Seeing Xiao Shan's reaction, a wave of imperceptible satisfaction appeared on Ye Fei's face, indeed, her charm was still there, and it was only Xiao Ming who was to blame. Ahem, it's almost time, we better start the banquet. After casually sweeping the crowded hall and noticing quite a few people looking at him, Xiao Ming said. "Oh yes, it's time to start, this occasion is for you, Xiao Ming, move the chopsticks first," the Grand Elder said. Xiao Ming did not object. After reaching out and eating little food with the chopstick, the atmosphere in the room instantly warmed up. "Come on, drink up. We won't leave until we are drunk tonight." The sound of people eating and toasting was incessant. After Xiao Ming drank a cup of wine he toasted with the Grand Elder. For a moment, the clan members at the table approached one after another. With his current strength, ordinary liquor was no different from ordinary water to Xiao Ming, so Xiao Ming did not refuse. After most of the Xiao clan members made a toast, they said a compliment and quickly withdrew. Almost at the same time, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up, left his seat, and came to Xiao Ming's side, saying something respectfully. "Supreme Elder, you have made many contributions to the development of the clan over the years, and as clan head, I am here to give you a toast." Xiao Ming was a little surprised by Xiao Zhan's attitude. Didn't he say the same thing a short while ago? Why did he have to bring it up again? Although he was a little surprised in his heart, Xiao Ming still raised his glass in response. "As a clan member, it's something I should do, so don't worry about it." Xiao Zhan poured himself another glass of wine right after drinking the first one. "In this second glass, I toast to you as a father. My son Xiao Yan got sick earlier and you went out of your way to help him. For this, I would like to express my gratitude." After saying this, Xiao Zhan drank all the wine without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything. The three elders sitting next to him cursed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Xiao Zhan's letter was sent on behalf of the clan, and every time there was a dispute before, they scolded him for it. When Xiao Zhan said this now, it became a personal letter from him to Xiao Ming, and the fourth-tier pill recipe was also sent only to Xiao Zhan. This was an attempt to silence them. Chapter 94. Xiao Ming thought about it for a second and understood. However, he already knew that the fourth-tier pill recipe would be wasted, so there was no point worrying about it, so he said. "Oh, it was just a little thing." Seeing Xiao Ming drink the cup of wine, some of the elders frowned for a moment and looked at each other, but did not say anything. Now that Xiao Zhan's purpose had been achieved, it was not good for them to bring up this matter again in the future. At his side, Ye Fei looked at Xiao Zhan with interest, as she was naturally very clear about Xiao Zhan's earlier incident of taking his son to seek medical treatment, given Midas Intelligence Network. At that time, she was still very surprised. How did Xiao Zhan manage to invite a fourth-tier alchemist, who was someone quite important in the Jiama Empire? But she did not expect that the cost of the treatment would actually be paid by Xiao Ming. After Xiao Ming drank a cup, Xiao Zhan did not retreat to his seat but poured another cup. "This, Supreme Elder, I have another unkind request." Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows, knowing that this was the main show coming up and that the previous 2 cups of wine were just to set the stage for this. He asked with great interest, "What is it?" "Let's hear it." "Ahem, it's that my son Xiao Yan's illness has not been cured. You are a 6th-tier alchemist, so I would like to ask for your help to see Yenner's condition." 6th-tier alchemist. As soon as these words were uttered, before Xiao Ming could respond, Master Gu Enai on the seat directly cried out in shock. Master Gu Enai could not be blamed for not knowing how to keep calm. This was really because a 6th-tier alchemist was too amazing. The only person in the entire Jiama Empire who is a 6th-tier alchemist is Pil King Gu He, and there are only a few 5th-tier alchemists below him. The first thing he did was to think that the identity of the 6th-tier alchemist was false. But after a moment's thought, he realized that it was possibly true. After all, there was no need for Xiao Ming to lie to them, and there was no benefit in such a thing. Ye Fei had her charming little mouth slightly open, also full of disbelief. A 6th-tier alchemist plus the strength of a Do King could already easily destroy her Mitre family. The guests seated at the other tables also had shocked faces when they heard Gu Ni's shout, and the astonishment in their gazes towards Xiao Ming grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the envy and jealousy in their hearts towards the Xiao family were about to break the sky. Why could a genius of this caliber appear in the Xiao family but not theirs? Xiao Ming raised his eyes to look at Xiao Zhan, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Yes, you can bring him to my room tomorrow morning and I can help you take a look at him, but this Dochi disappearing for no reason is too strange. I dare not guarantee that I can cure him." Xiao Ming's reply caused Xiao Zhan's face to reveal a smile of joy that was impossible to hide, and he thanked him repeatedly. As for Xiao Ming's claim that he could not guarantee the cure, he simply ignored it. In his opinion, a 6th-tier alchemist was already an unattainable existence, and he did not believe that he could not cure his son with the help of such an existence. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhan did not know that he was destined to be disappointed this time, unless Xiao Ming was willing to reveal Yao Lao directly. Otherwise, Xiao Yan's wasted state was feared to still last for some time. Many of the Xiao family juniors were also present at this Xiao family banquet. Xiao Yan, as Xiao Zhan's son, was present today despite the taunts of many of the clan members. Only instead of sitting at the same table as Xiao Ming and the others, he was in the Xiao family juniors area, and Xiao Zhan's movements were caught by his eyes. The whole family had teased him and mistreated him over the years, but only his father and brothers had treated him as they always had, even more lovingly. How could he not be moved by this? Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and if he was willing to do something, he could definitely be cured. No one cared about Xiao Yan's inner feelings. Xiao Yu, who was sitting not far away, looked at Xiao Yan, who was not in tune with the people around him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yan, you are really lucky to be able to have Uncle Xiao Zhan personally requesting for cousin Xiao Ming to treat you. Xiao Yan now had lost all his sharpness from the taunts of his clan members over the years, was only silent in the face of Xiao Yu's taunts, already used to it. Heh. Xiao Yu only grimaced but did not continue to mock. After all, there was a pleasant atmosphere, and thus getting annoyed was really unnecessary. Gu Suner beside her only faintly glanced at Xiao Yan when she heard Xiao Yu's words. The current Gu Suner, because she had not experienced the incident where Xiao Yan had knocked on her room in the middle of the night, did not have any loving feelings for Xiao Yan, and even did not have good feelings towards Xiao Yan because of that incident. Therefore, after taking a glance at Xiao Yan, a fallen genius, Gu Suner quickly turned her eyes to Xiao Ming, not knowing what was being thought in her heart. The banquet lasted for a short time, during which Gu Enai, who had learned that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, rushed to Xiao Ming with an eager smile on his face, asking for advice on various topics, just like the leaders of the forces that were fawning earlier. To Xiao Ming, Gu Ni's questions were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, so Xiao Ming nonchalantly instructed Gu Enai, bearing the most anxious and respectful smile on his face. Ye Fei looked at Gu Enai, who used to be incredibly arrogant and turned into this state, and blinked, but inside she was very understanding. If it were not for the fact that there is now no place next to Xiao Ming, she would also want to go by his side. Time passed slowly and the banquet was nearing its end. As the end approached, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up with a red face and shouted, "Ahem, quiet everyone. Now that all the large and small forces of Wu-Tan City are present, we, the Xiao family, have something important to report to everyone." When Xiao Zhan said this, he caused the noisy hall to fall silent. The leaders of those forces even looked at each other with a somewhat unpleasant feelings. Xiao Zhan, we believe that although Wu-Tan City is close to the Magic Beast Mountain Range and has a large population, our Xiao family feels that Wu-Tan City is too small and that the city can only have one voice. I wonder what you all think. The force leaders were not stupid and instantly understood what Xiao Zhan meant. This Xiao family is trying to unify Wu-Tan City. In fact, unifying Wu-Tan City was something the Xiao family had wanted to do for a long time. Wanting to rely on the market business for the family to continue to grow was impossible. It was impossible to rely on the market business to keep growing the family, so they could only start from other aspects. It so happened that the first and second best experts of the family were present this time, so the Xiao family wanted to do this right away. After Xiao Zhan's words, the leaders of the forces looked at each other and did not intend to open their mouths. Although the Xiao family had a Do King, the stable situation that Wu-Tan City had maintained over the years still gave them the illusion that this could be talked about. Xue Tian. An indifferent voice was heard. It was Xiao Ming who spoke. Xue Tian, whose name was spoken, nodded and stood up, his monstrous aura pressing down on the leaders of those forces. It's a Do King powerhouse. Those who were oppressed by the aura only felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their bodies, and their faces remained red from the pressure. To be able to oppress them to such a degree with just his aura, he was definitely a Do King, there was no doubt about it. That's fine with that Xue Tian. With Xiao Ming's command, Xue Tian withdrew his aura. After Xue Tian's aura oppression, those people were weak and breathing heavily. May I introduce to you, this is Xue Tian, a Do King powerhouse, a guest of my Xiao family, and he will be living in the Xiao family from now on. Xiao Ming's voice was very flat, but it made all the people's hearts jump violently. Where did this Xiao Ming get such a strong person from? The Xiao family was no exception, as Xiao Ming had not said before that Xue Tian would be living permanently with the Xiao family. The faces of the Xiao family members showed an expression of satisfaction, while the leaders of those forces looked at each other bitterly, and then they all said. My Dali Weapons Merchant Company will be run from now on by the Xiao family. The pill store is willing to respect the Xiao family as the lord of Wu-Tan City. The Jia Lai family. The Aoba family. Ye Fei at the table looked at Xue Tian, who seemed to be following Xiao Ming's orders, and swallowed saliva with some difficulty. Even if Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, it was very difficult to make a powerful Do King respect him to such an extent that he would even be willing to stay in the Xiao family to help him guard the family. What kind of magical means did this Xiao Ming have to accomplish such things? Ye Fei felt a great curiosity within herself. After the people of those powers finished speaking, Xiao Ming spoke once more, the Aoba family and the Jia Lai family will have to leave Wu-Tan City within 10 days, otherwise, they will suffer the consequences. This why? 2. The clan leader of the Jia Lai family, Jia Lai Bai, and the clan leader of the Aoba family, Aoba Pa, shouted with frowns at his words. They were very confused as to why Xiao Ming would still expel their clan when they had clearly expressed their submission. Especially Aoba Pa, it was fine if the Jia Lai family was expelled because of the market business and all the trouble they had with the Xiao family, but his Aoba family had never done anything. Oh, it's because I know the history. Xiao Ming secretly thought in his heart. This Aoba family and the Jia Lai family had teamed up with the intention of destroying the Xiao family after Xiao Yan had made a big mess in the Misty Cloud sect, and he still felt that it was better that those guys weren't under his nose. These were things he couldn't tell others, so Xiao Ming merely said in a flat tone, "There's no reason for this, you should leave in 10 days. But Jia Lai Bai still wanted to talk, even if they had to go, they should give them more time, these 10 days are too short. Chapter 95. Humph. Without waiting for Jia Lai Bai to say anything else, Xue Tian coldly snorted and snow-white energy rushed towards him. Jia Lai Bai didn't have time to react at all, he only felt a cold force coming from his chest, and his entire body flew out, slamming hard against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood, then slamming against the ground from the rebound. Cough, cough, he saw the blood he spat out turn into ice cubes, and felt a strong chi flowing through his body, frantically destroying him. Jia Lai Bai realized the reality and said with difficulty. Jia Lai family will be retreating from Wu-Tan City in 10 days, cough. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Aoba Pa. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze on him, Aoba Pa coldly sweated, especially after Xue Tian also shifted his fierce gaze towards him, the frenzied magical beast aura made his legs waver a little. Swallowing hard, Aoba Pa said with a bitter face, the Aoba family will also retreat from Wu-Tan City in 10 days. Seeing the end of the Jia Lai and Aoba clans, a thought flashed through the minds of the people of the other clans present, that they should never mess with the Xiao family in the future. After Aoba Pa finished saying that they would leave Wu-Tan City, Xiao Ming did not say any more nonsense, but waved his hand and told them that they could leave now. After receiving Xiao Ming's instructions, Jia Lai Bai stood up trembling and, together with Aoba Pa, they left the hall. Subsequently, people from each family also took their leave. Soon the only people left in the hall were the Xiao family, Master Guanai, and Ye Fei. Realizing that it was no longer appropriate for her to stay with the Xiao family, Ye Fei slowly stood up and said in a delicate voice, "Supreme Elder and Clan Head Xiao, it has been a great pleasure to be with you today, and it is already very late, so Ye Fei will take her leave first." Master Guanai also stood up and said to Xiao Ming with a respectful face, "Thank you for your guidance today, Master Xiao Ming. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to prepare a small gift, I hope you will like it." Throughout tonight's banquet, Guanai received guidance from Xiao Ming, and was the most benefited of all the guests of the Xiao family. "Don't worry, there's no need for that." Looking at Guanai, Xiao Ming said softly. Guanai, a second-tier alchemist, couldn't give anything good enough for him to see, even if he had the backing of the Mitre auction house. Besides, he was only giving random hints, there was no need to accept gifts. "Master Xiao Ming has made me earn a lot today, so how can I not thank you?" Guanai's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, and said nothing more, only nodding his head gently. As he watched Xiao Zhan dismiss Ye Fei and Guanai, the Grand Elder, who was sitting not far away from Xiao Ming, suddenly rushed to Xiao Ming's side and asked somewhat excitedly. Will honorable guest Xue Tian really remain in the Xiao family the entire time?" Xiao Ming nodded, "Xue Tian will remain in the clan to cultivate in the future, but don't bother him if there is no important matter." Xue Tian was still a magical beast after all, and his habits were different from humans, so Xiao Ming had this instruction. The Grand Elder nodded happily. It was good to have a powerful Do King in the clan, even if he only appeared at critical times. It was important to know that when Xiao Ming had not yet returned home, he had sent back many high-ranked Do techniques and Qi methods. Those techniques would be eye-catching to anyone who looked at them. He was very afraid that any strong person would come to rob them if they didn't have a strong person to back them up. He still wanted to find some time in the next few days to ask Xiao Ming if he had a solution, but to his surprise, Xiao Ming had already thought of one. After a moment of excitement, the Grand Elder cupped his hands toward Xue Tian, who was standing next to him, and said, "Honored guest Xue Tian, the Xiao family will count on you in the future." Xue Tian nodded in response. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Ming stood up and took his leave. The next day, early in the morning, when Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on top of his bed, opened his eyes, he saw Ziyan sitting by the table, her hands resting on her cheeks, her big watery eyes looking into his face all the time. Touching his own face, Xiao Ming smiled and looked at Ziyan. What are you looking at? Nothing, it's just that I suddenly realized that you are different from other humans. I see, and what's the difference? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Xiao Ming's question was fruitless because Ziyan did not answer, but instead took out a strange dried branch bloody and twisted like a slithering python, and handed it to him. Here, this is my harvest from last night, remember to make me a pill. Blood python branch, looking at the strange dried branch that was twisted and curved like a slithering python, Xiao Ming was a bit surprised. This blood python branch was a rare medicinal material, the main medicinal material for refining fighting spirit pills, and he didn't have it in his storage ring. It seemed that there were still quite a few good things near Wutan City. Maybe I can take a walk with Ziyan these days. A thought crossed Xiao Ming's mind before he got up from the bed and approached Ziyan, accepting the blood-colored branch in her hand with a smile on his face. Have you eaten all the pills I refined for you yesterday? No, there's still half left. Although she didn't understand why Xiao Ming was asking her that, Ziyan answered sincerely. How about you let me keep this medicinal herb, and in return, I will refine other pills even better than this one for you. Xiao Ming said. The blood python branch was so rare that he didn't even have one. Xiao Ming planned to refine the pills for Ziyan next time with another type of medicinal herb, and keep this one for his collection. After all, of the things alchemists liked the most was collecting different medicinal herbs. Xiao Ming's thoughts were unfamiliar to Ziyan, and as she listened to Xiao Ming's words, she blinked adorably with her big eyes and hesitantly said, "This is okay." "Good, I will refine the pills for you when you finish the ones I gave you before," Xiao Ming said while stroking Ziyan's little head. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. As Xiao Ming's soul power probed, he sensed two familiar auras. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. This Xiao Zhan is quite anxious, looking for me so early in the morning. With a laugh, Xiao Ming stood up, walked out of the room, and opened the courtyard door. Appearing in front of him were Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan, who had a somewhat tense expressions on their faces. Supreme Elder, sorry to disturb you. Seeing that it was Xiao Ming who opened the door, a somewhat pleasant smile appeared on Xiao Zhan's face. Clan head, come in. Xiao Ming waved his hand and led Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan into the courtyard. And at that moment, Ziyan also ran out of the room. Seeing Ziyan's small body running out of Xiao Ming's room early in the morning, Xiao Zhan's smile turned strange for a moment. They hadn't slept together last night, had they? After thinking about it, Xiao Zhan said nothing, but reached out his hand and pulled Xiao Yan behind him. This is my son Xiao Yan. You should have met him when you were a kid. In terms of age, he should be a month younger than you. Yenner, you haven't called him cousin yet. Kaus, cousin. This word was said by Xiao Yan in a very awkward way. In fact, Xiao Yan's feelings towards Xiao Ming were complicated. When he was a child before Xiao Ming's talent was revealed, although he had a slight impression of Xiao Ming, he only thought that Xiao Ming was a child with a lonely personality due to his parents' early death, and although he looked a little cuter, he was similar to the other children in the Xiao family. Those were also the times when he felt most proud of himself, as he had the most talent in the whole Xiao family. But after Xiao Ming's talent was revealed, his title as the first genius of the Xiao family was directly removed, leaving him speechless. That talent directly surpassed his imagination and pushed him beyond words. He also once tried his best to cultivate to catch up with Xiao Ming, but in 2 months he gave up. Because cultivation is really a boring thing, why would he work so hard when he can casually cultivate to surpass 99 of people? Fortunately, not long after Xiao Ming exposed his talent, he left the family to study. Of those remaining children in the Xiao family, he was again the most talented. Since then, he, like most of the children in the Xiao family, treated Xiao Ming as a legend. So to speak, the children in the Xiao family were divided into 3 grades, Xiao Ming alone in the 1st grade, he alone in the 2nd grade and the rest in the 3rd grade. Xiao Ming's talent was good, but that did not mean that he would recognize Xiao Ming for his talent alone. Because he had been reincarnated, and because he had been the mockery of his family for more than 2 years, he only recognized his father and 2 brothers in the entire Xiao family. Although Xiao Ming had left the Xiao family when he was very young and had not made fun of him, and was even prepared to treat him. However, when others made fun of him, they often used Xiao Ming as a point of comparison, saying something about how he used to be arrogant and domineering when he was talented, while Xiao Ming, who was a genius, treated others with modesty and contributed to the family. Always hearing those kinds of words affected his perception of Xiao Ming. Along with nervousness before treatment, although there was gratitude in his heart for Xiao Ming's willingness to agree to treat him. He also could not sincerely call him cousin. Xiao Ming heard it and did not attach any importance to it. Back then when he was reading the book, he knew that it was not so easy to get Xiao Yan to sincerely call him cousin. Xiao Yan was a person who had great difficulty in trusting other people. He also did not need anyone's approval, and agreeing to see Xiao Yan was just because he was a member of the same clan. Chapter 96. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yan, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. He was old and experienced, of course. He realized the problem with Xiao Yan's tone of voice. Fearing to attract Xiao Ming's displeasure, he hurriedly said, "This is Yenner's lonely nature. There's no need to say much, I understand, let's start directly." Xiao Ming replied as he extended his hand. Well, interrupted by Xiao Ming, Xiao Zhan froze for a moment before nodding his head repeatedly. He was certainly willing to do the treatment quickly. "Then what should we do first?" Xiao Zhan asked nervously. At these words, Xiao Yan also clenched his hands a little nervously. "No need to be so nervous, before that, I will first understand your specific situation." Xiao Ming calmly said to Xiao Zhan, and then spoke to Xiao Yan again, "Tell me, when did your dou qi start to disappear?" Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of Xiao Ming, frowned and thought for a moment, and then spoke with some bitterness. "A little over 2 years ago, I had just gone through dou practitioner not long ago, and when I had just received the qi method given by my family and was preparing to cultivate it, the qi spiral in my body suddenly broke without any warning, and I also fell from dou practitioner to dou disciple. At that time, I thought it was because I was cultivating the wrong way, but in the time that followed, my realm kept falling, and it didn't stop until I fell to the 3-star dou disciple. I realized that the cause was not the qi method at all. And I knew there was something wrong with my body. My father took me to look for many people, but there was no way to cure me, even with a 4th-tier alchemist." At the end of the sentence, Xiao Yan's voice was somewhat painful. Thinking about the experience of seeking medical treatment again and again, had put a great strain on his spirit. "What did those who treated you say?" "Focus on the opinion of that 4th-tier alchemist," asked Xiao Ming with some curiosity. "They all said that they couldn't see anything wrong, and that 4th-tier alchemist even said I wasn't sick at all. It's simply nonsense, my realm is obviously regressing." While Xiao Yan thought that the 4th-tier alchemist was talking nonsense, Xiao Ming agreed inwardly, "He's right, your body isn't really sick." Of course, this could not be said to Xiao Yan, and after Xiao Ming had been silent for a while, he then slowly said, "I understand, sit down and I will examine you." When Xiao Yan heard this, he walked to the chair next to Xiao Ming and sat down. Watching Xiao Ming walk towards him and put his hand on him, his heart was a little excited. Inwardly, he was still silently thinking, "We must find the cause of the disease, we must find the cause of the disease." Xiao Zhan's heart was also racing, praying in his heart that Xiao Ming could find the cause of the disease. He knew that Xiao Ming was the best alchemist in the Jiama Empire, so, if he couldn't find the problem, then he really didn't know what to do. Under his watchful gaze, Xiao Ming's tightly closed eyes slowly opened and then he slowly shook his head at them. Seeing this sight, Xiao Yan's face instantly paled, while Xiao Zhan's face also turned extremely ugly. "Supreme Elder, this. The results I have obtained are consistent with that 4th-tier alchemist. Xiao Yan's body has no problems. Not only does he have no problems, but he is also very healthy. But with Yenner, there is indeed a problem with his realm. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that, can you take another look at it?" Xiao Zhan asked with some hope. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming sighed. In fact, he had actually been probing Xiao Yan's body with his soul power just now and had done so with all his might. The result was that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Yan's body. It turned out that Yao Lao's dou venerate realm was not fake, and he hid quite well and did not reveal even a sign that anything was wrong. Probing with his soul power but getting no results was also something that made Xiao Ming certain that this old man Yao Qin was definitely awake now. If he was an unconscious soul body, there was no way he could escape the full force of his complete mortal realm's soul power probing, even if Yao Lao's storage ring had the ability to hide his soul. Furthermore, all these years of cultivation had made Xiao Ming understand that the soul body did not need dou qi at all, nor could it absorb it. The idea that a soul body could rely on absorbing dou qi to regain its strength was simply nonsense. This Yao Lao had definitely dispelled Xiao Yan's dou qi on purpose. Xiao Ming's guess was not wrong, and at this moment, a somewhat illusory-looking bearded old man figure in Xiao Yan's storage ring muttered in shock. "What an amazing soul power, to have this kind of achievement at this age. This Xiao Ming is truly a heavenly talent. If it wasn't for the bone flame ring, I definitely wouldn't have escaped his probing today." No one knew of Yao Lao's thoughts on the ring. Outside, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Zhan's pleading eyes and tried again. This time Xiao Ming made the move a little stronger on purpose. Xiao Yan only felt a huge wave of something covering his body. Almost his entire body seemed to be completely exposed to Xiao Ming's eyes in front of him. This feeling of feeling naked was not pleasant, but Xiao Yan still forced himself to contain his embarrassment and looked at Xiao Ming with expectant eyes. After a while, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and uttered a helpless voice. "No, the result is the same as before. Xiao Yan is not sick. Perhaps I am not strong enough to detect it." Xiao Yan heard the words, his body seemed to be hit hard and his mind was a little confused. Xiao Ming was not strong enough, how could he not be strong enough? What kind of existence was a sixth-tier alchemist? That was an existence that was on top of countless people in the Jiama Empire. Could it be that there really was no way to be cured? Xiao Zhan and his son, who were in a very bad mood, took their leave. However, shortly after they left, Ziyan, who stood to the side, spoke in a delicate voice, "Xiao Ming, you definitely found out about that what's-his-name's problem just now, didn't you?" "Oh, why do you say that?" Sitting on the chair, Xiao Ming asked with interest. "Because you used all your strength in probing that person a moment ago, which shows that you take that one's illness seriously, but then you said that you didn't find any problem and let him go easily, which is not in line with your character." Ziyan said with a smile. Having spent so many years with Xiao Ming knew her character very well, and likewise, Ziyan also knew Xiao Ming's character very well. In Ziyan's perception, as long as it was a problem that Xiao Ming took seriously, then he would study it very carefully for a long time. It was simply unreasonable to let Xiao Yan leave instead of retaining him and examining him many more times. The only explanation was that Xiao Ming already knew the cause of that person's illness. Indeed, but what I said a moment ago is true, there is nothing wrong with his body, what caused his Do-Chi realm to regress was something else. It won't be long before he can regain his own talent, it doesn't benefit me to interfere. Xiao Ming patted Ziyan's little head and explained. Ziyan nodded her head as if she understood, then she stopped worrying, whether Xiao Yan recovered or not had nothing to do with her. Chapter 97. The Misty Cloud sect, with a heritage passed down from generation to generation, made this ancient sect stand at the top of the Jiama Empire. Were it not for the rules of the sect stating not to seize power from the emperor, one fears that the Misty Cloud sect would have taken over the entire empire in several previous dynastic changes. Although it did not control the entire empire, there is no doubt about the sect's position in the empire. The sect was founded on Misty Cloud Mountain, which is only a few tens of kilometers away from the imperial capital. If the sect selected it, it was because naturally, it was a feng shui treasure. It is not a solitary peak but is surrounded by many mountains, it is the highest of them all, and when the surrounding mountains bend skyward, it suddenly appears like a sword, pointing straight up into the blue sky. As if in defiance of the sky, the exposed peak is surrounded by clusters of white clouds suspended like islands. At the top of the steep, cloudy hill, a slender figure loomed out of the mist. The woman is dressed in a purple and blue robe, adorned with gold inlay, and her long bluish-white hair was partially pulled back like the long song of a phoenix, faintly revealing an undisguised nobility. Her beautiful and touching face was very calm, like a clear spring in the mountains, which made people feel awe at her noble bearing. Tap 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 tap. As the woman gazed thoughtfully at the clouds in front of her, footsteps sounded behind her. The woman turned around and looked at the person coming. She was a cold-looking young woman with a beautiful and delicate face that looked like a heavenly fairy. She wore a black dress with gold stripes outlining her well-proportioned body. Looking at the young woman's face, which seemed to be tinged with a hint of sadness, the woman asked, somewhat puzzled. "Yanran, didn't you take a trip home yesterday? Why don't you look happy? Did you run into something?" Hearing her master's question, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but remember what her father and grandfather had told her upon returning home, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness inside. "Master, you knew that I have a marriage contract, didn't you?" "Well, I heard you say that. Could it be related to this matter?" Yun listened to her apprentice's words with a frown as she asked with some doubt. She knew that this disciple of hers had a marriage contract, but it seemed that this disciple had always been very resistant to this marriage contract and rarely mentioned it. "The person I am engaged to, he's from the Xiao family of Wutan City." The Xiao family of Wutan City. As soon as Nalan Yanran said the words, Yun felt that she had heard of this family, and soon, a light came to her mind, and she thought of the information that had been presented to her not long ago. Her mouth blurted out, "The Xiao family of Wutan City, the family where Xiao Ming came from." That's right, it's the Xiao family where the one known as monstrous talent rarely found in 1,000 years of the Jia Ma Empire, Xiao Ming, came from. Some time ago news came that Xiao Ming had returned from the Jia Nan Academy, and my grandfather asked me to find a time to go there, to recognize my relatives. Nalan Yanran's expression was somewhat annoyed. When Yun heard the words, she knew in her heart that this kinship recognition was a lie. Bringing the two families together was the real thing, right? According to the information from the Misty Cloud sect, she had already learned that Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan was a powerful Do King and was also a sixth-tier alchemist. A Do King powerhouse and a teenage sixth-tier alchemist was indeed an existence that needed to be courted. In fact, for Xiao Ming, Yun had heard of his great name a long time ago, only at that time, Xiao Ming's talent was so exaggerated that she thought it was a false rumor. By the time Xiao Ming went to Jianan Academy later, she realized that it was not a false rumor and that it was too late to bring him to the Misty Cloud sect. In fact, this was also related to the fact that Xiao Ming's talent had been exposed for a very short time. Xiao Ming had not remained in the Xiao family for long after his talent was exposed. Moreover, most of the forces in the Jia Ma Empire were families linked by blood, so Xiao Ming had not had any contact with other major forces before leaving the Jia Ma Empire. Leaving aside what Yunyan thought, Nalan Yanran, who was in front of her, spoke in a firm tone after struggling internally. "Master, I want to annul the marriage arrangement." "Have you already made up your mind?" "None of the Jia Ma Empire's forces want to get on the bad side of Wutan City's Xiao family now. The reason is that Xiao Ming is a 6th-tier alchemist, that is, a 14-year-old 6th tier. Your family will definitely not agree with you annulling the marriage arrangement." Nalan Yanran pursed her lips tightly and said with a stubborn face, "I have already thought about the matter of annulling the marriage arrangement ever since I heard about the arrangement. Even if it was Xiao Ming, I have to disengage from this engagement. I don't want to marry a man I don't know, nor do I want my marriage to be used as a bargaining chip for my family's status." Yun sighed and stepped forward to pat Nalan Yanran's head. Looking at her beloved disciple, she said softly, "In that case, then let's annul the marriage agreement. You are the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. As long as you don't want to, there is no one in the Jia Ma Empire who can force you." Although Xiao Ming was also a target that the Misty Cloud sect wanted to attract, however, Yun still cared more about her disciple's feelings than attracting Xiao Ming. Besides, a genius of Xiao Ming's level was not easy to attract, and the other party in her apprentice's marriage arrangement was not him, so she would simply annul the marriage. As long as sufficient compensation is given, it should be fine. It was just that the Xiao family now had a 6th-tier alchemist. They were no longer a second-rate power, and courtesy when knocking on the door should not be lacking. After some thought, Yun said, "Tomorrow, I will personally accompany you to the Xiao family to annul the marriage." Jiama Sacred City, deep in the Imperial City, in a secluded bamboo forest in the back mountain. An unusually hurried pace ran along the gravel road in the middle of the bamboo forest. The gravel path led directly to the top of the mountain, and the figure did not stop until he reached the end of the path. What appeared before him was a huge lake with a small pavilion in the center, in which stood an old man dressed in linen, drinking tea. Apparently sensing the figure's arrival, the linen-robed old man's right hand, which was fiddling with the hollows, paused slightly before speaking in a low voice. "Shadow Guard, what is it?" The voice was not loud, but it accurately reached the ears of the figure outside. Hearing this sudden voice, the silhouette did not panic but knelt on the ground as if he was used to it, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully, "News has come from Wutan City that Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan is already a 6th-tier alchemist, and together with him this time, there is also a powerful Do King who returned with him to the clan." The hands of the linen-clad elder in the center of the lake pavilion, who was fiddling with his tea set, trembled violently. "A 6th-tier alchemist. There's nothing wrong with the information, is there?" The night Xiao Ming returned to the Xiao family, the Xiao family held a banquet for him, and the Xiao clan head said in public that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and Xiao Ming was present at the time and did not deny it. Chapter 98. So he really is a 6th-tier alchemist. Oh, this talent is truly worthy of being hailed as a monstrous talent that is rarely found in 1,000 years. Seemingly digesting this information, a long silence ensued before the linen-robed elder in the pavilion sighed. A 6th-tier alchemist. There was only one 6th-tier alchemist in the entire Jia Ma Empire in the past, and Gu He is an affiliated elder of the Misty Cloud sect. He has created many strong people for the Misty Cloud sect over the years. Oh, Misty Cloud sect. Misty Cloud sect has a long history dating back thousands of years, while the Jia Ma Empire was founded only a few hundred years ago, and their heritage is far inferior to that of the Misty Cloud sect. If it were not for the Misty Cloud sect's ancient rule of not interfering in the affairs of the imperial family, one fears that Jia Ma's empire would have been called the Misty Cloud Empire long ago. Although the Misty Cloud sect has an ancient rule of not interfering with the imperial family, this does not give security to the imperial family, which is distrustful by nature. The imperial family wanted to press to death anyone who had the ability to rebel. However, the Misty Cloud sect was so powerful that they could not succeed. Although they did not dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers, the Jia Ma imperial family still stationed 100,000 troops at the foot of Misty Cloud Mountain to protect themselves from the Misty Cloud sect, where they trained every day. It was obvious to what extent they feared the Misty Cloud sect. Now that the Jia Ma Empire had an additional 6th-tier alchemist or a young alchemist with a promising future, the Jia Ma imperial family naturally couldn't let him go. Only, before the elder in the pavilion could say anything, the half-kneeling figure spoke again. "We also have another piece of news." "What news?" "Say it." "The Lionheart commander's granddaughter has a marriage agreement with the third young master of the Xiao family." Is she Nalan Yanran who was taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect? The elder asked in a daze. Yes. The shadow guard replied in a respectful voice. The marriage arrangement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran was only a verbal agreement made by Xiao Lin and Nalan Jia, so previously there were not many people in the Xiao and Nalan families who knew about this verbal agreement. However, when Nalan Yanran was a minor, due to Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent, she was often forced to cultivate to be worthy of Xiao Yan and not let the Nalan family lose face in this marriage arrangement, which made many people in the Nalan family know about this matter. Only, while Xiao Ming was away studying, Xiao Yan's realm fell abruptly, and after that, no one gradually mentioned this matter until Xiao Ming's recent return, and only then did the Nalan family mention it again. Misty Cloud's sect was already involved with a 6th-tier alchemist, Gu He, and now they wanted to get involved with the Xiao clan. How could they allow this? Isn't it just a marriage alliance? The Jiama imperial family could be lacking anything but women. If the Misty Cloud sect and the third young master of the Xiao family were to unite in marriage, then they will unite with Xiao Ming directly. With this in mind, the linen-robed elder said, "Tell the eldest Princess Yao Yi to come to see me quickly." Yes. Upon receiving the order, the shadow guard responded and hurriedly left the place. After the shadow guard left, the calm surface of the huge lake seemed to suddenly boil, and numerous water bubbles emerged. As the surface of the lake boiled, a majestic aura gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake was boiling, a huge column of water suddenly erupted from the lake. Roar! As the water column shot skyward, a thunderous and strange beast roar suddenly erupted from the lake, and the huge size of the beast immediately occupied half of the lake. The beast that appeared over the lake measured hundreds of meters, its meandering enormous body was covered with deep blue scales that reflected a dense cold glint under the sunlight. That enormous head possessed a blue screw horn. Its lantern-like large eyes were quite frightening to look at. As soon as this beast appeared, the air in the surrounding sky and earth became much more humid. The linen-robed old man was not impressed by this change. "Old Jia, are you going to attract that 6th-tier alchemist?" As soon as the giant beast appeared, a thunderous voice echoed over the lake. "Did you hear everything just now?" "That's right, I want to attract that 6th-tier alchemist. It would be best if Yao Yi could marry him. Hehe, a 6th-tier alchemist with a promising future would definitely allow the royal family to have a lot more powerful people." Jia Xingtian stroked his beard and said with a smile as if he had already seen the future imperial family, where talents emerged in large numbers. "You humans love to have these crooked thoughts, attract or not attract I don't care, these years my injuries have reappeared, if I don't get treatment as soon as possible, I'm afraid that in a few years I will have to suppress them by sleeping. Think of something." The huge voice of the magical beast caused the surface of the lake to tremble slightly, a soft undulation rippled on the surface of the lake. "Your injuries have reappeared." Jia Xingtian frowned at his words. It was not good news. The magical beast in front of him was of the same 6th rank as him, called Serene Sea Scaly Beast, and was the protective beast of the Jia Ma Empire. In his early years, he had fought to increase the size of the empire and had fallen victim to injuries that he naturally knew well. The royal family had secretly hired many high-tier alchemists to treat his illnesses over the years, but with little success, he saw no results and could only rely on his own strong cultivation to forcibly suppress his injuries. If they let the 6th-rank Serene Sea Scaly Beast relapse, the imperial family will undoubtedly lose an extremely important battle force. The Jia Ma Empire will also be in crisis. Moreover, when he counted time, he found that he did not have many years left before the end of his lifespan. He wasn't sure about breaking through to Dou ancestor, so the Jia Ma imperial family would be even more inseparable from the Serene Sea Scaly Beast. With a sigh, Jia Xingtian thought for a moment and then said, "This time, there is no need to worry about your injuries, even if the marriage alliance is unsuccessful this time, I will have Yao Yi invite Xiao Ming to come to the Jia Ma sacred city to see you, and incidentally, I will ask him to help me refine a zone-breaking pill." Xiao Ming had just returned from Jia Nan Academy and had no connection with other powers, so if he was asked to refine a pill, he should not refuse. The Jia Ma imperial family had been leading the Jia Ma empire for many years and had long been wealthy enough, so it would be no problem to gather a few pairs of medicinal herbs for the pill and the 6th-tier alchemist's fee. The Serene Sea Scaly Beast listened to the words, and his huge head nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Old Jia, since you have a plan, then I'll be waiting for your good news." After saying this, he turned his head and walked to the bottom of the lake, his huge body sinking into the lake raised many waves. A moment later, the surface of the lake became calm again, as if the huge giant body of the Serene Sea Scaly Beast from a moment ago was just an illusion. On the other hand, Jia Xingtian shook his head, poured himself another cup of tea, and savored it slowly. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps and a young woman with demonic charm dressed in a luxurious brocade robe appeared on the gravel path of the bamboo forest. The beautiful woman did not stop at the end of the gravel road like the shadow guard but walked straight towards Jia Xingtian in the pavilion at the heart of the lake. Only when she entered the lake pavilion did the woman speak. Great-grandfather requested year, is there any order? Chapter 99. Jia Ningtian looked at his great-granddaughter and first told her to sit across from him before slowly saying, Year, you must have heard the news of the Xiao family in Wutan City. Yao Yi calmly replied, Great-grandfather, are you referring to the Xiao Ming matter of the Xiao family? Not long ago, the shadow guard gave me the information, and I have already read it. Then what do you think of Xiao Ming? Jia Xingtian asked. Yao Yi pondered for a while before saying, he's a monster, and one that has grown up. For the sake of the stability of the imperial family, we have to be able to attract him. If we succeed, a sixth-tier alchemist can counter the influence brought about by the Pill King Guhi of the Misty Cloud sect. As the eldest princess of the Jia Ma imperial family, and since Jia Xingtian had always intended to cultivate her as the ruler of the Jia Ma empire, the first thing that came to her mind was the interests of the Jia Ma imperial family. At this, Jia Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. You are right, we have to attract him, so I have decided that you personally make a trip to Wutan City. Regarding Jia Xingtian's decision, Yao Yi was a little surprised. Although she thought that Xiao Ming was someone they actually had to attract, a sixth-tier alchemist could already create a considerable force on his own. With this ability, he wasn't someone who could be attracted by simply going to see him. The reason why Misty Cloud sect was able to recruit Pill King Guhi was still because at that time Guhi was not yet a sixth-tier alchemist, and with the help of Misty Cloud sect's inheritance, Guhi was able to advance to the sixth tier more easily. Moreover, Guhi liked Yun Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, and this was another important reason why they were able to bind Guhi. Xiao Ming was not the same as Guhi, and there was no one he liked in the imperial family. Now, even if she were to travel there, she feared that it would not do much good. According to what she thought, it would be enough for someone to send a generous gift and make good relations. They also had to study the other party's preferences before approaching the door, didn't they? I naturally understand your thoughts, however, you may not know Year, but the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect has a marriage arrangement with the Xiao family of Wutan City. Although the subject of the marriage arrangement is not Xiao Ming, however, with the identity of a clanmate, the relationship between Xiao Ming and Misty Cloud sect will be much closer, and when the time comes, with two sixth-tier alchemists, I'm afraid the influence of Misty Cloud sect will far exceed that of now. But, this marriage relationship is not something we can break on our own, unless, Yao Yi thought about the key point, and suddenly shut her mouth. She is not a foolish person, and now she naturally understands the meaning of Jia Xingtian. After a long sigh, Yao Yi said, I understand, Year will do her best in this matter, I just can't guarantee success. After all, Xiao Ming is a miracle genius, whether he will notice Year or not is another story. Well, do your best in this matter, even if it doesn't work out, you still have to form a good relationship. I understand. Right, there is one more thing for you to do on this trip, the injuries of the protective divine beast, Serene Sea Scaly Beast, have reappeared. Remember to invite him to come to Jia Ma Sacred City to see the divine beast. I also want his help in refining a zone-breaking pill for me, the matter of payment will be well negotiated. Yao Yi nodded easily in response. Compared to the previous matter, she thought it was still much easier to invite Xiao Ming to refine a pill and perform a medical checkup. Alright, get ready and go for it. 2 days later. The Xiao family gate. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate quite proudly, guarding all paths and listening in all directions. Suddenly, an old man stepped out of the crowd and walked towards them. Noticing this, one of the 2 rows of guards came out to greet him, stopping him and saying, Stop, this is the residence of the Xiao family, what does the visitor need? I am a deacon of the Misty Cloud sect, and I have come to present a notification letter. Said the old man, taking out a white letter from his own chest and presenting it to the guard. In the Jia Ma Empire, when officially visiting another power, according to the rules, one must present their own notification letter to inform the other party when they would be coming. This would also avoid the embarrassing situation of the other party's primary person not being home when one arrives at the door, and at the same time, it is a more polite practice to give the other party time to prepare. Not presenting a notification letter could be taken as an unwanted guest coming to the door. A notification letter from the Misty Cloud sect. The guard was a little surprised at his words. Misty Cloud sect was a dominant power in the Jia Ma Empire. What was it that they intended to visit his Xiao clan? Was it because of Supreme Elder Xiao Ming? Although he was very puzzled in his heart, the guard did not ask any more questions, but took the letter and looked at the cover, and discovered that it was indeed a notification letter from the Misty Cloud sect, with the symbol of the Misty Cloud sect on it. The guard said quickly and politely, I will transmit the invitation to clan head. Well, since the letter has been delivered, I'll take my leave. Take care. The moon was like a silver disk and the sky was full of stars. At the top of the mountain cliff, Xiao Yan lay down on the grass, holding a blade of green grass in his mouth and chewing it lightly, letting the faint bitterness permeate his mouth. He raised his palm, somewhat white, and held it in front of his eyes, looking through the hollow of his fingers at the huge silver moon in the sky. Sigh, recalling the results of the checkup Xiao Ming had given him a few days ago, Xiao Yan sighed lightly and slowly withdrew his palm, resting his hands on his head, his eyes a little entranced. Is there really no way to cure me? Thinking of the increasingly nasty words among the clan members after Xiao Ming's failed attempt at treatment. Xiao Yan spat out the grass root in his mouth and suddenly stood up with a fierce face as he roared with all his might towards the night sky, saying, "You son of a bitch, you brought your grandfather here to be a waste. Fuck it." Only after roaring a couple of times, Xiao Yan's emotions slowly calmed down and his face returned to its usual dejection. The matter had come to this: no matter how furious he was, he would not be able to regain the Do-Chi spiral he had worked so hard to cultivate. Xiao Yan shook his head bitterly. His heart was actually somewhat aggrieved. After all, he knew nothing of what had really happened to his body. He examined himself every day but did not find the slightest problem with it. It was clear that his soul was getting stronger and stronger as he aged, and the rate at which he absorbed Do-Chi was even stronger than his peak state a few years ago by a few points. Even a sixth-tier alchemist like Xiao Ming had said that there was nothing wrong with his body. It all proved that his talent had never weakened. However, all that Do-Chi that had entered his body had disappeared without exception, such a strange situation that could not help but make Xiao Yan feel gloomy. Xiao Yan raised his palm with a gloomy sigh, and on his finger was a black ring, an ancient ring made of some unknown material, with some faint patterns painted on it. This was the only gift his mother had left him before she died. He had worn it for 10 years since he was 4 years old, and being his mother's heirloom had made Xiao Yan feel fond of it. These past few years, I have really failed my mother's expectations. Exhaling a deep sigh, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head back and smiled warmly towards the dark forest. "Father, are you here?" Although his Do-Chi was only in the 3 stars, however, thanks to his 2 lifetimes, Xiao Yan's soul perception was exceptionally sharp, and he had detected a hint of movement in the forest when he had spoken of his mother earlier. "Huh, Yenner, why are you still up here at this hour?" From the forest, after a few moments of silence, came the somewhat concerned laughter of a man. The branches of the tree swayed for a moment and a middle-aged man peered out, a smile on his face as he looked at his son standing in the moonlight. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious grey suit, and walked with a certain majesty, with a pair of thick eyebrows on his face that added a few points of pride. "Father, haven't you gone to rest yet?" Looking at Xiao Zhan, the smile on Xiao Yan's face grew even stronger. "Yenner, are you still thinking about Xiao Ming's diagnosis of you?" "Oh, what's there to think about?" Xiao Yan shook his head, but his smile was somewhat forced. Sigh, looking at Xiao Yan's still somewhat tender face, Xiao Zhan sighed and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Yenner, you're almost 15, right?" Father. "In just over a year, it seems that it will be time for the coming-of-age ceremony," Xiao Zhan said with a bitter smile. "Yes, father, it's still more than a year away." With his palms slightly clenched, Xiao Yan calmly returned. Naturally, he knew very well that as long as the coming-of-age ceremony came, then he, who did not have the required cultivation, would be disqualified from entering the Do Technique Hall in pursuit of Do-Chi techniques, and thus, he would be assigned to the various family properties to deal with ordinary family things, which were the rules of the family clan, and even if his father was the clan head, it was impossible to change it. "Sorry, Yenner, if your Do-Chi doesn't reach 7-star within a year, then father will have to painfully assign you to one of the family properties. After all, in this family, it's not father who has the final say, those elders are waiting for your father to make mistakes at any time, and now there's an extra supreme elder in the family." Looking at the calm Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan sighed and said in an apologetic tone. "Father, I will work hard, and in a year or so, I will definitely reach the 7-star Do disciple." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan smiled and said comfortingly. "4 stars in a year. I'm afraid only Xiao Ming can do it." Although his mouth comforted his father, Xiao Yan laughed bitterly to himself in his heart. It was true that the Xiao family had a record of 4 stars in 1 year, but the person who set this record was not him, but Xiao Ming, not to mention the fact that his body was now in a strange state. Xiao Zhan, who was also very clear about it, could only sigh in response. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate 4 stars of Do-Chi in 1 year, otherwise, for so many years, there would not have been only one Xiao Ming in the Jiama Empire. "It's late, go back and rest, tomorrow there are valuable guests in the clan, you must not lose your manners." "Valuable guests, who are they?" Xiao Yan asked curiously. "You'll find out tomorrow." Winking at Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan laughed and left, leaving a curious Xiao Yan behind. Chapter 100. The next day, in Xiao Ming's courtyard, there was the sound of shouts and explosions reverberating one after another. Hiya! Boom! A leggy young girl was fighting against Xiao Ming. To be precise, the young girl was attacking Xiao Ming with all her might, while Xiao Ming easily dodged the young girl's attack with a few movements of his body. While dodging the girl's attack, Xiao Ming's mouth kept reciting. Cousin Xiao Yu, your move should be a little more powerful. No, it's too slow, a little faster. Raise your hand 3 points higher. Time passed slowly, seeing that Xiao Yu's breathing seemed to be ragged, Xiao Ming raised his hand to grab Xiao Yu's long leg by the ankle as she threw it. That's all for today. As he said this, Xiao Ming opened his hand, allowing Xiao Yu to stand firmly. Xiao Yu stood firm and wiped the sweat from her face was a little flushed from the exercise. Thank you very much cousin for teaching me do techniques. It's nothing, I also have to exercise my muscles every morning, training with you or training alone, there's not much difference. Unlike the panting Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged and he said calmly as if he was not the one who had just been attacked by Xiao Yu with all her might. Xiao Yu was looking for Xiao Ming to practice her do techniques. It was at the time when they were returning to the clan when Xiao Ming saw Xiao Yu practicing her techniques on the griffin beast and casually gave her some advice. From then on, Xiao Yu would go to Xiao Ming to ask him anything she didn't understand about her cultivation. Xiao Ming was in a good mood to answer questions from outsiders like Master Gu and I, so he would not be stingy with his clanmates. Xiao Ming had always been very optimistic about diligent people. Talent was essential, but hard work could equal many things. If one's talent was not enough, there were things in this world that could change it. If one's talent was poor and one did not work hard, then there was really nothing that could be done. Xiao Ming walked over to the table in the small courtyard. Beside the table, Ziyan was sitting on a chair, swinging her legs in boredom, with some pills stuffed into her mouth from time to time in her hand. Xiao Ming lifted the teapot from the table, poured 3 cups of tea, and called Xiao Yu over as he sat down to rest. After taking a sip of the tea, Xiao Yu felt that the do qi in her body seemed to have grown a few points, and her pretty face was somewhat surprised as she said, "What kind of tea is this? Can it really have the effect of increasing do qi?" "Rain flower tea, I got it by chance. It can increase the do qi of people with the cultivation level of do grandmaster and below. It is no longer of any use to me. If you like it, I can give you some." Xiao Ming closed his eyes and tasted the tea before saying. This rain flower tea was extracted from his simulation yesterday, and he had a ton. This time he didn't have to fear not having enough tea for himself, and besides, he could share it with the others. It wouldn't be too good, it's better to forget about it. Xiao Yu was a girl after all and had thin skin, so it was fine to drink with Xiao Ming, but it seemed a bit unjustified to drink something so expensive. Looking at Ziyan, who was drinking tea like water beside him, Xiao Ming was amused and reached out his hand to stroke her little head before slowly saying. "Well then, you should hurry up and cultivate to do master, and when the time comes, I'll give you some rain flower tea as a reward for being a family genius." Knock, knock, knock. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to respond, the courtyard door rang. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took the initiative and went to open the door. After a few words of conversation with the person at the door, Xiao Yu sat back down next to Xiao Ming. Before sitting down, Xiao Yu said, "The clan head has asked you to go to the meeting room. For the matter of the Misty Clouds sect coming to visit, right? Have the people from the Misty Clouds sect arrived?" Taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming said slowly. The Misty Clouds sect's deacon came to the door yesterday to deliver the notification, and naturally, he knew this as the Xiao family's supreme elder, and this was something Xiao Zhan had personally come to tell him about. At that moment, in front of him, Xiao Zhan's face had such a big smile that it was full of wrinkles. Looking at him, he shook his head and could not bear to tell him that it was a marriage arrangement annulment in 99 of cases. That said, Xiao Zhan, as clan head, used to be quite cunning, so how come he didn't notice? Xiao Yan was now a well-known waste in a 3-star Do disciple, and the other party, Nalan Yanran, was now the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, a future Do emperor powerhouse and one of the future most powerful and influential figures in the empire. How could he think that Misty Cloud sect would be happy to marry the future sect leader to his son? It's possible that no one would be. This was the Do Chi continent, a world where the strong are respected. Even if the Xiao clan now had him as a 6th-tier alchemist, other forces, such as the Misty Cloud sect, would not necessarily give him face. This was because, if Xiao Yan did not reach the 7-star Do disciple at the coming-of-age ceremony, then he would only be an ordinary member of the Xiao clan, whose status in the clan was not too low, but not high either. The Xiao family had been developing in the Jiama Empire for many years and the number of ordinary clan members was really very large. Therefore, the difference in status and strength between the two was too great. Most importantly, the other person, Nalan Yanran, was still the one who wanted to pursue her freedom. Since childhood, also because of Nailan Jia, she has long been dissatisfied with this marriage. Even if Xiao Yan's talent is still there was still a probability that she will overturn this marriage arrangement. The person who sent the message just now said that it is almost time for the Misty Cloud sect to arrive at the door, so you remember to take a seat before they come. Saying this, Xiao Yu felt a little curious and asked, I heard my grandfather say that the people coming from the Misty Cloud sect this time are the sect leader and the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. Is this true? Yes, it is true that the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect is coming to the clan. If she didn't, there would be no need for me to go and join in the fun. Xiao Ming said and rolled his eyes. If it was that Guyi and Nailan Yanran coming to the door, then he wouldn't bother going there. After all, the annulment of the marriage arrangement was ultimately a matter proper to Xiao Zhan's lineage and had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the annulment of the marriage arrangement was still taking place within the Xiao family and, when the time came, he only had to ask his own people not to spread the word. He only had to preserve the face of the Xiao family, and as for the Xiao Zhan lineage, this was a definite loss of face anyway, no matter what occasion it was. Because of Xiao Yan and Nailan Yanran's marriage arrangement, all the Xiao family's top brass knew about it. As for advising Nailan Yanran not to annul the marriage arrangement, Xiao Ming also had no such thoughts. Although he had been in the Dochi continent for more than 10 years and his mentality had been slowly changed by this world, he still had certain principles that remained firmly in his heart. This kind of marriage arrangement arose from the ugly practice of engaging them from before birth. He, who had received a modern education, did not want to encourage that kind of practice. Now, because of his presence, the Misty Cloud sect had at least given enough face. At least it wasn't just sending a deacon. Yun Yun was also the elder of Nailan Yanran, came to the door personally. Sighing, Xiao Ming stood up. Alright, come on, let's go together and see, what does this sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect look like? Xiao Yu nodded with some excitement. Yun Yun, being one of the few female powerhouses, still had great popularity in the Jiao Ma Empire. Many female cultivators followed her as a model. Taking Ziyan's small hand, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu walked across the backyard and finally stopped outside the solemn welcome hall. The doors of the meeting hall were wide open, and the three of them entered the hall. The spacious hall was already crowded with people, and the 6 seats at the top were already occupied by 5 people, namely Xiao Shan, Xiao Zhan, and the 3 elders. Xiao Shan had also received an elder's position after returning home and was responsible for managing some things. Chapter 101. The faces of the few elders beside Xiao Shan were quite calm, while joy could be clearly seen on Xiao Zhan's face. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, the hall, which had been somewhat noisy, gradually quieted down. Xiao Yu looked around the room and finally found the place where her parents were, spoke to Xiao Ming, and headed there. Xiao Ming, for his part, pulled Ziyan towards the top of the room. We haven't thought this through carefully. Someone brings another chair here. The Grand Elder looked at Xiao Ming, who was holding Ziyan's small hand, and said with some embarrassment. When arranging the seats, he had forgotten that Xiao Ming was accompanied by a little girl, so he had only reserved a seat for Xiao Ming. No need, I want to sit with Xiao Ming. Hearing Ziyan's words, the Grand Elder looked at Xiao Ming with some difficulty. Looking at the wide chair that was big enough to seat 2 people, Xiao Ming pinched Ziyan's soft little face, and after thinking in his heart that Ziyan seemed to be clingier, he said to the Grand Elder, listen to her. It's okay. Although he was a little tempted to say that this kind of behavior might be a little less respectful to the Misty Cloud sect, the Grand Elder thought about it. Ziyan was still a child in appearance, so he guessed that it wouldn't matter to many people, and she was still a Do King, so he didn't say anything else. Pulling Ziyan to sit down, with Ziyan's unique fragrance and the soft touch coming from his side, Xiao Ming did not have any ripples inside, and a cup of tea was soon brought to him. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming was chatting with Xiao Shan, who was sitting beside him, when the voice of the guards came from outside. Informing the head clan and the elders, the people of Misty Cloud sect have arrived. Xiao Zhan, who had not spoken to anyone, immediately stood up when he heard the voice. Have they arrived? Quickly, go out to greet them. With that, Xiao Zhan went to the reception hall, and several elders also stood up. Seeing this sight, Xiao Shan, who was standing next to Xiao Ming, looked somewhat doubtfully at Xiao Ming, who was standing motionless next to him and had no intention of going out to greet. Cousin, what shall we do? You can go, just to greet them, I won't go. Xiao Ming said lazily. Greeting guests did not require so many people. Xiao Shan, a Do spirit, was enough. In addition, in his perception, there was a strong aura gradually approaching the hall. The owner of this aura was probably Yun Yun. Walking at that distance, in a short time, he would have to return immediately. He was too lazy to do so. Seeing Xiao Ming say this, Xiao Shan nodded his head and got up to leave. Indeed, when Xiao Shan had not been out for long, he quickly returned. Along with him came back Xiao Zhan and some elders. Beside the elders, there was also an elder dressed in a white robe. The elder's face was full of smiles and was beaming, and his eyes, which were somewhat small, sparkled from time to time as he talked to the elders, except that the elder's gaze was fixed on Xiao Shan, who stood silently beside him, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously, Xiao Shan's presence had given him some pressure. Behind the few people, they were followed by a woman with a noble aura dressed in a tight brocade robe of gold and purple, while behind the woman was a cold-looking young woman in a beautiful and delicate moon-white robe. The few elders in front of them, who were talking excitedly, seemed to deliberately avoid the two people behind them. It was thanks to the white-robed elder that the atmosphere between the Xiao family and the visitors of the Misty Cloud sect was not too cold. Only when they arrived at the hall, clan head Xiao Zhan turned to the elegant woman behind him and said, "Sect leader Yun, this is the welcome hall of our Xiao clan, please take a seat." Looking at the entire Xiao family who had risen in a gesture of welcome for her arrival, Yun nodded softly and said a word of courtesy before turning her gaze to Xiao Ming at the top, a hint of curiosity shining in her eyes. "You are Master Xiao Ming, the 6th-tier alchemist who is famous in the Jiama Empire, aren't you? When I see you today, you really have an extraordinary bearing." Yun had not been a day or two as sect leader, and this official form of greeting could be said to be skillfully practiced. It is only Yun was serious by nature, and this greeting to the strongest person in the Xiao family seemed too official. At this moment, Xiao Ming, in a welcoming gesture, also stood up and said in an equally calm tone, "I have heard of sect leader Yun's great reputation for a long time, and seeing you today, you are undoubtedly a great woman among women." Apparently, Xiao Ming's tone was similar. Neither party felt that anything was wrong, but the Xiao family people who stood beside them were a little embarrassed, because both of them had a too calm tone, and using a flat tone to say such complimentary words sounded a little mocking. At the same time as Xiao Ming replied, Xiao Zhan and the others beside the white-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, was giving them was too strong. Although Yun did not say anything, the majesty she had accumulated over the years as the head of the sect was enough to scare people, and the fact that Xiao Ming was acting so calmly made the oppression Yun gave them feel much less. It was certainly a good feeling to have someone covering their heads. After sighing, Xiao Zhan and the elders led Yun and the other guests to the top of the hall to be seated. Once the hosts and guests were seated, the atmosphere was surprisingly quiet for a while. To avoid embarrassment, the Grand Elder coughed and started talking again to the deacon next to him. In fact, with the presence of Yun and Xiao Ming, they were originally supposed to let these two representative figures have a conversation, but the only problem was that neither of these two seemed to have the intention to open their mouths. Thus, they could only talk to each other, so that at least the atmosphere would not be too awkward. Why didn't Yun speak? Actually, she was just calculating how to ask them to annul the marriage arrangement later, so that she would not offend Xiao Ming, who has unlimited potential. Why didn't Xiao Ming say anything? That's because he thought there was nothing to say. He's not good at awkward conversations. Nailin Yanran sat next to Yun, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Ming curiously. For Xiao Ming, it could be said that there was no one in the Jiama Empire who was not curious. Naturally, she was no exception, and although she had come to annul her marriage arrangement today, she had also satisfied her own curiosity by learning about the appearance of this genius who had trampled everyone in the Jiama Empire under his feet in terms of talent. Xiao Ming looked nothing like the image she had imagined, completely devoid of the domineering aura that ordinary geniuses could not hide. Instead, he was similar to her master, as if he was indifferent to everything. Without waiting until Nailin Yanran could continue watching, a knock sounded at the door of the hall, which had been closed a moment ago. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of this knock, the Grand Elder and the white-robed elder, who were enlivening the atmosphere, looked at each other and closed their mouths in unspoken understanding. A figure pushed the door of the hall and entered. The person coming was none other than Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan entered the hall, he seemed to have not understood the situation. He first looked around, and his gaze lingered on Xiao Ming as well as Yun for a few moments. He could not help but mutter to himself, what exactly is the origin of these few people? Even Xiao Ming has come out. The news that reached Xiao Yan in the Xiao family was limited, and he did not know who were the ones who were visiting this time. Chapter 102. Ever since he had lost his talent, Xiao Yan had done his best to avoid clan members to prevent unnecessary ridicule from others. This time, when the Misty Cloud sect came to the clan, the Xiao family did not really make a big announcement. However, there were still quite a few internal clan members who knew about it, and Xiao Zhan should have been the one to inform Xiao Yan, but he deliberately wanted to keep it as a secret. This led to Xiao Yan's current confusion. Seeing that all the important figures of the family were present, even Xiao Ming, he knew that the visitor his father had mentioned yesterday must be very important, so he immediately stepped forward to greet Father, the three elders, the Supreme Elder. "Ha, Yener, you're here, quickly sit down." Seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Zhan smiled and nodded with a smile as he spoke. With this shout, everyone's eyes focused directly on him. Even Yun Yun, who was deep in thought, also cast her gaze at Xiao Yan. Is this Xiao Yan? It is true that his talent has disappeared and stayed in a 3-star Do disciple as rumored. One must know that Yun Yun was restraining her Do Emperor aura, but she had been in charge of the Misty Cloud sect for a long time, and there was an inexplicable majesty of a powerful person in her body, which just now pressured Xiao Zhan and the others and made them not dare to say a word to her. Although Xiao Yan had experienced more than 2 years of ridicule from his family, his heart had been polished, but even so, he still could not bear the sight of Yun Yun on him. To avoid embarrassment, he began to look for a seat according to his father's instructions, but after scanning the hall, he was surprised to see that there was no seat for him. This was embarrassing, and faced with this situation, Xiao Yan could only secretly shake his head and laugh at himself. Unfortunately, my status in this family really seems to be getting lower and lower. I was good in the past, but now they are really embarrassing me in front of the guests, these 3 old farts. The young clan members in the vicinity couldn't help but grimace in derision as they looked at Xiao Yan, who stood motionless, obviously enjoying watching him make a fool of himself. At this moment, Xiao Zhan from above also noticed Xiao Yan's embarrassment. A flash of anger appeared on his face and he frowned towards the elder beside him. Grand Elder, you. Ahem, I'm really sorry, I really forgot about 3rd young master, hehe, I will immediately call someone to prepare a seat for him right away. The Grand Elder, who had been fulminated by Xiao Zhan's gaze, chuckled softly and slapped his forehead in a sign of self-reproach, but the look of contempt in his eyes was not much disguised. Seeing the situation Xiao Yan was in, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. He did not expect that even if he was here, these elders would still embarrass Xiao Yan on such an important occasion. Was Xiao Yan so hateful before? Xiao Shan, who was sitting next to Xiao Ming, also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had been in the family for a while, and although he knew that Xiao Yan was not liked, he did not expect it to be to this extent, which was beyond his expectations. Apparently seeing the surprise in both Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan's eyes, the Grand Elder no longer wanted to play tricks on Xiao Yan, and the chair was quickly brought over. It seemed that they had been prepared to be placed at any time. Although they could see that Xiao Yan seemed to be very unpopular in the Xiao family, Yun Yun and the others did not say anything. After Xiao Yan sat at the back, Yun Yun, who had seen the person she was here for, finally spoke. Clan head Xiao, this trip is actually a request from Yanran and me. A request? Hearing Yun Yun say this, Xiao Zhan suddenly had a bad feeling. The only person from the Xiao family who could help the powerful leader of the Misty Cloud sect was Xiao Ming, a 6th-tier alchemist. He had thought that this time, the leader of Misty Cloud sect had come to see Xiao Ming, who was right next to him and could speak directly to him if she had a request, but now she was making a request to himself, which was a very strange situation. What ability could he have to help a powerful Do Emperor? When he thought that Yun Yun mentioned Nalan Yanran just now, Xiao Zhan had a bad feeling inside his heart, and when he thought of a certain possibility, the corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times, and his large palm trembled slightly, but fortunately, it was covered by his sleeve, so it was not seen. He restrained his anger and said in a trembling voice, Sect Leader Yun Yun, if there is anything you want to say, please do so. If it is within our power, the Xiao family will not refuse. Clan head Xiao, Misty Cloud sect has always been a strict sect, and every future sect leader cannot get emotionally involved until they have formally become the official sect leader. Yanran's talent is very high and I intend to make her the next sect leader, but before that, I have inquired about Yanran and I know that she still has a marriage arrangement with the Xiao family, so I would like to ask the clan head Xiao to be able to break this marriage arrangement. The Misty Cloud sect will give you compensation for the trouble caused. Crack. The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand turned into a cloud of dust with a loud bang. In the hall, the atmosphere was somewhat silent as everyone present was shaken by Yun Yun's words. The 3 elders, who were already at odds with Xiao Zhan, looked at Xiao Zhan with a hint of sarcasm and mockery in their gaze. Hehe, someone came to the door and forced you to annul the marriage arrangement by force. Let's see what prestige you, the clan head, will still have to manage the clan in the future. Some teenagers of the younger generation did not know about the marriage arrangement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran, but after inquiring about it with their parents standing to the side, their faces, immediately, turned bright and sneering and scornful gazes were directed at Xiao Yan in the corner. Oh, so the marriage annulment kept happening. Because he had expected this scene, Xiao Ming's face did not change much, and Ziyan beside him seemed to be a little interested in this, blinking her big eyes and watching with great interest. On the other hand, Xiao Shan in the seat next to him was simply filled with shock. His original thoughts were the same as Xiao Zhan's, thinking that Yun Yun was here to find Xiao Ming, but he didn't expect that he would turn out to be here to annul a marriage. Clan head Xiao, I know this request is a bit forced, so on this trip, I have brought compensation gifts. Yun Yun's words were still as calm as ever, her jade hand gently lifted and several different colored jade boxes were placed on the table. I have brought 2 4th-tier pills on this trip, namely the Spirit Ascension Pill and the Qi Gathering Pill, 2 fifth-tier pills, both Xianling pills, and a high-level wind attribute Qi method, Xian class. These are the gifts of compensation for the trouble caused. As Yun spoke, the deacon of the Misty Cloud sect, sitting beside her, carefully opened the box, and immediately, several strange fragrances filled the room, and everyone who smelled them felt refreshed. The Xiao family people in the room could not help but breathe a little faster after hearing Yun's words. When the box was opened and they clearly saw that the items inside were the same as what Yun had said, their mouths went dry. The 2 fourth-tier pills were fine, the Spiritual Ascension Pill could increase the chance of a Do Grandmaster to a Do Spirit, and the Qi Gathering Pill could allow a 9-star Do Disciple to have a 100 chance of advancing to a Do Practitioner, which seemed very valuable. However, over the years, Xiao Ming had brought much more than 2 fourth-tier pills, and there were even precious pills to directly increase their strength. Therefore, they are not so greedy for 4th-tier pills. But although Xiao Ming had sent back many 4th-tier pills, these 5th-tier pills, Xiao Ming had not sent back many. The 5th-tier pills were already exceptionally precious, and the Xianling pill that Yun gave was the type of pill that could directly allow a Do Spirit to break through 1 star. This type of pill that could directly raise the realm was usually much more valuable than other pills of the same tier. And since Yun had given out 2 of these precious pills, it was no wonder that they had lost their composure. Chapter 103. A 5th-tier pill. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the pills on display. Each of them was of a reddish color, and the fragrance of the pills was intense and pleasant, indicating that the pills were of good quality and not some inferior pills with faulty medicinal properties. Rather, they were genuine 5th-tier pills. The 4th-tier pills will not be discussed for the time being, nor will the Qi method. The number of alchemists who could refine this 5th-tier pill in the Jia Ma Empire could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. Each of those pills could be auctioned at a sky-high price. To him, a pill of this tier was not too valuable, except for the fact that the medicinal herbs were hard to find. But to make it up to Xiao Zhan and his son, it seemed sincere enough. Moreover, Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, had personally come to the door to apologize, so for Xiao Zhan, he could maintain his reputation and dignity. After all, they had already done their best, and other than it being a bit inappropriate to talk about such things in public, there was nothing for others to complain about. As expected, after the Grand Elder and the others saw the compensation, they looked at Xiao Zhan with less derision. Earlier they had mocked because they did not expect the compensation gifts given by the Misty Cloud sect to be so generous, acting as if they took the matter very seriously. If Yun had merely talked about annulling the marriage and then given something unimportant to Xiao Zhan, then, indeed, they might have mocked it out loud. But now, with the things Yun had given and the attitude she presented, they were instantly left with no reason to mock. After all, the Doqi continent was still about strength. Clan head Xiao, all these things are compensations for you, father and son, please consider the matter of Yanran. After Yun said this sentence, she closed her mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense, but no one else spoke because they were not the parties involved, only the faces of Xiao Zhan and his son were very gloomy. Although Yun's reason was understandable and the compensation generous, for the father and son, annulling the marriage arrangement was still a very uncomfortable matter. In a hoarse voice, Xiao Zhan was about to speak when someone else spoke before him. Sect leader Yun, you'd better retrieve the pills, we may not agree on the matter today. The hall fell silent and all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, who had raised his face in a corner. After such a long time, Xiao Yan had already completely learned about the situation. Xiao Yan, when did it become your place to talk here? Shut your mouth. The face of one of the elders sank and then shouted angrily. Xiao Yan, back off, I know it's not a pleasant thing for you, but we will make the decision here. Another elder also spoke with some anxiety. The two of them had stopped Xiao Yan for the simple reason that they feared that Xiao Yan would not be careful with his words and would offend Yun and bring trouble to the Xiao clan. Elders, this is a marriage matter of me, Xiao Yan, so please don't get involved. Xiao Yan had had enough of the teasing from the 3 elders in the past few days, and with the increasingly nasty taunts among the clan members and the encouragement of the marriage annulment, the combination of all of them erupted today, and the harshness of his words was evident. The 3 elders were stunned at these words, and the sulky 3rd elder's eyes stared at him as he slowly formed his Do-Chi. It's alright, 3rd elder, this is Xiao Yan's own matter, let him settle it himself. Xiao Ming, who was sitting on top, looked at 3rd elder and said slowly. The other members of the Xiao family were not involved in such a matter, and none of them could say anything about it, nor could they make the decisions for Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. Now that the 3rd elder wanted to stop Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, who was in a bad mood by his side, would definitely not stand idly by. In order for the Xiao family not to be involved in a fight over this matter later, it was necessary to stop them, otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. so Xiao Ming stopped the third elder from acting. At the same time as he stopped the third elder, Xiao Ming also looked at Xiao Yan's ring with an inexplicable look. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the third elder suddenly calmed down, and after looking at Xiao Ming, he immediately sat down helplessly. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Yan would know the importance of this matter. Without third elder's obstruction, Xiao Yan first bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan, then turned to look at Yun Yun, took a deep breath, and calmly asked. Sect leader Yun Yun, I would like to ask, regarding the annulment of the marriage arrangement, has Elder Nalan agreed? Yan Ran is the heiress of my Misty Cloud sect. I will convey this matter to the old leader of the Nalan family. Yun Yun looked at the teenager in front of her, her originally calm face eventually shadowed, but she still spoke with a calm tone. In that case, doesn't that mean he didn't agree? Since Elder Nalan did not agree, then I hope that sect leader Yun Yun will be comprehensive to us. My father will not agree to this request of yours, since the marriage arrangement in the first place was personally opened by the two elders, and now that they have not said anything to annul it, then no one will dare to annul this marriage, and no one in our clan would do such a thing that would desecrate a dead elder. Saying this, Xiao Yan's eyes also looked at the three elders, clearly implying something. The three elders and Xiao Yan's grandfather were obviously from the same generation, but Xiao Yan was treating them as Xiao Lin's juniors. Xiao Yan's excuse was quite good. He did not blame Yun Yun or the Nalan family, he was just saying that people from his own family did not dare to desecrate the dead elder. Yun Yun also could not say anything, but Nalan Yen ran beside her, she could not sit still. She stood up angrily and said, the matter of the marriage arrangement is my business, it has nothing to do with grandfather or yours. Say that you are going to annul the marriage now. I said I'm not going to annul this marriage today. Xiao Yan, for some reason, stubbornly replied. You. Nalan Yenran was about to say something else, but Yun Yun beside her frowned and wanted to stop Nalan Yenran's words. However, how could Nalan Yenran, who was already furious with Xiao Yan, put up with so much? So she said, very unconvinced, Master, he just thinks the compensation is too small. In the end, after a not very friendly conversation, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yenran made a 3-year agreement. This time, the 3-year agreement was not proposed by Nalan Yenran, but by Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan proposed the 3-year agreement, the Xiao family was confused. Xiao Ming was also confused, as he did not expect that Xiao Yan would make such an agreement. How did Xiao Yan dare to make this 3-year reverse agreement? The reason Xiao Yan dared to make such a 3-year agreement was not because he had lost his mind. There was a reason for it. After the people of the Misty Cloud sect left the Xiao family, Xiao Yan went to the back mountain alone. After looking around and seeing that no one was there, he spoke cautiously. Senior. He, little guy, don't look for me, I'm on your finger. A strange old familiar laughter suddenly entered Xiao Yan's ears. Hearing these words, the pupils of Xiao Yan's eyes shrank, and then he cast his own gaze towards the black antique ring resting on the top of his right hand. Are you really there? Xiao Yan forcibly held back the panic running through his heart and tried to calm his voice. Today, one of the reasons why Xiao Yan had dared to confront Yun Yun was because he had had quite a bit of anger built up over the past few days from the increasingly nasty taunts from the clan members, and this anger had exploded with today's marriage annulment, but the other reason was that he had heard a voice in his mind at that moment. The first time he heard that voice in his mind, Xiao Yan thought it was an illusion, but after a few seconds, Xiao Yan realized that it was not an illusion. At that moment, he knew that he was lucky to have met an immortal master like the novels in his previous life. After all, there were several powerful people present at that moment, including Xiao Ming, Ziyan and Yun Yun, but they all seemed to have no reaction to the voice in his mind, as if they did not notice. As the immortal master conveyed a message to him, he also told him that he would accept him as his disciple. Immediately, he gave him a lot of confidence. Along with the discussion with Nalan Yenran, the arrogance shown in the other party's words really gave him a lot of courage, so he had set up a 3-year agreement. He wanted everyone to understand that he, Xiao Yan, was not a waste. However, that was what he thought before. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that he had encountered a ghost. This was because, according to his perception, there was no immortal master living in a ring. Although there was some fear in his heart, Xiao Yan still struggled to slow down his heartbeat. Senior, please don't joke, my little heart can't afford such scares. I'm not joking with you, but your composure isn't bad, I'm surprised that you're not so scared that you jumped out of fright. A playful laugh came from the ring. At the same time, an old, transparent figure floated out of the ring. Senior, so you're really in the ring? Looking at this shadow, which looked exactly like the ghosts of his previous life, Xiao Yan revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Little guy, don't smile so ugly, don't you want me to take you as a disciple? Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's spirit shuddered. Immediately, he remembered that figure had just said that he could get his talent back, and he was no longer so afraid, so he hurriedly asked, "Senior, didn't you say that you would take me as your disciple and could help me get my talent back? Let's start now. I told you that you would regain your talent, in fact, you have already regained it." This, Xiao Yan was somewhat puzzled. "Actually, I am the one who made your Doqi disappear during these 2 years," the transparent elder, smiling, stared at the bewildered Xiao Yan and spoke. "What?" Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard those words. Immediately after, his face immediately changed to a gloomy color, and the cold words came out from between his teeth with difficulty. "Are you saying that the Doqi that has inexplicably disappeared from my body is your doing? He, I had to do it, so don't blame me, little guy. Go fuck your mother." Xiao Yan, who had been standing in the same place, suddenly jumped up like a madman, his face covered with fierceness, and his fist shot towards Yao Lao's face with full force. Yao Lao's illusory body slowly swerved to the left, easily dodging Xiao Yan's attack. He, little guy, no need to be so furious, isn't it just absorbing your Doqi for 2 years? Besides, I didn't do it intentionally. Yao Lao began to explain. This was pure bullshit. Yao Lao didn't really need Doqi, but Xiao Yan didn't know that at this moment. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Old man, since you are hiding in the ring, you must also know how I have been living for the past 2 years or so because you have absorbed my Doqi, right? I have been mocked and scorned every day for the past 2 years. But in these 2 years of mockery, you have grown up, haven't you? Do you think if it was 2 years ago, you would have the calmness and the same mentality as now?" Smiling, Yao Lao said softly. "Xiao Yan, you." After some friendly discussion, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. Looking at Yao Lao in front of him, he said without good humor, "Didn't you say that you could let me catch up with Nalan Yanran in 3 years, how should I do it? I am able to let you catch up with that girl," but Yao Lao did not continue. Xiao Yan seemed a little anxious. This old man had just acted mysteriously and talked so confidently, he really knew how to do it, didn't he? Otherwise, wouldn't he have to lose face 3 years later? "Do you want to become an alchemist?" Yao Lao suddenly asked. "An alchemist?" Xiao Yan was stunned at this leap in conversation, then frowned broadly. In the Doqi continent, no matter who it is, everyone wants to become an alchemist, but is an alchemist something you can be just by wanting to be one? The harsh conditions to be one are too difficult to meet. Don't ask me about being an alchemist, that 3-year agreement. The words suddenly stopped. Xiao Yan looked up and opened his mouth wide. "Can I be one?" "Yes." He greatly appreciated Xiao Yan's look of surprise mixed with expectation and ecstasy. Yao Lao stroked his illusory beard pretentiously. "You're barely qualified though." Later, after learning that he could become an alchemist and the other party was also an alchemist. More importantly, after the other party could also help him complete the 3-year agreement he had set, Xiao Yan immediately bowed his head. Without further mentioning Xiao Yan's affairs. On Xiao Ming's side, he had just returned to his small courtyard with Zi Yan for a short time before being invited back to the welcome hall by the Grand Elder. Looking at the tall and cold girl in the hall, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. How come he hadn't heard that there would be more guests? Actually, she sent her notification yesterday, however, it was too late so we didn't bother you, and today we forgot to mention it to you because of the Misty Cloud sect matter. The Grand Elder beside him said with some discomfort. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head a little speechless. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, the cold and beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she stood up and smiled. "Eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, Yao Yi, I have met Master Xiao Ming, please excuse me for taking the liberty to visit you today." "It's alright, Princess Yao Yi, please have a seat." Because of what had happened with the Misty Cloud sect, the only ones still seated in the hall to welcome Yao Yi at this time were Xiao Ming and the 3 elders. After ordering someone to pour a cup of good tea, they each took a sip of tea and when they had almost finished, Xiao Ming directly asked, "I wonder what is Princess Yao Yi's business in coming to the Xiao family this time? My great-grandfather asked me to come to attract you and asked me to find a way to establish a marriage contract with you." Of course, she couldn't say that. She just smiled softly and said, "When the great-grandfather heard that Master Xiao Ming had returned from the Jia Nan Academy and had become a 6th-tier alchemist, he was glad that there was such a genius in the Jia Ma Empire and sent me especially to congratulate you, Master, on your return from your studies." Chapter 104. As a member of the Jia Ma imperial family, Yao Yi had especially practiced the art of speaking, so it was very comfortable to chat with her. In the process of talking with Xiao Ming, she also told a lot of secret stories about the Jia Ma Empire, which in turn gave Xiao Ming a better understanding of the Jia Ma Empire. Most importantly, Xiao Ming in the course of the conversation rarely turned to look at her clothes, so Yao Yi felt that her first goal seems to be a bit difficult to achieve, so she never mentioned it. When she had almost finished setting the stage, she talked about the second purpose of her trip. My great-grandfather wants to invite you, Master Xiao Ming, to go to the Jiama sacred city. Invite me to Jiama sacred city? To what? Xiao Ming looked at Yao Yi, who always had a smile in front of him. Yao Yi hesitantly looked at the three elders beside him, as the serene sea scaly beast was the protector of the Jiama Empire, and the fewer people who knew about his injuries, the better. The three elders were old enough to see Yao Yi's hesitation, and after a glance between them, they found an excuse to leave. Only after the three had left did Yao Yi say, the reason for asking Master Xiao Ming to go to Jiama sacred city is because my imperial family's protector beast has suffered a recurrence of his wounds, so I would like to ask Master Xiao Ming to go to Jiama sacred city to help treat his wounds. Of course, the reward offered by our imperial family will definitely satisfy Master Xiao Ming. Help serene sea scaly beast treat his wounds, is that the only thing? Isn't Master Fema, the chairman of the Jiama Empire Alchemist Association, in Jiama sacred city? Haven't you approached him? Yao Yi smiled bitterly at his words. Although they had not invited Master Fema, they had invited other fifth-tier alchemists over the years, but all of them were unable to treat the serene sea scaly beast's hidden injury, and could only help suppress it a little. However, the injury had become increasingly difficult to suppress over time, and now it was about to burst out. After listening to Yao Yi's explanation, Xiao Ming nodded his head and pondered whether he should go or not. To be honest, Xiao Ming had been a bit bored in the Xiao family for the past few days, and he had several things to do now that he returned to the Jiama Empire, in addition to taking care of some Xiao family matters. It was a good time. Seeing that Xiao Ming had plunged into deep thoughts, Yao Yi at his side, added, Master Xiao Ming, in fact, my great-grandfather also wants to ask you to refine a zone-breaking pill. I wonder if you have the time to refine it. A sixth-tier zone-breaking pill? Xiao Ming listened to her words and became interested. The zone-breaking pill was a high-tier pill. In the Jiama Empire, it was believed that even Pill King Gu he would have difficulty refining a pill of this tier. How could the other party be sure that he could refine it? Indeed, it is a zone-breaking pill. I wonder if Master Xiao Ming has the time to refine it. Yao Yi nodded her head and said. In fact, Jia Xing Tian had asked Yao Yi to mention the zone-breaking pill just to test. Alchemists used to cherish their own reputation and be very cautious when dealing with the world. If Xiao Ming could refine it, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't refine it, he would naturally refuse and leave a good impression. With Xiao Ming's growth speed, they might also seek him again in the future. This refinement is possible, however, with regard to the success rate. Although Xiao Ming believed that he could refine this level of pill with the help of his heavenly flame, the ingredients of the zone-breaking pill were too difficult to gather, and he also had the zone-breaking pill in his storage ring, so he had not refined it before, and was unfamiliar with the technique, so it would be difficult for him to guarantee the success rate. This success rate, it's not too high, only 40%. 40%. Yao Yi gave a slight sigh of relief at his words, patted her voluptuous chest, and said pretending to be angry, Master Xiao Ming likes to joke a lot, having a 40% success rate for a 6th-tier peak pill is no longer low. I asked the master to help us. We have prepared everything according to the rules of the alchemists in Jiama Sacred City, and the compensation will also satisfy you, master. Was a 40% success rate high? Any success rate of less than 90% was considered low by Xiao Ming, and only by being strict with himself would he improve his skills. But seeing that the other party did not care, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and then said. Very well, I agree on both. As an alchemist, there was no reason for him to refuse when the other party came to his door to talk about business, and since the materials for 6th-tier pills were very hard to find, this time refining the zone-breaking pill would also help him increase his expertise. Of course, Xiao Ming had the zone-breaking pill in his storage ring and could directly sell it to the other party now, but there was no need to do so. With 3 ingredients to refine it and a 40 success rate, he had a high degree of certainty that he would be able to refine it. He could not miss this opportunity to practice. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Yao Yi revealed a bright smile and stood up, still smiling. Thanks to Master Xiao Ming for being willing to help us. I wonder when Master is free to leave and head to Jiama Sacred City. Isn't Princess Yao Yi very anxious? Seeing her excited look, Xiao Ming laughed. The sooner Serene Sea Scaly Beast's injuries are treated, the better. Please forgive me, if it's inconvenient for Master, for the time being, we can postpone it for a bit. Realizing that she was being a bit rude, Yao Yi coughed slightly and replied. No need, we will leave tomorrow. Xiao Ming also stood up and began to say goodbye to Yao Yi. After setting a time with Xiao Ming to leave together tomorrow, Yao Yi left. Wu Tan City has the city lord's residence and she would stay there tonight. Soon after Yao Yi left, the 3 elders entered the welcome hall. Looking at Xiao Ming who was sitting in his seat, the 3 elders gathered around and asked with some curiosity, I wonder what Princess Yao Yi's business is in coming to our Xiao clan. She only invited me to refine pills, nothing important. Xiao Ming did not elaborate on the specific content. Instead, he said, "You three have arrived just in time. Tomorrow I will leave the clan for a trip." "What, are you leaving? Is it because Princess Yao Yi is looking for you to refine pills? And when will you be back?" Hearing Xiao Ming leaving, the three elders rushed to ask. "I should be gone for half a month." After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said. Hearing that he would only be gone for half a month, the three elders breathed a sigh of relief, and to be honest, having Xiao Ming in the Xiao family these days had increased their sense of security. If Xiao Ming were to leave, they would be a little reluctant for a while. This time, when leaving the clan, unlike last time, the three elders did not pull Xiao Ming to give him lessons on how to walk on the continent, as Xiao Ming was already a Do King and no longer needed to be told anything. This time, instead, it was Xiao Ming who warned them not to mess with Xiao Yan anymore. Today, when Yunyan arrived at the door, Xiao Ming had acutely sensed that there were soul power fluctuations in Xiao Yan's ring. It was probably because Yao Lao had said something to Xiao Yan that had given him the courage to establish some kind of 3-year agreement in front of Yunyan. Since Yao Lao had engaged in a conversation with Xiao Yan, then Xiao Yan's talent was definitely going to recover in the future, and these three elders would have to suffer if they continued to target Xiao Yan. Seeing that the three elders had been quite good to him, Xiao Ming thought that it would be better for them to restrain the clan members. When they heard Xiao Ming's words asking them to restrain the clan members, the three elders thought that Xiao Ming was defending Xiao Yan, so they looked at each other and nodded their heads. Although they did not like Xiao Yan, since Xiao Ming had spoken, they could only do as they were told. Chapter 105. The next day, Xiao Ming took Ziyan to the city lord's residence to meet with Yao Yi, and together headed to Jiama's sacred city. 2 days later, on top of a flying magical beast specially bred by the Jiama imperial family, Xiao Ming stood in front of the window and looked out, and a huge city loomed in the distance. As the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire, Jiama's sacred city was naturally inhabited by many people, and when seen from the sky, it was even larger than Jianan City, where Jianan Academy was located, revealing an ancient and grandiose aura. Just as Xiao Ming was looking into the distance, a fragrant breeze came over and stood beside him. Enjoying the scenery alone, Master Xiao Ming is really elegant. I'm bored in my room, the imperial capital is not far away, so it's good to go out and have a look around to calm my mood. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yao Yi looked at Xiao Ming, who had a faint smile, and a smile appeared on her face. After 2 days of getting along, Yao Yi noticed that Xiao Ming was still quite friendly, and when she faced Xiao Ming again, she was less nervous than when she first met him. Are we getting there already, Xiao Ming? In the next room, after Xiao Ming's voice rang out, a small head with a purple ponytail peeked out of the door. Who was it if not Ziyan? Yes, we should be there in 2 minutes. Xiao Ming said to Ziyan, who had entered the room and had directly stepped between him and Yao Yi. Finally, I get really bored every time I ride this flying beast, and you still won't let me go out to look for herbs, humph. If you ask me, isn't it faster to fly such a small distance ourselves? Why do we have to ride this slow-flying beast? Ziyan put her hands on her waist and complained. This, Xiao Ming looked at Yao Yi without speaking. This was because Yao Yi couldn't fly. It seemed inappropriate for him to leave her behind and fly away when she came to invite him. It wouldn't take long for them to travel on a flying beast anyway, so it was fine. As for letting Ziyan go out to look for medicinal herbs, in fact, after leaving the Xiao family, he let Ziyan go out once, but that time Ziyan brought back several sealed jade boxes in her hands. Apparently, she took the treasures from someone else's house. This left him speechless. It is better for him not to make enemies in the Jiama Empire, so Xiao Ming again forbade Ziyan to go out again. Yao Yi also understood the problem and was a little embarrassed while also looking at Ziyan with a little curiosity. Throughout these 2 days together, she had already noticed that Xiao Ming seemed to be very affectionate with this beautiful delicate-looking girl. She had also tried to strike up a good relationship with the other party, only the other party seemed to be uninterested in her and ignored her. As the eldest princess of the imperial family, it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. There are medicinal herbs everywhere. After I finish this trip to the imperial capital, how about I go with you to the Magic Beast mountain range to look for them? Xiao Ming said as he ran his right hand through Ziyan's silky hair, experiencing a feeling of softness. Master Xiao Ming, there is no need to take so much trouble. We have a large collection of medicinal herbs. If you need them, after this trip is over, Master Xiao Ming can go to the royal family treasury to pick as much as you want. At those words, Yao Yi, who was beside Ziyan, hurriedly said. Of course, Miss Ziyan, as a friend of Master Xiao Ming, we will also present you with 2 medicinal herbs. Yao Yi would give Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs. It was actually because of Xiao Ming's face. Ziyan's brain did not know what it meant to say no at all, especially for medicinal herbs. Therefore, she gladly agreed. Staring speechlessly at the happy Ziyan, were these medicinal herbs so easy to take? Xiao Ming said to Yao Yi, "Thank you, Princess Yao Yi, those medicinal herbs will be counted as part of the reward this time." As she was about to say something else, a black-clothed figure emitting a dose spirit-level aura came over and said, "Princess, we have arrived at Jiama Sacred City, the next instance is the flying station." Yao Yi stopped talking and turned her head to look at the black-clothed figure. "Then let's land, and also send a message to tell great-grandfather that Master Xiao Ming has arrived." In a grand palace, in the middle of a glorious hall. "Master Xiao Ming, it is a pleasure that you have come from afar, haha, please take a seat, someone pour the tea." An old man dressed in a white linen robe enthusiastically greeted Xiao Ming, who had just entered, while Yao Yi politely stood beside him. "It's nothing, Elder Jia." Xiao Ming looked at the linen-robed elder in front of him and smiled. Just now, the flying magical beast had landed directly near the Imperial City, and when they arrived at the Imperial City, they saw that Jia Tian had been waiting for a long time. As the strongest person of the Jiama sacred family, Jia Tian had the strength of a Pekdo emperor according to his perception, and his strong aura could not be underestimated. As he watched Xiao Ming and Ziyan beside him take their seats, Jia Tian was full of smiles and first praised Xiao Ming unpretentiously, completely without the arrogance of an imperial king. The words of praise were just the same old compliments, praising Xiao Ming's talent, which made Ziyan beside Xiao Ming sigh in boredom. Although Jia Tian as an elder spoke much nicer than the others. But Xiao Ming, who had already acquired a habit, the words went into his left ear and out of his right ear. The intention to attract him that was about to overflow from Jia Tian's words was also directly ignored by Xiao Ming. Jia Tian's way of doing things showed that he was anxious for a sixth-tier alchemist. How could he not be anxious? The sixth-tier alchemist is top-notch in the Jiama Empire. Just by being there, he could attract a large number of strong people. The attractiveness he possesses is unimaginable, and if Xiao Ming was attracted to his side, the power of the imperial family would double. That is why Jia Tian was so enthusiastic. Of course, desire is desire, but if Xiao Ming did not intend to join the imperial family, Jia Tian did not intend to force him to stay. Xiao Ming was able to grow so quickly, in addition to his own natural talent, there must be someone behind him. It would not be wise to make rash moves. After the greetings, Xiao Ming got straight to the point and brought up the purpose of his visit. "Elder Jia, I already know the purpose of your invitation to me this time. Do you want to refine the zone-breaking pill first, or do you want me to treat the serene sea scaly beast first?" "Master Xiao Ming, wouldn't this be a bit hasty? I have already ordered someone to prepare a banquet for you. It would be better to discuss this matter after properly receiving you first." Jia Tian said with a smile. In fact, Jia Tian was still very happy that Xiao Ming had taken the initiative to resolve these two matters quickly. After all, the sooner these problems were resolved, the better. However, it would seem like they lacked hospitality if they let him start doing things before he even began to warm up his seat, so he had to say this. "Never mind, I'd better take a look at the divine protecting beast. Old wounds are hard to heal, I'll explore it first, to get a better idea." Jia Tian heard the words, he pondered for a moment and found it reasonable. He stood up and smiled. Then I will trouble Master Xiao Ming. Please don't blame me for the poor hospitality, and please don't refuse from the reception banquet after probing the condition of the serene sea scaly beast." Let's go." Xiao Ming nodded his head. Chapter 106. Under the leadership of Jia Tian, Xiao Ming and the others soon arrived at the mountain forest behind the imperial city. After passing through the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain, what appeared in front of Xiao Ming and his group was a huge lake. When he saw that they had reached their destination, Jia Tian, who was walking in front, turned and smiled at Xiao Ming. "Hehe, Master Xiao Ming, we have arrived, we will have to trouble you later. Elder Jia is too polite." Xiao Ming waved his hand with a faint smile, but his gaze shifted to the huge lake. Here, he could faintly sense a majestic aura hidden at the bottom of that extremely deep lake, and he thought it would be the serene sea scaly beast. Ha! There really is a big snake in this lake, not bad in terms of strength. While Xiao Ming was sensing, Ziyan beside him suddenly gave a surprised shout and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was not surprised by Ziyan's reaction. Ziyan was an ancient void dragon, so it was not too strange that she could sense the serene sea scaly beast in the lake. Unlike Xiao Ming, who knew Ziyan's identity, both Jia Tian and Yao Yi were shocked by what they heard and then glared at the cute jade-like girl. It was difficult to perceive the hidden aura in such a deep lake, but this cute-looking girl was able to distinguish the shape of the hidden beast's body. How could they not be surprised? Without waiting for them to investigate further, Xiao Ming said, "Elder Jia, call that serene sea scaly beast." Hearing these words, Jia Tian hurriedly nodded, and with a flash of his body, he appeared above the lake. landing on the surface of the water with both feet, and then his hands plunged into the water, and his majestic Do-Chi emerged. The calm surface of the lake seemed to suddenly boil, and countless bubbles of water emerged. With the boiling of the lake, Xiao Ming on the shore could clearly feel a majestic aura gradually emerge from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake was boiling, a huge column of water suddenly shot out of the lake and finally turned into a sky full of falling water splashes. When the splashing water ended, a huge beast the size of half a lake appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes, and this magical beast was none other than the serene sea scaly beast. He opened his mouth and a deafening voice came out of his mouth, "Old Jia, you call me again so soon, is it because of my matters?" Jia Xingtian, who was standing on the top of the lake, looked and smiled at the serene sea scaly beast and said, "Old friend, I invited Master Xiao Ming to come, he said he needed to probe your injuries first, he is right there, you haven't thanked him yet." Saying this, Jia Xingtian's eyes pointed towards the shore, the serene sea scaly beast followed his gaze and saw Xiao Ming, who remained on the shore. "Kid, are you the 6th-tier master alchemist?" Serene sea scaly beast was proud by nature, and although Xiao Ming had come to help him, he did not have much respect in his words. However, Xiao Ming knew that most of these magical beasts had this kind of personality, so he didn't mind, and simply nodded his head and said, "I am indeed a 6th-tier alchemist, let's not waste any time, let's start now." With that, Xiao Ming nodded to the distant Jia Xingtian, and with a movement of his shoulders, a pair of red wings of fire emerged from his back, the wings of fire vibrated and slowly swept through the air, finally appearing above the huge head of the serene sea scaly beast. The beast's huge pupils stared at the small figure in front of him, and the water aura permeating the serene sea scaly beast's body suddenly reduced by a large amount, and after a while, the serene sea scaly beast suddenly said, "Kid, your fire attribute aura is too heavy, so you should stay away from me." Xiao Ming froze at his words, then understood. This serene sea scaly beast belonged to a water attribute magical beast and was very sensitive to fire attribute Do-Chi, and the Do-Chi in his body was even beyond ordinary fire attribute Do-Chi since he had devoured the 10,000 beast flame, so it was no wonder that he resisted his approach. However, since this was the case, his original plan of using his own Do-Chi to probe the serene sea scaly beast's body with a special technique would not work. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said, "I originally planned to use a special technique to probe your body, but since you are too repulsive to my Do-Chi, I can only use my soul power to probe your body directly, so don't resist my soul power afterwards, understand?" When probing the other party's body, if the other party intentionally resisted, he would definitely not be able to probe the deep level of the wounds on the other party's body, that was why Xiao Ming had said that. Soul power? Alright, as long as you don't put that nasty fire attribute Do-Chi on my body, I won't resist. At these words, Xiao Ming nodded and urged his soul power to gush out from his forehead and pierce through every part of the serene sea scaly beast's body. At the same time, every detail of the muscles and bones and the operation path of the Do-Chi in the serene sea scaly beast's body appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Those old wounds also appeared in Xiao Ming's mind, ignoring the superficial wounds on the periphery of the body, Xiao Ming only focused on exploring the deep wounds in his body. As Xiao Ming explored, the serene sea scaly beast only felt an astonishing soul force scanning his entire body, everything about him was exposed to the other party's eyes, to which he could only endure his discomfort and did not resist, just as Xiao Ming had previously ordered him to do. A few moments later, Xiao Ming, who had scanned the serene sea scaly beast's body several times, withdrew his soul power. Noticing that the discomfort in his body had disappeared, the serene sea scaly beast hurriedly asked, "How is my body, can it be healed?" In response to the serene sea scaly beast's question, Xiao Ming could only say that it was worthy of being an old wound that had lingered for so long and had not yet healed, it was indeed quite complicated. The actual fact was that the serene sea scaly beast's body only had some scars on the surface, but actually, the inside had been a mess for a long time. There were several wounds inside his body that were difficult to heal, his meridians were also damaged in several places, and the functioning of Do-Chi was occasionally stagnant. Xiao Ming estimated that, with this body of his, he could only continue to suppress the wounds for 3 or 4 years. That was only because in recent years the situation around the Jia Ma Empire was more stable and did not require him to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't take 3 or 4 years, just 2 or 3 battles against the enemy, and then the serene sea scaly beast would completely fall due to his wounds, making it difficult to fight again. Xiao Ming communicated the results of his investigation to the serene sea scaly beast, as well as to Jia Xingtian, who had come to his side. Hearing that it was so serious, Jia Xingtian frowned and hurriedly asked, "Master Xiao Ming, so this can still be cured?" It can." This question was answered by Xiao Ming flatly. When Jia Xingtian saw Xiao Ming's confident look, he felt relieved. Just now he had seen Xiao Ming talking so seriously, making him think that the serene sea scaly beast was difficult to treat, as long as it was treatable, it didn't matter if he was heavily injured now. The serene sea scaly beast, naturally, was very clear about the state of his own body. Seeing Xiao Ming said that there was still a cure, he was also filled with joy. He quickly asked, "What methods does your excellency have to cure me?" Hearing the tone of the serene sea scaly beast, who had suddenly become much more polite, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "I know of several methods, however, some of them are too difficult to obtain, so I will just say the two most feasible methods. The first is an intermediate level 6th tier pill that has an extraordinarily remarkable effect on the wounds of magical beasts, the mixed bone molding pill. The other is to use 4 low-level 6th tier pills, vitality pill, you can choose one." Chapter 107. Seeing that Xiao Ming had easily named 2 treatment methods, Jia Tian first secretly praised in his heart that he was worthy of being a master alchemist, not comparable to those master alchemists he had sought before. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it seemed he had never heard of these 2 types of pills. If he didn't know, then he would ask, so Jia Tian humbly asked Xiao Ming for advice. "Master Xiao Ming, I wonder what the difference between these 2 methods is." Difference? The difference is that it only requires a mixed bone molding pill because it has a special effect on magical beasts. Oh yes, this pill also requires a special technique when used. The vitality pill, on the other hand, has no special effect on magical beasts, plus its grade is lower, so more of it is needed. By the way, I can refine these 2 pills. Hearing Xiao Ming's reply so clearly, Jia Tian and the serene sea scaly beast looked at each other as if they were communicating. Not long after, Jia Tian said, "We will choose to use the mixed bone molding pill. I wonder what herbs Master Xiao Ming needs. Let us know so we can order someone to prepare it later." The choice of Jia Tian was not unexpected for Xiao Ming, as it was obviously much faster to make 1 intermediate 6th tier pill than to make 4 low-grade 6th tier pills. Xiao Ming was also happy to do so, and directly quoted the medicinal herbs needed to refine the mixed bone molding pill. Bone-shaping flower, blood devil essence. Tomorrow, I will immediately send someone to deliver the medicinal materials Master Xiao Ming, regardless of the success rate, as long as Master can refine it, no matter how many medicinal ingredients are consumed, my imperial family will not care. After taking note of the necessary medicinal herbs, Jia Tian smiled and spoke with great generosity. Although the herbs needed to make the mixed bone molding pill were not ordinary, they were not a problem for the rich collection of the imperial family. The imperial family can also gather a few pairs of medicinal materials not only for the mixed bone molding pill but also for the more advanced zone breaking pill, so it can be said that they are extremely rich and generous. After inspecting the state of the serene sea scaly beast, Xiao Ming and the others left the back of the imperial city and headed to the banquet that the imperial family had prepared. After resting well that night, Xiao Ming received the medicinal herbs sent personally by Jia Tian the next day. Xiao Ming did not immediately seclude himself for a few days, but took out some pill bottles and handed them to Ziyan, and after warning her not to wander off in the next few days, he entered the secret room that Jia Tian had prepared for him. In the secret room, Xiao Ming was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone bed. In front of him, there were about 60 jade boxes, and in the jade boxes, there was a strong fragrance of medicine, which at a glance, one could tell that these were not ordinary things. These were the medicinal herbs that Jia Tian had sent him to make pills this time. Each of them was extremely rare and worth no less than the blood python branch, the main material for refining the fighting spirit pill. Of these 60 boxes of jade, only about 10 were the medicinal herbs needed to refine the zone-breaking pill. The others were all the ingredients for refining the mixed bone molding pill. Obviously, for the mixed bone molding pill, the imperial family was determined to obtain it. The reason why there were not so many ingredients for the zone-breaking pill was not that the imperial family did not care, but because the ingredients for the zone-breaking pill were really hard to get. The imperial family could not get so many medicinal herbs. Putting aside the medicinal materials for the zone-breaking pill, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the medicinal materials for the mixed bone molding pill. He planned to refine the mixed bone molding pill first to increase his skill, and then he would refine the zone-breaking pill. After taking a deep breath, he snapped his fingers and a huge scarlet medicinal cauldron appeared out of nowhere, then crashed heavily on the ground, making a ringing sound. The crimson-colored medicinal cauldron was large in size. Its body was covered with different kinds of unique lines. Various lifelike fierce beast drawings were carved into it. Their savage large mouths were open, and if one were to place one's ear close beside it to listen, one would be able to hear some strange roars that were faintly emitted from the medicinal cauldron. This is the 10,000 beast cauldron that Xiao Ming obtained from the life simulator. As he squinted his eyes, Xiao Ming's mind recalled the mixed bone molding pill refining method he had learned at the Jianan Academy and all the things he should pay attention to. Half a while later, his eyes snapped open, and a dark red flame surged in his coal-black eyes. Poof! With a subtle sound, a tuft of turquoise flame emerged from Xiao Ming's finger, and with a flick of his fingertip, the flame turned into a stream of light and moved towards the medicinal cauldron like lightning. Just as the flame entered the medicinal cauldron, its small body swelled violently, and in a brief moment, the small flame turned into a blazing fire, burning wildly inside the medicinal cauldron, and as the dark red flame rose, the crimson color of the 10,000 beast cauldron's surface became more and more blinding, resembling an enchanting dancing fire. Although it was not the first time he had used the 10,000 beast cauldron, a look of satisfaction flashed across Xiao Ming's eyes as he looked at the medicinal cauldron that had stood firm under the heavenly flame's blazing fire. 10,000 beast cauldron, 10,000 beast flame, I have quite a few treasures related to magical beasts. Some time passed. After the temperature inside the medicinal cauldron reached a steady level, Xiao Ming's palm beckoned, and a jade box containing medicinal herbs that emitted a blood aura similar to that of a magical beast was absorbed into his hand. Blood demon essence. After muttering, Xiao Ming threw the medicinal material in his hand into the medicinal cauldron and began the alchemy process. Scorching heat enveloped the enclosed room, baking it like a furnace. A faint white smoke rose from the crimson-colored medicinal cauldron and finally lingered over the room. In front of the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming's face was expressionless as his gaze was fixed on the prototype medicinal pill slowly spinning in the turquoise flame inside the cauldron, its majestic soul power manipulating the ups and downs of the temperature, always stabilizing it at a constant temperature. After a half-hour of slow vaporization, a rich medicinal fragrance gradually emerged from it. Subtle fluctuations of energy emanated from the medicinal cauldron and finally hit the inner wall of the cauldron hard, causing a low ringing sound as the medicinal fragrance in the cauldron became increasingly dense. After a long while, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly shone, and the lid of the medicinal cauldron automatically fell off, while the round green-colored pill inside flew out and was finally grasped by Xiao Ming's hand. Feeling the faint residual heat from the pill in his hand, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although this mixed bone molding pill could only be described as moderate among the 6th-tier pills, it was still a true 6th-tier pill regardless. Even if Xiao Ming had the help of the 10,000 beast flame, he still had to be careful when refining a pill of this tier, otherwise, he would fail. This time, Xiao Ming accidentally wasted a couple of ingredients during the fusion stage when he was refining the mixed bone molding pill. Only after learning his lesson the second time, he managed to refine this pill. After putting the green-colored mixed bone molding pill into the jade jar that was specially designed for storing pills, Xiao Ming then looked at the dozens of herbs that were left after refining the mixed bone molding pill. According to the rules of alchemists, the mixed bone molding pill had already been refined, so now, these medicinal herbs belonged to him. With dozens of treasured medicinal herbs, even without receiving payment this time, Xiao Ming had made a fortune. If the Jiama imperial family knew that Xiao Ming had used only 2 sets of medicinal herbs to refine the mixed bone molding pill, there was no telling how they would feel. After pocketing those medicinal ingredients, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the remaining dozen boxes of medicinal ingredients. Those were the ones needed to refine the zone-breaking pill. Xiao Ming had no intention of stopping to rest, but instead, with another wave of his hand, a snow-white jade box that emitted a slight chill was sucked into his hand. Inside the jade box, there was a dead tree branch that looked like an ice sculpture lying quietly, but although the appearance of this object was not very good, the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from its body let people know that it was no ordinary object. It was not a tree branch, but a branch made of extremely pure cold energy condensed in a place of extreme cold. If a person who cultivated ice do-chi refined and absorbed it, it would make the coldness of the do-chi even greater. Xiao Ming also did not have this treasure in his ring, so he took a look at the medicinal herb. Holding the cold marrow branch with both fingers, an icy coldness quickly seeped into his fingertips, causing almost his entire arm to go numb. Xiao Ming looked at his arm, which was covered in thin flakes of ice, and with a flick of his mind, red flames quickly flowed into his body, quickly expelling the cold aura that had invaded his body. With a wave of his palm, the cold marrow branch was thrown into the medicinal cauldron with great precision, and the turquoise flame surged fiercely, swallowing it straight up in one mouthful. Facing the blazing flames, the cold marrow branch did not merely wait for death, but emitted a continuous stream of icy mist, trying to block the heat erosion. The mist and the red flames eroded each other, and with a puff, a faint white mist emerged from the junction. With the extremely cold energy that had condensed for countless years, the cold marrow branch was actually able to maintain the 10,000 beast flame for a short time. Seeing this scene in the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming's mouth gasped in astonishment. This kind of sight had not been seen when refining the mixed bone molding pill. Indeed, it is indeed worthy of being a necessary material to refine a 6th-tier peak pill, but it is still just a dead thing after all. Xiao Ming's mind twitched, and it could be seen that the temperature inside the medicinal cauldron was soaring. The cold marrow branch was finally unable to resist the increasingly hot flames, and the ice-like material on its surface began to show signs of melting. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming let out a laugh. This is also thanks to his heavenly flame. if it were to be replaced by ordinary flames, one fears that it will take at least a day or two to refine that cold marrow branch, and the consumption will also be extremely high. For an alchemist, a heavenly flame is no less than a true divine weapon. The refinement lasted for about an hour, and the solid cold marrow branch finally transformed into a snow-white sticky liquid, which emitted extremely dense and pure energy as it flowed. After refining it, Xiao Ming spent another half-hour before he finished tempering it. Then, without resting, he moved his palm and again poured another herb, also stubbornly, into the medicinal cauldron. Time passed slowly in the closed room, as the medicinal herbs placed in the jade box in front of Xiao Ming gradually diminished, and a rich medicinal fragrance mixed together wafted into the room like a cloud of mist. Poof! Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted, and with a deep sound, the pure medicinal liquid that had been refined with great difficulty stirred until it dissipated. Feeling the same change as the first time he refined the mixed bone molding pill, Xiao Ming frowned slightly and then sighed softly. Here we go again, every time medicinal materials need to be fused, the first few times are really difficult. Sitting on top of the stone bed, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, his mind kept replaying the vision that arose when the medicinal ingredients were fused, and only after a long time did he concentrate again, wiped the medicinal cauldron, and started again. Chapter 108. Refining pills was also a tedious and boring task. After Xiao Ming failed the first time, it took almost 5 or 6 hours to finish refining the second batch of herbs again. This time, there were no more problems during the fusion due to Xiao Ming's careful control. However, when the final pill was about to take shape, there was a slight deviation, and the precious herbs were discarded once again. Looking at the discarded herbs, Xiao Ming was a bit heartbroken, knowing that, if he had succeeded in making the zone-breaking pill at this time, then these additional precious herbs would have been his, but now, there was another batch missing. Unfortunately, the zone-breaking pill is much more difficult to refine than I imagined. With a sigh, Xiao Ming did not rush to take the herbs and refine them again. Instead, he relaxed his mind and went over the refining process of the previous 2 times in his mind, step by step. Only after half an hour, Xiao Ming opened his eyes again with a clear mind, his gaze fixed on the medicinal ingredients. I guess it should be okay this time, otherwise, it's a bit of a blow. With this thought, Xiao Ming moved the seal on his hand, and in the medicinal cauldron, the flames rose once again. The flames leaped up and the red firelight shone on Xiao Ming's handsome face, showing a peculiar charm. While Xiao Ming's hands went up and down, the precious medicinal herbs kept falling into the medicinal cauldron and were swallowed by the flames. As time passed quietly amidst the swaying of the flames, like sand between the fingertips. And on Xiao Ming's forehead, fine beads of sweat began to appear faintly, even he felt a little tired from the long hours of uninterrupted refinement. This time, Xiao Ming had invaded the medicinal cauldron with almost all his soul power, and any movement inside could be detected by him at the first instant. Under his intense attention, the numerous pure medicinal liquids in the medicinal cauldron began to gradually fuse together. The fusion took place under Xiao Ming's various meticulous manipulations. Fortunately, this time there was no mistake at this stage, and when the fusion of the medicinal liquids was complete, a mass the size of half a fist of glowing liquid appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ming was not relieved when he looked at the liquid mass with all kinds of medicinal powers mixed together, and his mind remained tense as his soul power controlled the fire to a perfect level, slowly cooling the temperature, causing the many medicinal liquids within the liquid mass to begin to fully condense. As the liquid mass slowly shrunk and condensed, after about half an hour, the surface of the liquid mass began to gradually harden, and a prototype pill with an irregular surface slowly took shape. Seeing it finally condense made Xiao Ming finally breathe a sigh of relief. The most difficult steps had been completed. Next, as long as the fire was maintained and the prototype pill was fully condensed, then the zone-breaking pill should have been successfully refined. Not far away from the secret room, inside the living room under the same roof, Ziyan sat bored on a chair, holding the jade vial that Xiao Ming had left in her hand, and counted the pills left inside. 1, 2, 11. Only 11 left. The medicinal pills are running out very fast. When Xiao Ming comes out, I must ask him to make more medicinal pills for me. In the seat next to her, Yao Yi looked at Ziyan, who was muttering under her breath with a curious face. I see Master Xiao Ming is still giving you pills. Are you sick, Miss Ziyan? Because Yao Yi had given Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs during Xiao Ming's pill-refining seclusion, Ziyan no longer ignored her, so after putting a pill inside her mouth, she said vaguely, if I want to grow up, I have to eat medicinal herbs all the time and reach the Do Emperor realm, otherwise, I will always look like a child. Eat medicinal herbs to grow up. Medicinal herbs are tremendously powerful, and there is no one other than magical beasts who can eat them raw. It doesn't make the body grow either, does it? Yao Yi had a confused look on her face, but she soon thought of that sharp perception Ziyan had shown when she encountered the serene sea scaly beast. She couldn't help but think of a possibility in her heart. could she be a magical beast that has taken human form? While thinking about this in her heart, Yao Yi did not ask. After all, this kind of identity question was a bit sensitive. Swallowing another pill in her mouth, Ziyan looked at the remaining medicinal pills in the jade jar, and feeling that she shouldn't have any more pellets to eat after today, a look of impatience immediately appeared on her face and her cheeks puffed out as she said. Xiao Ming, you've been in the secret room for 3 days, why haven't you come out yet? Pill refinement takes a long time in itself, and even more so if it's 2 6th-tier pills. Yao Yi smiled slightly upon hearing her words, her beautiful eyes slightly glanced in the direction where Xiao Ming's secret room was, and said, it should still take a few days. Yao Yi was aware that alchemists required a lot of time to refine, so this time as a customer, she considered herself patient. This was not the case with Ziyan, who had never had much patience. When she heard that it would take several more days, she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, the whole room shook violently. The sudden tremor also caused Yao Yi and Ziyan to be slightly stunned, and then their eyes moved in the direction of the secret room, where an unusually dense energy fluctuation was rapidly taking shape. Looks like the refinement is going to succeed. Sensing the dense energy fluctuations, a flash of joy flashed across Yao Yi's beautiful eyes. When some high-tier pills took shape, they caused a considerable commotion, and this was clearly the case now. Ziyan was also overjoyed when she heard what she said. Didn't that mean that Xiao Ming would already come out? Although it is safe in the imperial city, there is no guarantee that there are strange and strong people who are just passing by and become greedy, and with this kind of commotion, I need to go to give some explanation to my people, so I will leave Miss Ziyan alone for now. Yao Yi said and walked out of the living room, leaving Ziyan in her place. Not long after her departure, the energy fluctuations in the secret room where Xiao Ming was staying increased to a terrifying degree. Hearing an explosion sound, a pillar of energy shot straight out from the room, finally piercing the ceiling and heading straight into the sky. Although this sudden pillar of light was not large, the energy fluctuations it caused attracted the attention of the powerful people in the imperial capital. It did not take long for several winged elders to appear in the sky above the imperial city. As they took a closer look and felt the pure energy contained in the pillar of light, these old and experienced strongmen finally recognized the origin of the pillar of light, and several cries of astonishment rang out at once. This kind of vision seems to be someone making pills in the middle of the imperial city. Although high-tier pills can cause some commotion, unless they are 7th-tier pills, the rest rarely have this kind of vision, right? Could it be that someone is refining a 7th-tier pill? Impossible. When a 7th-tier pill is completed, the movement is much bigger than this, so it must be some rare higher-tier pill among the 6th-tier pills. TSK, a pill that can cause such a commotion is definitely not an ordinary item. I've never heard of an alchemist of this tier in the imperial family. Could it be the pill king Gu He of the Misty Cloud sect? It can't be Gu He. I met him yesterday at Master Fa Ma's house. How could he have refined a pill of this tier in the blink of an eye? Indeed, after the voice fell, 3 other figures burst into the air and stopped not far away from them. When the figures rose into the air, the ones who appeared were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. Chapter 109. Once they got a good look at the 3 men, the few who had arrived earlier looked at each other and flew towards them. Master Fa Ma, Master Gu He, Old Nalan. The 3 people who came were none other than the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Fa Ma, the 6th-tier alchemist, Gu He, and Nalan Yenran's grandfather, Nalan Jia. Fa Ma looked at the few people flying towards them, and a smile appeared on his old face. You guys are here too. Beside him, Nalan Jia, who was also looking at the few people in front of him, said, Old Mu Chen, I didn't expect you guys to run so fast. You guys arrived before us. What do you think? Did you find out what caused this commotion? Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family, one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital, next to him was Mitre Tingshan, the leader of the Mitre family. Hearing Nalan Jie's question, Mu Chen laughed and said, We haven't been here long, but we sure have noticed what's going on, and I think Master Fa Ma and Master Gu He, being alchemists, have also noticed, right? Gu He, who had remained silent and perceived the pillar of light from afar, nodded at his words and said, This is the heaven and earth phenomenon that will appear when a 6th-tier pill is successfully refined. I won't be mistaken, and Master Fa Ma should also know about it. Fa Ma also nodded slowly and said, It would be difficult for you to refine a pill of this tier, Gu He, right? When has an alchemist of this level ever appeared in this Jiama Empire? Or is it an alchemist with a heavenly flame? The last sentence, Fa Ma did not say. As an alchemist, he is very sensitive to the flame, and just now he as well as Gu He let out his soul power to probe the situation there. In addition to the energy fluctuations of the pillar of light, he also felt a flame aura much more violent than the beast flames. This raging aura, he could tell with great certainty after having played with flames all his life, was definitely a heavenly flame, and he believed that Gu He had sensed it as well. Only, like him, he didn't say so. A pill of this tier is really hard for me to refine. Goo, he said with a bitter smile, with a hint of envy shining in his eyes. Indeed, he had also sensed the heavenly flame. He didn't know how many strange places he had traveled to in search of it over the years, but he didn't expect the first time he found it to be in someone else's hands. Sixth tier alchemist, a few days ago I received news that Master Xiao Ming of Wutan City was already the 6th tier. Could he be refining pills for the imperial family? Mitre Tingshan guessed. It was actually a very good guess. In the entire Jiama Empire, there was only Gu He and Xiao Ming who had just returned to the empire as 6th tier alchemists. With Gu He by his side at the moment, it was quite obvious who the other was. Although it could be an alchemist from another empire, however, the possibility was too low. Therefore, when Nailan Jia heard that this alchemist might be Xiao Ming, the expression on his face visibly stiffened. A few days ago, his granddaughter, Nailan Yanran, had already returned home and had informed him of the annulment of the marriage arrangement with the Xiao family. Without waiting for him to say anything, Mu Chen at his side said, "Don't guess, Elder Jia is here." Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Jia Xingtian, who was wearing a white linen robe, flew from afar at great speed and stopped his figure long before approaching. Elder Jia. Nailan Jia, Mu Chen, and the other people looked at Jia Xingtian and hurriedly greeted him. The only two people who didn't do much were Fa Ma and Gu He, who only nodded slightly in greeting. "I didn't expect that you guys would be attracted too." Jia Xingtian first smiled and nodded to Nailan Jia and the other people, then greeted Fa Ma and Gu He saying, "Old Fa, Master Gu He." "Old Jia, this move is a vision of the birth of a 6th tier pill, isn't it? Just now we were discussing which master alchemist it is. You are just in time. Tell us which master it is." The person who opened his mouth was Fa Ma. He was the only one of these people who were from the same generation as Jia Xingtian, and he was also a Do Emperor cultivator, plus he had known Jia Xingtian for many years, so he is not as reserved as Nailan Jia and the others. Mu Chen and the others quietly sharpened their ears upon hearing these words, and Gu He also looked at Jia Xingtian curiously. Seeing their curious faces, Jia Xingtian thought that this was not something that needed to be kept secret, so he did not shrug it off and said with a smile. "This is a master you must have heard of. He is Master Xiao Ming from the Xiao family of Wutan City." Mitre Tingshan and the others smiled and secretly said that they really had not been mistaken. Fa Ma, on the other hand, had curiosity in his eyes. "Jiama Empire's famous monstrous talent, naturally I know him, old Jia. This pill seems to be almost finished. I wonder, can you introduce him to us?" This, Jia Xingtian was a little hesitant. He didn't know if Xiao Ming would be happy to see these people. However, these people probably just wanted to befriend Xiao Ming when they saw him. The fact was that he didn't think it would bother Xiao Ming, and Fa Ma and he had known each other for many years, so it wasn't a big deal just to introduce them, and even without him, it would have been easy for Fa Ma and the others to pay Xiao Ming a visit. Then, after a moment of contemplation, Jia Xingtian nodded his head and said, "Very well, you guys come with me." With that, Jia Xingtian led the few people into the sky and flew in the direction of where Xiao Ming was. When they arrived, they landed on the roof of a nearby room. Ziyan, in the room, sensed the movement and appeared on the ceiling in an instant, and when she realized that one of those people was the old man she had seen a few days ago, she withdrew her watchful eyes. Ziyan's appearance attracted the attention of Jia Xingtian and the others. Especially Nailan Jia, the few Do kings looked at each other and were very surprised in their hearts. This girl was so fast. When she appeared just now, they didn't even react. Without waiting for them to think about it further, they noticed that the pillar of light shooting into the sky was gradually becoming clearer. A strong pill fragrance spread with the fading of the pillar of light. The pillar of light became fainter and fainter, and finally, it was completely reduced to a thin point of light, slowly dissipating. When the pillar of light completely dissipated, a ball of light the size of a thumb also appeared under the gaze of many people. As soon as it appeared, its light rose sharply and its body moved as if it wanted to flee into the sky. However, at the very moment its light rose, a cold snort sounded from the room below, and a suction force emerged. Under the fierce suction, the ball of light also became unstable. After a few moments of stagnation, it finally retreated again under the gaze of several people, finally moving deeper into the room and disappearing. The pill has been refined. With a joyful look on his face, Jia Xingtian landed on the floor below with a leap and couldn't wait to enter the house where the secret room was located. Fa Ma and the others looked at each other and followed Jia Xingtian closely. At the entrance to the room, they saw the door open and a young man with a somewhat weary face came out of the door. In his hand was also a bottle of jade, which was obviously the pill that had appeared in their eyes earlier. Chapter 110. Xiao Ming walked out of the secret room and saw that there were several people above the Do King realm looking at him curiously. He frowned slightly, but immediately returned to normal. These people must have been attracted by the commotion caused by his refinement. Xiao Ming ignored these people for a moment and instead handed the jade bottle in his hand to Jia Xingtian, who was waiting for him. Elder Jia, everything went as expected, this is the zone-breaking pill you need. Zone-breaking pill. The people beside Elder Jia had surprised expressions on their faces when they heard the name of this pill. Although they had long known that the pill Xiao Ming had refined was a peak 6th-tier pill, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they heard the name of this pill. After all, the name of the zone-breaking pill was too great. A pill of this tier might not have any direct effect on a true Do ancestor, but it might attract some of the major powers to fight for it. After all, as long as they had this pill, they might have a chance to add another Do ancestor to their forces. In the Jiama Empire, it was rare to find a Do emperor, let alone a Do ancestor. And the fact that Xiao Ming had refined the zone-breaking pill for Jia Xingtian also showed that Jia Xingtian, who had not done much for a long time, had reached the strength of a 9-star Do emperor. Jia Xingtian was not worried about them knowing his strength. After all, for the imperial family, if they have strength, they must show it. Jia Xingtian could be seen with a surprised face accepting the jade vial, feeling the fluctuation of medicinal power coming from the pill. He smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming's pill refining skills are really extraordinary. In just a few days, a pill of zone-breaking pill level can be obtained easily." A couple of days to refine a zone-breaking pill? He really has a heavenly flame in his body. Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma looked at each other, both seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. Although they could both see that Xiao Ming had a heavenly flame, both Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma only felt a bit envious, but had no thoughts of snatching the heavenly flame. Elder Jia is praising me, this time refining the zone-breaking pill has cost me a lot of effort. Xiao Ming smiled without much enthusiasm, then touched the storage ring between his fingers, took out another bottle of jade, and handed it to him. "This is the other 6th-tier medicinal pill you entrusted me to refine. But to use it, you know, special techniques are required." Jia Xingtian smiled as he took the pill and said, "Then I will have to trouble Master Xiao Ming for the next few days." Xiao Ming smiled and nodded when he suddenly noticed a white figure rushing towards him. Clearly seeing that the person coming was Ziyan, Xiao Ming did not dodge. Now Ziyan had also realized that her strength was a little too strong and knew that she should reduce her strength when rushing at Xiao Ming's arms, so this time Xiao Ming was not knocked down. After easily catching Ziyan, Xiao Ming rubbed her bobbing little head in his arms and asked in a soft voice, "You haven't wandered off in the past few days, going to look for herbs, have you?" Ziyan's little head stopped moving and her big watery eyes looked at him as she said, "I haven't wandered away, I've stayed here, Xiao Ming, I want us to go together to look for herbs." "That's good." Xiao Ming said with satisfaction. He was really afraid that Ziyan would steal someone else's treasure and they would search for it. He didn't have to worry too much about Ziyan's safety, but there would be a lot of trouble. He has also thought that after leaving the academy, the time he has spent searching for medicinal herbs with Ziyan has been greatly reduced. Although Ziyan wanted to go out with him, it was not good to restrain her from searching for more medicinal herbs on her own, as her desire was to grow and medicinal herbs were necessary. Therefore, Xiao Ming immediately said, "I cannot accompany you to look for medicinal herbs for now, but I will refine some medicinal herbs later for you as a reward for being obedient this time." Xiao Ming had harvested dozens of rare medicinal herbs from his refining this time, and it didn't hurt him much to take some of them out. A surprised look appeared on Ziyan's face as she hugged Xiao Ming even tighter and said joyfully, "Really? He, thank you Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming and his sister have such a good relationship." Looking at Xiao Ming and Ziyan's interaction, although he was a bit puzzled in his heart, Mu Chen still smiled and wanted to strike up a conversation. Still holding Ziyan, Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Mu Chen who had just spoken. "Sorry for being so rude earlier, I wonder who everyone is?" Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Jia Xingtian tapped his head and said apologetically, It was my mistake, I was so happy to see the pills just now that I forgot to introduce them to Master Xiao Ming, I'm already old and my memory isn't that good anymore. Let me introduce you, this old man with a hat that resembles a ceramic pot on his head is the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Fa Ma, and the one next to him is the famous Pill King, Gu He. The few elders beside him are the leaders of the 3 great clans of the imperial capital, Mu Chen, Midertingshan, and Nalanjia. Also present is a powerful man from the outer provinces, Lion King Yanshi. After introducing them to Xiao Ming, Jia Xingtian introduced Xiao Ming to the others. "This is Master Xiao Ming. So you are Master Fa Ma and Master Gu He, as well as each of you being part of Jia Ma Empire's 10 strongest, I have heard a lot about all of you." Speaking of which, it seemed that all the people present were part of the Jia Ma Empire's 10 strongest ranking in this generation. That was why Xiao Ming emphasized it during the greeting. Mu Chen has met Master Xiao Ming. Ha, Master Xiao Ming is educated. Master Xiao Ming is too modest, what 10 strongest? If Master Xiao Ming wanted to be on the list, I'm afraid it would be easy. As one of the 10 strongest people in the Jiama Empire, although this list is a little loose, but to be on the list among dozens of Dou kings, he still had sharp senses. According to Mu Chen's perception, Xiao Ming, who had just refined the pill, had a strong aura, much stronger than theirs. In response, Xiao Ming merely smiled and said nothing. After the two parties exchanged pleasantries and got to know each other, they did not stay long as Xiao Ming had just finished refining the pill, so they took their leave. Before each person left, they offered an invitation to Xiao Ming. In particular, Fa Ma, the chairman of the Alchemist Association, even personally invited Xiao Ming to visit the Alchemist Association and exchange ideas about alchemy. Thinking that there was something within the Alchemist Association that he needed. Xiao Ming did not refuse Fa Ma's invitation but nodded his head in agreement. One by one, these people took their leave. In the room, apart from Xiao Ming and Zi Yan, soon only Jia Xingtian remained. Seeing the exhaustion that showed on Xiao Ming's face, Jia Xingtian did not rush to tell Xiao Ming to treat the serene sea scaly beast's wounds. Instead, he stood up and said, Master Xiao Ming's alchemy consumes a lot of energy, so please have a good rest today, and I will ask Master Xiao Ming to choose the reward for pill refinement tomorrow. Xiao Ming had no objection to his words. Outside the imperial palace, the two of them, Nailan Jia and Gu He, who had just left, walked together. Looking at Nailan Jia's sad expression, Gu He suddenly said, Old leader Nailan, are you thinking about Xiao Ming? Unfortunately, yes. That Yanran girl ran to the Xiao family to annul her marriage a few days ago, and although Xiao Ming didn't say anything, I'm afraid, Nailan Jia did not want to hide his thoughts, so he spoke them with a frown. Gu He also didn't mean to ridicule him, the influence of a 6th-tier alchemist, he knew very well, after all, he himself was a 6th-tier alchemist. A 6th-tier alchemist could easily destroy the 3 great clans in the imperial capital as long as one paid a certain price, and that was to destroy the 3 great clans together. Nailan clan was only one of the 3 great clans in the imperial capital, so naturally, they would be defenseless against Xiao Ming. Gu He felt that Xiao Ming didn't even need to ask others to do anything, he could destroy the Nailan family with his own strength. Especially now that Nailan Jia had been suffering from severe poison for many years and had lost most of his cultivation to suppress the poison. Thinking about Nailan Jia's poison, Gu He suddenly stopped and said to Nailan Jia, Old leader Nailan doesn't need to worry about Yanran's matter, Xiao Ming has accomplished a lot despite his young age, I didn't see arrogance on his face, and I believe he is a person of good character. So, if he didn't say much when Yanran annulled the marriage, I guess he really didn't care much about that matter. If you're still worried, send someone to apologize tomorrow. Nailan Jia thought about it, and it seemed plausible. The bitterness on his face disappeared a lot. But the next moment, Gu He's words made the bitterness on his face increase again. Regarding the severe poison in old leader Nailan's body, didn't I say before that you needed a heavenly flame for treatment? You can go to Xiao Ming and tell him to treat you. Are you saying that, he has a heavenly flame in him? Looking at Gu He who nodded slowly, Nailan Jia's face was complicated, he had been tortured by the severe poison in his body all these years, even Gu He had no way to treat him, and only suggested that he could be treated with a heavenly flame. But heavenly flame was hard to find, and there had been little news over the years. Now, suddenly, he heard of an alchemist with heavenly flame, which should have been good news. But it happened that his granddaughter had offended a member of his clan. This was. Nailan Jia shook his head, feeling stifled, it could be said that it was good enough that Xiao Ming didn't come to bother them, and now he had to ask him to help him heal, this seemed very complicated. Looking at Nailan Jia who had a complicated face, Gu He shook his head and walked away. In his heart, he thought of the strange places he had yet to visit in the Jiama Empire over the years, and this time, when he encountered an alchemist with a heavenly flame, the desire for the heavenly flame in his heart grew more and more. Chapter 111. The shock of Xiao Ming's refinement had not only alarmed the powerful Dou King and above in the imperial capital but there were many more people who had seen the vision resulting from the pill refinement. It's just that the alchemy vision was located in the imperial palace, preventing many people from investigating. But when Mu Chen and the others, who had seen Xiao Ming, returned to their clans, they naturally told everything that had happened. This caused Xiao Ming's refinement of the 6th-tier pill, zone-breaking pill, to spread in the imperial city like wildfire. The next day, when Xiao Ming woke up, he received a compensation gift from Nailan Jia. The compensation gift was 10 rare medicinal herbs of strange appearance. These medicinal herbs were rarely available in the market, and if Nailan Jia sent them, it was obviously because he had his eye on Xiao Ming's status as an alchemist. After carefully examining these herbs, Xiao Ming could not help but shake his head and said to Yao Yi, who was handing him the medicinal herbs, Princess, I will not accept these herbs, it is better to send them back to the Nailan family. Before Yao Yi could say anything, Zi Yan, who was standing next to her, asked suspiciously, why won't you accept them? These medicinal herbs contain a lot of energy. To Ziyan, medicinal herbs were always more than welcome, the more the better, for this kind of good stuff sent to their door, her heart would never refuse. The party involved in the annulled marriage with the Nalan family is not him, so why would he accept a compensation gift? Pinching Ziyan's cheeks, who only knew how to eat and eat all day, Xiao Ming began to explain to her. I understand, I'll have someone send the medicinal herbs back to the Nalan family. Seeing Xiao Ming's determined attitude, Yao Yi smiled and said. With that, she signaled in the distance and a maid rushed over. After Yao Yi gave her some instructions, the maid quickly left with those medicinal herbs. After the maid left, Yao Yi said with a smile, Master Xiao Ming, I came this morning not only to deliver the medicinal herbs given by the Nalan family to you, I also came mainly to take you to the royal treasure vault. Oh, are you alone, princess? Where is Elder Jia? Great-grandfather, he has some business. Yao Yi replied softly with a small blush on her cheeks. In fact, her great-grandfather was doing very well, but this morning her great-grandfather asked her how was the progress between her and Xiao Ming, and she replied that she had not had much progress. Her great-grandfather was so anxious that, in order to create a suitable environment, the person who would originally take Xiao Ming to the royal treasure vault also changed from him to her. The purpose is self-explanatory. When she thought about his great-grandfather's expectations, Yao Yi said in a soft voice. Don't worry, great-grandfather has given me enough authority, Master Xiao Ming doesn't have to worry about any mishaps you may encounter in the royal treasure vault. Looking at Yao Yi who seemed to have suddenly become gentler, Xiao Ming smiled and said, since Elder Jia has something important to do today, then I will ask Princess Yao Yi to accompany me. I will be delighted. After being guided by Yao Yi, Xiao Ming and Ziyan soon arrived at the location of the royal treasure vault. The location of the royal treasure vault was not as secret as the book collection hall of Jia Nan Academy. The place was hidden in the dense forest at the back of the mountain, not far from the lake where the serene sea scaly beast was located. When he entered the secret passage that led to the treasure, Xiao Ming also discovered a dozen high-ranking Dou spirits hiding in the shadows. Not caring about the gaze of these Dou spirits, Yao Yi held up a pair of tokens and guided Xiao Ming and Ziyan through the numerous barriers. Finally, they arrived in front of a special stone gate over 20 meters high. The material the gate is made of can block the attacks of a Dou King powerhouse for a short period of time. Yao Yi explained. She then stood in front of the stone door, and a set of tokens in his hand was inserted into the holes of the stone door. The tokens emitted a dazzling light, and a loud sound rang out. Rumble. The tokens shone with a dazzling light from inside the stone door hole. Xiao Ming, there are many medicinal herbs inside. Before the stone door opened, Ziyan pulled Xiao Ming's arm and whispered to him. With her talent ability, she was sensing the many medicinal herbs inside. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded slightly. He was also sensing it. The imperial family had ruled the Jia Ma Empire for hundreds of years, and it seemed that many good things had been collected. Ziyan and Xiao Ming's conversation did not go unnoticed by Yao Yi, but she did not pay much attention to it. After the stone door was fully opened, Yao Yi turned around and smiled at Xiao Ming. Inside is the royal treasure, please follow me, both of you. As they entered the treasure vault following Yao Ye's footsteps, Xiao Ming's attention was suddenly attracted by a flash of gold and he found a dazzling golden mountain appearing before him. Yao Yi ignored this golden mountain, and instead led Xiao Ming and Ziyan to continue walking behind the golden mountain. The three of them arrived at another smaller gate. Engraved on the small door were 4 large words, Royal Medicinal Herb Vault. Replicating the operation she had just done at the first door, Yao Yi opened the door of the medicinal herb vault and a strong medicinal fragrance came out of it. Ziyan's eyes lit up as she smelled the aroma. Hee, this is where my Jia Ma imperial family keeps their precious medicinal materials. Master Xiao Ming can pick as many as you want. Xiao Ming nodded his head and entered. The royal treasury possessed an unexpected amount of rare medicinal herbs. Although there were not as many as in the Jia Nan Academy, they could still be described as abundant, or at least more than Xiao Ming's personal collection. Accompanied by Yao Yi, Xiao Ming stopped after collecting 20 medicinal herbs. Although Yao Yi had said that they could let him pick as many as he wanted, Xiao Ming really had no intention of shamelessly picking hundreds of medicinal herbs. When she saw Xiao Ming stop, Yao Yi asked with a smile, "Are you done picking, Master Xiao Ming?" I have finished, princess. Since you have finished choosing from the medicinal herb storehouse, then, I will ask Master Xiao Ming to continue taking a look at the other storehouses. If there is anything that catches your eye, Master Xiao Ming can also take it. Xiao Ming smiled and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the imperial family was willing to spend a lot of money to make good relations with him. Without refusing, he took out 5 herbs from the ones he had just obtained and gave them to Ziyan, to fulfill the promise he had made to her yesterday. Then they followed in Yao Ye's footsteps. The 3 of them soon arrived at another treasure. This treasure did not contain medicinal materials, but other things. Pill recipes, treasure armor, weapons, and so on. Only pill recipes were attractive to Xiao Ming, but he did not bother to choose any pill recipes, because he had his eye on another item. The remains of a 6th-rank flying magical beast. Observing Xiao Ming's gaze resting on the remains of that magical beast, Yao Yi introduced, "This is a 6th-rank flying magical beast, the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, originally the Lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Due to his many offenses against my Jiao Empire, he was killed by the teamwork of my great-grandfather and the Divine Protector Beast. This Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, I would like to know if you can give it to me, I can exchange it for pills." Xiao Ming looked at the magical beast in front of him and said slowly. He had heard of the great name of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, a magical beast that possessed the dual attributes of wind and lightning. Speed was also at the top of the list within the 6th-rank magical beasts. Ever since he had obtained the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, he had always wanted to get a wing from a high-ranked flying magical beast. Unfortunately, all the flying magical beasts he was interested in were fast and stronger than him, so he never got one. It was an unexpected pleasure to meet the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon this time. He, Master Xiao Ming is being insensitive. Just now Yao Yi said that Master could choose whatever you wanted, and this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon is naturally included. Yao Yi laughed and said. However, I would like to remind Master that there is no magic core in the remains of this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. In that case, I will accept it. The lack of a magic core is not a problem, I just need its wings. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Other than the Silver Emperor's Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming never took anything else. When Xiao Ming and the others reappeared outside the royal treasure vault, they saw Jia Xingtian waiting at the entrance. Seeing Xiao Ming, Jia Xingtian smilingly asked, "Master Xiao Ming, is the harvest from this trip still satisfactory? It was not a wasted journey. It is good that Master is satisfied." Looking at the smiling Jia Xingtian, looking up at the sky, and thinking of the reward he had just received, Xiao Ming said, "It turns out that this place is not far from the place where the divine protecting beast is, so why don't we go treat his wounds now?" Jia Xingtian was a little surprised by his words. "Well then, I'll be troubling you, Master Xiao Ming." Chapter 112. It was not long before they reached the lake where the serene sea scaly beast was located. Once again, Jia Xingtian made use of his techniques to float on the surface of the lake, and the huge body of the serene sea scaly beast emerged from the water. "Old Jia, you wake me up again after only a few days, does it mean that the mixed bone molding pill has been refined?" Above the lake, Jia Xingtian smiled as he looked at the serene sea scaly beast, not explaining anything, merely saying, "Old friend, look at what this is." With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade vial containing the mixed bone molding pill from his storage ring and threw it at the serene sea scaly beast. As soon as the mixed bone molding pill appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped the lake. When he smelled the fragrance, the serene sea scaly beast was stunned and then said ecstatically, "Mixed bone molding pill? So you've come to me because the pill is refined, ha ha ha." The laughter sounded like thunder that shook the tree branches on the shore, and only after a few moments did the serene sea scaly beast stop laughing and gratefully said to Xiao Ming on the shore, "Thank you so much for your help this time." Xiao Ming did not take credit but waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a treat." "Old friend, don't get so excited, it won't be too late to get excited when you've recovered from your injuries." Jia Xingtian said, and then his gaze went to Xiao Ming on the shore and smiled, "Master Xiao Ming, I leave it to you." At that moment, Xiao Ming nodded slightly, his shoulders shook a little, and a pair of fiery wings emerged from his back, which vibrated and slowly moved through the air, finally appearing above the serene sea scaly beast's huge head. Knowing that Xiao Ming needed to use a special technique to heal his wounds, the serene sea scaly beast did not panic but looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. With a wave of Xiao Ming's hand, the mixed bone molding pill floating on the surface of the lake floated in front of him, and then his gaze shifted to the serene sea scaly beast. "You have to prepare for it, it might hurt a little later." "I'm already prepared, you can do it immediately." Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head, and with a flick of his mind, a wisp of red flame wrapped around that mixed bone molding pill, and with a flick of his finger, the flame wrapped around the pill and shot out above the serene sea scaly beast's head. The pill was wrapped in the flame, and a moment later, the seal on Xiao Ming's hand changed, and the red flame expanded violently. Under the scorching heat, a rich greenish light suddenly burst out from it, and finally, like a curtain of water, it enveloped the huge body of the serene sea scaly beast below. As the strange light enveloped him, the serene sea scaly beast's body suddenly writhed, apparently in great pain, and his thunderous roar echoed continuously, sending waves across the lake. Obviously, the pain that the serene sea scaly beast was experiencing was not as simple as just a little that Xiao Ming had said earlier. When Jia Xingtian at the side saw the serene sea scaly beast's actions, his face showed some concern, but, seeing Xiao Ming's relaxed face, he did not make any noise to disturb him. The beast's thunderous roar lasted for almost 10 minutes before it gradually calmed down. After that, Xiao Ming was surprised to see that the various wounds all over the serene sea scaly beast's body were gradually healing. Obviously, that strange green light had a great effect on him. Under the green light, not only were the wounds on the surface of serene sea scaly beast's body gradually healed, but even the aura surrounding his body was also gradually increasing at this time. The aura emanating from the serene sea scaly beast's body in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, and the joy on Xiao Ming's face was getting more and more intense. The serene sea scaly beast fought for the imperial family in his early years and had suffered many injuries because of it, so in order to suppress his injuries, his aura had not been at its peak. However, now, with the help of the mixed bone molding pill, he is gradually returning to his peak state. The greenish light descending from the sky lasted for about an hour. And during this time, the size of the mixed bone molding pill in that red flame had shrunk several times. Obviously, most of the medicinal power it contained had already evaporated. The green light emanating from it lasted for another half an hour before it finally began to gradually weaken, and the area covered by the light shrunk. Half an hour later, finally, with a dull sound, the mixed bone molding pill was completely reduced to a pile of ashes, and the light also completely dissipated. When the pill disappeared, Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief and regained the soul power that had spread out. Returning to the ground, Xiao Ming smiled at Xiao Ming beside him and said, "All his wounds have healed, he just needs to rest for a while, and he will be ready to fight anyone." Hearing those words, Xiao Ming laughed loudly and said, "Master Xiao Ming, if you need help in the future, feel free to come to me, as long as I can, I will surely help you." Just in these 2 days, Xiao Ming played an important role as a 6th-tier alchemist. It had only taken him a few days to solve a problem that had plagued the imperial family for years, and in the process, he had also refined a zone-breaking pill that Xiao Ming had only been able to hear about before, but had been unable to obtain. If Xiao Ming could take a guest of honor position in the imperial family and also stay for a few days every year, then many of the Jia Empire's problems could be solved. In addition, Xiao Ming would also grow up to be very strong on his own. Xiao saw these things, so he was very excited every time he saw Xiao Ming. "If something comes up, I will naturally seek Elder Jia's help. I hope that when the time comes, Elder Jia will not refuse." Xiao Ming did not refuse. The reason why alchemists were terrifying was largely to rely on the connections accumulated after each pill refinement, as in this case. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the smile on Xiao Ming's face grew thicker and thicker, his whole old face was wrinkled like the bark of a tree. For Xiao Ming not to refuse meant that both parties could maintain a good relationship, and in the future, if he requested Xiao Ming to refine pills again, he would most likely not refuse. During the conversation between Xiao Ming and Xiao Ming, the huge closed pupils of the serene sea scaly beast burst open. An overwhelming aura surged out from his body, finally enveloping the entire back mountain and startling countless birds and flying beasts. "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've felt this happy." When it finished venting, the serene sea scaly beast thanked Xiao Ming again. After replying modestly, Xiao Ming left the place. That night, Xiao Ming refined the 7 medicinal herbs that Ziyan had given him in pill form, and after spending some time with her, he retired to his room. It was then that he sat on the bed, reading while waiting for midnight to come. After a while, a ringing sound in his head caused Xiao Ming to put down the book in his hand. Ding! The current life simulation count is detected as 1, do you wish to start the life simulation? Xiao Ming was already familiar with the simulator and simply said casually, "Let's start." Simulation begins. Day 1, you travel to the Alchemist Association. Day 2. Day 30, you and Ziyan are in the middle of the Magic Beast mountain range and come across an 8-leaf iron scale flower. After terrorizing the guardian magical beasts around it, you take the 8-leaf iron scale flower and put it in your ring. Day 409, you have heard about the appearance of Wind Fury Dragon Flame in the Tgthegood Desert of the Jia Empire, and you doubt the authenticity of this news. Day 415, the news of the Wind Fury Dragon Flame is confirmed, but the Wind Fury Dragon Flame has long since been taken by someone else, at which you simply laugh and don't care. Day 600, you encounter 2 protectors of the Hall of Souls who cross you, and the other party sees that your soul is powerful and has evil intentions. With the speed brought by the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, you escape easily. Day 712, you successfully refine a zone-breaking pill. Day 900, several mysterious people surround you and demand that you hand them over the 2 Ancient Gods Jade. Day 1001, you have found the remains of a doe venerable soul, and an infant fallen heart flame at the bottom of Jia Nan Academy. Day 3650, you have cultivated for 1 day. End of simulation. Talent item is being selected. Currently available, Infant Fallen Heart Flame, Zone Breaking Pill, Remnants of Do Venerable. Please choose one. Hidden title, Treatment, Infant Fallen Heart Flame. Chapter 113. Looking at the options, Xiao Ming did not rush to choose but skimmed through the information revealed by the simulator. Wind Fury Dragon Flame. With this term muttered on his lips, information about this heavenly flame appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame, ranked 18th in the Heavenly Flame rankings, was 4 places above the 10,000 beast flame he possessed. It is born in the eye of a flame tornado in the ancient desert. Unlike other flames, it has no fixed location but appears randomly anywhere in the desert during the hottest days of the year. When unleashed, it takes the form of a tornado, combining wind and fire, with flames hundreds of meters high, roaring and spiraling like a gigantic fire dragon, with a destructive power that turns everywhere it passes through into a sea of fire. Looking at the information on the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, it is clear that it is extremely difficult to find this type of flame. After all, it is random in location, random in time, and does not necessarily exist for a fixed period of time. If one wants to hit upon it, it is almost exclusively by luck. It was also the first time Xiao Ming had encountered this type of flame in the simulator. Of course, because the life simulator often summarized everything in usually omitted lines of text, Xiao Ming was not really surprised to have simulated this heavenly flame for the first time. He was only a little disappointed that the simulator didn't mention where and when the Wind Fury Dragon Flame appeared this time. If it had, he could have spent a few days going in Tgthegood Desert to try his luck. But now that it hadn't been mentioned, if he went to Tgthegood Desert, it would probably be a waste of time. If he had time, he could also go looking for the Nether Poison Flame, the map of which at least marked its exact location. It has also been shown in previous simulations to be real. Of course, if Xiao Ming was free and at the Jiama Empire during the time period mentioned by the simulator, he could spend a few days in the Tgthegood Desert to try his luck. After shaking his head and not worrying too much about the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Xiao Ming thought of something else. Tu Shi Ancient God's Jade. They had encountered him several times in the simulator because of Tu Shi Ancient God's Jade. It didn't matter if he had it or not, according to the simulator, they would probably find him anyway. Just reading those texts bored him. Next time I return to the clan, I'll take this Tu Shi Ancient God's Jade with me. It might be of great use in the future. At least without this Tu Shi Ancient God's Jade, it would be impossible for that Hun Tiandi guy to become Do God. Xiao Ming made a decision in his heart. Please choose an option as soon as possible. The simulator's voice sounded in his mind again. This time, Xiao Ming did not ignore the system's voice and instead silently said, I choose the Infant Fallen Heart Flame. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible flame silently appeared in front of him. The fallen heart flame in front of Xiao Ming was only the size of his head, and the temperature emanating from it was similar to the 10,000 beast flame that Xiao Ming had encountered before. The energy contained in this infant flame could not help him much, and it was impossible to rely on it to break through to Do Emperor. The main benefit instead was the accelerated cultivation of the fallen heart flame and the solidification effect of the Do Qi. Although the temperature of the infant fallen heart flame was not as high as that of the mature flame, its temperature was still terrifyingly high. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space became slightly illusory, the wooden room began to creak and wisps of fire appeared in an instant. The characteristic of the fallen heart flame also appeared, and a heart flame appeared inside Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming quickly used his spirit to swallow the heart flame inside his body, and with a wave of his right palm, a pure white spirit appeared in his hand. As soon as his mind moved, a stream of ice attribute Do Qi transferred from the spirit's body, freezing the wood that had begun to burn, and not only that, the entire room was covered with a thick layer of frost. This ice attribute Do Qi far surpassed the ordinary ice Do Qi, which Xiao Ming had obtained after instructing the spirit to devour the wonder of heaven and earth of ice attribute, the cold ice marrow. Under Xiao Ming's control, it would not take much effort to control the temperature around the infant fallen heart flame. Without letting the fallen heart flame continue to burn, Xiao Ming's left hand opened slightly, and red flames covered his entire palm as he took the fallen heart flame into the air. When his palm opened again, a thumb-sized heavenly flame fountain appeared in his palm. With Xiao Ming's current level of strength, with his spirit swallowing a heavenly flame, as well as other heaven and earth wonders of other attributes, there was no need to be as careful as he was then when he swallowed this kind of infant heavenly flame. It could even be said that it was exceptionally easy and not dangerous at all. Xiao Ming could be seen directly sending this fallen heart flame source into the spirit. This source was then absorbed into the spirit's body. The disappearance of the fallen heart flame also caused the temperature in the room to start dropping extremely fast. Xiao Ming paid no attention to this, and after getting the spirit back into his body, he immediately sat on the bed and began to refine the fallen heart flame source. From the time Xiao Ming chose the heavenly flame until he absorbed it, very little time passed. However, the aura released by the brief appearance of the fallen heart flame still attracted the attention of many people. Jia Xingtian, who was making preparations before taking the zone-breaking pill, was alarmed when he sensed a sudden aura and said, "What is that sudden raging aura? Is that direction where Xiao Ming is? I'll go and ask him later." Gu He, who had not yet left the Jiama sacred city, "Is this, the aura of a heavenly flame? The place is still the imperial palace, must be Xiao Ming's, right? But, how come this aura is a little different from the one I felt yesterday? Could it be another heavenly flame?" Gu He couldn't help but be amused by this guess of his. One heavenly flame is already very hard to find, let alone two. I guess I misperceived it just now. All in all, since the fallen heart flame appeared for a short time and had been absorbed into Xiao Ming's spirit body quickly, although it still attracted the attention of others, not many people took it too seriously. As the night passed, Xiao Ming, whose breathing had risen quite a bit, opened his eyes, and two strange flames flickered in his coal-black pupils. 9-star Do King, this infant heavenly flame really can't help me break through to Do Emperor. With a light sigh, Xiao Ming stood up and waved his palm, and inside the room, all the frost that had been left behind from preventing the room from catching fire the night before disappeared. After doing so, Xiao Ming pushed open the door of the room and walked to Ziyan's room, and called out to her. Rubbing her eyes, Ziyan asked with some curiosity, "Xiao Ming, what did you do last night?" Xiao Ming looked a little confused, then understood what Ziyan was talking about and laughed. "I had a good harvest yesterday. I just reached a 9-star Do King, isn't that a good thing?" Ziyan was casually asking, so she didn't care whether it was true or not. Instead, she asked, "So where are we going today? You already refined the pills, are you going to accompany me to look for medicinal herbs? Didn't I refine 7 medicinal herbs for you yesterday, why are you still thinking of looking for medicinal herbs?" Xiao Ming said speechlessly. "Let's go to the Alchemist Association today and then go to the Magic Beast Mountain Range in a few days. The more the better." Ziyan stuck her tongue out. Xiao Ming's words had reminded her, so she took out a jade vial containing the medicinal pills from her storage ring and began to enjoy her breakfast. Looking at Ziyan, who was in a good mood eating her pills, Xiao Ming sighed, but a smile adorned his face. "Master Xiao Ming, are you leaving already?" Jia Xingtian looked at Xiao Ming, who was already taking his leave early in the morning, and his face showed surprise. "That's right, Elder Jia. I have completed the matter you entrusted to me, plus Master Fama has invited me to exchange some alchemy experience, so. Master can stay at the palace for a few more days, or let us host more often." Looking at Yao Yi beside him, Jia Xingtian said with a bitter smile. "Hee, no need, I've been treated very well these days." Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Only when Xiao Ming was about to leave, Jia Xingtian asked Xiao Ming about what happened last night. In response, Xiao Ming still used the fact that he had a breakthrough in his cultivation as an excuse. When Jia Xingtian heard this, of course, he took the opportunity to praise Xiao Ming. Chapter 114. At an intersection, a very large building that was shrouded in smoke all year round was established. On the top of the imposing gate, the 2 ancient words that read, "Alchemist Association," glow with silver light, causing passers-by to turn their eyes in astonishment. As the headquarters of the alchemists of the Jiama Empire, even the king of the imperial family would have to be humble when he came here. After all, the waves that could be generated by the people living in this building were enough to shake the entire empire. Not for nothing was it the most prestigious profession in the Dochi continent. Outside the huge gates of the Alchemist Association, the alchemists, who on normal days were quite difficult to see, were walking around, all wearing alchemist robes of different colors, proudly proclaiming their status. The association's main activity is to offer a wide range of products and services to the public. Standing outside the door, Xiao Ming looked up at the majestic alchemist headquarters and shook his head in admiration. "Does that old man you are looking for live here?" Standing next to Xiao Ming, Ziyan raised her head and looked at the Alchemist Association, which was more crowded than usual, and asked. "Well, Master Fama, as chairman of the Alchemist Association, is naturally here." Xiao Ming nodded his head and took out the alchemist badge from inside his storage ring. As a 6th-tier alchemist certified by the Jia Nan Academy, Xiao Ming naturally had an alchemist robe and badge as well. It was just that the alchemist robe was too flashy and Xiao Ming wouldn't normally wear it, but now that he was going to enter the alchemist headquarters to meet Master Fama, he naturally had to identify himself. Due to the great influence of the Pill Tower, the styles of the alchemist's robes may vary throughout the Dochi continent, but they are all very similar, and the badges are all the same, with a medicinal cauldron and silver-colored waves. However, some alchemist tiers would have different colors on their badges. For example, Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and on the ancient medicinal cauldron on the badge on his chest, there were 6 strange golden flickering slight ripples. This kind of alchemist badge is very difficult to make, and those who have the ability to imitate it would not do it. After all, it was not something glorious and it was very easy to be discovered, offending all alchemists in the process. Xiao Ming put the alchemist badge on his chest and led Ziyan towards the alchemist headquarters in front of him. No one passing by cared about Xiao Ming and Ziyan's actions. After all, the alchemist headquarters was full of people coming and going every day, whether they were alchemists or not. The guard at the alchemist's headquarters was used to it, but because of his professional habits, he kept looking at Xiao Ming's chest. This gaze shocked him so much that his eyes widened and he said aloud. 1, 2, 5, 6. 6 waves. Tier 6 alchemist. The guard who had finished shouting rushed to block in front of Xiao Ming, stopping the two. The guard's shout attracted the attention of the others. Following the guard's voice, they also clearly saw the insignia on Xiao Ming's chest. Immediately after, a shout of surprise rang out. Wow! It really is 6 waves. 6th-tier Master Alchemist. Such a young 6th-tier alchemist. That badge can't be fake, right? I don't even know of a 1st-tier alchemist that young. Someone asked. But that badge doesn't look fake. An alchemist with a waving badge in the crowd said. As an alchemist, it was easy to distinguish the authenticity of a badge, and even though he was a low tier, he could naturally see if the badge was real or fake. More than one alchemist among the spectators also nodded their heads at his words. This alchemist badge indeed did not look like a fake one. The guard who stopped Xiao Ming suddenly felt a little uncomfortable seeing the reaction of those alchemists. He had only stopped Xiao Ming because he thought that the badge was probably fake. After all, Xiao Ming looked too young, just a teenager. How could he be a 6th-tier alchemist? Wearing a fake badge was provoking all alchemists, so if he let the teenager in, the teenager would be taught a lesson, not to mention he himself would also be punished. But now someone said that the alchemist badge was real. What should he do? Luckily, Xiao Ming didn't make things difficult for him, and with a raise of his right hand, a real agglomerated fire condensed in his hand. Can I get in now? Yes. That's fine. Looking at the real agglomerated fire, the guard came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded with a pleasant smile on his face. Removing the real agglomerated fire, Xiao Ming led Ziyan towards the door. Right after Xiao Ming entered the doors of the Alchemist Association with Ziyan, the crowd of onlookers at the entrance suddenly let out a roar. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Summoning a real agglomerated fire, that's a means that only a 4th-tier alchemist or above can possess. A 4th-tier alchemist. So he really is a 6th-tier alchemist. I remember, I heard from Elder Mu of the Mu clan that there was a master alchemist inside the imperial palace who had caused that vision of heaven and earth by refining pills, so he might be Master Xiao Ming who caused that vision yesterday. An elder with 3 lines on his chest tapped his head and said as if he had suddenly realized. Aren't you elderly? I heard that you are a guest in the Mu family, can you explain if you are well informed? He, of course I can, this Master Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming didn't know the commotion outside, nor would he care. As he entered the door of the headquarters, he felt a rich pill aroma, causing a person could not help but inhale slightly. The area inside the Alchemist Guild was extremely vast. In the eastern lobby, there were several carefully constructed green granite square platforms, and behind those platforms were some alchemists. On top of the platforms, there were many kinds of medicinal materials, jade bottles, recipes, and other things. In the south hall, there were several medicinal cauldrons burning, and some alchemists were behind them, with serious faces as they controlled the flames. Around them, there were low-level alchemists, pointing at each other and exchanging their experiences in pill refinement in low voices. The western hall was certainly much quieter than the other 2 halls. There were guards standing in the corridors as if only certain alchemists who had reached a certain level were qualified to enter it, and some low-level alchemists passed by from time to time and cast glances of astonishment and envy. Xiao Ming slowly entered the hall, looked around, thought for a moment, and did not rush to find Master Fema, but moved and brought Ziyan towards the area where elements were exchanged. The purpose of his visit to the Alchemist Association was not only to exchange alchemy experiences with Fema but also to find something. While touring the eastern area, Xiao Ming slowly walked among the various square platforms, looking curiously at the various rare medicinal herbs and other items that even he did not have. Although this area was called the exchange zone, the vendors here did not shout as much as those in some markets. Each would sit quietly in a chair, glancing around from time to time. Only if they felt that the other party might have some background, some alchemists selling would get up and talk to them. Most of the time, however, they would lazily lean back in their chairs, paying little attention to those watching them. These lazy-looking fellows did not look at all like merchants selling things. Of course, they weren't. What they needed was not the gold the merchants coveted, but barter. If one wanted to get the medicinal herbs or pills they had, then one would have to have something exotic and precious that they would be interested in. The badge on Xiao Ming's chest attracted the attention of many people, but those people were only surprised and puzzled, and no one dared to approach to bother him. Only a small number of people, after seeing Xiao Ming, revealed a look of surprise and amazement. Obviously, they were all knowledgeable people who, like the old man surnamed Li outside, had heard of Xiao Ming's name and now guessed Xiao Ming's identity. Ignoring the various stares around him, Xiao Ming walked all the way taking Ziyan's little hand, and finally found the objective of his journey next to a remote corner. In this remote corner was a somewhat tattered stone table, and behind it was a thin man with a rather miserable face. Since the medicinal herbs on the table were not too rare, few people came to check them out, so he had a slightly sour look on his face. When he saw Xiao Ming, who was slowly approaching him, he first stared blankly, and when his eyes looked at the 6th-tier alchemist badge on his chest, his eyes appeared with a mixture of emotions such as shock, doubt, and astonishment. Only when Xiao Ming approached him did he come to his senses. Although there were many doubts in his head, he still hurriedly stood up and looked at Xiao Ming flatteringly, saying, "Master, what things interested you?" Looking at the man in front of him, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "You are still an alchemist apprentice, right?" Being observed at a glance, the man nodded awkwardly and looked at Xiao Ming's young face with some envy, smiling bitterly as he said, "Yes, my pill refining talent isn't good and I don't have a master, so after so many years of cultivation, I'm still stuck at the level of an apprentice alchemist, and I can usually only put up a stand here to get cultivation resources. Unlike master, you have reached the 6th tier at this age, Seeing that the man's words came to an abrupt end, Xiao Ming smiled and was not worried. His 6th tier at such a young age would really make many people feel incredulous. It was normal for there to be confusion or other emotions in their hearts. The medicinal herbs that were in jade jars and even looked a little wilted naturally could not have caught Xiao Ming's attention, so they were automatically omitted. His eyes moved slowly over the objects on the stone platform, before finally stopping on a piece of broken black jade in a corner that wasn't too impressive. This was Xiao Ming's target this time. He casually held it in his hand, but the jade piece was not smooth in his hand but was covered with small particles, as if it was not made of good material. On the top of the jade piece, there were also some faint cracks, and between the cracks, there was actually sand and dirt. After examining the jade piece, Xiao Ming did not choose anything else and looked at the man who looked at him with bated breath as he slowly smiled and said, "This piece, I'll take it. Do you want to exchange it or do you want to sell it? You name the price." "Master, I want to exchange it for a 3rd-tier pill." At his words, the man's spirit stood up and said. Xiao Ming's purpose was obvious. If he was a genuine 6th-tier alchemist, this piece of jade should be a good item, he just didn't recognize it. So he asked for this price. Of course, he knew that this price was very exorbitant for him, but for a 6th-tier alchemist, it was really just a drop in an ocean. Xiao Ming had no objection to this price, and after placing the items in his hand in his storage ring, he gently took out a bottle of pills and tossed it towards the man, saying, "This is a 3rd-tier spirit enhancer pill. It can increase a Do Master's Do Chi cultivation. It is a recipe I created in my spare time. Take a look at the pill." Although he was only an apprentice alchemist, he could recognize the authenticity of the pill, and a moment later, the man's face was filled with a joy that was hard to hide. This really was a 3rd-tier pill. A pill that could increase Do Chi cultivation was much more expensive than other pills of the same tier. Exchanging a piece of broken jade that he didn't know what it was for this pill, he had really been lucky. The fact that Xiao Ming said that this pill was his own recipe meant that he was extremely skilled in pill refinement and must be a genuine master alchemist. The middle-aged man thought about this and hurriedly bowed respectfully, even though Xiao Ming had already turned away. After leaving with Ziyan from the exchange area, he met Fa Ma in the hallway. In the hallway, there were several 4th-tier alchemists surrounding Fa Ma, conversing with him in a low voice, as if asking him for advice about something. Many of the surrounding alchemists did not gather but continued to secretly pay attention to Fa Ma and the others. Fa Ma, who was talking, noticed Xiao Ming's gaze, and after talking to the surrounding 4th-tier alchemists, he walked towards Xiao Ming amidst the curious glances of the others. He also laughed as he walked. "Hee, just now I heard my subordinates report that they had met a young 6th-tier alchemist, so I rushed out, and it seems I was right in guessing that this person would in fact be you, Master Xiao Ming. Why didn't Master Xiao Ming send someone to report to me directly when you came to the Alchemist Association? I had some interest in the exchange area, so I took the time to walk around and thought I would visit Master Fa Ma afterwards." Xiao Ming explained with a smile. The conversation between Master Fa Ma and Xiao Ming caught the attention of many people. Many alchemists who were focused on their own affairs had not seen Xiao Ming's badge at that time, but now that they took a close look at it, it caused them to have a look of stupefaction. Was there some mistake? A young 6th-tier alchemist. With Fa Ma on the spot, no one questioned the authenticity of Xiao Ming's tier, except that the shock that Xiao Ming gave them was so great that some directly began to doubt their lives. Of course, these were the thoughts of those who were not well informed. Those who were well informed also doubted their lives, but because they had heard the news long ago, they acted normally at this time. After a short conversation, Fa Ma invited Xiao Ming to his office. Chapter 115. Master Fa Ma's office was unusually spacious, with a small meeting room, and after making a cup of tea for Xiao Ming and Ziyan, Fa Ma sat down in an expensive wooden chair and began to discuss some alchemy topics with Xiao Ming, as if he really had no other purpose but to exchange experiences. The exchange was mainly Xiao Ming talking and Fa Ma listening, but of course, Fa Ma also had his own opinions, only Fa Ma did not say as much as Xiao Ming, and the exchange only stopped at noon. During this time, Ziyan felt bored and fell asleep on Xiao Ming's body. Seeing this, he shook his head with a smile and placed her little head on his lap. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with this exchange with Fa Ma, although Fa Ma's tier was not as high as his, but after all, he had been immersed in a 5th-tier alchemist for many years, and his lifelong experience in alchemy was not comparable to his less than 10 years of exposure to alchemy. Therefore, Xiao Ming still gained something from this exchange. Xiao Ming had gained something, not to mention Fa Ma, whose tier was inferior to his. After this exchange, many of the problems he had accumulated before were solved. He had also made exchanges with Gu He, the only 6th-tier alchemist in the Jiama Empire before, but he had not gained as much as this time. It was clear that Xiao Ming's alchemy was above Gu He's. Xiao Ming was much younger than Gu He, barely in his teens, and his achievement at such a young age could not be explained by his exceptional talent alone. He must have worked hard in the art of alchemy, so, sitting in his chair, Fa Ma said with a sigh, "When everyone saw you, Master Xiao Ming, they only marveled at your talent, even I did, but after this exchange, I realized that I was too short-sighted to only consider your talent for you to have reached this point." In response, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and did not reply. After seeing this, Fa Ma admired Xiao Ming's character more and more. After thinking about it, Fa Ma said, "I don't think Master Xiao Ming has joined any forces in the Jiama Empire. Do you have any plans to join any forces?" Hearing Fa Ma ask this, Xiao Ming laughed a little and said, I don't know if my family is considered a force. If you have something to say, Master Fa Ma can say it directly. Actually, I want to invite you to join the Alchemist Association. Oh. There are many benefits of joining the Alchemists Association. Of course, those ordinary things are certainly not attractive to you. However, if you join the Alchemists Association, you will immediately be a Grand Elder of the association, and the association can give your clan some facilities. The Medicinal Herb Library and Medicinal Recipe Library that the Jiama Empire Alchemist Association has built over the years will also immediately be open to you. It could be seen that Fa Ma had given Xiao Ming very favorable treatment. However, this deal might be expendable for Xiao Ming. But he still turned to Fa Ma and asked, "With so much favorable treatment, there must be something else I have to do, right?" "Oh, it's nothing really. I want to exchange advice with you for a few more days." "Just that?" "No, in front of the alchemists at the alchemists' headquarters." Xiao Ming understood, Fa Ma was not trying to gain knowledge from him, by saying that he wanted to do it in front of an audience, he actually just wanted to give some lessons to the alchemists of the Alchemists Association. Knowing Fa Ma's purpose, Xiao Ming could not help but think in his heart, Master Fa Ma is a good chairman. Seeing Xiao Ming fall into his thoughts, Fa Ma did not bother him. In fact, it was indeed as Xiao Ming thought. He just wanted to gain some benefits for the alchemists of the Jiama Empire. If Xiao Ming could give some lessons to the Alchemist Association as he did during the exchange with him this morning, then these alchemists would definitely gain a lot. These few lessons should not be underestimated. Sometimes some advice can make those alchemists take much fewer setbacks, and in this way, the Alchemist Association will have more experienced alchemists in the future. Of course, apart from this reason, Xiao Ming could also grow his own reputation by giving lessons to alchemists. When the time came, and Fa Ma granted Xiao Ming the status of Grand Elder, it would already be justified. Xiao Ming thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The Alchemist Association was a neutral force in the Jiama Empire and wasn't very restrictive, so he wouldn't lose anything by joining it, so he nodded his head and said, "In that case, I will join the association." After Xiao Ming agreed to Fa Ma's request, in the next 2 days, he gave 2 lessons to all the alchemists who were in the Jiama Sacred City. Due to this move, Xiao Ming's prowess as a 6th-tier alchemist was confirmed, and at the same time, Xiao Ming's prestige in the alchemist community of the Jiama Empire skyrocketed dramatically, with a tendency to catch up with Gu He and Fa Ma. When Fa Ma proposed that Xiao Ming assume the position of Grand Elder of the Alchemists Association, it even made those alchemists rejoice. Only 2 days after Xiao Ming finished giving lessons to the alchemists. In the residence that the Alchemists Association had assigned to him as Grand Elder, Xiao Ming received the news of Nailan Jie's visit. Xiao Ming, who received the message from his maid, smiled inwardly and said, "Nailan Jie. After waiting for 2 days, he has finally come. It was because he had seen in the simulator that Nayland Jie would come to his door that he had stayed in the imperial capital. Otherwise, because of the 7 illusions green spirit saliva, he would have taken the initiative to approach to the Nayland family. This 7 illusions green spirit saliva was something he had always wanted to bring to his master. The Lionheart commander is still waiting outside, shall I invite him in? The maid asked cautiously, looking at Xiao Ming with a strange color in her gaze. Invite him in. Yes. The maid replied and withdrew. A few moments later, a loud laughter came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming, please don't blame me for coming to bother you this time. Hearing the voice, a slender old man with white hair and beard entered the room. Elder Nayland has nothing to worry about, how could I blame you? Xiao Ming said calmly. Nayland Jie, who came through the door, looked at Xiao Ming without showing any obvious displeasure, and his apprehensive mood became slightly better. Then he clenched his fist and said, in fact, our 2 families, the Nayland family and Xiao family have been friends with each other before, and I am still a life and death brother with your old head clan, Xiao Lin. However, the girl from my family went to your family rashly, destroying the friendship between our 2 families. I am very sorry for that. To put it mildly, it is still my failure to educate Yanran, and I am here to apologize to you. Elder Nayland is joking. Miss Nayland's matter is an agreement between you and the old clan head Xiao Lin. It is a purely personal matter, and Miss Nayland and cousin Xiao Yan had already reached an agreement. There is no need to apologize to me. About this Xiao Yan matter, Xiao Ming really didn't want to bother with it. After all, it was a private matter. Now that Xiao Yan and Nayland Yanran had established a 3-year agreement, the 2 of them had decided to settle it with their own strength, so why would he get involved? If Nayland Jie wanted to make peace, then he should go to Xiao Zhan, not to him. Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't seem to care much about Nayland Yanran's visit, a heavy stone in Nayland Jie's heart finally fell to the ground. A few days ago he had sent Xiao Ming a compensation gift and the other party had not accepted it, which made him think that Xiao Ming held a grudge against his Nayland family. He felt that Xiao Ming was going to give the Nayland family a hard time, but he did not expect him to genuinely think that it was the parties involved who should resolve it themselves. Chapter 116. After inviting Nayland Jie to take a seat and wait for the maid to bring a cup of tea, Xiao Ming did not rush to say anything but sipped the tea carefully. After waiting for a while, Nayland Jie finally couldn't help himself. He took the initiative to ask Xiao Ming, Master Xiao Ming, what do you think of this body of mine? Xiao Ming looked him up and down and then said in a leisurely voice, on the surface, although Elder Nayland has an extraordinary aura and the strength of a strong man, in reality, your qi and blood are empty and your body is abnormally thin, and there is also a faint dark color emerging from your face. I think it is some kind of poison in your body. Nayland Jie raised his thumb and said, good view. As expected of a 6th-tier alchemist, indeed, I am suffering from severe poison. 2 years ago, I once fought with an incredibly poisonous 5th-rank magical beast, and although I eventually killed it, unfortunately, it injected me with a terrifying toxin, branded poison, once injected into the body. Master, you are a competent alchemist, you must know the power of this poison. In the records, there is no shortage of 6th-rank magical beasts that have been poisoned to death by the branded poison. Were it not for their insignificant numbers, I fear that many of the strongest on the continent would have been horrified by this toxin. This magical beast's branded poison is really powerful. Elder Nayland was able to defeat and kill it, worthy of being one of the 10 strongest. At this, Nayland Jie laughed bitterly. Forget about the 10 strongest, since the branded poison was injected into my body, in order to suppress the toxin, I can't even use half of my strength. Now, every day I have to endure inhumane torture. Xiao Ming knowingly asked, so you have come to me for this matter? Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Nayland Jie wiped the bitter smile off his face and looked at him encouragingly. Yes, I once asked Master Gu He of Misty Cloud's sect to help me dissolve the toxin, but this branded poison, which penetrates deep into the bones and even into the bone marrow, is difficult to remove with any pills. Although Master Gu He failed to expel the toxin, he still suggested a feasible way, which was by using a heavenly flame. Gu He mentioned to you that I have a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming understood with a slight thought that it was probably that Gu He had detected the aura of the heavenly flame when he had refined the zone-breaking pill last time. An alchemist's spiritual perception was very sharp, so it wasn't surprising that Gu He could detect it. Nayland Jie's reply also confirmed it. Indeed, it was Master Gu He who told me, so I came to your door today. Besides accompanying you, I also want Master Xiao Ming to help me remove the toxins in my body. My Nayland family will give you a reward that will satisfy you. As he said that, Nayland Jie took out a dozen jade boxes from the ring in his hand, and in these jade boxes were all kinds of medicinal materials, Do techniques, and qi methods. Looking at these things, Xiao Ming shook his head. Seeing Xiao Ming shaking his head, Nayland Jie felt a little confused and asked, Master is not satisfied with this reward. The Nalan family can still offer other remunerations. Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Elder Nalan, these items are very valuable and indeed worthwhile. However, these items are not what I want. Master Xiao Ming, whatever you need, just mention it. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before unhurriedly saying, I heard that the Nalan family has a 7 illusions green spirit saliva that I am very interested in. Xiao Ming said directly, and Nalan Jia immediately understood, standing up and saying, tomorrow, the 7 illusions green spirit saliva will be given to Master. Xiao Ming was very pleased that the conversation with Nalan Jia was so pleasant, and said, in that case, I will come to your residence tomorrow to deal with the branded poison. Having received Xiao Ming's promise, Nalan Jia left happily, and the things he had put before were not picked up but remained in the same place. Looking at those things, Xiao Ming shook his head and put them all away in his storage ring with a wave of his hand. This time, when he arrived at the imperial capital, Xiao Ming had received an unusually rich bounty of all kinds. No wonder it was said that alchemists were money-making machines. The next day, after Xiao Ming received the 7 illusions green spirit saliva sent by Nalan Jia, he went to the Nalan family. The Nalan family mansion was very large. As he approached the extremely majestic mansion, Xiao Ming realized that Nalan Jia was already waiting there. Other than him, there was also a middle-aged man standing at the front gate of the Nalan family. This man was standing as straight as a pole, and his lion eyes opened and closed with a somewhat impassive aura. His face was very similar to Nalan Jia's. When he saw Xiao Ming arrive, Nalan Jia hurried to greet him and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming, you've finally arrived. Elder Nalan has waited for a long time. And who is he? Xiao Ming asked about the middle-aged man standing beside Nalan Jia. Without needing Nalan Jia to introduce him, the middle-aged man smiled respectfully and said, Master Xiao Ming, I am the leader of the Nalan clan, Nalan Su. So you are Nalan Su, the father of Nalan Yanran. Xiao Ming nodded his head as a way of greeting and thought to himself. Seeing that his son had already greeted Xiao Ming, Nalan Jia hurriedly invited Xiao Ming into the mansion. As he walked along the path made of green-colored gravel, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed faintly. Ever since he had entered the depths of the Nalan family, he had felt hidden gazes and soul perceptions shooting out from some hidden corners. Over every eave, there were dark shadows, hidden in the gloom. They moved slowly about the house, with sharp arrows painted black to hide them from the reflection of the sunlight, and the slightest movement of the wind and grass would cause them to launch their attacks in an instant. It was clear that none of them were targeting Xiao Ming, but rather it was a routine patrol. The Nalan family is really a military family of the Jiao Ma Empire. This guard is really strict. It is completely incomparable with the Xiao family. After thinking about this, Xiao Ming looked up and looked towards the end of the road, where there was a luxurious hall. He immediately said, Elder Nalan, no need to be too polite, let's proceed directly to the poison detoxification. Beside him, Nalan Jia froze at his words. He was indeed thinking of making a banquet and entertaining Xiao Ming as the host, but Xiao Ming clearly did not want to waste his own time by saying this, so he could only nod and say, Fine, follow me. In the end, father and son Nalan led Xiao Ming to a side room. The space inside the room was quite large, and a large bed was placed in the central place. There were a few maids standing next to it. This was the place that Nalan Jia had prepared this time. Xiao Ming looked around and then said, all people not involved, retire. Master Nalan Su was a little hesitant and obviously wanted to stay. Chapter 117. What are you talking about? Go out when Master tells you to. Without waiting for Xiao Ming to speak, Nalan Jia rebuked. This, okay. Nalan Su sighed and prepared to leave. Xiao Ming looked at the scene and couldn't help but think, this Nalan Jia is really majestic in the Nalan family. His son didn't even say a word when he reprimanded him. No wonder Nalan Yanran could only depend on the Misty Cloud sect to go to the Xiao family if she wanted to annul her marriage. If Nalan Yanran hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Yunyun, she really might have had to marry Xiao Yan. Xiao Ming shook his head when he thought of this. There were many women like Nalan Yanran in this world. Yunyun was able to resist the pressure from the Nalan family and the risk of offending him to propose to the Xiao family to annul the marriage. She was really good to Nalan Yanran, just like his master, Elder Hua, was good to him. At the thought of his master, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth quirked a smile. With the 7 illusions green spirit saliva obtained from the Nalan family, his master would definitely be able to become a 6th-tier alchemist. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Xiao Ming said to Nalan Su, who was about to leave along with the maids, family members don't have to leave, you can stay here. If any situation happens, you can also be of help. It was a very dangerous thing for a heavenly flame to enter the body. Although Xiao Ming thought that his flame control technique was enough to ensure that no problems would arise, everything had an exception, so it was better for Nalan Su to stay. Seeing Xiao Ming say this, Nalan Su, who was about to reach the door, hurriedly returned. Ignoring him, Xiao Ming said to Nalan Jie, take off your shirt, otherwise, the heat from the flames will set your clothes on fire. When you have taken it off, go to bed and sit cross-legged. Nalan Jie listened to the words and did as he was told. Xiao Ming walked over to the bed and looked at Nalan Jie's thin body, which looked like a skeleton after taking off his clothes, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming slowly wiggled one of his fingers, and a sliver of red flame danced around his fingertip. Xiao Ming stared at the wisp of red flame and calmly said, I will begin. Let me first explain to you that using the heavenly flame to enter Elder Nalan's body will be an extremely dangerous thing to do, so you must be prepared for certain extremely bad circumstances. At these words, Nalan Su's face changed slightly, but he could only nod with a bitter smile. Ha 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 ha, Master Xiao Ming, just perform the treatment, I trust in you. When things reached this point, Nalan Jie, who was the subject of the medical treatment, looked very calm and did not seem too worried. Xiao Ming slowly nodded, his soul power slowly moved out of his body, then wrapped that tuft of red flame around his finger, trying to suppress its scorching heat, before slowly moving it to Nalan Jie's upper back. The red flame finally entered Nalan Jie's body, and Nalan Jie, who had been calm, let out a ragged gasp at that moment, and his body trembled violently. Xiao Ming's soul power controlled the red flame as it quickly passed through some of the major meridians and gradually approached the bones of the body that were covered by the branded poison. With the extension of his soul power, the condition of Nalan Jie's body also appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Sensing that the bones had almost turned black, Xiao Ming's forehead gradually wrinkled. Originally, he thought that with a few years in advance, the condition of Nalan Jie's poisoning should not be so profound, but now, it seemed that it was not so. It seems that today, it is impossible to expel the toxin all at once, it is better to go little by little. With a murmur in his heart, Xiao Ming's soul power enveloped the red flame, then slowly approached the dark bones that were enveloped by the toxin. As it got closer, Xiao Ming's soul power began to gradually loosen, and the temperature of the red flame slowly rose. As the temperature of the red flame increased, Nalan Jie's face gradually showed a sense of pain, a bead of sweat appeared on his cheeks, and his dry palms were clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared on his arms. The red flame that was enveloped in soul power stopped rising as it reached full temperature. Xiao Ming slowly inhaled the hot air, and with a thought, the red flame inside Nalan Jie's body covered the black bone. Ah! On top of the bed, Nalan Jie, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened his eyes with a bang, and from his mouth came out a hoarse roar of intense pain, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. Father, are you all right? Looking at his father who suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, Nalan Su hurriedly asked. Don't move. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if the treatment fails because of you. Looking at Nalan Jie who was covered in sweat, Xiao Ming said indifferently. The corners of Nalan Jie's mouth twitched as he endured the sharp pain in his body. He gritted his teeth and said, Sorry, I didn't control myself just now, Master Xiao Ming, continue. Xiao Ming replied, then closed his eyes to continue the treatment. When everyone fell silent, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Inside Nalan Jie's body, red flames enveloped the periphery of the black bones. Although the two seemed to be close, with a mental inspection, it could be seen that there was an extremely small gap between them. This was because the temperature of the heavenly flame was so terrifying that if it came into direct contact with Nalan Jie's bones, even if the other party was a Do King powerhouse, he would definitely be severely injured or even die in an instant. The scorching heat slowly penetrated from the flames into the black bones. As the red flame continued to burn, wisps of black mist silently emanated from the bones. Then, before they could escape, a cluster of red flames rushed over them and engulfed them. The terrifying heat gradually calcined the poisonous mist, which even a Do Emperor would have to treat with care, into nothingness. As time passed quietly, the blackened skeleton that was enveloped in Xiao Ming's red flames gradually returned to its normal color at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Outside, at this moment, Nalan Jie's entire body was already drenched in sweat, his face pale, constantly twitching, the slightest sound of sucking in cold air leaking from his teeth. Xiao, Master Ming, still not done. His fists were clenched tightly, the veins were shrinking in his arms like tiny snakes, and Nalan Jie's voice was a little hoarse and shaky. Behind him, Xiao Ming's face looked normal, not tired at all, but looking at Nalan Jie's withered body that was shaking badly, he still said softly. Since you can't endure any longer, then this time, the poison detoxification will stop here for now. The branded poison can't be completely eliminated at once. In the following days, you will have to come to me until it is completely eliminated. That branded poison, can it really be detoxified at once? At these words, Nalan Jie couldn't help but be surprised. After these 2 years, no one knew the intractability of this branded poison better than him. although Pil King Gu he had proposed a treatment method using heavenly flame, it was just a proposal after all. Now that this proposal turned out to be effective, he would naturally be surprised. Naturally, there is no problem. Xiao Ming smiled slightly and said. Then I'll be bothering Master Xiao Ming for the next few days. Nailan Jie hurriedly nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice, that said, right now I just felt excruciating pain from the heavenly flame just now. For Master Xiao Ming to be able to possess a heavenly flame at this age really makes me admire you. He was able to endure the pain caused by this branded poison for 2 years, but he could not endure long under the burning of the heavenly flame. Xiao Ming dared to devour the heavenly flame and succeeded, which left him in awe, especially since Xiao Ming was this young and was able to accurately manipulate the heavenly flame inside another person's body, so he must have devoured the heavenly flame a long time ago. How old was Xiao Ming at that time? Thinking about this, Nailan Jie couldn't help but be astonished. It was true that someone who could have such accomplishments at such a young age could not be described by the phrase, exceptional talent, alone. Chapter 118. Don't talk anymore, I'm going to withdraw the heavenly flame. Without waiting for the reply, Xiao Ming's fingers curled slightly, and the red flame that was wrapped around the outside of his bones began to slowly withdraw, and finally, the last traces were removed. Master Xiao Ming, how is it? Looking at Xiao Ming, who seemed to have stopped detoxifying the poison, Nailan Su, who had earlier retreated to the side so as not to disturb him, hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked. This is the end of today's treatment. According to this progress, it will take at least 7 days to completely detoxify him. Xiao Ming looked at Nailan Jie, who looked better than before and said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master Xiao Ming, if there is anything you need from me in the future, just mention it. Looking at Nailan Jie's pale face, whose black color had disappeared, the heavy stone weighing on Nailan Su's heart finally fell. Nailan Jie's importance to the Nailan family was the same as Xiao Lin's importance to the Xiao family before. Without this pillar, although the Nailan family would not be as bad as the Xiao family and would be driven out of the imperial capital, the gap between the other 2 families would certainly gradually widen. Well, remember to arrive tomorrow, I'll take my leave for today. Xiao Ming looked at the sky from the window and turned his head to Nailan Jie, who was on the bed. Master Xiao Ming, I will accompany you. At this, Nailan Jie hurriedly smiled warmly and said as he was about to get up. Oh, there's no need. You've just detoxed yourself from a lot of toxins, so you should rest for a while. Saying this, Xiao Ming headed towards the exit of the house. In that case, Sewer, hurry up and escort Master Xiao Ming out. Nailan Jie heard the words and no longer tried to get up, but instead said to Nailan Su. Oh, right. Nailan Su caught up to Xiao Ming after hearing that. For the next few days, Nailan Jie had to go home every day to treat the branded poison. In a guest room, after going through the last treatment, Nailan Jie's face had returned to its normal color, without the dark aura he had in the past. After moving his muscles and bones to make sure the toxins in his body had disappeared, Nailan Jie gratefully said to Xiao Ming, Thank you Master Xiao Ming for your help these days. No need to be polite. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. What's wrong? Master Xiao Ming, Princess Yao Yi requests an audience. A maidservant's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Ming thought of Yao Yi upon hearing these words. Yao Yi had come to him for the past few days, he was not a fool, so he naturally understood Yao Yi's intentions. Yao Yi was very beautiful, with a calm personality, her cultivation talent was considered a high class in the Jia Ma Empire, and her management skills were very strong. It was also because she had been groomed to take the throne of the Jia Ma Empire, that she was very knowledgeable, so although she was not an alchemist, they always had plenty of conversation topics to talk about. But Xiao Ming was not interested in her in that way, after all, the time he had known her was still too short. Nailan Jie looked at Xiao Ming who was absorbed in his thoughts, so he stood up and offered his hand. Since Princess Yao Yi has come to visit you, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to say goodbye now. Well, take care of yourself. When Nailan Jie left, Xiao Ming went to the living room. In the living room, Yao Yi was sitting in a chair, looking as beautiful and cool as ever, as she seemed to be contemplating something. Seeing Xiao Ming enter the living room, a smile appeared on her face as she stood up to greet Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming. Great-grandfather heard that you are a great tea lover, so he specially sent me to send you some high-quality tea that he had obtained. Elder Jia is right, please sit down, Princess Yao Yi. I already told you that you can call Yi without honorifics, Master Xiao Ming. In that case, likewise, just call me Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming and Yao Yi sat, chatted, and laughed for a while before Yao Yi showed a look as if she was hesitant to say something. Yao Yi, just say what's on your mind. You have been in Jiama's sacred city for some time, Yi wonders when are you planning to leave? Yao Yi said after hesitating for a moment. Tomorrow. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Tomorrow. Wouldn't that be a bit hasty? Year invited you to come to the imperial capital and haven't done my duty as a host yet, why don't you stay in the imperial capital for a few more days? Year can guide you around the imperial capital, we have many interesting places we can visit together. Yao Yi said in a soft and charming voice, looking into his eyes with an affectionate gaze. The meaning of this could be said to be very obvious. After saying this, Yao Yi bit the tip of her lips as she looked down, her face flushed. Xiao Ming looked at Yao Ye's flushed cheeks and was about to say something when Ziyan's shout came from outside. Soon, a white shadow came from outside the hall and rushed at Xiao Ming's arms. Xiao Ming, here, these are the medicinal herbs I found outside. There are 2 plants, one for each of us. Remember to refine mine into a pill. At this moment, Ziyan's white clothes were a bit torn and tattered, it was obviously the result of a previous battle. The 2 medicinal herbs still had some mud on them, it seemed that they had not been dug up from the ground for a long time, so they must have been snatched from some unlucky magical beast. After 3 seconds of silence for that unknown magical beast, Xiao Ming took the medicinal herbs from Ziyan. And at that moment, Ziyan also saw Yao Yi at the side and immediately got off Xiao Ming and said like an adult, "It's little Yao Yi, what brings you here?" Looking at her, Xiao Ming, who had just put away the medicinal herbs, was a little speechless, and speaking of which, Ziyan seemed to especially enjoy pretending to talk like an adult. When they had just met at the Jianan Academy, Ziyan used that kind of tone with him. Later, however, as time went on, little by little Ziyan changed her tone toward him. "So it's Miss Ziyan, great-grandfather asked me to bring tea to Master Xiao Ming. So that's what it's about, Xiao Ming likes tea, but I don't know what's good about it, most of them taste bitter." Ziyan first nodded her head in an elderly manner and then said. At this comment, Yao Yi just smiled. For those who did not like tea, tea was really a little bitter. Yao Yi looked at Xiao Ming again and said softly, "Xiao Ming, I wonder what you think of my proposal." Xiao Ming was silent for a moment and turned to look at Ziyan beside him. "Forget it, I will have a chance to walk around the imperial capital in the future, it's been some time since I left the clan, and it's time for me to return." Xiao Ming said as he stroked Ziyan's silky hair with a smile. Yao Ye's face turned pale when she heard those words. She had just made it so obvious that she was almost about to confess directly, but Xiao Ming's reaction was still so indifferent. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful, since no one had rejected her since she was a child. Although she was not reconciled, she did not have the courage to say anything else when she looked at the profile of Xiao Ming's face. It was difficult to dissolve the bitterness inside her, and her smile became a little stiff. After taking a deep breath, Yao Yi stood up and lightly bit her red lips before saying, "In that case, the next time Master Xiao Ming comes to the Imperial City, you can make sure to send someone to inform Year, and Year will take you to enjoy the Imperial capital next time." "I'll definitely do it. It's getting late, so Year will take her leave first." Xiao Ming watched as Yao Yi hurriedly left, then sat back down in his seat. "Xiao Ming, shall we leave tomorrow?" Ziyan rushed over to Xiao Ming's arms again and asked excitedly. The past few days had been suffocating for her. Now that Xiao Ming said she was leaving, didn't that mean he could accompany her to look for herbs? "Yes, sleep well tonight. We'll leave early tomorrow morning." The next day, the 2 of them, Xiao Ming and Ziyan, started flying directly from the imperial capital to the northeastern province where the Xiao family was located. Chapter 119. From the imperial capital to Wutan City, where the Xiao family was located, would have taken only 1 day with Xiao Ming and Ziyan's speed, but during that time they perceived the traces of some good treasures. To obtain them, it took the 2 of them some time, and by the time they reached the Xiao family, 3 days had passed. Since becoming the Real Supreme Lord of Wutan City, the Xiao family's residence has become increasingly imposing, with 2 rows of guards at the entrance. When passers-by looked at the Xiao family, their eyes were filled with awe and envy. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the Xiao family's gate, attracting the guards' attention. They were none other than Xiao Ming and Ziyan. "It is the Supreme Elder who has returned." "Supreme Elder." With a slight nod towards the surprised guards, Xiao Ming led Ziyan towards the gates of the Xiao family. Not long after entering the Xiao family's gate, the 2 met many clan members on the way, some of whom Xiao Ming had a vague impression of. Apparently, they were the orphans he used to live with in the Xiao family. Thinking back to that time, Xiao Ming's face reddened a little with the memories that came to his mind. At that time, he was so engrossed in cultivation that the children in his dormitory had little chance to play with him, and only occasionally got to do so. Despite this, they always seemed content to be near him. However, nowadays this was no longer the case, and apart from those who were most familiar with Xiao Shan, as well as the children who were unfamiliar with the world, the other clan members who knew anything were very formal in front of him. This might be somehow related to the fact that he had been away from the clan for too long and his strength was too high. With a slight sigh, as he walked past a group of chattering girls, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of something and called out to a clan member who looked the youngest in age. "Cousin, can you come here for a moment?" The girl he called was a little stunned, then she reacted and pointed to herself and said, "You're calling me, cousin Xiao Ming?" "Yes, it's you." Xiao Ming nodded his head. Amidst the envious gazes of a group of people, the girl trotted somewhat excitedly towards Xiao Ming. "Does cousin Xiao Ming need anything?" The girl's eyes were filled with adoration and her childish voice rang out. Smiling at the rather cute-looking girl, Xiao Ming said, "What's your name?" "Xiao Qing." "Cousin Xiao Qing, do you know where cousin Xiao Shan is?" Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Xiao Qing nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, today cousin Xiao Shan is teaching Do techniques at the Do Technique Hall." The Xiao family's Do Technique Hall had the Do techniques collected by the Xiao family. All clan members could enter it to select their Do techniques, but the more advanced Do techniques were not something the lower-ranked clan members could understand, so the Xiao family would arrange for a strong clan member to instruct them inside. It seemed that Xiao Shan was more concerned about the development of the clan. Instructing others in cultivation was quite a troublesome task, just like instructing a child to do their homework. After all, not everyone was gifted and could understand everything at once. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming shook his head and said to Xiao Qing, "Cousin Xiao Qing, can you help me call cousin Xiao Shan to come over?" Hearing Xiao Ming's request, Xiao Qing nodded her little head vigorously, looking quite cute. Looking at her, Xiao Ming smiled and pinched her cheeks. Behind him, Ziyan saw this action and her eyes couldn't help but narrow. A white light flashed in Xiao Ming's hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. "This is a second-tier chi boosting pill, it can increase your strength in a short period of time, take it as a reward." "Whoa, thanks, cousin." Happily taking the jade bottle from Xiao Ming's hand, Xiao Qing smiled sweetly. "No need to thank me, go and remember to tell cousin Xiao Shan to come and find me at my residence." Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Xiao Ming returned home, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Shan's low, naive voice sounded outside the door, "Cousin, it's me. Come in, the door is open." Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, Xiao Ming said. Crunch. The door opened in response to the sound, revealing the tall figure of Xiao Shan. Looking at Xiao Shan, Xiao Ming said with a smile on his face, "I heard that you are teaching the Do techniques to the clan members at the Do Technique Hall, which can be quite torturous. How can you have the free time to do such things?" Xiao Shan smiled as he sat beside Xiao Ming and poured himself a glass of water. "Isn't it because you instructed me in Do techniques? Now that I've returned to the clan, I want to teach the clan members as well. It's just that there are too many people. Just now, before you sent someone, I was surrounded by clan members inside and outside the place." Xiao Shan said with a faint bitter smile. Seeing him like this, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. The instruction of an expert Do spirit, those clan members would not pass up this opportunity as long as they were not stupid. "Well, cousin, what did you call me for?" After taking another sip of water, Xiao Shan asked. Xiao Ming did not answer immediately but instead took out 2 clear jade bottles from inside his storage ring. Once the jade bottles were taken out, a subtle aroma typical of pills emerged. "Cousin, this is..." Xiao Shan looked at Xiao Ming with some incomprehension. "Take a look first," Xiao Ming said as he handed him the pills. Xiao Shan took the pills. Now he already had the strength of a Do spirit, and he had his own ability to distinguish these things a long time ago. He found that on the lids of the 2 jade vials showed some kind of energy traces, and when he looked closely, it seemed one of them had some kind of sealing effect. A pill that needed to be sealed. This pill seemed to be of a very high grade. Xiao Shan's heart was astonished. He looked at the pills again, only to see 2 pills, one red and one cyan. At that moment, Xiao Ming's voice sounded beside him. "One pill is 7th tier and the other is 6th tier. "What, 7th tier?" Although he thought that the tier of these pills would be very high, Xiao Shan was still very surprised when he heard Xiao Ming say that one of them was 7th tier. "That's right, the red pill on your right hand is a 7th tier life-devouring pill, and the one on the left is a 6th tier deep green longevity pill. The effect of the life-devouring pill is to allow a person to immediately possess the strength of a Do King." Immediately possess the strength of a Do King. Xiao Shan froze at his words, then looked at the red pill. This pill looked extremely strange, and to the naked eye, it was like a transparent marble filled with blood. In the center of the pill, a bit of blood appeared dark red, and when looked at faintly, it was like a small eye, and the whole thing had a creepy feeling. Can this pill really give a person the strength of a Do King immediately? Even if it can, I'm afraid it shouldn't be this simple, right? Xiao Shan said calmly after thinking carefully for a moment. Chapter 120. Seeing that Xiao Shan was not blinded by the pill's effect, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, "Indeed, it's not that simple. Although this pill can make one's strength soar to the early stages of the Do King realm, the strength obtained by taking this pill is obtained by overdrawing one's life potential, therefore, the person who swallows this pill will only have 3 years of life left." Xiao Shan's face paled upon hearing the side effects of the pill, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Cousin, you're not taking this out because you want me to take this pill, are you? Although the strength of a Do King is tempting, I haven't lived long enough, my family is counting on me to carry on the family lineage, and these 3 years of life are too short." "Do you really think I would do that to you?" said Xiao Ming, pretending to be offended. Xiao Shan laughed at his words. He actually knew that Xiao Ming would not let him take that pill at the cost of shortening his lifespan. "I gave you this pill because you will stay in the clan a lot in the future, so you can have it in case of emergency. That green-colored pill is the deep green longevity pill, which can increase life expectancy by 10 years, so if an accident happens, whoever you give this pill to, will be able to live for a longer time, and if they are able to cultivate up to Do Emperor during that time, the after-effects of this life-devouring pill will naturally dissipate." Xiao Shan was moved when he heard those words. Wasn't this a quick shortcut to Do Emperor? "Then can I take this pill?" "Naturally, you can, however, I'm not suggesting you to do so," Xiao Ming said. "This life-devouring pill increases strength at the cost of consuming one's own life force, and even with the deep green longevity pill that increases life expectancy, it is very difficult to reach Do Emperor in those 13 years. Xiao Ming was not talking nonsense. There were dozens of Do Kings in the Jia Ma Empire, but there were only 4 known Do Emperors. The Jia Nan Academy also had dozens of Do Kings, but not many Do Emperors either. One could imagine how difficult it was to go from Do King to Do Emperor. Xiao Shan's talent was not bad, but he was not as good as the people who had reached Do King. That was why Xiao Ming had said that, and overdrawing his life force would cause some damage to his body. This was also the reason why Xiao Ming had the life-devouring pill before, but he didn't use it as a quick method. Right. Hearing this, Xiao Shan smiled and added, "However, there is no need for you to give this pill to the clan. With your status, I fear that in the Jia Ma Empire no one would dare to touch our Xiao family, and with brother Xue Tian guarding the clan, there is also no need to fear if someone comes with bad intentions." "Normally it would be like that." Xiao Ming nodded, "but no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents. As for Xue Tian, it is difficult to hold the fort alone. In case someone uses the trick of moving the tiger away from the mountain, that would be a disaster. I don't want to see a ruined clan the next time I return." Xiao Shan was a little confused. An accident? What kind of accident could there be? Wasn't cousin Xiao Ming a little too cautious? Xiao Ming's worries were naturally because of the Misty Cloud sect and Hall of Souls. Now that Xiao Yan had made a 3-year agreement with Nalan Yanran, who knew if he would be discovered by the Hall of Souls, as Yao Lao himself was also a target of the Hall of Souls. It was possible that Xiao Yan could escape, but the Xiao family might not. The monk could flee, but not the temple. Xiao Ming could only explain this to Xiao Shan in a way that was a precautionary measure. Thinking of the dangers the Xiao family might face in the future, Xiao Ming frowned and took out 3 more pill bottles from his ring. Xiao Shan blinked and asked, This is? These are 2 more life-devouring pills, and 1 fighting spirit pill. These life-devouring pills were obtained by me by chance, and these are the only ones. The fighting spirit pill was refined when I was practicing at Jia Nan Academy. You can send it to Xue Tian later, and you can keep the life-devouring pills and use them according to your own arrangements. However, I no longer have any deep green longevity pill to spare, so remember to plan carefully." "This isn't necessary, is it?" Xiao Shan said while scratching his cheek. "1 is enough, a 7th-tier pill is too precious. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for yourself?" "No big deal, these pills are of no use to me. Even if I take them out to trade, they will depreciate a lot because of the side effects, so it's better to keep them in the family." Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Indeed, as Xiao Ming had said, this pill was of little use to him, and taking it out to trade might not be as appealing as the zone-breaking pill. Okay. Although Xiao Shan had some doubts, he still stuffed the pills into his storage ring. After putting the pills away, Xiao Shan asked, "You suddenly gave me these things, are you going out again?" Xiao Ming nodded, "I can't stay in the clan all the time. I plan to leave the clan in the next 2 days, and after I finish taking care of some matters, I will make a trip back to Jia Nan Academy. In short, I won't stay in the clan for a long time, so the clan will still need more of you to protect it." "Sai, you are so talented, and with the achievements you have at your age, it is really impossible for you to stay in the Jia Ma Empire all the time." There wasn't much Xiao Shan could say about Xiao Ming's decision. After all, the Jia Ma Empire was indeed too small for Xiao Ming. In Xiao Shan's opinion, perhaps only the central plains mentioned by his Jia Nan Academy classmates would be Xiao Ming's stage. Xiao Ming smiled and took out 2 more bottles of pills from his storage ring. This time it wasn't any high-tier pills, but the reward promised to Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu when they returned to the clan last time. What was promised, naturally, he could not forget, and he might not have time in the future, so it was better to let Xiao Shan supervise and distribute them on his behalf. Xiao Shan received the pills and talked to Xiao Ming about a few more things before leaving. The next day, Xiao Ming was seen taking a sleepy Ziyan from the Xiao family and flying to the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Near Wutan City, the nearest town to the Magic Beast Mountain Range was called Qingshan Town, also known as Magic Beast Town because of its proximity to the Magic Beast Mountain Range. The majority of the people within this small town were naturally mercenaries who spent their days feeding their blades with blood. They would go in groups, arm in arm, drooling in the streets, arguing with impunity about where the women of the town tasted better, where the wine was stronger, and where the magical beasts were fiercer. Walking along the stone-paved streets, the young Xiao Ming and the enchanting Ziyan naturally attracted many strange glances. Xiao Ming just ignored them and pulled Ziyan down the street slowly, as if he was looking for something. On both sides of the street were many stores, and because of their location, they were quite popular. Xiao Ming scanned the brightly lit stores with his eyes, and when his gaze landed on a spacious medicinal herb store, he stopped dead in his tracks. Without hesitation, he led Ziyan directly to this medicinal herb store, which was known as the Thousand Medicine House. When he entered the spacious store, it was illuminated by the moonlit stones hanging on the walls as if it was daytime. At that time, the store was quite crowded and the sales clerks were very busy, so there was no one to attend to Xiao Ming and Ziyan, who had just entered. Chapter 121. Although there was no one to attend to him, Xiao Ming didn't mind, his eyes slowly swept the transparent counter. Finally, when he finished looking at everything on the counter, he shook his head without saying anything. This little herb store really didn't have any herbs that he might be interested in, and the blood lotus essence that Xiao Yan had found in the original story wasn't here either. At that moment, a free employee finally saw Xiao Ming and Ziyan. He saw that although Ziyan and Xiao Ming were not wearing any glamorous clothes, the materials used were extraordinary, and he immediately came to the conclusion that these 2 people must be the juniors of a certain family, so he approached them excitedly. "Young master, young miss, what medicinal herbs do you need? I can help look for them. I'm not here to buy medicinal herbs, I'm here to find someone." "You're looking for someone?" the employee asked in surprise. "That's right, there must be a female doctor named Xiao Yixian, right?" The employee suddenly realized and said, "Indeed, Xiao Yixian is a doctor specially hired by our Thousand Medicine House, and her medical skills are excellent. Most of the mercenaries in Qingshan Town have been treated by her. Are you looking for her for the purpose of curing some disease?" "Cure? More or less." Xiao Ming smiled faintly. "Then you will have to wait for a while before you can see her. Xiao Yixian will come to Thousand Medicine House every day to cure people, however, it won't be long before she comes, so you won't wait long." Thank you." Xiao Ming nodded and thanked him. "Xiao Ming, what are we looking at Xiao Yixian for?" Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Ming, looked at the employee who had left after he finished talking to Xiao Ming, and was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Ming's purpose, to find someone to cure him. That's ridiculous, Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, what kind of illness couldn't he cure himself? You'll find out later. This kind of thing was not easy to explain, so Xiao Ming could only say that. Ziyan listened to his words and didn't ask any more questions, just looked around. The 2 of them didn't have to wait long before there was a commotion at the entrance of the herb store, with a large group of people blocking the entrance. "Wow, it's really Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian saved my arm a few days ago, Qingshan Town is really lucky to have her. Xiao Yixian is so beautiful." Hearing these voices, Xiao Ming slightly tilted his head, and from the gaps in the crowd, he could faintly see the figure of a woman. As the crowd spread out, Xiao Ming could also finally see the face of the woman who was surrounded by the crowd. The woman wore a white robe with purple highlighting her beautiful purple hair, which had 2 locks tied in the front while letting the rest fall freely down her back. Her appearance could be described as that of a rare beauty, and her face, slightly smiling, had a fresh and ethereal aura. Xiao Ming's eyes roamed over the woman's body and finally stopped on her slender waist tied with a belt which had several small pouches where she kept her medicines. Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with a bit of surprise. Among all the women Xiao Ming knew, Xiao Yixian was probably the one with the slimmest and most delicate waist among all of them, and with that unique ethereal aura, she could easily be ranked among the best. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was already sitting in her seat, attending to the injured people who came and went, and occasionally showing a gentle smile that stirred people's hearts. Xiao Ming thought for a moment and decided not to move forward immediately. Instead, after leaving a spiritual engraving mark on her without a trace, he took the little hand of the bewildered Ziyan and walked away without further ado. At night, a bright moon hung in the sky, and the white moonlight shone on the ramshackle green stone slabs, which had a kind of ancient charm. After a busy day, Xiao Yixian was in her room, comfortably soaking in the bathtub as a way to relieve the day's weariness. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded outside her house. "Who is it?" Hearing the sound, Xiao Yixian on the wooden barrel asked alertly, "Who would come to my house in the middle of the night? Could it be Li Fei?" Knock, knock, knock. There was no answer outside the door, but the knocking continued. This strange situation caused Xiao Yixian's countenance in the barrel to change slightly, so she quickly stood up from the barrel, making her dazzling body visible for a moment, and the sound of falling water rang out. Hearing this sound, the knocking on the door stopped abruptly. When Xiao Yixian had put on her clothes, it was a childish voice that came from outside. "Xiao Ming, she should be dressed, shall we go in directly?" This unfamiliar voice made Xiao Yixian's already pale face change slightly. One had to know that there were guards guarding her not far from where she lived. What kind of girl could get to her home without making a sound, and from the sound of her voice, she seemed to have an accomplice and they knew she was in the bathroom. They even knew she had just changed her clothes. At the thought that they might have seen her naked just now, Xiao Yixian's face couldn't help but redden with anger as she pulled a few jade bottles from the bed and removed the caps from them, turning off the light source in the room. Outside the door, Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan beside him, sensing that the light inside the room had suddenly disappeared and Xiao Yixian had not come out. He understood that even if they knocked on the door, Xiao Yixian would not open it, which made him speechless. How does this make them look like bandits? Since there was no other option, he nodded and said, "Let's go in." With that, he took the lead and pushed the door in. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Ming felt some sounds of thrown objects coming towards him. With a casual wave of his hand, the objects coming towards him fell towards the ground, and at the same time, he dodged a body attacking him from behind. In the darkness, came the scream of a young girl, followed by the sound of a human body falling to the ground. When Xiao Ming pulled a moonlight stone from his ring to illuminate the room, he discovered that Xiao Yixian had fallen unconscious on the floor. Next to her were several vials of spilled medicinal powder. Obviously, she had failed to stab Xiao Ming in the back a moment ago and instead ended up hitting herself. Heh, this girl is so stupid. Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Ming, looked at Xiao Yixian who had fallen to the ground, and said with a smile. "Don't laugh, help her lie down." Xiao Ming shook his head and said. When Ziyan placed Xiao Yixian on the bed, Xiao Ming touched his ring and a pill appeared in his hand, and with a movement, the pill fell into Xiao Yixian's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and a little more than 10 seconds later, Xiao Yixian's long, thin eyelashes fluttered. After another moment, Xiao Ming, who was sitting on a chair beside her, smiled and said, "You're awake and don't want to get up, don't worry, I'm not going to eat you." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Xiao Yixian who was on the bed stood up abruptly and covered her body with the blankets, and then looked at the teenager in front of her warily. Although she was a little surprised by the appearance of the young man in front of her, Xiao Yixian continued to frown and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Get out of here quickly or I'll have to scream." "Scream? Little girl, no one will come even if you scream until you tear your throat out," Ziyan said, feigning an evil smile. Although these words were meant to intimidate her, they had a comical taste when they came out of Ziyan's mouth, who had the appearance of a little girl. Xiao Yixian looked at Ziyan with a strange look, not knowing whether to be frightened or not. Those two people who had barged into her room, why did they look so strange? Chapter 122. Looking at Xiao Yixian's face that had turned strange, Xiao Ming made a mental reminder not to let Ziyan do the intimidation job again. Still unfazed, he stroked Ziyan's little head as he rose from the chair and made his way to the round table in the center of the room before slowly saying. "Ziyan is right, no matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. The guards around you have already been knocked out by me." Xiao Ming raised his index finger, and a wisp of red flames danced and leapt around his fingertips. With the appearance of the flame, the temperature of the entire room began to rise. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yixian's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing that what the other party said was true. Condensing flames out of nothing was a means that only a Dou spirit and alchemists could possess. Although she didn't know which of the two the teenager in front of her belonged to, either of them had the strength to finish off her escort. Xiao Yixian could not understand why such a strong man would come looking for her. It was hard to believe that it was to rob her. Thinking about this, Xiao Yixian's face turned pale as she further covered her body with the sheets. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was thinking of strange things, Xiao Ming inwardly had dark lines, but outwardly smiled slightly and said, "Don't think of strange things, I'm not looking for you for any other reason, I only heard that you often stay in the Magic Beast mountain range to look for medicinal herbs. Let me ask you, have you found a cave hidden in a cliff? Xiao Yixian patted her chest in relief under the sheet, knowing that Xiao Ming just wanted to ask her something and not looking to do unspeakable things. A small blush couldn't help but appear on her cheeks as she thought, I have to stop thinking about such things. Then, thinking about the question Xiao Ming had asked, she pretended to remain deep in thought and then said with an expressionless face, no. Really no. Xiao Ming laughed lightly. Xiao Yixian's acting was so awkward that it was cute in Xiao Ming's eyes. He had seen many acting masters when he was 8 years old during his training at the Black Corner region. Compared to those acting masters, Xiao Yixian was still too young. In an instant, Xiao Ming disappeared from the center of the house and appeared on Xiao Yixian's bed. Xiao Yixian was startled and said nervously, what do you want to do? Don't lie, your acting skills are too poor, and your heart beats significantly faster when you are lying, you can't hide it from me. As long as you take me to the cave you found, I can pay you satisfactorily, aren't you a doctor? I can give you a medical book with thousands of remedies written in it. And, if there are things in the cave that I need, I will take only one thing and the rest will be yours. Saying this, Xiao Ming took out a book from inside his storage ring and offered it to Xiao Yixian. Take a look. Xiao Yixian reached out his hand in disbelief and took the book to look at it. The more she looked at it, the more excited she became. It really was a medicine book. It contained many remedies she had never heard of. What do you think, can you take me to the cave you found? Xiao Yixian hesitated for a moment, but in the end said, it's fine. There were several reasons why Xiao Yixian agreed to the conditions, although she didn't know if what the other party said was true. Just with this book alone she could help more people, and the other party was much stronger, so Xiao Yixian didn't want to make him angry. All this made her decide to compromise. That's right. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Take your things, bring everything with you. Why? Because you won't be able to come back later, Xiao Ming said inwardly. Although at first he was only looking for Xiao Yixian to know the cave's information and offer her some treasures in return. However, after meeting her, he didn't want to let her stay in this place. Xiao Yixian's woeful poisoned body would definitely wake up unless she was away from the poison, which was not possible. Medicine and poison were inseparable, and Xiao Yixian, as a doctor, cannot stay away from poison forever, and when she awakens her poisoned body, she would not have a good time at all. At least Xiao Ming was not so cruel to let her go through all that pain on her own, so he wanted to help her cultivate her physique. The fact that Xiao Ming was willing to help her cultivate the woeful poison body, even if the cost of doing so was very high, was due to two reasons. The first was because he really appreciated talents and felt it was a waste to leave someone like her to her fate, and the second reason was because Xiao Yixian, as an orphan, reminded him a lot of himself. However, because of the clan, he was still able to enjoy a peaceful childhood, and could even go from time to time to bathe in the hot springs. She, on the other hand, was not so lucky, and from an early age had to learn to fend for herself. In addition, Xiao Ming was very fond of Xiao Yixian's kind and caring personality, although it was not known whether Xiao Ming himself was aware of it. Of course, all this could not be told to Xiao Yixian right now, so Xiao Ming coughed and said, I'm afraid that after you leave, this place will be attacked by thieves since the guards outside have already been eliminated by us. Sooner or later someone will find out, and when that happens, this room of yours. Xiao Ming said a valid point, and Xiao Yixian understood what he meant. Then she rolled her eyes, wasn't it caused by you? When Xiao Yixian had finished packing her things, the three of them walked out of Xiao Yixian's room and arrived at the courtyard. In which direction is that cave? Xiao Yixian, who was carrying a small package, looked at Xiao Ming with some doubt but kept pointing into the distance, and then a scene appeared before her that shocked her deeply. She only saw that a pair of beautiful wings had appeared behind the two people in front of her. Do King. Without waiting for Xiao Yixian to finish startling, Xiao Ming arrived at her side, grabbed her arm and, with a flap of his wings, rushed into the sky. Ziyan, follow us. In the air, the shock in Xiao Yixian's eyes did not disappear for a long time. After a while of flying, she realized that Xiao Ming had stopped. Quickly identify which direction we should take. Oh, right. After Xiao Ming revealed his wings, Xiao Yixian was much more obedient. After identifying where they were, Xiao Yixian pointed in a direction. Finally, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian landed on top of a cliff, with Ziyan following closely behind. Xiao Yixian pointed towards the cliff and said in a low voice, there is something I found by accident once I came to collect medicinal herbs. By the cliff, there is a hidden cave that is hard to find. What's inside the cave must have been left by a certain predecessor, but I haven't been inside, so I'm not too sure about the inside, but judging from some traces, the predecessor who left the cave must be very strong. I'm not sure if it's the cave you're looking for. Xiao Ming's soul power probed in the direction Xiao Yixian pointed, and indeed found the entrance of a cave, which couldn't help but make him nod in satisfaction. There is indeed a cave down there, let's go down together. With that, Xiao Ming grabbed Xiao Yixian's arm and flew down the cliff towards the cave. After beating a snake that inhabited the area to a pulp and blowing away the dense rubble and strange wood at the entrance of the cave, the three of them smoothly entered an incomparably dark and gloomy passage. They pulled the moonshine stone out of the storage ring and illuminated the cave. The cave entrance was not wide enough for only 2 or 3 people to pass through. Xiao Ming and the others were already tightly packed at the cave entrance. The inside of the cave was dark, but there was a faint light emanating from it, giving it a mysterious appearance. Around the cave entrance, there were quite a few knife carvings, but perhaps due to the long time, these carvings had become extremely dim. Let's go inside. Without poking around too much, Xiao Ming took Ziyan's small hand and headed inside. As Xiao Yixian watched Xiao Ming take Ziyan's little hand and forget about her as if he was going to leave her to her fate, she gritted her teeth angrily. When Xiao Ming left, the light at the cave entrance gradually grew dimmer. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yixian stomped angrily and followed them. Walking through the silent and dark cave, a faint chill surrounded them, and in the silent passage, only the faint sound of the 3 people's footsteps could be heard. The dark and gloomy atmosphere around them, and the eerie wind sounds coming from time to time, made Xiao Yixian involuntarily hug herself. As she looked at Xiao Ming and Ziyan walking hand in hand in front of her, she slightly hesitated, and then walked with faster steps, following closely behind them. Although Xiao Ming had brought her here with a bit of coercion, his strength was real, and in this creepy situation, the 2 people in front of her were the only ones who could make her feel a bit safer. Xiao Ming, who had been perceiving Xiao Yixian's actions, had a faint smile on the corner of his lips. On the way to the cave he had realized that it was very funny to tease her and see her reactions, as she was very bad at hiding her mood. After walking in this quiet environment for more than 10 minutes, just when Xiao Yixian could not stand the darkness that could make people go crazy, the 2 people in front of her suddenly stopped in their path. Her body didn't have time to react and ended up colliding with Ziyan, who was walking in the back. Watch where you're going. Feeling the softness coming from the back of her head, Ziyan got angry for some reason and said in disgust. Understood. Although she was tempted to say that it was her sudden stop that caused the problem, Xiao Yixian felt that it was better not to mess with this upset-looking girl. After all, she had clearly seen the girl's dochi wings earlier. Seeing that Xiao Yixian was so sensible, Ziyan hummed slightly and did not bother with her. Instead, she turned to Xiao Ming and asked, "Xiao Ming, why are you stopping? There is no more road ahead." Xiao Ming said as he turned sideways to show the stone door in front of him. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she took 2 steps forward, looked at the stone gate, and pondered. After the stone gate, there should be our destination. Since the predecessor placed a cave here, I think it would not create a situation where there is no way to enter. Looking at the yellow glow of the stone door, this place has evidently been set up with earthly mechanisms. As long as we are careful, it is not difficult to open it. I have read some books on mechanism techniques, let me do it. Xiao Yixian said, about to step forward. No need to be so troublesome. Ziyan said as she walked up to the stone door and kicked it. Bang! The stone door collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Yixian's footsteps stopped on the spot, her face filled with black lines, feeling that she should not use her own reasoning with these people. Looking at Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and complimented her. It's very admirable that you know about mechanisms, but with us here, you don't need to do anything. By the way, I said earlier that I would only take one thing from this cave and the rest would be all yours. My words naturally count. After that little incident, they entered the stone room that was exposed after the stone door fell. Chapter 123. As the 3 of them stepped through the stone door, the view before them suddenly widened. Inside the stone door was a huge stone hall. The stone hall looked a bit plain and empty. The walls were inlaid with moonlight stones for illumination, and in the center of the hall was a seat on which sat a dead skeleton with a sunken skull. The appearance it gave in this silent atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Xiao Yixian looked at the skeleton, then at the huge silent hall. Her delicate face turned pale, and she could not help but move a little closer to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming noticed that in front of the seat where the skeleton was sitting, there was a long and wide stone table, on which 3 stone boxes that were closed were neatly placed. In addition, in the 3 corners of the stone room, there were surprisingly a large number of gold coins and other treasures piled up. The number of gold coins seemed not less than hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Xiao Ming did not lack treasures and money, and the original owner of these treasures had also placed them so casually that he did not seem to attach too much importance to these things. In the far corner of the room was a small flower bed, in which all kinds of flowers and plants had been planted, and a strange fragrance lingered around it. Tearing his eyes away from the gold coins and medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming's eyes finally rested on the bones of the corpse and a faint smile appeared on his face. After seeing the medicinal herbs on the flower bed, Xiao Xian was surprised and wanted to move forward, but then stopped and looked at Xiao Ming. "Don't look at me, I already said so, everything else is yours, I just want one thing," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Xian was very happy with his words, as she did not expect the other party to actually keep his promise. Immediately, without any pretense, she ran to the medicinal herbs and began to pick them up. Ziyan, meanwhile, was looking rather greedily at the top of the flower bed, where there was an herb with leaves divided into white and red colors. Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan's appearance and smiled wryly. "That fire and ice spirit herb is very good, but I have already promised to give it to her. In these 2 days, I can accompany you to find some medicinal herbs." With some reluctance to withdraw her gaze, Ziyan nodded her head vigorously in response. After patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming walked over to the stone table in the center of the stone room. Unconcerned about the boxes on top of the stone table, Xiao Ming's gaze fell on the skeleton bones behind the stone table. When his gaze descended, he saw that the palm of the skeleton's right hand had 3 black keys hanging over the bones. He removed the keys with his hand and placed them on the stone table, then Xiao Ming yanked the skeleton's arm with one jerk. With his eyes peering through the fracture above the arm bone, Xiao Ming was able to see that there appeared to be a small scroll hidden in the crack of the bone. Hiding a map in the middle of the arm bone, moreover, it looked like he had tucked it in alive. The original owner of this stone room was also a ruthless person. After marveling for a moment, Xiao Ming took out the small scroll, and after casually putting the arm bone back in place, he slowly spread out the map. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows as he untied the scroll with his palm and looked inside. What appeared before his eyes was a piece of scroll made of some unknown material. On the slightly yellowed scroll were drawn lines that looked seemingly irregular, and in the corner of the scroll was a fuzzy thing that looked like a lotus flower. The lotus flower, perhaps because of its age, is slightly yellowed and somewhat blurred, but its original color could be distinguished. The lotus was pink in color, and a thin layer of pink flame seemed to be attached to the surface of the lotus, giving the whole lotus a vaguely demonic feeling when looked at closely. Ziyan, who had followed Xiao Ming to the center of the stone hall, saw the seriousness with which Xiao Ming was looking at it, and also stood on her tiptoes to examine the map in Xiao Ming's hand. But after looking at it for a moment, she gave up. It was because she could not understand what those ghostly symbols were. If she couldn't read it, she could ask, so she said. "Xiao Ming, what is this thing?" Looking away from the map, Xiao Ming didn't hide it and smiled. "This should be the Heavenly Flame map ranked number 3 of the Heavenly Flame ranking, the purifying demonic lotus flame, but it's a fragmented map, only a quarter of it." "Only a quarter? Then why are you so happy?" Ziyan wrinkled her nose adorably. She also knew the value of the heavenly flames. However, a map with only a quarter part was of little use when one thought about it. Trying to gather it all together, one fears it would be impossible in one lifetime. Normally it was like this, but Xiao Ming could remember very clearly the time and place where this remnant map of heavenly flame would appear. The possibility of getting it was really high. In fact, if one simply wanted to know the location of the purifying demonic lotus flame, one did not need a map. The purifying demonic lotus flame was within the realm left by the purifying demonic lotus saint. And whenever this realm came up, there was always a lot of movement. So it was quite easy to know where it was. But the purifying demonic lotus flame was not so easy to subdue, and obtaining a complete map of that heavenly flame beforehand would help refine it. Of course, it was inconvenient to talk to Ziyan about this, so Xiao Ming simply pinched her little nose and said, "As an alchemist, it's inevitable that I would be a little happy to see a trace of the heavenly flame." "Was that what you were looking for?" At that moment, Xiao Xian had already finished collecting all the medicinal herbs from the small flower bed and walked over with a dozen jade jars containing medicinal herbs in her arms. Indeed, this was what I was looking for." Xiao Ming nodded his head. Xiao Xian didn't care if what Xiao Ming said was true, nor did she ask Xiao Ming why he knew that map would be here, as she knew it was useless for her to ask. The other party definitely wouldn't tell her. Therefore, she merely directed her gaze towards the 3 stone boxes on the table. Seeing that Xiao Ming had no intention of moving, but rather seemed to give her a "what are you waiting for" look, she went ahead and took the keys from the table and opened the metal locks on the stone boxes. Before long, all 3 stone boxes were unlocked. A book was placed in each box. First, Xiao Xian took a somewhat heavy black scroll. Hai Xian Flying Do Technique, Eagle Wings. Flying Do Technique, what is a Flying Do Technique? It was the first time she read that name, so Xiao Xian blinked. She had heard of attacking Do techniques, defensive Do techniques, melee, and so on, but this was the first time she heard of Flying Do Technique. Flying Do Technique, as the name suggests, is capable of making one fly in the sky. Xiao Ming, who came to her side at some point, politely explained. "Fly. Isn't that an ability that requires one to be at the dose spirit realm, to just barely possess it? Hearing this, Xiao Yixian was first startled and then filled with confusion. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, dose spirit can briefly move a small distance at low altitude, but it is not really considered flying, at least not compared to this flying do technique. Xiao Yixian was first surprised at his words, and then thought of a certain possibility. You know so much about this, aren't your wings? It was no wonder Xiao Yixian thought wrongly. After all, Xiao Ming and Ziyan were really too young in appearance, and a Do King powerhouse at this age was really too monstrous in Xiao Yixian's opinion. Hehe, you guessed wrong. Although Xiao Ming didn't care about other people's thoughts on his strength, he still had to think of a way to convince Xiao Yixian later on, and a higher strength was still somewhat useful, so naturally, he couldn't let her guess randomly. Hearing Xiao Ming say that, and seeing his gaze that seemed to judge her for being a girl who hadn't seen the world, Xiao Yixian averted her gaze in embarrassment and was silent for a moment, then picked up another green-colored book. Hai Xian Qi Method. This one did not cause Xiao Yixian much confusion, and after getting a little excited, she turned her gaze to the last box. There was an ancient rainbow-colored scroll. Chapter 124. Clearly seeing the large words written on the rainbow-colored scroll, Xiao Yixian first froze faintly, and then, with a delighted face, reached out her jade hand and took out the ancient rainbow-colored scroll. Without Xiao Ming asking, Xiao Yixian opened the scroll and said with a smile. This is a poison book that records the methods of making poison. It could be seen that Xiao Yixian was really very interested in medicine, even with the flying do technique as well as the Hai Xian do technique from before, she was not so happy. After receiving the rainbow poison book from Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming casually flipped through it and handed it back to her. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was eagerly flipping through the rainbow poison book, Xiao Ming abruptly asked, now that you have obtained so many treasures, do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Xiao Yixian froze at his words, this was something she had not really considered. Looking at Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming spoke, do you want to stay in this little place, Qingshan town, forever? Can't I? Xiao Yixian was a little confused, her strength was not strong, even with so many treasures, she feared that it would be difficult to make a name for herself elsewhere, and if she was not careful and exposed her wealth, it could also be a death sentence, so it was better to stay in Qingshan town, where she had been living for many years. Well, it's not impossible. However, I think it will be difficult for you to stay in Qingshan town for a long time. Why? Xiao Ming did not answer directly but said something making it sound like it was irrelevant. There should be a small 7-colored line on your lower back, right? How do you know? Xiao Yixian heard the words and her pretty face changed. How did he know what she had there if it was in such a hidden part? Xiao Yixian recalled Xiao Ming's previous actions outside her room and immediately thought that Xiao Ming had spied on her, making her face turn red with anger. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming knew that she had misunderstood him again and hurriedly waved his hand. I didn't peek at you, I'm a 6th-tier alchemist and have some little tricks up my sleeves, very reasonable, right? Xiao Yixian was surprised that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, but quickly recovered and said in disbelief, not to mention if you really are a 6th-tier alchemist, even if you are, can an alchemist's methods detect what's on the surface of someone's body through their clothes? Of course they can't, but who caused you to have a special physique, the Woeful poison body? Woeful poison body, frowning, Xiao Yixian repeated the name. What kind of physique is this? Do you want to know? Turn the book in your hand to the last volume and you'll understand. Xiao Yixian did as he said and turned to the last volume to read it. After reading for a while, Xiao Yixian's face became unusually ugly. Woeful poison body, also known as natural poison body, is a very rare physique. The person with this physique only needs to keep consuming poison to become stronger. The more poisonous it is, the faster it will increase its strength, and there is almost no upper limit. However, the more poison taken, the more concentrated the toxin becomes, and when it reaches a certain point, it will erupt completely. When it erupts, all life within a radius of 1,000 miles will be destroyed. When the 7-colored line extends to the heart, that is the strongest moment of the woeful poison body, and that is also when the woeful poison body will erupt. Saying this, Xiao Ming sighed. After reading the rainbow poison book, you should know that what I said is not a lie. How is it possible, muttered Xiao Yixian, somewhat disoriented. What she wanted most was to become an alchemist, and since her do-chi attributes didn't match, she settled for becoming a doctor, but now reality was telling her that she had the talent to become a poison master. Wasn't this a joke? Suddenly, Xiao Yixian thought of something and with a glint in her eyes, she asked, is it true that as long as I don't take poison pills, this woeful poison body won't activate? In theory, it's possible, but in practice, it's a different story. Many herbs have both medicinal and toxic properties, and unless you avoid handling herbs altogether, you're likely to accidentally ingest some toxins. When your poison body activates, the more venomous the poison is, the more tempting it will be for you, much like how heavenly flame is irresistible to alchemists. With Xiao Ming's explanation, Xiao Yixian's eyes which had regained a trace of brightness darkened again. Indeed, as the young man in front of her had said, it was very difficult to avoid activating the woeful poison body. Thinking of the tragic cases caused by the woeful poison body eruption recorded in the Rainbow Poison Book, Xiao Yixian showed a faint miserable smile, her face lifeless as she said in a low voice. When you asked me about my future plans, was it because you want to kill me so that I won't be a catastrophe to the town in the future? That's not the case. Xiao Ming said with a sigh, I've gotten very fond of you, I just wanted to ask if you would like to follow me. When Ziyan beside him heard this, her eyes widened. And a hint of redness appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. Before the two could say anything, Xiao Ming coughed as he continued. Your woeful poison body has almost no upper limit of strength, the more poisons you swallow, the faster your strength will increase, you are a talent that must be cultivated. This, feeling that she had just thought of something else, Xiao Yixian smiled awkwardly, and then said, but aren't you afraid that my poison body will erupt? Although, every generation of poison bodies dies from the eruption of the woeful poison body, however, I know two solutions for this physique. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yixian's face was stunned before revealing a look of surprise. What methods? One is the poison flame method, and the other is the poison pill method. Hearing that there were two methods, Xiao Yixian's face lit up as she hurriedly asked, what is the difference between these two methods? The poison flame method requires the nether poison flame rank 20 in the heavenly flame ranking, this flame contains such a strong poison that ordinary people will die if they touch it. However, it is a great tonic for the woeful poison body. The two can even complement each other, possibly allowing you to grow faster. Isn't this a faster death? Ziyan muttered after hearing his words. Each kind of heavenly flame has a special function, and the special function of the nether poison flame is that it can manipulate all poisons, and only with this heavenly flame can one hope to completely control the woeful poison body, so the possessor of the woeful poison body can manipulate the poisonous power of its body as it wants without having to worry about an eruption. Due to the characteristics of the nether poison flame, almost no one had undergone it, so basically not many people on the Dochi continent knew the characteristics of this heavenly flame, and Xiao Ming had learned about it through the simulator. The second method, the poison pill method, it gathers all the poison that is accumulated within one's body and transforms all of it into a poison pill. Once the poison pill is formed, the woeful poison body would finally become a truly frightening constitution, without restrictions. To refine the poison pill, 3 things are needed. The first is 3 kinds of heavenly flames. The second is the monster core of a rank 7, sky poison dragon scorpion beast. The third is bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Without waiting for Ziyan and Xiao Yixian to ask more questions, Xiao Ming finished introducing the 2 methods directly. After listening to Xiao Ming say the 2 methods, Xiao Yixian did not know what to say. The conditions required for these 2 methods were not something she could achieve, right? Especially the second method, because she wished to become an alchemist, she had researched enough to know the value of heavenly flames, 3 kinds of heavenly flames. Is this a joke? It's impossible to find them in this life. You don't have to worry, since I've decided to take you in, I can figure these things out naturally. I know where to find the nether poison flame, and I already have 2 heavenly flames, and no surprises, I will soon be in possession of a third, the bodhisattva body transformation saliva is also in my possession. No matter which method you want to choose, you can resolve the aftermath of your woeful poison body, and you can still become a doctor when the time comes. After all, there is no dochi attribute requirement to become a doctor, since medicine and poison are not separated. Maybe you can become a doctor more powerful than many alchemists. Xiao Ming said, in order to increase his power of persuasion, he released his 2 heavenly flames and raised them into the air. Looking at the 2 terrifying flames around Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian only felt that her quiet life had had many ups and downs since she met this handsome young man, and now, hearing him say this, it seemed that her woeful poison body could be controlled. Take me with you. Xiao Yixian did not hesitate long before replying. Although she did not want to leave Qingshan town, she did not have a solution for the woeful poison body, so she could only accept Xiao Ming's proposal. Xiao Yixian still did not know that she had just made the most important choice of her life. Chapter 125. Seeing that Xiao Yixian agreed, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Good, since you have agreed, then you can follow us from now on. Saying this, Xiao Ming seemed to remember something and took off the fire-red ring from his finger and handed it to Xiao Yixian, pointing at the treasures and said. This is an intermediate-level storage ring, it has been with me for a long time, but now I don't need it anymore, take it, and use it to store those things. Thank you, I'll give it back to you later. Looking at the small pile with quite a few gold coins and rare items, Xiao Xian accepted the storage ring from Xiao Ming. She really needed the storage ring so she could carry those things with her. With a faint smile, Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "No need, you can keep it. This item is not really precious to me." When Xiao Xian heard his words, she thought that her own woeful poison body would need many precious things and there was no difference in adding a storage ring, so she did not continue to insist. She only thought inwardly that if Xiao Ming had no ill intentions, then she would pay him back with all her might in the future. "By the way, I still call you Xiao Xian, TL, little fairy doctor, I still don't know your real name, can you tell me?" asked Xiao Ming with a curious face. "Name? I'm an orphan, they used to call me Li Xiener, but everyone calls me Xiao Xian." Xiao Xian said. Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction, it was a curiosity he had since he read the original story. "My name is Xiao Ming, and the little girl next to me is called Ziyan." After briefly introducing themselves, Xiao Ming waved his hand to signal Xiao Xian to go ahead and pick up those gold coins. When Xiao Xian finished collecting all the items, only then Xiao Ming took her out of the cave and carried her up the cliff. Looking at the cave entrance under the cliff, Xiao Ming waved his hand and a red douqi flashed and crashed into the cliff wall. After doing this, Xiao Ming turned around and asked Xiao Xian. "I asked you to bring all your important items earlier, did you bring them? We are not going back to Magic Beast Town." "I brought everything, but where are we going to go next?" "We're going to spend a few days in the Magic Beast Mountain Range, then we'll go to the Tgthegood Desert to look for a kind of heavenly flame." Patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming said. The heavenly flame he was looking for was naturally the green lotus core flame, and it was still more than a year before the green lotus core flame was discovered by Medusa, so Xiao Ming was in no hurry. It was difficult for him to come to the Magic Beast Mountain Range, so he could afford to stay for a few days to search for medicinal herbs. In his perception, the Magic Beast Mountain Range had quite a few treasures. Moreover, he also promised Ziyan that he would stay with her in the Magic Beast Mountain Range for a few days, so he can't go back on his word. "In that case, then we can go somewhere first." "What kind of place?" Ziyan thought that Xiao Xian wanted to take them out of the Magic Beast Mountain Range and looked at her a little reluctantly. Being watched by Ziyan, Xiao Xian played with her purple lock of hair as she whispered, "It's not far, it's in a valley not far from here, that's the place I found before, I built a thatched hut there and left some clothes, this time I didn't bring a change of clothes with me, so I thought." At those words, Ziyan didn't look at her anymore. "Is it that place?" Xiao Ming pointed to the north and said, there he perceived several medicinal herbs, one had to say that Ziyan's talent for treasure hunting was really useful. "How do you know?" Xiao Xian said in surprise. "Just a little trick." Xiao Ming smiled, then turned to look at Ziyan, he said, "Ziyan, take her with you and we'll go find the medicinal herbs." Ziyan looked at Xiao Xian and nodded obediently under the temptation of medicinal herbs. "Alright, let's go quickly." With that, she arrived at Xiao Xian's side and took her hand. She shot off into the sky and flew north. Xiao Ming could sense the medicinal herbs, so naturally, she could too, so there was no need for anyone to point the way for her. Down below, looking at Ziyan who had become overzealous, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly. Ziyan's obsession with growing up is really profound. When his voice fell, Xiao Ming's back vibrated and his whole body turned into a shadow to chase after Ziyan. The valley was not far from the cliff, and the three of them managed to reach it after a few moments. Once they entered the depths of the valley and slowly descended into the depths of the basin, the dense energy that filled the small valley caused Xiao Ming to take a deep breath of air, and instantly, his spirit was refreshed. "What do you think? This place is good, isn't it? The small valley here is completely cut off from the outside, and the sky is covered by a dense fog, making it very hidden, so if it wasn't for Xiaolan, who happened to walk in once, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover this strange place." Looking at Xiao Ming's expression, Xiao Xian smiled with a smug face and said in a delicate voice. Knowing that Xiaolan whom Xiao Xian was talking about must be a flying magical beast that she had raised, Xiao Ming nodded his head. The energy is exceptionally abundant, and it is truly a treasure trove with so many rare medicinal herbs gathered. In the valley, the light was dim but one could still vaguely see various precious medicinal herbs growing, and a smell of medicinal fragrance, intermingled with the mist, made one feel refreshed. Ziyan sensed the location of several medicinal herbs and immediately flew toward them. Xiao Ming did not stop her but said to Xiao Xian. "You should stay here for the next few days, since we are searching for medicinal herbs in the middle of the mountain range, we might attract a 5th or even 6th rank magical beast. It might not be very safe to follow us. I'll come for you in a few days." Xiao Xian made no comment, and her slender finger pointed to a thatched hut in the corner, smiling. In the valley, I've built a thatched hut, so it won't be a problem to stay for a while. That's good. Saying this, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Xian. The temperature in the middle of the valley is too low at night, so you should go to the thatched hut first, and I will wait here for Ziyan to return. After replying softly, Xiao Xian headed for the thatched hut. Xiao Ming, for his part, stood his ground and watched the valley curiously. Xiao Ming was curious as to why this valley had gathered so much energy. However, no matter how much he analyzed it, he could not understand the reason, and in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and give up. After standing for a while, Ziyan flew back. In her hands, she also carried several jade boxes, and it was obvious what they contained. The most valuable medicinal herbs in the valley are here, and we'll both get half. Remember to refine my share into pills, okay? Understood. Placing the medicinal herbs in the storage ring, Xiao Ming asked again with some hesitation, right Ziyan, your strength should have increased a lot after eating all those medicinal herbs, but when exactly will you be able to reach the Do Emperor realm? To Do Emperor, I still have a distance to go. Speaking of this, Ziyan felt somewhat helpless. She had eaten many medicinal herbs over the years, but it still wasn't enough. If other magical beasts had eaten so many medicinal herbs, they would have reached Do Emperor long ago, knowing that the magical beasts guarding those medicinal herbs were of the 5th or 6th rank, and being able to guard those medicinal herbs meant that the herbs were of great use to them. Xiao Ming guessed that it had something to do with the fact that her original body was an ancient void dragon. However, with his help, Ziyan should be able to break through to Do Emperor faster than in the original story. After comforting Ziyan a few times, Xiao Ming led her towards the thatched hut. They would rest here tonight and leave the next day. Chapter 126. The next day, Xiao Ming took Ziyan to scour the Magic Beast Mountain range in search of various medicinal herbs. Even with the talent of perception of medicinal herbs, it was not easy to find them, as perception had a distance limit. To increase efficiency, Xiao Ming and Ziyan split up and searched for various kinds of medicinal herbs. Once they found the medicinal herb, if there was a magical beast protecting it, they would call each other and fight it 2 versus 1. During this period, the higher-level magical beasts that inhabited the Magic Beast Mountain range were very unlucky. Many of them were beaten by Xiao Ming and Ziyan and stripped of the medicinal herbs they had worked so hard to protect for years. After being treated like this by Xiao Ming and Ziyan, those magical beasts felt aggrieved in their hearts, and every night, they would raise their heads to the sky and howl to vent their discontent. Many of the mercenary groups that chose to enter the mountain at this time of the year were unlucky and suffered heavy losses. Xiao Ming was unaware of this. In a hidden, frozen pond, Xiao Ming raised his hand and knocked down a 4th-rank magical beast called Phantom Ice Boa, before approaching the edge of the pond and squatting down. He plucked a medicinal herb growing on the bank with a strange blue glow. Blue ice grass, the companion of the Phantom Ice Boa, if consumed without supplementary medicine, it can easily poison a Do Grandmaster and has a miraculous effect in the Do spirit realm. Not bad, it will be of use to Xiao Xian. Xiao Ming placed this medicinal herb in his storage ring, then stood up to look at the sky. Counting time, 10 days have passed in the Magic Beast Mountain range. It's time to leave. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation and a violent lion roar sounded in the sky like thunder, interrupting Xiao Ming's words. Xiao Ming's face changed slightly as he heard the lion's roar, his wings appeared on his back and he appeared in the air, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, where the violent energy fluctuation came from. Soon after, a huge magical beast appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. The surface of this magical beast, which was 7 to 8 meters long, was covered by a layer of purple-colored crystal, which reflected the sunlight and shone it in all directions. The magic beast's head was an ominous-looking lion's head with a pair of bloody red beast eyes that carried a strange glint of purplish light and a large mouth covered with fangs. Each time it stepped down, it would cause the empty air to shake, displaying a great strength that was difficult to imagine. In front of this magical beast, a small white figure fled with mysterious movements. Seeing that the figure was Ziyan, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched as he was speechless. The king of the Magic Beast's mountain range, the 6th-rank amethyst-winged lion king, chasing after her so frantically, Ziyan wouldn't have rampaged the lion's lair, would she? Roar, you damn thief, stop right there. Behind her, the exasperated voice of Amethyst-winged Lion King sounded, which had no effect on Ziyan. Instead, it was Xiao Ming who appeared in his line of sight, which caused her eyes to light up, and with a flap of her wings, she flew towards Xiao Ming at a slightly faster speed. Soon, Ziyan carried the Amethyst-winged Lion King to Xiao Ming. The first words Ziyan said were, "Xiao Ming, quickly help me beat up this little winged lion, and I will share half of the things with you." Seeing the thief it was chasing stopped next to a strange young man, the amethyst-winged Lion King also stopped not far away warily. Hearing Ziyan's words, Amethyst-winged Lion King became even more enraged and its voice thundered like a storm. "You damn thief, give me back what you have stolen or you won't be able to leave the Magic Beast Mountain range today. And that human next to you, I'm warning you that you'd better stay out of our business, or else you'll suffer the consequences." Directly ignoring Amethyst-winged Lion King's words, Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan who was standing beside him. "What did you take from it to make it chase you for tens of miles?" As Xiao Ming recalled, Amethyst-winged Lion King's cave was located far away from here. It's because of this. A meter-high square amethyst stone platform seemed to have been taken out by Ziyan. On top of the amethyst stone platform, a purple object the size of a human head was silently placed. Amethyst Lion Birth Essence. Xiao Ming recognized what this purple orb was at a glance. The Amethyst Lion Birth Essence was an item that would only be produced with a very small probability when the amethyst-winged lion gave birth to its cubs. This type of Amethyst Lion Birth Essence, when the young beast grew into a 4th-rank magical beast, as long as it devoured it, it could directly become a 5th-rank magical beast. Moreover, the purple fire in its body would be stronger than other amethyst-winged lions that had not devoured the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence. Being able to make a 4th-rank magical beast leap to 5th rank, one could imagine how much energy this item contained, and it was no wonder Ziyan had stolen it. This Amethyst Lion Birth Essence was also very important to the Amethyst-winged Lion clan, and it was normal for the Amethyst-winged Lion King to chase Ziyan for dozens of miles after discovering it. Seeing Ziyan take out the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence, the Amethyst-winged Lion King became agitated and roared loudly. "Quick, give it back to me. Give it back to you." "It could be, or better not," said Ziyan as she stuck her tongue out at him, then shoved the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence back into her own storage ring under the furious gaze of the Amethyst-winged Lion King. This blatant taunting caused the Amethyst-winged Lion King to finally lose its patience. During this period of time, it had also discovered that the two people in front of it were just two doe kings, and since they sought death, it could not be blamed for conceding to them. The Amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed, and from its huge mouth, a low roar echoed through the mountains. At the sound of the Amethyst-winged Lion King's roar, the amethyst crystal on its body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, raging purple flames erupted from its body. The purple flames gradually coiled and whirled, finally converging into a huge pillar of purple fire that shot skyward. The heat caused the phantom ice boa, which had been knocked out by Xiao Ming, to wake up a few hundred meters below, and when it felt the heat, the phantom ice boa scurried into the pool of water with a whoosh. "Humph, who's afraid of you?" Ziyan originally wasn't afraid of the Amethyst-winged Lion King, and now that Xiao Ming was nearby, she was even braver. Her delicate figure trembled slightly, and she moved straight towards the Amethyst-winged Lion King in an instant, her little fist clenched tightly, a terrifying power brewing in it. "Humph, a mere doe king, how dare you to be so arrogant? Know your place." A roar erupted from the huge mouth of the Amethyst-winged Lion King, and with a single vibration of its wings, the huge purple fire pillar on its body smashed into Ziyan. The purple fire pillar instantly shot out towards her, and when she felt the fierce and hot energy contained within it, Ziyan's face became slightly serious as she slowly extended her small fist and pointed her 5 fingers at the purple fire pillar that shot out towards her. "Break!" Boom! With the sound of her voice, Ziyan's 5 fingers shot out a wave of invisible fluctuations that spread out like lightning, and the 10-meter space in front of her was compressed into a ball by an extremely terrifying force. The purple fire pillar passing by was also compressed into that space. Boom! Another bang resounded in the surroundings, and the purple fire pillar finally burst into a beautiful purple fire flower, the energy in it dispersing completely. The energy released was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding space to oscillate faintly. Chapter 127. The purple fire flower lasted for more than 10 seconds before it finally ran out of energy and was extinguished with a dull sound that echoed through the mountains. After finishing off the purple fire pillar, Ziyan stepped into the void and her small body appeared in front of the Amethyst-winged Lion King like a ghost, twisting her waist. Her slender little legs made a crescent arc and kicked it fiercely in the head. Ziyan's legs were so thin and soft that they almost looked as if they would break at the slightest squeeze, especially when compared to the huge head of the Amethyst-winged Lion King. They were not worthy of mention, but whoever underestimated the terrifying power they contained, would receive a painful and bloody lesson. The Amethyst-winged Lion King had spent many years cultivating to this day and was experienced in fighting enemies, so it was naturally impossible to make such a low-level mistake when fighting an opponent. With a shake of its head, the red coiled horn on the top of its head shot out a huge purple flame half a meter thick. Ziyan's foot, with a bang, crashed fiercely into the purple flame, and instantly, a muffled explosion sounded, caused by the purple flame being shattered. Due to the collision force with the purple flame, she bounced more than 10 meters away. Humph! When her attack was blocked, Ziyan let out a light snort, and with another move, she headed straight towards the amethyst-winged Lion King's belly. Her slender arm swiftly moved, leaving afterimages in its path, and with powerful momentum, it fiercely smashed into the amethyst-winged Lion King. In response, the purple light in the amethyst-winged Lion King's pupils suddenly became very bright, abandoning the purple fire attack and bringing forth a magnificent purple aura in the massive claws of its palm. Its palm claws smashed into Ziyan, and wherever the claws passed through, they tore the air. A sharp sound wave echoed in the sky. Bang! Ziyan's slender arm collided with the sharp claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and a dull sound of physical collision rang in Xiao Ming's ears. Looking not far away at Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King who had begun a close combat, Xiao Ming frowned. Although Ziyan is very powerful, at the end of the day her cultivation is still lower and she is still a bit inferior to the 6th-rank amethyst-winged Lion King. She is currently at a disadvantage in exchanging blows. Knowing that he couldn't continue to stare like this, Xiao Ming's mind shifted and dozens of different colored flames surged on both sides of him without warning. Among these flames were two of the most terrifying ones, which were the 10,000 Beast Flame and the Fallen Heart Flame, while the rest were all the beast flames that Xiao Ming had obtained over the years. After looking at the battlefield between the two of them, Xiao Ming's palms came together, causing the flames to gather in his palms, forming a flame energy dominated by the two heavenly flames. Having the flames gathered together, especially the heavenly flames between them, Xiao Ming felt that the energy contained between his palms was extremely violent and there was a danger of it exploding at any moment. Thanks to his strong spiritual power, Xiao Ming was able to maintain the balance for a while. Xiao Ming's fingers moved extremely fast, making strange positions. Because Xiao Ming's speed was too fast, the moving fingers became afterimages. The flame energy between his palms began to take shape as his fingers moved, and finally, after Xiao Ming stopped moving his fingers, a brightly colored seal appeared on his palm. The appearance of the seal caused the energy within a 1,000-mile radius around Xiao Ming to stir, and a wave of energy from heaven and earth rushed toward the seal like a violent tidal stream, and in the blink of an eye, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal expanded to a meter in size. The movement from Xiao Ming's side was so great that it attracted the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King. In the midst of the battle, it glanced at Xiao Ming out of the corner of its eye, and when it saw the magnificent seal emanating a violent aura in front of Xiao Ming, it immediately became agitated and uneasy. Damn it, how could this human Do King possibly send out such a terrifying attack? No, I can't let him successfully launch such an attack. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in its heart and swung its forelegs wildly, forcing Ziyan, who was fighting with him, to retreat a dozen meters. With a flourish of its purple wings, its body transformed into purple lightning and shot towards Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye. Trying to interrupt me? It's too late. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Xiao Ming, who had been observing the battle between Ziyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King, naturally saw the amethyst-winged Lion King lion heading towards him. Seeing that it was time, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a smile, and he let the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal fly towards the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's speed was the same as the amethyst-winged Lion King, and it was not affected by its huge body. The amethyst-winged Lion King, who intended to interrupt Xiao Ming, was surprised by the terrifying speed of the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal and could not avoid it. Its right foreleg was raised in front of its chest, and the purple crystal glowed with a vivid purple aura forming a shield as if it was prepared to resist with its full strength. When he saw amethyst-winged Lion King's action, Xiao Ming smiled. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal was an intermediate D-Do technique, and it was even channeled with two heavenly flames, so it was not so easy to resist it with strength. Indeed, as Xiao Ming watched, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal pierced through the purple protective shield like lightning and collided with the sharp claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King in midair. At the moment of collision, the space was silenced for a moment. Boom! A thunderous sound burst out of nowhere in the clear sky. The seal and the claw collided fiercely with each other, releasing frantic and terrifying energy, and where they met, the violent energy whipped like a hurricane, shattering the forest below. In the sky, the brilliant colors of the seal and the purple claw of the amethyst-winged Lion King nearly filled half the sky, and even the white clouds glowed in various colors. As amethyst-winged Lion King fought against Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, Xiao Ming did not just watch. With a snap of his fingers, the spirit turned into a stream of white light and flew towards amethyst-winged Lion King's forehead. Until now, the spirit had devoured various kinds of wonders of heaven and earth, and the energy contained in its body was more than Xiao Ming's. With such an amount of energy compressed into one point, Xiao Ming dared to say that this defense-breaking ability was definitely top-notch. Although amethyst-winged Lion King was covered in amethyst crystals with incredible defensive power, if it were to receive this blow, it would definitely die on the spot. Amethyst-winged Lion King, who was in a stalemate with the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, felt a terrifyingly high temperature coming from its claws, a temperature that, although it was a magical beast with fire attributes, it could barely withstand. If this continued, one of its claws would definitely be ruined. No. I can't continue like this, I have to do something. The amethyst-winged Lion King's mind was spinning very fast, and before it could think of a solution, it suddenly felt a terrifying beam of white light coming towards its forehead. It lowered its head slightly, and the light struck the red horn on the top of its head, shattering the hardest part of its body in half. Chapter 128. The breaking of the pointed horn caused intense pain to the amethyst-winged Lion King, and with a furious roar, the claws of its left palm swung toward the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal without a care for anything else. There was another thunderous sound. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal turned into a ball of fire that soared skyward and enveloped the amethyst-winged Lion King. 10 seconds later, the amethyst-winged Lion King's figure appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. At this moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King was so damaged that it had completely lost the powerful appearance it had when it first appeared. The red spiral horn on its head was cut in half, and the strong purple flames surrounding the horn were reduced to small flames, and its front claws, which were originally covered with a layer of purple crystals, were burnt, and the purple crystals seemed to have melted in the collision, and not only that, but the purple crystals on other parts of its body also seemed to have melted, except for the claws that came in contact with the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, whose breathing was a bit ragged, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Not far away, Ziyan, looking at amethyst-winged Lion King's appearance, had a smile on her face. I allowed you to chase me just now your time is up. As she said that, Ziyan's little fists were filled with a strong jade light, and under the influence of this light, those little fists seemed to become somewhat transparent. When the jade fists touched, an extremely crisp sound emerged, and in an instant, a strong jade aura suddenly emerged from her body. Clearly, Ziyan had no intention of stopping. You. Amethyst-winged Lion King's face changed as it sensed Ziyan's movements, and it took another glance at Xiao Ming, who was gathering his chi in front of it, and its mood was very bad. After a short period of time, it was beaten up, suffering serious injuries. On the other hand, the other party did not suffer any injuries at all. If the beating continued like this, wouldn't it end up dead? There were many thoughts in its heart, and after a moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King made up its mind. With a roar of rage, it gathered its strength and its purple energy surged around it in a desperate stance. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, who seemed to be preparing a big move, Xiao Ming and Ziyan secretly shielded themselves while executing a defensive Do technique. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the sky, and the amethyst-winged Lion King was seen turning into a shadow and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ming gaped as he stared at the amethyst-winged Lion King that had disappeared in an instant. He did not expect the amethyst-winged Lion King, who was the king of the Magic Beast Mountain Range, to flee so shamefully, and even faking a big move before fleeing. Was it necessary? It knew that he and Ziyan were just Do kings. With a sigh, Xiao Ming retrieved the spirit he had just released into his body. Ziyan flew to Xiao Ming's side and said, "Xiao Ming, that little lion is too timid, should we go after it? In its cave just now, I found other medicinal materials besides the purple egg, but since it found me too early, I only had time to take that purple egg and not the other things. Since it has escaped, let's forget about it." Xiao Ming shook his head at Ziyan's proposal and refused. The amethyst-winged Lion King was still a 6th-rank magical beast, although it was not considered at the peak of the 6th grade, even barely reaching the middle level, it was still a 6th rank nonetheless. If they really had to fight to the death, there was no guarantee that he and Ziyan would not be in danger. As far as Xiao Ming knew, the amethyst-winged Lion King still had a strong sealing technique that it hadn't used in the middle of the fight just now, and other than the sealing technique, he didn't know if it had any other powerful fighting skills. Therefore, it was naturally good that it decided to retreat on its own will. These days, they had also found quite a few medicinal herbs in the Magic Beast Mountain Range, so there was no need to look for trouble with the amethyst-winged Lion King again. Although Ziyan was very greedy for those medicinal materials in the cave, Xiao Ming had spoken, so she didn't say anything more about going after them. Instead, she took out the meter-wide amethyst stone table from inside her storage ring, and the amethyst lion birth essence on the stone table glowed with a purple light. "We agreed that we would split half, so, first I will give it to you for safekeeping, and then you will give me my half at night." The current Ziyan had already gotten into the habit of giving the medicinal herb she had obtained to Xiao Ming for safekeeping. Although the amethyst lion birth essence was not a medicinal material, Ziyan knew that she was very gluttonous, and feared that she could not resist eating it all, so she gave it to Xiao Ming for safekeeping first. Good. Xiao Ming deftly took the amethyst stone table and put it into his storage ring before saying to Ziyan, "We've been in the Magic Beast Mountain Range for almost half a month now, it's time to go." Ziyan froze at his words, then said, "Sure, but in the future, you have to remember to keep taking me to look for more medicinal herbs." "Understood, let's go back to the small valley." When Xiao Ming and Ziyan returned to the small valley, half an hour had already passed. Descending from the sky, Xiao Ming found a giant blue eagle in front of the small thatched hut Xiao Yixian had built. After noticing Xiao Ming's presence, the giant eagle flew into the air with a flap of its wings, circling continuously. Knowing that it was Xiao Lan, the magical beast raised by Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming did not pay much attention to it but entered the hut with Ziyan after sensing an aura inside the small hut. As soon as he entered the hut, Xiao Ming frowned, only to see some smoke floating inside the room, all of which contained no small amount of toxins. With his right palm outstretched, a strong and fierce chi surged from Xiao Ming's palm, and the smoke inside the room was immediately expelled from the hut. The smoke inside the room gradually dissipated, only to see that on top of the bed, Xiao Yixian was closing her eyes tightly, and her originally rosy face now had 7 strange colors. "What's wrong with this girl?" Ziyan looked at Xiao Yixian on the bed, somewhat unsure. She should have activated her own woeful poison body. Xiao Ming looked at the pill bottle in Xiao Yixian's hand and the little black powder left on her delicate red lips and said. "Then she will be fine, won't she?" Blinking, Ziyan asked. "She'll be fine, let's wait for a while, she should wake up soon." Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan said, "Oh," and did not worry anymore. After all, she was not familiar with Xiao Yixian at this time. After a while, Xiao Yixian, who was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly closed, slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate hand moved slightly, and with her fingers, she took a bit of the black powder on the edge of her lips. Her eyes looked at the black powder. She did not look in a good mood. "You are awake." Hearing a voice, Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes opened wide and she hurriedly looked towards the center of the room, seeing that it was Xiao Ming and Ziyan, and said with some surprise. "When did you come back?" "Just a moment ago." Xiao Ming replied. "Did you activate your woeful poison body by yourself?" Because I wanted to improve my strength as soon as possible so I could help you." Xiao Yixian said in a low voice. She clasped her hands together a little nervously in front of her chest. "Did I do something wrong?" Xiao Ming didn't expect Xiao Yixian to say this, although it was a bit unexpected. He wouldn't think that Xiao Yixian said it because she liked him. After all, they hadn't known each other for a long time. Xiao Ming guessed that Xiao Yixian would probably say that because when he had taken her in, he had said that she was valuable to cultivate. She wanted to show her worth. This was probably how Xiao Yixian had learned to survive, having grown up as an orphan before. With a sigh, Xiao Ming replied, "You haven't done anything wrong." Chapter 129. Originally, I wanted to take care of you while your woeful poison body was activated. After all, no one knows if there will be any accidents when activating it, but now that you have activated it on your own, there doesn't seem to be any problems, which saves us a lot of effort, Xiao Ming said. Xiao Yixian let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had thought that Xiao Ming had some kind of dissatisfaction with her activating her woeful poison body. This time, Ziyan and I were searching for medicinal herbs in the Magic Beast Mountain range, and we happened to come across quite a few good quality poisons, so you can keep them. Xiao Ming took out a dozen different colored herbs from his storage ring, and one of them was the ice blue herb that Xiao Ming had obtained not long ago. Seeing so many poisonous herbs, a feeling of craving arose inside Xiao Yixian and she wanted to swallow them immediately. Xiao Yixian knew that this was a characteristic of the woeful poison body, but this was the first time she felt this sensation, and it was such a strong sense of longing. Xiao Yixian understood that the reason was that the poisonous herb that Xiao Ming had taken out was too toxic. The herbs that Xiao Ming, as a 6th-tier alchemist, was able to obtain would naturally not be bad. Getting up from the bed and walking to Xiao Ming's side, Xiao Yixian revealed a bright smile and said, "Thank you very much." Although Xiao Yixian's smile was bright, her face was a little pale because she had just swallowed the poison, giving her a pitiful appearance. "No need, it's actually like you said, the faster you can improve your strength, the better it will be for me." Xiao Ming waved his hand. "However, I have to remind you that it's all about gradual progress. These poisons are not low-grade, although taking them all directly won't really cause much damage to your woeful poison body, but you'd better take these poisonous herbs in intervals, otherwise you might be unconscious for a long time due to the level of the toxins." I understand." Xiao Yixian gently nodded her head and put away those poisonous herbs in her storage ring. Seeing Xiao Yixian putting the things away, Xiao Ming took out a few more black ancient scrolls from his storage ring. "These are some Do techniques suitable for poison masters that I obtained earlier. Although the woeful poison body's Do Chi is an excellent means of attack in itself, with these Do techniques, your strength can be taken to the next level." Xiao Yixian took the Do techniques and discovered that these Do techniques were all high level, and the lower ones were all low Xian. Sensing that Xiao Yixian's current strength was still at the Do practitioner realm, Xiao Ming said, "Start practicing the Lo Xian Do technique. With your current strength, it is difficult to start without guidance. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me." After saying that, Xiao Ming remembered the Do techniques that Xiao Yixian had obtained earlier in the cave, so he spoke again. "The flying Do technique will launch a magical beast soul attack on the scroll towards you when you want to cultivate it, so don't cultivate it alone without me being around, got it?" Aha! Xiao Ming's caring caused a warm current to flow through Xiao Yixian's heart. Although Xiao Ming had mainly taken her in because of the woeful poison body, his caring for her wasn't false. Xiao Ming's caring was also a unique experience for Xiao Yixian, who, as an orphan, had never experienced anything like this before. "Xiao Ming, didn't you say we were going to Tgthegood Desert? When are we leaving?" On the side, Ziyan sat on a chair, wiggling her little legs in boredom. "Soon." Xiao Ming said as he looked at Xiao Yixian, "Do you have anything you want to take with you?" "No, I've already packed my things in the storage ring for the past few days." Xiao Yixian lifted the red storage ring from her finger. "In that case, let's leave now." After saying that, Xiao Ming got up and left the house, with Ziyan and Xiao Yixian following close behind. When they reached the outside of the house, an eagle screech sounded and Xiao Lan, who was hovering in the air, flew beside Xiao Yixian, causing air currents to rise and crush a small area of grass. "This is the flying magical beast I raised, Xiao Lan." Xiao Yixian introduced. "You are lucky to have the loyalty of a flying beast, but are you going to release it? This flying magic beast is only first rank, I don't recommend you to take it with you. A first-rank flying magical beast would soon be useless to Xiao Yixian and would become a burden to her." Hearing this, Xiao Yixian reluctantly patted Xiao Lan's head before finally sighing and saying, "It's better to keep Xiao Lan in the valley." With that, Xiao Yixian waved her hand toward Xiao Lan, who shrieked as it flew high into the air, leaving the valley immediately after. Seeing Xiao Lan leaving, Xiao Ming said to Ziyan, "Ziyan, could you take Xiao Yixian with you?" "I don't want to." Ziyan flatly refused. "Why?" Xiao Ming was stunned. After comparing the height difference between Xiao Yixian and her, Ziyan tilted her head to the side and said with a pout, "It's tiring to carry someone else." This, Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. It was just carrying Xiao Yixian, how could it be tiring? If it weren't for the fact that it was a long trip and on the flight, they were prone to rubbing against each other, he would have carried her himself. "You will have an extra portion of the medicinal herbs we found." As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, Ziyan said, "Deal." Looking at Ziyan, who had changed her face from one moment to the next, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. The medicinal herbs trick was really unbeatable. Xiao Ming's wings appeared on his back, then he rushed into the sky and flew to the east. Ziyan also followed Xiao Ming, dragging Xiao Yixian with her. 2 days later, on the eastern border of the Jiama Empire, at the edge of the Tgthegood Desert, 2 beams of light shone in the middle of the sky, drawing the attention of passers-by on the ground. That glow, Do King powerhouses. There are Do King powerhouses gathering at the border. Is there going to be another war against the snake people? The Jiama Empire had always had friction with the snake people, and had fought many wars, big and small ones. Every time there was a war, there were strong people on the border of both sides, so the appearance of 2 Do King powerhouses caused astonishment to others. However, this time it was not the Jiama Empire that wanted to make a move against the snake people, because the 2 streams of light were none other than Xiao Ming and Ziyan, who also carried Xiao Yixian with her. After the 3 of them flew for a while, a huge yellow city appeared at the end of their sight. "We have finally arrived at Desert City, and the second piece of the purifying demonic Lotus Flame remnant map is also at hand." With narrowed eyes, Xiao Ming directly increased his speed and flew towards Desert City. Behind him, Ziyan also saw this and also directly accelerated. Not wanting to waste any time, Xiao Ming guided them and flew directly to the entrance of Desert City before stopping. Looking at the 2 big words on the city gate, Xiao Ming nodded his head. It seemed that they had arrived at the right place. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air, and when he appeared the next moment, he was already in the middle of a small alley. Ziyan and Xiao Yixian were also by his side. Due to the proximity of the desert, the weather in Desert City was quite dry and hot, and the blazing sunlight was descending from the sky, burning the ground beneath their feet to the point of emitting a smoldering heat that slowly rose and made the vision appear slightly distorted and blurred. Xiao Yixian looked at the surroundings and asked, "We have arrived at Desert City, what should we do now?" Ziyan listened to her words and also looked at Xiao Ming. "First, let's buy the most accurate map of Tgthegood Desert. There must be specialized stores selling maps in this city. Besides, Tgthegood Desert is unbearably hot, we should prepare more water supplies." Xiao Ming pondered. Seeing that Xiao Ming already had a plan, Xiao Xian and Ziyan naturally said nothing more and nodded their heads. With that, the three of them walked out of the alley. Chapter 130. They pulled a random passerby on the street and through him. Xiao Ming and the girls learned where the stores that sold maps of Tgthegood Desert were located. After thanking the passerby, the three of them headed to the best map store in Desert City that the passerby had mentioned. After a long while of leisurely walking, the map store called Ancient Map appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. After taking a glance at the outside of the store, Xiao Ming found that the store was not as luxurious and ostentatious as others, and had a vaguely ancient and simple appearance. Xiao Ming slowly walked into the store. The inside of the store was not too spacious. 2 moonlight stones illuminated the store. His eyes scanned the inside of the store, and there was no one buying maps inside, so the atmosphere was quiet and calm. Xiao Ming's eyes glanced around and finally stopped on an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head down. This old man was obviously quite old, but, although his head was full of white hair, his withered palm, which held a black pen, was still firm and strong. Xiao Ming acutely felt that the old man in front of him had a huge dou-qi of ice in his body, but it was suppressed by a strange energy and only a small part could be used. Xiao Ming knew that the man in front of him was Haibudong. When Xiao Ming saw that Haibudong was indifferent to his arrival, his eyes narrowed and he turned around and walked over to an ancient wooden shelf in the corner of the store and inspected it. Ziyan and Xiao Xian, on the other hand, stayed where they were, and looking at the old man who ignored them, Ziyan shouted in disgust. "Hey, you stinky old man, can't you see you have customers?" Haibudong, who had been concentrating on drawing a map, heard Ziyan's shout, and his finger, which he was drawing, gave a jerk, and the route he had carefully drawn deviated slightly. Haibudong slowly raised his head with a cold look and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, didn't your elders tell you not to talk nonsense when you go out, otherwise, you might die?" At Haibudong's threat, Ziyan snorted, "If you can hear me, it seems you are not deaf. Why did you ignore us just now? You are not qualified to threaten me. To defeat a Dou emperor like you whose strength is weakened, I only need one punch," Ziyan said, raising her small fist, as if proving her point. Xiao Ming felt Haibudong's strength. Ziyan naturally felt it too. In her perception, the old geezer in front of her with greatly weakened strength was simply not enough for her to fear. Ka! The slowly moving ink brush in his hand bent fiercely and with a crisp sound, it sharply snapped. The map in front of Haibudong was instantly stained with a large black blot of ink, and after a long while, he stared at Ziyan, his eyes clouded, the coldness gradually increasing. "Who the hell are you?" The door, which was open, slammed shut, staring at Ziyan, a cold and powerful aura spreading through his body. Facing Haibudong's oppression, Ziyan seemed relaxed, but Xiao Xian felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, someone placed a hand on her shoulder, resisting Haibudong's aura for her. The owner of this hand was naturally Xiao Ming, and in his other hand, he held a remnant of an ancient map. Obviously, after searching a bit, he had obtained the remnant map of the purifying demonic Lotus flame. Because Xiao Ming had resisted Haibudong's qi, Xiao Xian immediately felt relieved and looked at Xiao Ming with gratitude in her eyes. After smiling at Xiao Xian, Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward to stand beside Ziyan and said, "I didn't expect that Haibudong, the Ice Emperor who had been roaming the Jiama Empire back then, had really lost a lot of strength and was only left with the strength of a Dou spirit. One can't help but sigh at how unpredictable the world is. I didn't expect you kids to have some strength as well." Looking at Xiao Ming and the others, who were surprisingly unaffected in the slightest by his aura, Haibudong couldn't help but be a little surprised. He then sneered, "Although I don't know how you recognized me, and I don't know how you know that my strength is greatly reduced, but even if my strength is greatly reduced, it's still not your turn to talk to me like that, little brats." After saying this, Haibudong stamped his feet on the ground and shot out towards Xiao Ming and the girls like lightning. He intended to give some lessons to these ignorant kids in front of him. As Haibudong moved, the tent was filled with frosty air, and a fine mist also appeared inside, completely blocking the view of Xiao Ming and his group. It seems that after being sealed for over 20 years, not only has Haibudong's strength greatly decreased, but he has also become more stupid, to dare to make a move without even finding out our strength. Within the fog, Xiao Ming could clearly perceive Haibudong's movements. However, he had no intention of making any move. Since Ziyan wanted to make a move, it was an assured slap anyway. Inside the fog, Ziyan's vision was not affected. Looking at Haibudong who was heading towards them, she coldly snorted and countered with a single punch. Where her fist swung, an invisible fluctuation spread out like lightning, reaching towards Haibudong in an instant. Haibudong's face changed drastically as he quickly formed a seal with one hand, then quickly shouted, "Ice Spirit Armor." With the sound of his voice, the icy mist that filled the surroundings instantly turned into a thick ice armor that shone with an icy luster on the old man's body. Pang! The newly formed ice armor was struck by the invisible fluctuations emitted by Ziyan, and the thick armor only lasted an instant before it turned to dust, and Haibudong, who was hiding in it, lost his defense and was hit hard. After being hit, Haibudong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards faster than he had come, crashing into the counter, which shattered into small pieces of wood that buried him inside. The fog in the store gradually dissipated without Haibudong's control, and Haibudong, who was lying on the ground in a mess, appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. Coughing up blood, Haibudong sat up with difficulty, his voice sounding a bit forlorn. I never thought that after living here in seclusion for over 20 years, I would be embarrassed in front of you, juniors, today. It's really pitiful. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was speechless. They didn't start this, they had actually just come to talk business and had no intention of making a move at all. Ziyan had restrained her hand when she attacked a moment ago, otherwise, with Haibudong's sealed strength, he would have died a long time ago. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming walked up to Haibudong and squatted down in front of him, his black eyes staring at Haibudong. Then he held up the map in his hand and said, "All right, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, we actually have no malice in coming here, we are just here to buy a map." Chapter 131. Oh, buy a map. I was beaten like this because you wanted to buy a map. Haibudong wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his lips and said with a skeptical expression. Weren't you the one who attacked first? Xiao Ming had a playful look on his face. Haibudong thought about it and realized that this seemed to be the case, and even if he had struck first, he hadn't even won the fight, so his face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Believe it or not, this is the truth. Xiao Ming stood up and added, I think this remnant map in my hand has been cut by you, hasn't it? Tell me, where is the rest? I'll buy it all together. Haibudong, who was sitting on the floor, looked at the map in Xiao Ming's hand and coldly snorted, saying, Boy, you have good eyesight, you can find something wrong with this map, but back then, I went to a lot of trouble to get this thing, and although I still don't know its exact use after studying it for more than 10 years, at least I can know that the secrets it contains are definitely not small. Do you want to buy it? Dream on. Oh. Seeing Haibudong's uncompromising gaze, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, Ziyan walked up to him and clenched her small fist. Stinky old geezer, are you looking for death? Hearing Ziyan's threat, Haibudong's eyelids jumped and he was a little startled, but he continued speaking without changing his tone of voice. Child, don't threaten me with death, I've lived most of my lifespan, what haven't I seen? You weren't even born when I was moving rampant through the Jiama Empire. Do you think I will be afraid of your threats? Besides, if I die, even if you have great abilities, it will be impossible for you to get the other part of the map. If I'm right, this map must be very important to you, right? Heh, without that little fragment of the map, even if you put it together, you won't be able to find the treasure contained in the map. At the end of the sentence, Haibudong even looked somewhat smug, feeling that his earlier procedure of dividing the map turned out to be right. Ziyan was so angry that she was about to step forward and give him another beating right away. Hey, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Seeing that Ziyan was about to make a move, Haibudong hurriedly stepped back. Forget it, Ziyan. Ziyan wrinkled her nose in disgust but still stopped at the sound of Xiao Ming's voice. Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, as far as I know, in the Tgthegood Desert, in the eastern part of the Jiama Empire, the only person who was able to turn Your Excellency the Ice Emperor into this current state would be the famous and fierce Queen Medusa of the Snake People race, right? Actually, Medusa was not the only Do Emperor of the Snake People tribe. Besides Medusa, there were 5 other Do Emperors in the Snake People tribe. 4 of them were the Great Elders, but they usually did not show themselves to the world, and the other one was not as strong as Medusa, so what Xiao Ming said was correct. Hearing Medusa's name from Xiao Ming's mouth, a hint of imperceptible panic flashed in Haibudong's eyes, then he coldly snorted, You guessed it, that's right, but so what? Does it have anything to do with this map? Nothing really, but if my perception is correct, this seal of yours was also placed by her, right? This seal has sealed you for decades, don't you want to undo it? Haibudong naturally wanted to undo it, and during these decades of being sealed, he had secretly collected a 6th-tier pill recipe that could resolve the seal, as well as most medicinal herbs to refine this 6th-tier pill. However, that pill was a 6th-tier pill, and a heavenly flame was required to refine it. Haibudong did not believe that the brat in front of him could find someone to help him refine the pills. Facing Haibudong's gaze, Xiao Ming stretched out his right hand to release a trace of flame and said, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Xiao Ming, I am an alchemist, a 6th-tier alchemist. I may have a solution for your seal. A 6th-tier alchemist. And this is, a heavenly flame. As expected, an expression of surprise appeared on Haibudong's face. He had never heard of such a young 6th-tier alchemist before, let alone seen one. This was a disciple trained by some ancient power. Cough. Hearing Xiao Ming's cough, Hai Budong came to his senses, only for a stiff smile to appear on his pale face. So, originally, it was Master Xiao Ming. Of course, Master Xiao Ming can have the other half of the remnant map, but I have a request. Seeing how quickly Hai Budong's face had changed after Xiao Ming declared his identity, a look of envy appeared in the eyes of Xiao Yixian, who was watching the show besides him, but sighed at the thought of her own physique. What request? Hai Budong licked his lips and said with a strange smile, I would like to ask your excellency to refine a 6th-tier pill. As long as you refine that 6th-tier pill, I will give you the remnant map with both hands, and in addition to that, Master will also receive the friendship and favor of a Do Emperor powerhouse, and after my strength recovers, I will unconditionally help you with one thing. Sounds like a good deal. Xiao Ming stared at Hai Budong with a half-smile. Hai Budong felt a little uncomfortable with this stare. I accept, but you must know the rules of the alchemists, you must provide the recipe and medicinal herbs. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Hai Budong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on his pale old face grew a little bigger as a result. However, with his withered palms clutching a few strands of beard, Hai Budong said somewhat awkwardly, I've already gathered most of the medicinal herbs needed for the recipe, but I'm still missing one. This medicinal material is called Sans Datura, which can only be found in the Tgthegood desert. The higher the temperature, the easier it is to find it, but as you may know, I cultivate Do techniques of ice attribute, and I have the seal placed by Queen Medusa on my body. As soon as I go into the depths of the Tgthegood desert, she will detect me, so. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Hai Budong's face, Ziyan beside him said wordlessly. Hey, you stinky old geezer, you don't want us to go look for it for you, do you? It's already a loss for Xiao Ming to refine your pill, and you still want us to look for the medicinal materials for you? You're not thinking that your little piece of broken map is too valuable, right? Hearing Ziyan's words, Hai Budong smiled in embarrassment and hesitated for a long time before he said with some helplessness, well, maybe I can give you a little information that interests you. Information? Xiao Ming didn't need to guess to know what he was going to say, it was nothing more than the news of Heavenly Flame. Indeed, Hai Budong spread his hands and smiled, it's about the Heavenly Flame, I wonder if this information can make you help me find the Sans Datura. I'm not interested. Ahem, Hai Budong choked at Xiao Ming's decisive answer, he didn't expect Xiao Ming to say that, since when did Heavenly Flames become so unattractive to alchemists? Xiao Yixian and Ziyan beside him were also a bit surprised. Didn't Xiao Ming come to the Tgthegood desert this time to search for the Heavenly Flame, so why would he say that he wasn't interested? Although they had doubts in their hearts, neither of them asked, but the next moment, they knew why Xiao Ming had said he wasn't interested. I've heard of Heavenly Flame and probably know where it's located, so you'd better give something else in return. This, Hai Budong did not expect such an outcome, he laughed bitterly and lowered his head in contemplation for a while longer before raising his head and saying, I am the Grand Elder of the Mitre family of the Jiama Empire, as long as you help me find the Sans Datura, when I return to the Mitre family, I can give you great rewards, how about it? Chapter 132. Hehe, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor is good at business, I could only have the reward until I have found the medicinal herb and refined the pill for you. Hearing this, Hai Budong's face had hints of embarrassment, but he had no choice. What else could he give if the other party didn't want the Heavenly Flames news? Forget it, I accept, but remember what you said today, otherwise, I don't mind letting you know the horror of a 6th-tier alchemist. Shaking his head and picking up a Tgthegood desert map from the table as he passed by, Xiao Ming walked out of the tent with Ziyan and Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming, are we really going to help that stinky old geezer to find the medicinal herb? After leaving the tent, Ziyan asked suspiciously. Xiao Yixian also cast a puzzled look. That's right. Xiao Ming said, although killing Hai Budong would also have a high probability of finding the remnant map. However, Hai Budong hadn't offended them too much after all, so Xiao Ming didn't want to do that. If he was one of those vicious people from the Black Corner region, he would be able to do it without hesitation, but with the other party, if things could be traded peacefully, he would still try to trade peacefully. Of course, this is not to say that Xiao Ming is a good person, if Hai Budong is not sensible, he still has other means to make him reveal the whereabouts of the map. But, the Tgthegood desert is the residence of the Snake People tribe, Medusa is even more vicious, what if you meet her after entering the Tgthegood desert? Even with the Do Emperor realm of Hai Budong, he was sealed for so many years, I'm afraid, Xiao Yixian's words were not without concern. Don't worry, I have my own plans for this matter. Xiao Ming smiled, of course, he would not fight a battle without certainty, just before, he had obtained the corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon from the Jiama Imperial family. As long as he refined its wings into the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, his speed would rise several levels, and by then, no Do Emperor could hold him back, not even Medusa. In addition, the fragment obtained from the Alchemist Association contained a scroll with a secret technique, and it was time to cultivate that secret technique. As long as he cultivated that secret technique, not to mention escaping from Medusa's hands, he would not be afraid to fight Medusa. Seeing that Xiao Ming was confident, Xiao Yixian also let go of the worry in her heart. There's no hurry to find the Sans Datura, let's rest first and then take a trip to Rock Desert City. Neither Ziyan nor Xiao Yixian had an opinion on Xiao Ming's arrangement. After looking for an inn in Desert City to rest for a while and restock some supplies, Xiao Ming and the girls headed straight to Rock Desert City. With Xiao Ming and Ziyan's speed, and the map to guide them, they quickly arrived at Rock Desert City. However, by the time they arrived at Rock Desert City, it was already dark. In the sky, half of the sun was already hidden on the horizon, and the originally white clouds were dyed blood red. In addition, the city was heavily guarded, with heavily armed patrolling soldiers everywhere, which gave Xiao Ming, Ziyan, and Xiao Yixian a different feeling. After looking around, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming standing beside her. It's about to get dark, shall we look for an inn? Let's wait for now, let's go to a place first. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming rejected the proposal. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yan's elder brothers were in Rock Desert City and had set up a desert metal mercenary company here. The purpose of his coming here was to meet Qing Lin, who was working as a maid in the desert metal mercenary company. Since he was going to meet her anyway, he could directly go to the desert metal mercenary company now. Without explaining himself to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, Xiao Ming directly stopped a passerby and threw a bag of gold coins into his arms. The passerby then nodded his head and led Xiao Ming and the others to the location of the desert metal mercenary company. This, sir, up ahead is the location of the desert metal mercenary company that you mentioned. The man leading the way said with a smile, pointing to an enclosure. Above the enclosure, a banner was swaying in the wind, and on it was written the words, Desert Metal Mercenary. Outside the compound, several burly men stood straight with weapons in their hands, their sharp eyes scanning back and forth at passers-by passing by the gate. Judging from the smell of blood faintly emanating from their bodies, they were true iron-blooded men who had danced on the edge of a knife and not novices who had just become mercenaries. Waving to the passerby, indicating that he could leave, Xiao Ming then led Ziyan and Xiao Yixian towards the main entrance of the compound. The muscular men at the gate had already seen Xiao Ming and the girls, and when they saw Xiao Ming walking towards them, they immediately turned to the leader of the group, Xiao Ming, saying, "This little brother, it's already late, if you have an assignment, you can come back tomorrow to talk about it. I'm not here to talk about business with you, I'm here to find your boss. Tell your boss that a man named Xiao Ming has come to see him." Some of the men looked at each other in dismay. Their boss Xiao Ding was surnamed Xiao, and the visitor was also surnamed Xiao. This must be a member of the boss's clan coming to see him, right? After asking Xiao Ming and getting a positive answer, the man also did not stop Xiao Ming and his group anymore. Instead, after sending a man to fetch Xiao Ding and the others, he led Xiao Ming and his group towards the compound. Inside the compound, the man led them to a hall, and after Xiao Ming and his group had been sitting in the hall for a while, a sound finally came from outside the hall. Creak. The door of the hall was pushed open and the face of a young man, who bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Yan, suddenly appeared. The young man was dressed in a white robe and his eyes, a little brighter than usual, contained a bit of wisdom. Behind him was another young man dressed in mercenary clothes, whose dark eyes were lazy and stern, and his face concealed a fierceness like that of a ferocious wolf. Xiao Ming had seen the two of them when he was in the clan, so he would not be mistaken at this time. However, when he saw them, Xiao Ming couldn't help but frown, as he felt that Xiao Li's gaze towards him contained dissatisfaction. With Xiao Ming's current strength, he was sure that he would not misperceive. Although he did not understand what Xiao Li was thinking, Xiao Ming did not care about him and instead looked at Xiao Ding, who was at the head of the group. Xiao Ding was calmer and seemed somewhat happy about Xiao Ming's arrival. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming in advance, Supreme Elder? So that way I could prepare a banquet to welcome you." "Hee, there's no need for such a fuss, since you know I became the Supreme Elder. Was it the clan that wrote to inform you?" After Xiao Ding led Xiao Li to sit down, he smiled and said, "Not long ago, Father wrote to inform us of this. Supreme Elder has such achievements at a young age, I believe the clan will definitely flourish with your help." Chapter 133. The development of the family has to rely on everyone's effort. It is useless to rely only on me. I still hope to go out and make some more trips. Xiao Ming slowly said these words. As for the development of the clan, cousin Xiao Shan has done a good job. Cousin Xiao Shan's strength has long ago reached Dou's spirit. With him in the clan has developed very quickly, and has already taken Wu-Tan City. That being said, why don't you all go back to the clan? Saying this, Xiao Ming looked at the two of them. With this look, he could see their current realm. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were both at the Dou Master level, one at 2-star Dou Master and the other at 5-star Dou Master. The dou qi they cultivated in their bodies was also considered pure and thick, something that was impossible to achieve with a Huang-class qi method, so they must have cultivated the dou techniques and qi methods he had brought to the Xiao family. The potential of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li was not bad in the Xiao family. If they had entered the Jia Nan Academy as Xiao Shan, how could their strength be so low? Instead of going out to fight, it was actually better for them to quietly cultivate in the family. Hearing Xiao Ming asks this, Xiao Ding smiled bitterly and said, actually it is due to some difficulties that we are far away from home. You also know that my third brother's body has a strange situation, we just want to create a way out for him. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. The two Xiao brothers were indeed quite worried about Xiao Yan, so it was understandable that they wanted to do this. However, they were looking for Xiao Yan to break off ties with the clan in the future, which was not as easy as just wanting to part ways and leave without further ado. Xiao Ding continued, also, about what happened earlier with the Misty Cloud sect. Big brother, what's the point of talking to him so much? Listening to the quiet conversation between Xiao Ding and Xiao Ming, Xiao Li was somewhat dissatisfied. Second brother. Xiao Ding reprimanded him, then hurriedly got up to apologize to Xiao Ming. Sorry, Supreme Elder, the second brother was poisoned by a flower-tailed snake when he was out these days, his emotions are a bit unstable, so he offended you a lot, please don't take it seriously. Poisoned by a flower-tailed snake. If I believed him, I would be a fool. Xiao Ming could see that this Xiao Li was definitely displeased with him, it wasn't like he had offended him before, and the reason for his displeasure was probably because of the matter of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran. Without bothering to find out in detail what Xiao Li thought, and ignoring Xiao Li, Xiao Ming directly stood up and said to Xiao Ding. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you guys, I'm just here to find someone in your place this time, just call the person and I can reward you. Oh, okay. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ding also knew that this conversation was not going to continue, and first shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Li before turning to Xiao Ming, who is Supreme Elder looking for. A girl who has the blood of the snake people. It's her. As soon as Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Ding knew who this person was because the characteristics were so obvious that Qin Lin was the only one in the entire Desert Metal Mercenary Company who matched. Although he did not understand why Xiao Ming was looking for her, Xiao Ding still asked someone to call her into the hall. A moment later, the mercenary who had gone out entered with a girl. The girl that entered the room did not appear very old. From her appearance, it seemed that she was slightly younger than Ziyan. She wore a little green and blue outfit that showed off her slender willowy waist. This type of attire was typical of these border cities, and her beautiful long green hair fell to her feet in a twin braid. A charming, delicate melon face, like a beautiful porcelain doll, and a shy look, like a frightened bunny, make one's heart stir. Boss, I brought her here. Emicham, you can retire first. Xiao Ding nodded, then turned to Xiao Ming again and said, Supreme Elder, this is the snake people hybrid you are looking for. Hearing that Xiao Ming was the one specifically looking for her, Qin Lin looked at Xiao Ming curiously, but when she looked at him, she realized that Xiao Ming was also looking at her, causing the two of them to cross their gazes. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, Qin Lin immediately lowered her head like a frightened bunny. Watching her, Xiao Ming carefully saw Qin Lin's arm hidden in her sleeve, which had some green scales growing on the top. Confirming that she was the person he was looking for, Xiao Ming didn't say much nonsense and directly took out a pill bottle on the table and said, I'll take this person, no problem, right? No problem. Xiao Ding said back. Good, then I'll take my leave. After giving Xiao Yixian a nod and asking her to take Qin Lin with her, Xiao Ming and the girls left the hall. Looking at the backs of Xiao Ming and the girls disappearing into the distance, Xiao Li said to his older brother Xiao Ding with dissatisfaction, Big brother, why are you talking to him about little Yanzi? When the Misty Cloud sect arrived at the door, he just sat there doing nothing. Come on, second brother. If we want little Yanzi to leave the clan in the future without affecting our father, only Xiao Ming can talk, you're too impulsive this time. Xiao Ding said in a deep voice. Just as Xiao Ming had thought, it wasn't as if someone could join and leave a clan whenever they wanted to. Especially since Xiao Yan was the son of the clan head and the Xiao family had spent a lot of resources on him over the years, even if he became a waste, it was not a sufficient reason to leave the clan. The clan members who were not strong enough would organize together. Only those who were strong enough could plan their own lives. Even if those elders did not use the matter of Xiao Yan against Xiao Zhan, the clan rules would not allow it. Therefore, Xiao Ding was actually thinking of using Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming was willing to say a word or two about this matter, naturally, no one in the Xiao family would insist on it. Xiao Li naturally understood this matter, but stubbornly said, but, Xiao Ming obviously could have stepped in to resolve the matter when Nalan Yanran went to the family, but he still watched the show from his seat, so he wouldn't necessarily care about little Yanzi. He also watched little Yanzi set up some kind of 3-year arrangement. With little Yanzi's physical condition, how could he win that 3-year bullshit? This, Xiao Ding also remained somewhat silent at his words. Xiao Ming, as the pillar of the Xiao family, did not say anything about it at that time. In fact, he was also a bit annoyed. However, he also understood that it was not as if Xiao Ming owed them anything. Xiao Ming had moved away from the family to study at the age of 6 and was not familiar with them at all, and Xiao Shan was the only one in the entire Xiao family who had the best relationship with him. Over the years, Xiao Ming sent many good things to the family and they benefited a lot from it. His second brother had even cultivated a set of complementary thunder attribute techniques that Xiao Ming had sent back, and it was worth a lot of money. Furthermore, Xiao Ming had also given them a 4th-tier pill recipe for their father to take Xiao Yan to see an alchemist, so it could be said that not only did Xiao Ming owe them nothing, but they owed Xiao Ming. Wanting to accuse Xiao Ming, Xiao Ding also knew that they actually had no right. Therefore, from the moment Xiao Ming arrived at the door, he acted politely. What Xiao Ding understood, wouldn't Xiao Li understand? In fact, he understood it too, but sometimes, one's emotions were not easy to control. Especially when they adored their younger brother so much that they even risked their lives to venture out, just to create a shelter for Xiao Yan. With a sigh, Xiao Ding said, "Don't mention this matter in the future. Today you opened your mouth and offended Xiao Ming. If it wasn't because we are from the same clan, I'm afraid he would have already taken it upon himself to teach us a lesson." I know, but I don't know why Xiao Ming was looking for Qin Lin this time. Whatever it is, Xiao Ming has always had a good character, so I don't think he would do anything bad to Qin Lin. Chapter 134. After leaving the Desert Metal Mercenary Company's residence and realizing that it was about to get dark, Xiao Ming led the girls to find an inn in Rock Desert City to spend the night. In the room, Xiao Ming sat on a chair, while Qin Lin stood by the table with some trepidation. She didn't understand what Xiao Ming's purpose was in coming to look for her. Could it be that he wanted to torture her for her snake people bloodline? Qin Lin did not have positive thoughts at all. After all, she had been abused since she was a child, and her situation was far worse than Xiao Yan's 2 years as a waste. "Young master and young ladies, is there anything you need Qin Lin for?" Trembling, Qin Lin spoke pitifully. Ziyan looked at Qin Lin, who was even smaller than her, and spoke curiously, "Yes, what do we want with this little girl?" "Qin Lin, come here." Without directly answering Ziyan's question, Xiao Ming waved his hand towards Qin Lin. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Lin still slowly approached Xiao Ming. Grabbing Qin Lin's arm and pulling her forward a bit, Xiao Ming carefully looked at Qin Lin's somewhat red face. It was more accurate to say that he was looking at Qin Lin's eyes. Staring into Qin Lin's pair of watery eyes, Xiao Ming realized that, deep within her pair of emerald green eyes, 3 extremely small turquoise spots seemed to be hiding. Looking closely at her bewitching dark green pupils, Xiao Ming suddenly felt his spirits fluctuate a little. Although it didn't affect him much, he couldn't help but feel a little astonished. With its sole power, this triple jade green snake flower pupils could still have some small effect on him, which was truly magical. As Xiao Ming stared at Qin Lin, she naturally, also stared at him. At this moment, looking at Xiao Ming who was so close to her, Qin Lin's head was a little dizzy, and her delicate and cute little melon face was completely red. This was the first time in her life that she was staring at a male, and she could see that there was no discrimination against her in this person's eyes. "Young master," Qin Lin felt like she wasn't going to be able to take it anymore, so she whispered. When he came back to his senses, Xiao Ming noticed that the little spots in Qin Lin's eyes seemed to have disappeared, so he smiled and let her go. "Is there something wrong with this girl's eyes?" Xiao Yixian was sharp enough to notice where Xiao Ming's gaze had been a moment ago. "Her eyes are the triple jade green snake flower pupils." "Triple jade green snake flower pupils?" Xiao Yixian asked with some curiosity, "Is it some kind of special physique?" Qin Lin, who had recovered a little, also looked shyly at Xiao Ming, wanting to know about her eyes from him. "Well, indeed it can be said to be a special physique. It is a somewhat strange kind of innate physique, which can only appear in the offspring of humans and snake people. Those who have this special physique, if they master it, they can make people hallucinate. Think about it, if when fighting against someone, you suddenly make the opponent stunned, or even worse, let the opponent directly kill their partner, how would they feel about that?" Xiao Ming said with a smile as he stroked Qin Lin's little head. Ziyan didn't hear the question, her eyes were fixed on Xiao Ming's hand, and seeing that he had stroked Qin Lin's head, her eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly for a moment. Xiao Yixian thought for a moment about the scene Xiao Ming described and said with some astonishment, "Among experts, the timing of battle is very important. A single breach can kill a person, and this kind of special physique can affect one's spirit, which is really terrifying." Xiao Ming shook his head and laughed. "The terrifying appearance of the triple jade green snake flower pupils is more than that. Although the triple jade green snake flower pupils is not as terrifying as the woeful poison body, its strange characteristics are not below the woeful poison body." The triple jade green snake flower pupils is the nemesis of almost all snake-like magical beasts, capable of forming a one-sided forced connection with snake-like magical beasts, thus controlling them, with the exception of the ancient heaven serpent and the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. Moreover, it can also store magical beasts or even people in a space created within its pupils. Although the size of the space opened by the triple jade green snake flower pupils is limited, the size of the space will increase as the user's strength increases. The strength of the magical beast or person taken into the space will be slowly absorbed by the user, and although the devouring speed is slow and there is a strength limit, it is still an unparalleled ability. Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian immediately looked at the somewhat shy Qing Lin in front of Xiao Ming with some surprise. They did not expect this frail-looking girl to possess such a terrifying special physique. Qing Lin did not feel much, although Xiao Ming said that her eyes were very powerful. She had spent her childhood being beaten and insulted and had long since developed an inferiority complex, and the gaze of Ziyan and Xiao Yixian gawking at her, made her shrug her shoulders in some fear. Seeing her in this state, Xiao Ming revealed a gentle smile. "You don't have to be so afraid, we won't do anything to you, you can follow me from now on." "Don't you hate me?" asked Qing Lin in a low voice. "Hate you? Why should I hate you? Just because you have the lineage of the snake people. Having the lineage of a snake people isn't a bad thing, so how could I hate you?" Xiao Ming patted Qing Lin's little head and pointed at Xiao Yixian and Ziyan. "Not only I won't hate you, they won't hate you either." Following Xiao Ming's finger, Qing Lin found that Xiao Yixian, dressed in white, gave her a gentle smile, while Ziyan, who was a little older than her, did not smile at her, but did not show a look of displeasure either. Qing Lin felt that her eyes were a little cloudy, as if some sand had gotten into them. "Qing Lin, in this vast life, you will always find one or more auspicious clouds that could change your destiny. Instead of dealing with people who don't like you, why not take a pleasant walk under these auspicious clouds?" Auspicious clouds, symbolizing happiness and good luck. Although I am not necessarily your auspicious cloud, with me, you will never be discriminated against again. How about it? Are you interested in following me? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Qing Lin froze in a spot, and after a long time, a slightly inexplicable strange color appeared on her lovely delicate face, her pretty nose gently twitched as she lifted her small face, and three extremely thin turquoise spots suddenly emerged once again silently between those pairs of special dark green pupils. "Auspicious cloud," Xiao Yixian muttered silently, glancing sideways at Xiao Ming, her face flushed slightly, her thoughts were unknown. I'm willing." Qing Lin nodded, shaking her little head vigorously. Seeing Qing Lin nod, Xiao Ming was also very happy. Although it was a little late to ask Qing Lin's opinion, the process still had to be followed, and Qing Lin's agreement saved a lot of trouble. At least, now that Qing Lin nodded her head, she would not betray him in the future. "Well, let me introduce ourselves to you. My name is Xiao Ming, this older sister in white is called Xiao Yixian, and she, who doesn't look much older than you, is called Ziyan." Xiao Ming pointed to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, who had been watching the scene beside him for a while, and said, "Young Master Xiao Ming, Sister Xiao Yixian, Sister Ziyan." Qing Lin greeted Xiao Ming and the girls very obediently. Qing Lin's obedient and well-mannered appearance was very endearing, which made Xiao Yixian come closer and pinched her cheeks. "Call me Sister Xianer, little sister." Chapter 135. After they briefly introduced themselves, Qing Lin became quite familiar with Xiao Ming and the girls and was much less shy. In the evening, after a simple meal, Xiao Ming talked with Ziyan and the other girls and left the inn, along with a map, to search for a mountain range near Rock Desert City. Xiao Ming flew a few hundred miles before barely finding a small mountain range. Xiao Ming's Do-Chi wings vibrated and he landed on the mountain range. First, Xiao Ming released his soul power outside his body and took a good look at the mountain range to make sure there were no high-ranked magical beasts on it. After blocking the entrance of the cave, Xiao Ming turned around and scanned his star ring, and with a flash of white light, a huge magical beast corpse appeared in the center of the cave. The Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. Xiao Ming looked at the magic beast's corpse in front of him and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon was 15 meters in size, and its entire body was silver white, especially the pair of silver white feathers, which shone under the moonlight stone at the top of the cave, as if it had a special glow. Although the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon has been dead for many years, its remains still gave off a fierce and majestic aura as it lay on the ground. Walking towards the remains of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming touched its wings and felt a cold feeling coming from them. However, within this coldness, there was a slight warmth. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction as he felt the energy surging within the remains of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. The Jiama sacred family has preserved the remains of this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon very well. Other than the wings, it still has value to use the other parts, but this time, it will only be necessary to refine wings for the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose. With this thought, Xiao Ming raised his hand and a sharp red-bodied longsword appeared in his palm. A layer of red fire silently spread and finally lingered above the blade, and the scorching heat caused a thin white mist to emerge from the sharp longsword. Swash! Xiao Ming held the longsword and stabbed mercilessly at the place where the silver-white wings met the magic beast's body, and when the sword pierced through its body, Xiao Ming felt extremely strong resistance. When I have time, I could use the skin of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon to make a few armors. I think it would be very effective. As he thought about this, Xiao Ming put more weight on his hand. While swinging his longsword, he slowly cut the skin of the magical beast at the base of the white and silver feathers. Without worrying about these pieces of flesh, Xiao Ming carefully cut 2 large holes in the back of the beast's dry body, then removed its feathered wings and set them aside cautiously. Next, he carried the main body of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon back to his star ring, and looking at the huge pair of wings on the ground, Xiao Ming began to take things out of his star ring again. The Gold Geese sect's 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose was indeed a rather rare flying dough technique, and its main feature was that it was able to rely on the quality of refining materials to increase its speed, which was similar to an alternative mode of evolution, and in the face of other flying dough techniques, it was indeed unique in comparison. However, to refine this 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, one also had to take a great amount of care. In addition to the most important material, which is the wings of a magical flying beast, there are also a lot of various other auxiliary materials needed, but this is not too much of a problem. Xiao Ming had a very rich collection, and he had all those auxiliary materials in his collection. When he had everything ready, Xiao Ming started to refine the wings. As everyone knows, most of the wings of a flying magical beast are usually left with the residual aura of the magical beast itself, which was a fierce and tyrannical aura. Therefore, the first step in refining the wings was to refine the residual magical beast aura. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the wide silver wings on the ground levitated in front of him. Xiao Ming had already memorized the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose refinement technique. A majestic soul power gradually spread out from Xiao Ming's forehead and finally gathered, carefully coiling towards the white and silver wings. Boom! The moment Xiao Ming's soul power came into contact with the wings, a muffled sound immediately erupted in his mind, and then his spirit flew away, and the world before him abruptly changed. It was a snow-white space, and before he could get a good look at it, a scream sounded behind him, and Xiao Ming rushed to turn his head to look, only to see a huge beast made of silver-white air currents, whose head was filled with a tyrannical red pillar of light, staring at him with a pair of terrifying eyes. This beast, looking at its size, looked exactly like the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, so it must be the remaining aura of it. When he saw the owner of the space, Xiao Ming was not polite, and his soul power fiercely burst out. As if it was furious at Xiao Ming for taking the initiative to attack, the flying magical beast roared in anger and flew noisily toward Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming's soul power was so strong that the beast's body immediately dispersed into a silvery white stream as soon as it touched it. Of course, the silver-white stream of air barely had the slightest effect on Xiao Ming, and under its effect, the soul power Xiao Ming sent out only felt a slight tingle. The Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon has the thunder attribute. These silver-white air currents are obviously also tainted with the characteristics of the thunder attribute. If it wasn't me, if someone else had to deal with this air current, it might be a bit complicated. With this in mind, Xiao Ming decided to have a quick battle. He gathered the scattered air currents in one area, and with a flick of his mind, an invisible flame appeared in front of Xiao Ming. The invisible flame was the Fallen Heart Flame. Against this type of residual magical beast breath, Fallen Heart Flame was the most proficient. Undoubtedly, under the burning of Fallen Heart Flame, the silver-white streams of air were quickly eliminated. In the cave, Xiao Ming quickly opened his eyes. A puff of murky air was slowly exhaled from his throat. At this moment, Xiao Ming did not seem to be tired after the refinement he had just done, all thanks to his strong soul power and Fallen Heart Flame. Xiao Ming opened his eyes, and his gaze slowly shifted to the white and silver wings suspended in front of him. After the previous refinement, the fierce aura that had been seeping from the latter had become much more enticing, so it was obvious that the previous refinement had had no small effect. Without wasting any time, Xiao Ming snapped his finger and a fiery flame erupted from his body, finally leaving his body slowly and rising into the air in front of him. Xiao Ming's soul power manipulated the temperature of the flame to stay within a suitable range, and after a moment, Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the silver-white wings suspended in front of him were launched directly into the large mass of flames in the air. As he threw the wings, the flames in the air suddenly rose with a poof, and a terrifying temperature penetrated from it, roasting the entire cave like a furnace. After about 2 hours of roasting at such a high temperature, the wings of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon finally changed. All could be seen was a sticky silvery liquid seeping from its smooth silvery white surface. Once this liquid appeared, it fell along the wings. The liquid did not fall to the ground, but remained in the flames, slowly circulating. Chapter 136. When the first drop of liquid fell, it continued to flow for some time. As time went on, the silver-white wings became smaller and smaller, while the silver-white liquid underneath became denser and denser. Tick. After a long time, a tiny, crisp sound suddenly rang out in the cave. Xiao Ming's slightly closed eyes snapped open and looked up slightly, then he realized that the silver-white wings on the flames had completely disappeared, and in their place was a sticky silver-white liquid. Due to the high temperature of Xiao Ming's flame, small bubbles formed in the liquid, and every time the bubbles burst, a strange energy was released. Looking at the silvery white liquid, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. After working so hard to refine it for so long, he had finally refined it into this form. With a faint movement of his mind, the temperature of the flame that filled the room rose sharply, and Xiao Ming's face also gradually became more serious. His palm turned and a dozen silver bones that were originally on the ground appeared in his hand. These silver bones are the bones of a thunder attribute magic beast, which are filled with the power of the thunder attribute that has not yet dissipated. At this moment, they will mix with the wings, giving it a boosting effect. If it encounters a thunderstorm in the future, it might even have a resonance with the thunder attribute between heaven and earth, which would cause its speed to increase even more. Of course, the Silver Emperor Falcon's wings already have the thunder attribute, so the addition of these bones is just an augmentation. After throwing the silver bones into the flames, Xiao Ming threw the items he had already taken out of the ring one after another. There were feathers, bone spikes, and many small wings. Although these objects were different, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they all contained some energy, and although these energies were not extremely strong, they were capable of making the wings even more powerful. After throwing away the items he had taken out a while ago, Xiao Ming thought carefully and took out an 8th rank Thunder Monster Core from his storage ring. The energy contained in the 8th rank Thunder Monster Core was enormous, and with its enrichment, even if the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon's wings were not as good as the original Heaven Demon Phoenix's, they would not be far inferior. This Thunder Attribute Monster Core had long been eating dust in his storage ring, so since he could use it, he would use it. With this thought, Xiao Ming threw it into the silver energy liquid. When all these things were refined and melted into the silver-white liquid, the originally crystalline color became quite dense, and even slightly mixed with some different colored streaks, having an extremely mysterious appearance. Looking at the silver-white liquid, whose color had changed a little, Xiao Ming slowly exhaled, and looking at the flame slowly emitting a lower temperature, Xiao Ming breathed out in relief. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The next step was a germination period that would take quite some time. When Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes, the room was once again peaceful, with the only sound being the red flames gently rising into the air and the bubbles bursting silently. The gestation lasted almost 2 days and 2 nights. Xiao Ming was not surprised by this, and had informed Ziyan and the other girls before leaving. After 2 days and 2 nights, when Xiao Ming slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, the first thing he did was direct his gaze at the flames in front of him. Within the burning flame, a silvery white liquid slowly flowed out. At this moment, it seemed extremely sticky, as if it was about to solidify. It seemed that, if the cooking continued for a few more hours, it would turn into a hard pile of jade. After exhaling slightly, Xiao Ming's soul power slowly spread out from his eyebrows and quickly invaded the flame, then melted into the extremely sticky silver-white liquid without any problem. When Xiao Ming's soul power melted into it, the sticky silver-white liquid suddenly trembled fiercely, as if it had its own consciousness, and rapidly twisted, as if it was moved by an invisible hand. The writhing only lasted about half an hour, but the silvery white liquid magically transformed into a pair of huge silver wings about 3 meters long. The silver wings were like those of the Silver Emperor Falcon from before, with silver arcs flashing between the silver feathers. On the other parts of the wings were also magic lines of different colors, which looked extremely mysterious and magnificent. If such wings were used for flying, they would probably be extremely eye-catching. Looking at this pair of silver wings, Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with unstoppable joy. He took a deep breath, and with a movement of his mind, the temperature of the flames suddenly increased. As the flame began to retract into Xiao Ming's body, a pair of palm-sized miniature wings glowed with a faint silvery white color and gently hovered in front of Xiao Ming. Looking at this pair of miniature silver-white wings, a hint of relief appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth as he bit his middle finger and a drop of crimson blood dripped down, finally landing on the silver wings. As soon as the blood touched the silver wings quickly absorbed it and then burst with a strong silver-white light, turning into a beam of light that shot towards Xiao Ming's body. As the silver wings entered his body, Xiao Ming felt a burning pain in his shoulders, and immediately a pair of milk-white wings fell from his shoulders. Xiao Ming quickly caught his previous flying cloud wings and did not pay much attention to them. After putting them in his storage ring, he began to test the effects of the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose. Only a screeching sound was heard, and the broad silver wings that shone with a silvery white light suddenly appeared from behind. Feeling the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became extremely sensitive to the wind and thunder attribute energy, Xiao Ming chuckled and said, "The 9-level wings of the heavenly goose are truly extraordinary. With these wings, it can be said that the snake people tribe is no match for me." The silver wings flapped gently, immediately causing a subtle sound of muffled thunder, as well as the sound of the howling wind in the cave. After slightly sensing the energy hidden in this pair of silver wings, Xiao Ming slowly withdrew them with satisfaction. The silver wings quickly shrunk under a subtle glow, and finally turned into 2 beams of light that once again entered Xiao Ming's body and disappeared. After retrieving the silver wings, Xiao Ming's hand moved, and the broken jade piece he had obtained from the Alchemist Association appeared in his hand. After touching the jade piece in his hand and feeling the subtle warmth, Xiao Ming nodded his head and said, "There is something unique about the craftsmanship of this burning flame valley." Suspending the jade piece in the air, Xiao Ming summoned the 10,000 beast flame to roast it. After 10 minutes under the 10,000 beast flame, the jade piece, which had been quiet and still, finally stirred. The original surface, broken and smooth, suddenly began to fluctuate like waves of water, and it looked like it was about to melt. Seeing the jade piece in this state, Xiao Ming's doqi quickly moved inside his body, and immediately, the temperature of the 10,000 beast flame began to rise fiercely. As the temperature of the flame increased, the broken black jade piece finally melted completely, and after melting, the jade piece was no longer black, but turned into a pool of crystalline green liquid, slowly circulating in the flames, just like a living being, which was quite strange. At one point, the circulating liquid suddenly stopped, and the surface of the liquid bulged as if something was about to explode. The bulging of the green liquid lasted for more than 10 seconds, and at one point, a blinding green light shot out of it, illuminating the interior of the cave in an instant. However, although the green light was blinding, it did not make Xiao Ming close his eyes, because the moment the green light shot out, countless streams of text information suddenly emerged from the liquid, and then automatically arranged themselves in the cave in mid-air, forming a special light curtain. As his eyes swept across the curtain of light in mid-air, Xiao Ming finally landed on the larger words and laughed. Hee, it finally came out. Without the heavenly flame, it would have been a bit difficult to bring out this Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. Although the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change in this jade piece is not the complete secret method, but only 1 level, it is enough for me for now. People of the Do Emperor realm are no longer a threat to me. When I become a Do Emperor, defeating a powerhouse who is also a fellow Do Emperor will be as easy as wiggling my fingers. As he spoke, Xiao Ming dipped his finger into the slightly warm liquid that was suspended in front of him. Instantly, the curtain of light suspended in the air trembled, then twisted as if it had come back to life, and a moment later, countless pieces of information turned into a stream of light and poured directly into Xiao Ming's head. The huge stream of information rushed into his mind, causing Xiao Ming's brows to frown slightly for a moment, then quickly softening them and closing his eyes to digest the information contained in the secret cultivation method. Soon after, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Clearly, he had finished digesting the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change. After digesting the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Ming's purpose had been achieved this time. However, Xiao Ming did not leave immediately but instead returned to take out the corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon again. After cutting off the claws of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming refined a pair of gloves, and after that, he used its skin to refine 3 sets of feather armor. Refining the armor and gloves only took him half a day. When it was all finished, Xiao Ming pushed the stone that covered the entrance to the cave. The silver wings shot out through his body, and with a slight vibration and a surge of lightning, Xiao Ming disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Chapter 137. Hee, Xiao Ming, you're finally back. In Rock Desert City, as soon as Xiao Ming returned to his room at the inn, Ziyan pounced on him happily. Nothing happened during the few days I was away, did it? Smiling and stroking Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming asked the girls in front of him. No, in the few days you were away, we stayed at the inn, so nothing happened. Xiao Yixian replied. Well, that's good. Xiao Ming nodded at her words, then took another look at Xiao Yixian and discovered that Xiao Yixian's realm had increased quite a bit, so he couldn't help but say, you've almost reached Do Master, right? It's all thanks to the poisonous herbs you gave me earlier. The poison pills you made with those poisonous herbs were extremely toxic, so my realm was able to increase very quickly. Xiao Yixian fixed her hair and replied softly. Xiao Ming was surprised. His own talent was already very good, but when he was in the Do practitioner realm, without taking pills, he did not have the ability to break through several stages in a few days. Xiao Yixian swallowed poison and her strength went higher and higher, and he didn't even sense that her realm was unstable. From this one could see how powerful her woeful poison body was. Smiling, Xiao Ming took Ziyan's hand and sat down at the table in the center of the room. Young Master Xiao Ming, have some tea. As soon as he sat down, Qing Lin obediently poured a cup of tea for Xiao Ming. Thank you, Qing Lin. Xiao Ming's thanks made Qing Lin's little face turn red as she whispered, this is Qing Lin's duty. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming took out the previously refined feather armor and gloves from the storage ring. After taking out the 3 sets of feather armor for each person, Xiao Ming only told them, these are some armor refined from the tough feathers of the 6th-rank magical beast, the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. It has a certain level of defense even against Do Emperor's attacks, so each of you can keep 1 set. The armor given by Xiao Ming was said to be a feather armor, but in fact, there were no feathers in it. The feathers of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon were even harder than fine steel. This feather armor was made from the liquid after the feathers were fused plus the mixture of some auxiliary materials. The set was silvery white in color, and there were some strange patterns on the surface. They were magnificent armor. After seeing the armor, Xiao Yixian and the other girls were somewhat in love with it, until, hearing Xiao Ming's words, they were all a little surprised. Especially Qing Lin, who was so scared that her hand retracted. No, young master, this is too valuable. I can't take it. Qing Lin felt that she was already satisfied that Xiao Ming accepted her and did not discriminate against her, so she did not dare to take something so valuable. Take it, it is not considered precious to me. Xiao Ming more or less knew what Qing Lin's thoughts were, so he said those words. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, and then looking at Ziyan who was eagerly looking at the silver armor beside her, Qing Lin ended up accepting the armor, while saying in her heart that she should pay her young master well in the future. Seeing Qing Lin accept the item, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction, then handed the gloves to Ziyan. These are the gloves made from the sharp claws of the Heavenly Falcon Silver Emperor, take a look and see if they fit you. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan put down the silver armor in her hand and took the gloves. The gloves were silver white in color, like the armor, and unlike ordinary gloves, on the surface of each glove were 5 silver spikes over an inch long that shone and looked exceptionally sharp. The silver spikes on these gloves are the essence of the sharp claws of the Silver Emperor's Heavenly Falcon. A direct hit to a Do Emperor would probably put a few holes in it. I think it's enough for you to use it for a while. Looking at Ziyan, who was examining the gloves happily, Xiao Ming smiled. Ziyan had never owned a weapon before, and it just so happened that he had the materials this time, so Xiao Ming refined it. Thank you, Xiao Ming, I really like these gloves. Ziyan, who put the gloves on her little hands and felt that they fit her well, said with great joy. You don't need to be so polite, it's a reward for helping me take care of Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin these days. Besides, you have to take care of them some more. Ah, you're going out again. Ziyan's expression of happiness dropped when she heard Xiao Ming's words. Being very clingy with Xiao Ming, she was very unhappy that she couldn't be by his side all the time. Isn't it because we have to find the medicinal herb for Haibodong? The Sans Datura can only be found in the main city of the Snake People tribe, it's too unsafe to take them there. Just take me with you, the inn is safe enough for them to stay. Ziyan pouted with dissatisfaction. It's no problem for us to stay at the inn. Xiao Yixian nodded and said, although her strength had not yet reached Do Master, she had no problem defending herself in Rock Desert City. Qing Lin also has no problem. No, you'd better stay, I want you to pay attention to the southeast area of Rock Desert City, that's where the Heavenly Flame is. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, this time he intended to go look for the medicinal herbs first before going back to find the green lotus core flame. Theoretically, he should have searched for the Heavenly Flame first when he already knew where it was. Originally, Xiao Ming planned the same thing, but he realized that absorbing the Heavenly Flame, although it wouldn't take him long to devour it, the energy returned after devouring it would be enough to make him break through to Do Emperor, which would take too much time. Thus, Haibodong would have to wait a long time in Rock Desert City. Therefore, Xiao Ming planned to search for the Sans Datura first. Since the Heavenly Flame was there anyway, it couldn't escape, and it would be the same if he came to pick it up in a few days. The Heavenly Flame is on the southeast side of Rock Desert City. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian were a little surprised. They didn't think there was anything special about this Rock Desert City when they entered the city. Could this Heavenly Flame really be around here? It's underground. Xiao Ming explained. So, wait here for me to return. I've already successfully refined the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose. The Snake People doesn't have a person strong enough to hold me back, and there's no need for you to worry about my safety. It's fine. Xiao Ming said it clearly. Ziyan would not cause trouble for no reason, so she agreed. I will guard the southeast of the city well for you. Above the cloudless sky, the huge blazing sun hung high in the sky like a huge fireball that kept releasing flames. The fiery sunlight was churning in the golden desert, setting those tiny grains of sand ablaze as if they were tiny grains of red-hot iron. In the desert, due to the scorching temperature, wisps of hot air seeped out of the yellow sand, eventually evaporating the space to the point of distorting it. In this heat, a desert lizard would lazily stick out its tongue and lie down on a hill. Suddenly, in the middle of the endless desert, a silvery white light flew in from the distant sky. Startled, the giant desert lizard wagged its tail and hid in the sand, concealing its form. The silver light from the sky suddenly stopped as it flew over the giant lizard. The figure that appeared was none other than Xiao Ming. After talking with Ziyan and the other girls that day, Xiao Ming left the inn to enter the desert. The Tgthegood desert was immense, and it took 2 days of flying before Xiao Ming approached the depths of the desert. At that time, Xiao Ming, hovering in the sky, held a map in his hand and pointed his finger at the route on the map. The finger moved along the route and finally came to rest slowly on a red dot that represented danger. There were 8 such red dots all over the map, distributed in several different directions in the desert. Among the snake people of the Tgthegood desert, besides some small and medium-sized tribes, there are also 8 huge tribes, and those are the 8 red dots on the map, and they are the most powerful tribes of the snake people, with powerful people in the Do King realm settled in the village. The 8 great tribes dominated the Tgthegood desert from various directions, and in the depths of this desert, one of the main roads drawn on the map was intercepted by one of the red dots that Xiao Ming's finger had pointed out. This is one of the 8 tribes of the snake people ahead. This tribe seems to be led by the Do King named Yumei. Chapter 138. Yumei was one of the 8 leaders of the snake people tribe, and her strength hovered around the 7-star Do King. This kind of strength was very weak compared to Xiao Ming's, so if he wanted to, he could directly pass through the Mei snake tribe which was in charge of Yumei, saving some time. Anyway, she could not do anything to him. However, after thinking about the fact that he had only come here to look for the Sans Datura, there was no need to provoke the snake people tribe, so Xiao Ming gave up on this plan and thought instead. Sans Datura is only mentioned in the original story in the snake people's sacred city where Medusa is located, and it can help the snake people merge with the souls of the snake-like magical beasts inside their bodies, so it is an extremely precious existence in the snake people. Although there should also be wild Sans Daturas in the desert, the Tgthegood desert is so huge that even if I have the talent to sense treasures, I'm afraid it would take at least half a month to find it. On the other hand, the snake people have always been hostile to humans. If I go alone to the snake people's sacred city to exchange the Sans Datura with Medusa, I fear that something unexpected may happen. Although I am not afraid of them, it is better to be safe than sorry, so it's preferable for Yumei to act as a go-between. Xiao Ming felt that this plan was very feasible. It wasn't as if he had any enmity with the snake people. He had come to do business the right way. They shouldn't stab him in the back, right? Xiao Ming put the map away and, with a flap of his wings, disappeared with a wave of silver light. After 10 minutes of flight, Xiao Ming arrived at the red dot marked on the map. As one of the 8 major tribes of the snake people, the Mei snake tribe was still of a certain scale, about the same size as Rock Desert City, except that the entire territory was made of yellow soil, and to the naked eye, it was a uniform yellow color, except for a small oasis in the center, which gave the city a different color. On the streets of the Mei snake tribe, apart from a few pedestrians, there was basically no one in sight. Xiao Ming looked at this Mei snake tribe and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, no wonder the snake people is stalking the human territory of the surrounding empires. This environment is too bad. Who's there? Xiao Ming was hovering above the sky, not hiding his aura in the slightest, and was quickly spotted by the snake people guard standing guard outside. Do Chi wings, no tail, it's a powerful human Do King. Quick, blow the horn, alert of an imminent attack from a powerful person. Wu dash. With the sound of the horn, the originally calm Mei snake tribe began to erupt into chaos, as the ugly snake men and snake women rushed out of their homes with weapons in hand. In an instant, the originally empty and wide street was filled with snake warriors, and for a moment, the scene was somewhat spectacular. However, Xiao Ming just watched the scene and did not care about it. The snake people only had a slight threat to him in the form of Yumei, and anyone else below the Do King realm would only be sending themselves to their deaths no matter how many people they sent. Who blew the horn? Where is the enemy? Look, he's in the sky. It's a powerful person in the Do King realm. How could a human Do King appear? Didn't we have an agreement with the Jia Ma Empire to not allow a Do King or higher to appear in the depths of the desert? After a brief commotion, the snake people had calmed down, and seeing that the human powerhouse above them had no intention of attacking, they also did not rush to attack, but only looked at Xiao Ming rather fearfully. After Xiao Ming waited above the sky for a while, he discovered that Yumei still hadn't come out, so he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with this Yumei? I've been here for half a day and she still hasn't come out. Her vigilance is too bad. Xiao Ming, not wanting to wait any longer, landed directly on top of a house and asked a snake woman in the Do spirit realm which was not far away, where is Yumei, the commander of your tribe? Being asked by Xiao Ming, a Do King powerhouse, the snake woman was a little nervous. this human powerhouse, are you here to find Lady Yume? You don't have to be nervous, I don't have any enmity with your snake people, I won't do anything to you, I just have a request for her this time, where is she? Hearing that Xiao Ming was not here to look for trouble, a large group of snake people standing around sighed in relief. After all, the relationship between the snake people and humans was not good, so they were a little scared when a human power suddenly appeared. Since Xiao Ming wasn't here to look for trouble, that was good. Although that snake woman was still a bit cautious, even so, she answered Xiao Ming's question. Madam Yume went to the sacred city yesterday and won't be back until a little later today. Oh. Xiao Ming's eyebrows furrowed at her words, how much later is later? It's not that long, she'll be back soon. Because Xiao Ming was acting relatively calm and did not attack them as soon as he appeared, the snake woman did her best to answer Xiao Ming's question. Even if she didn't answer, a person from the Do King realm could know that their commander wasn't in the tribe if he tried his best to sense it. Xiao Ming couldn't help but be a little speechless at the snake woman answer. He had come to look for someone, but he hadn't expected her not to be in her tribe. What should he do now? Go straight to the snake sacred city? Looking at Xiao Ming, who was pondering, the snake woman, who was not supposed to have a low status in the Mei snake tribe, cautiously asked, this senior, why don't you wait a bit in our tribe? Xiao Ming listened to her words and thought that since he had come, he could wait for a while, and in an hour's time, if Yume still did not return, he would travel to the snake people's sacred city by himself. Following that Do spirit, he arrived at a room in the central oasis of the Mei snake tribe, and Xiao Ming stood waiting for a while. Luckily, Xiao Ming did not wait in vain, as Yume had returned to the Mei snake tribe very quickly, just as the snake people's Do spirit had said. He, younger brother, are you the powerful human who came to look for sister? In the hall, Yume looked at the handsome-looking young man in front of her and asked with a charming look. Because, after Xiao Ming came to the Mei snake tribe, he did not wreak havoc on the Mei snake tribe while she was gone, so Yume did not show much hostility towards Xiao Ming, who was a human. Although there wasn't much hostility, Yume's words were very rampant and provocative, and her eyes kept roaming over Xiao Ming's face. Younger brother. Xiao Ming faintly looked at Yume, he felt it was still necessary to let Yume know his capital. With a thought, a wave of intimidating pressure instantly unfolded in the room. The powerful pressure came and went quickly, but Yume in the room also recognized Xiao Ming's strength. A strong person at the peak stage of Do King. Realizing that Xiao Ming's strength surpassed her own, Yume's eyes finally turned serious. Seeing that Yume had become a little more serious, Xiao Ming calmly spoke, Commander Yume, my name is Xiao Ming, a 6th-tier alchemist, and I am currently the elder of Jianan Academy's alchemy department. I have no malicious intent in coming to your snake people tribe this time, I just want to exchange a sans datura with you, and of course, you can mention the conditions. In the end, Haibudong would have to pay for it anyway, so it didn't matter what conditions the other party put on it, as long as they weren't too outrageous. Hearing Xiao Ming says that he was a 6th-tier alchemist, a trace of surprise appeared in Yume's eyes. Although Xiao Ming was tall, his face was childish, so he obviously couldn't be too old. The strength above her was already too outrageous, and he was still a 6th-tier alchemist, this was too monstrous. And when she heard that Xiao Ming was the elder of Jianan Academy's alchemy department, Yume's face showed a hint of fear. Although the snake people were under siege in the Tgthegood desert, they also had knowledge of the Jianan Academy, which was not a force they could afford to mess with. Not to mention the Jianan Academy, even a 6th-tier alchemist was not something they could play with. After looking at Xiao Ming's face for a while, Yume spoke with a smile, so it's Master Xiao Ming himself, I'm sorry for disrespecting you, how talented is Master Xiao Ming to have such strength at such a young age. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Master, about the sans datura, our Mei snake tribe no longer has any stock, only Her Majesty's sacred city has some stock. Xiao Ming gave a weak reply and did not feel disappointed, he only said, in that case, I would like to ask you to be a go-between and take me to the snake people's sacred city to negotiate, how about it? I will pay the remuneration. Chapter 139. Take you to the sacred city. Yume laughed at his words, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave after going? You know, there is no shortage of those who are extremely displeased with humans, they won't want to treat you peacefully like me. I don't think the snake people race would antagonize a 6th-tier alchemist for no reason, right? Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. That's not necessarily true. Yume secretly thought, as the commander of the Mei snake tribe, she knew very well that there were many existences among the snake people who were ruthless towards humans, and these people could not resist making a move every time they saw a human. Even she herself did not have a good feeling toward humans. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ming had not caused any harm to her tribe and was so powerful, one fears that she would have made her move the first time she saw Xiao Ming. However, although the snake people would rarely deal with human powers, they would nevertheless try to avoid offending a master alchemist like Xiao Ming. Even if someone with no brains wanted to make a move, they would be persuaded not to do so because they were also very clear about the kind of appeal a master alchemist of Xiao Ming's level had. For example, as long as Xiao Ming wanted to, he could easily find more Do Emperor powerhouses than the total number of Do Emperor of the Snake People tribe and overthrow them. At the same time, the Snake People tribe also had a demand for pills, and due to their innate attributes, the Snake People tribe could not produce alchemists, so establishing a good relationship with a human master alchemist was also something the Snake People tribe should consider. After a moment of contemplation, Yume then delicately smiled and said, "Since Master Xiao Ming is not worried, then I will accompany you to the sacred city." "Then thank you very much, Commander Yume. I wonder what kind of remuneration Commander Yume wants." Xiao Ming first thanked, then asked directly. "Remuneration?" Yume smiled softly at his words, her eyes were quite warm as she watched Xiao Ming's cheeks, licking her lips flirtatiously. One didn't know what she was thinking about, but she didn't speak for half a second. "Commander Yume. Master Xiao Ming is the most handsome man Yume has seen over the years, so I got carried away for a moment, please don't blame me." The corners of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched at her words. Indeed, he believed that he was the most handsome man Yume had seen over the years. After all Snake People males were hideous, but it was also no excuse to keep looking at him like that. Sighing secretly, Xiao Ming said, "Commander Yume is joking, the matter of remuneration. I will simply lead the way, you can forget about the remuneration, as long as Master remembers the friendship with the Snake People tribe." Yume stretched her waist for a moment before lazily saying. When dealing with an alchemist like Xiao Ming, the most important thing was to strike up a relationship with the other party if there was the opportunity. Wouldn't it be foolish to throw away this opportunity for a small profit? Especially since Xiao Ming was now incredibly young and had huge scope for development. Since Yume said so, Xiao Ming didn't bother to say more. Anyway, forming relationships wasn't a bad thing. When the time came, if they wanted to ask him to refine pills, they still had to follow the alchemist's rule. After Yume agreed, she and Xiao Ming soon left the Mei Snake tribe and headed to the sacred city of the Snake People, where Medusa was located. The Mei Snake tribe was already close to the depths of the Tgthegood desert, plus they were both strong Do kings. As the scorching sun in the sky gradually hid in the west, the two finally saw it, a huge city, faintly appearing at the end of the horizon. "Oh, up ahead is the sacred city, follow me closely, but don't run that way, or you will be treated as an enemy by the guards of the sacred city." Seeing the city, Yume came to Xiao Ming's side and said. Xiao Ming nodded to show that he had understood, and then the two of them flew through the sky toward the city at an even greater speed. The closer they got to the city, the more Xiao Ming noticed that in the middle of the endless yellow sand surrounding this majestic city, many more huge rocks had begun to appear, and behind these rocks was a temple where Queen Medusa resided. Only when they were almost above the city did their speed slow down. Like the Mei Snake tribe, there were also snake people patrolling above the walls of the sacred city. However, after spotting Xiao Ming and Yume, they did not cause much commotion due to Yume's presence. They merely asked questions and let them in after finding out the purpose of the two's coming. During this period, Xiao Ming deliberately observed the snake people's disposition as well as its strength. Xiao Ming found that the overall strength of the snake people's guards in this city was definitely stronger than Yume's Mei Snake tribe. In addition, among those guards, there were also some snake people with some strange costumes. These snake people, with cold faces, were hidden in the shadows, and within a few feet around these snake people, none of the other snake people dared to set foot near them. Obviously, they were quite afraid of these snake people with strange costumes. Medusa guards. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed and did not care about these people. Instead, under Yume's leadership, he headed towards the divine hall in the center of the snake people. In the middle of the spacious and luxurious hall, a delicate figure leaned gently on the back of a chair, looking slightly tired, scanning from time to time with her lazy gaze at Xiao Ming, who was sitting next to her, and said loudly. "Master Xiao Ming, this time I exhausted myself a lot for your sake. When you have the chance in the future, you must reward me well." After a day of flying back and forth, although Yume was a strong Do king, she couldn't help but feel a little tired. "It's you who doesn't want to be rewarded." Xiao Ming muttered inwardly, but mostly said, "If there is a chance, I will do it." When Yume opened her mouth to say something else, she suddenly closed it for some reason, and her face immediately became very respectful as she stood up and looked beyond the great hall. Xiao Ming also looked beyond the great hall when a beautiful snake person appeared at the entrance of the great hall. She was a very beautiful snake woman with a graceful body, sexy and charming in general, and wore an elegant and beautiful purple robe. She was voluminous and luscious, much like a mature juicy peach, from which a faint sensation of attraction emanates. She has long red hair extending to her narrow waist, and her golden eyes seem to look down on the whole world. She also had a huge purple snake tail. For this kind of woman, it seems that the only way to describe her is to use the words demonic beauty. However, underneath her charm, there is a touch of nobility and grace like that of an empress, a charming aura that suddenly reminds Xiao Ming of Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, whom he had met in the Xiao family. They both had that elegant aura of being in an elevated position. The identity of the person coming was obvious, it was none other than Queen Medusa. Behind Queen Medusa, there was a bald man with a violent aura around him, and his shiny bald head was painted with patterns of grey and white snakes, which, when seen from afar, were like coiled grey and white vipers, making people shudder. And next to the bald snake person was a beautiful snake woman. Chapter 140. Medusa gave Xiao Ming the same feeling that Jia Xing Tian had given him in Jiama Sacred City, clearly being at peak Do Emperor. As for the two behind her, the bald snake person was only slightly weaker than Medusa, and his strength should be in high star Do Emperor. And the snake woman beside the man, on the other hand, was about the same as Yume, in the Do King realm. The first moment Xiao Ming saw Medusa and the other two also saw Xiao Ming. However, the three of them were a little surprised by Xiao Ming's young appearance, especially Queen Medusa, since her realm was the highest among them all. Moreover, the snake's own physique was cold, so she clearly sensed the extremely hot flame aura on Xiao Ming's body. Having traversed the Tgthegood desert for decades, it was the first time Medusa felt such a fiery aura on a person. This made her narrow her eyes, it was not known what she was thinking. Your Majesty. When Yume saw Medusa, she immediately bowed respectfully. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, then wagged her snake tail and walked over to the purple crystal throne that sat atop the high dais in the center of the great hall and sat down. With a glance at the few people still standing, Queen Medusa raised her hand and said softly, "Be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As Yume and the others sat down, Medusa rested her face on her right hand and asked with an even tone, "Yume, you left yesterday, but why did you come back suddenly today? You even brought a human into the sacred city, don't you know that humans are not allowed to set foot in the sacred city?" At Medusa's question, Yume, who had just sat down, unhurriedly stood up and replied. "Your Majesty, this man is a 6th-tier alchemist, and since he wanted to come to the sacred city in exchange for a sans datura, he asked me to bring him to the sacred city to see you, Your Majesty." Medusa nodded softly at this, accepting her statement without saying anything. However, the bald snake person sitting closest to her seat on the throne frowned and said, "Oh, asking for the sans datura? Since when did you become so friendly with human scum, Yume? The sans datura is very valuable to our clan, why don't you tell him to go back where he came from first? For this little whitey to have the strength of a Do King at this age is already extremely unbelievable, plus a 6th-tier alchemist. Heh. You haven't taken a liking to this little whitey, have you?" Obviously, the bald snake person did not believe Yume's words, and there was a lot of gunpowder in his words, but of course, this gunpowder was mainly directed at Xiao Ming. This made Xiao Ming frown. It is true that just as Yume said, most of the strongest snake people are not friendly to humans. At the bald man's questions, Yume frowned, then stretched and smiled. "The Grand Commander doesn't know anything, Master Xiao Ming is stronger than me and didn't attack the Mei Snake tribe before I returned to the tribe, so he shouldn't have any hostility towards the snake people, and besides, he is an elder of the alchemy department of the Jia Nan Academy, the Grand Commander should have heard of the name of the Jia Nan Academy." "Humph, you are confused. This man needed you for something, that's why he didn't attack your Mei Snake tribe. If he didn't need you, let's see how he would have treated you. Humans are very cunning, after so many years of fighting humans, have you still not seen their character clearly?" The Grand Commander smiled disdainfully. And this man said he wanted a sans datura, but which 6th-tier alchemist would risk so much to enter our tribe just for a simple medicinal herb? If you think about it, it's not something possible, I'm afraid this person has an ulterior motive. Hearing the Grand Commander say this, Yume was also somewhat at a loss, however, she still did not believe that the Grand Commander was right. Therefore, she turned her gaze directly to Medusa, who was sitting on the throne. "That's all." Medusa stopped the Grand Commander's words. Upon being stopped by Queen Medusa, the Grand Commander immediately shut his mouth. Medusa turned her gaze towards Xiao Ming and said, "Human, you heard the conversation just now, our snake people tribe does not welcome humans, however, remembering that you are someone brought by Yume, this queen does not want to make things difficult for you. My tribe's sans datura are all rationed, one less and one of our gifted tribe members won't be able to fuse with a magical snake-type beast, as long as you can pull out a similar herb and promise to make a pill for my snake people tribe once, I can do you the favor and trade you the sans datura, how about it?" Xiao Ming felt speechless, although he had a lot of medicinal herbs in his storage ring. He really didn't have any medicinal herbs that would help the snake people fuse with snakes, so how could he exchange something? After thinking about it, Xiao Ming took out a jade box from his storage ring. The moment Xiao Ming took out the jade box, Queen Medusa and Yume immediately felt the urge to open the jade box as if there was something inside that contained a deadly attraction for them. Feeling this impulse that she seemed to have never felt before, Medusa looked at the jade box with some surprise and said, "What is this?" Xiao Ming did not stop and opened the jade box indifferently. Medusa and the others only felt the deadly charm become even stronger, and their eyes were fixed on the revealed medicinal herb. The revealed medicinal herb was in the shape of a foot-sized green snake with a crystalline body, and under the light of the moonstone in the great hall, a dark green liquid could be seen flowing inside. Looking at the medicinal herb, the Grand Commander swallowed hard and said, "Human, what kind of medicinal herb is this?" Xiao Ming looked at the four people staring at the jade box in his hand and smiled slightly. "You must have heard of the name of this medicinal herb. Its name is Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit. Named in chapter 41. It's really the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit." Yume and the others were a little surprised at these words, and then felt somewhat relieved. No wonder this medicinal herb attracted them so much. It was a very rare medicinal herb, and if it was refined into a pill, the effect was even more extraordinary. This medicinal herb was naturally of little use to humans, but to the snake people tribe, it was comparable to a divine medicine. Although the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit had a miraculous effect on snake-type magical beasts, the rarity of this medicinal herb was so high that Yume and the others had only read a few words about this medicinal herb in the Snake People tribe's secret books. "Human, do you really want to exchange the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit for the Sans Datura?" Medusa's eyes sparkled as she asked. "This is natural, I don't have any herbs similar to Sans Datura with me besides this medicinal herb." "Well, we agree on this matter, however, I have one more condition." "What is the condition?" "Refine it into a pill that will help me evolve." Xiao Ming twisted his lips wordlessly at her words. The Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit was the same as body transformation grass, although both possessed certain effects if consumed directly. For them to work on a dough emperor like Medusa, they still had to be refined into a pill. The pill refined from the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit, called the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill, was not much lower in tier, and was also a 7th tier high-level pill. Even if he could refine it, he wouldn't do it. For a simple Sans Datura, it was already enough to give the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit in return, wasn't it? So Xiao Ming immediately said, "Queen Medusa, I'm only a mere 6th tier alchemist, the pill that can help you evolve is 7th tier, I'm afraid I can't refine it." Naturally, I know, however, you can reach 6th tier alchemist at this age, with the support of my snake people tribe, 7th tier won't take you more than a few years." Medusa looked at Xiao Ming, her red lips drew a thin bow, and suddenly, her exquisite face was filled with a seductive aura. Her frown and smile caused the Snake People Grand Commander below her to be distracted, and the look of adoration in his eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Chapter 141. Medusa's smile was so charming and seductive, but Xiao Ming had no intention of appreciating this touching scene. The meaning of Medusa's words made Xiao Ming's face turn cold and he said without the slightest fluctuation in his tone, "Queen Medusa, what do you mean by this? The Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit in exchange for the Sans Datura is more beneficial than harmful to you. This is not enough to you, and you still want to imprison me in the Snake People tribe?" You can't say I'm imprisoning you, I just want you to help us refine the pill. Don't worry, after you help us, we will naturally let you go. Moreover, we will take care of the ingredients for the pill." "What if I don't agree?" "Disagree?" Medusa said nothing, but the Grand Commander, not far from her seat, coldly sneered and said, "Agreeing is your only option. Do you think you can get out of here by being a mere dough king?" After saying that, the Grand Commander stood up, and with a flick of his snake tail, he turned into a black shadow and shot out towards Xiao Ming. Seeing the Grand Commander's movement, Yume could not stand still. Xiao Ming was brought by her to the sacred city, she did not want anything to happen to Xiao Ming here. So she immediately stood up and tried to stop the Grand Commander, but Medusa, who was on the top of the amethyst throne only looked at her faintly, causing her to immediately stop her actions. Queen Medusa's meaning was clear, telling Yume not to interfere with the Grand Commander. Yume still held Xiao Ming in high regard, he gave her a different feeling than other human powerhouses she had seen before, and he was also the most beautiful person she had ever seen. That was why she had stood up just now, but under Medusa's orders, although she had some reluctance in her heart, she could only watch helplessly as the Grand Commander beat Xiao Ming. After all, she and Xiao Ming had just met today, and no matter how highly she thought of him, it would not make her disobey Queen Medusa's orders. "I can't change Her Majesty's decision, I just hope that the Grand Commander won't hit him too hard." Yume sighed lightly in her heart. Looking at the bald Grand Commander flying towards him, Xiao Ming coldly snorted and moved his hand to put the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit in his storage ring. After Xiao Ming finished this action, the Grand Commander had already appeared in front of him. Looking at Xiao Ming's defined and handsome face, the corner of the Grand Commander's mouth drew a frightening arc as he clenched his right hand and punched towards him, and in an instant, a loud bang was heard. Son of a bitch, I haven't liked your nasty looks for a long time, let's see if you don't die this time. As expected, his fist struck Xiao Ming, who was sitting down, but he showed no joy. As he watched his fist smash through Xiao Ming's head, turning his seat into dust, his face was unusually ugly. Was it the afterimage left by excessive speed? This stinking brat is just a Do King, how can he be so fast? Looking at the slowly dissipating Xiao Ming in front of him, before the Grand Commander had time to look around and figure out where Xiao Ming was, he felt a strong breeze coming from behind his head. Humph. So what if you're fast? It's just a dream if you're thinking of fighting me with your speed alone. With a cold snort, the Grand Commander swung his tail, and a dense piece of snake scales emerged from his tail, glowing with green do chi mixed with cold energy. The snake tail fiercely smashed against the place where the strong breeze was coming from. Boom! The moment they came into contact, a dull and low sound thundered out, and a terrifying energy ripple fiercely spread out, causing both Xiao Ming and the bald Grand Commander to retreat several steps back in quick succession. Looking at Xiao Ming, who was smashing into the Grand Commander without going to a disadvantage, Medusa and Yume showed a bit of surprise in their gaze. They did not expect that Xiao Ming could actually have such accomplishments in his physical body, which was no worse than those Do Emperor who specialized in body training. Feeling a slight tingle in his tail from the collision with Xiao Ming, a trace of surprise flashed in the Grand Commander's eyes, which quickly faded away. Only to see him glaring at Xiao Ming who stood in front of him, a grimace on his face. Heh, I didn't expect you little brat to have a few skills, I really underestimated you, but I would like to see how long you can last in front of me. After saying that, the Grand Commander approached Xiao Ming again. After looking at Medusa, who remained calm on top of the amethyst throne, and then at the Grand Commander who was chasing after him, the coldness in Xiao Ming's eyes grew heavier and heavier. Looks like a peaceful settlement isn't going to work. In that case, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that Medusa hasn't made a move yet to teach this asshole snake people commander who's been talking out of his ass a lesson. Xiao Ming had been putting up with the Grand Commander for some time now, seeing that he was full of malice towards him from the very first moment, as if he owed him money and had not paid him back. With his mind set on teaching the Grand Commander a lesson, Xiao Ming's back vibrated and a burst of silver lightning appeared in the Great Hall as he dodged the Grand Commander's attack with terrifying speed and flew out. Trying to flee. The Grand Commander, who had blocked the attack, had a grim look on his face, and his back also vibrated as green-colored wings appeared on his back. I'm going to see where you can escape. After saying this, the Grand Commander flew out of the Great Hall like a black shadow. Just as he rushed out of the Great Hall, the Grand Commander realized that Xiao Ming was not fleeing in the distance as he had imagined, but was waiting for him in midair. Human, aren't you going to flee? Flee. Heh, I feel the need to teach a noisy baldy like you a lesson first, Xiao Ming said indifferently. The Grand Commander smiled angrily at his words, arrogant. As he said that, the green-colored do chi on his body rose even more violently by almost 3 meters or more, and then, a powerful pressure shot out. Looking from afar, it seemed as if it was a green-colored giant. Whether it is arrogance or not, you will know later. Looking lightly at the bald Grand Commander, Xiao Ming said mockingly in his heart. Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change, 10,000 Beasts Transformation. Xiao Ming's hand moved rapidly as he slowly recited the words in his heart, and when the last word fell, the seal on his hand abruptly froze, and majestic red flames surged furiously from Xiao Ming's body, engulfing him in flames. A second later, the aura on Xiao Ming's body completely retracted into his body, so that an instant later, his aura gushed out like a volcano that had broken the shackles of the earth. Flaming red do chi erupted from Xiao Ming's body and pierced through the sky. The hot flames directly caused the temperature of the sacred city around him to rapidly rise. At this moment, Xiao Ming's aura had already far surpassed the level of a Do King, and when measured vaguely, it was at least enough to be comparable to a 4-star Do Emperor. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Medusa looked at Xiao Ming in the sky and thought to herself. He really does have a heavenly flame. Previously, Queen Medusa was very surprised that the fire attribute Do Chi inside Xiao Ming's body was so strong. With the brain circuitry of an ordinary person, it was naturally hard to think that Xiao Ming possessed a heavenly flame. However, Medusa had been tangled up these past few days on whether or not to use the tribe's secret method to ascend to Do Ancestor, and this secret method would require a heavenly flame. Therefore, the first thing Medusa associated was that the fire attribute in Xiao Ming's body was so strong due to some kind of flame and that this flame was most likely a heavenly flame. This was why she had forced Xiao Ming to stay earlier, in order to provoke him into making a move, and to her surprise, she was actually right. Of course, forcing him to stay was not just to check if he had a heavenly flame, but to make the other party actually stay. The Snake People race's secret method was extremely risky, and now that she could get her hands on a pill that avoided those risks, she naturally wanted to use the method that wasn't risky. People who could refine 7th-tier pills were rare in the northwestern region, and those were existences that the Snake People tribe could not mess with. If Xiao Ming fled, who would she find to refine this pill? Xiao Ming not only had a heavenly flame, he would also be able to refine 7th-tier pills in the future. With all that, Queen Medusa had even less intention of letting Xiao Ming leave, and if Xiao Ming failed to refine the pill, she could still borrow the heavenly flame from the other party to evolve. In short, Queen Medusa wanted both. Although the move to force Xiao Ming to stay might offend the Jianan Academy. However, the Jianan Academy was so far away from the Tgthegood desert, that by the time they found out that Xiao Ming had not appeared for a long time, she would probably have already advanced to Do Ancestor a long time ago. There was no need for her to fear the Jianan Academy when she advanced to Do Ancestor. Even if she failed to advance, Queen Medusa had nothing to fear. This was because, although Queen Medusa intended to keep Xiao Ming in the Snake People tribe, she did not intend to mistreat him. As long as the Jianan Academy came looking for him, the Snake People tribe would let him go and provide proper compensation. Although there were some risks, they were insignificant compared to the opportunity to advance to Do Ancestor and her tribe's departure from the harsh environment of the Tgthegood desert. No one knew what Queen Medusa was thinking, and overhead, the majestic aura of Xiao Ming and the Grand Commander swept across the entire sacred city of the Snake People race, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. That's the Grand Commander. He's taking on a human. What's going on? How could a human enter the sacred city? I know. This human seems to have been brought in by Commander Yume. Humans are sinister, cunning, and despicable scums. The Grand Commander is doing a good job, I hope he teaches him a lesson. He. Although, Xiao Ming's aura was very majestic and he was an expert at first glance. However, those Snake Peoples were not worried in the least and had great confidence in the strength of their bold Grand Commander. It was reasonable that the Snake People tribe had nothing to worry about. Currently, the sacred city had gathered 2 Do Emperors and 2 Do Kings from their own Snake People race, both Do Emperors being high star, and Medusa was even at the peak of Do Emperor. With this strength, what else were they to worry about when the other party was only one person? Therefore, there was only gloating on their faces at Xiao Ming's upcoming unfortunate fate. Of course, Xiao Ming having an unfortunate fate was nothing more than their own delusion. I was thinking about what gave you so much confidence, so it turned out to be this secret technique to increase your strength for a short period of time. The green color Do Chi condensed into a substance around the bald Grand Commander's body, as he looked at Xiao Ming, whose strength had increased tremendously, his face had a hint of disdain. This kind of secret technique to increase strength for a short period of time was actually very powerful, and the Snake People tribe also had this kind of secret technique. However, this kind of secret technique did not usually last for a long time. Moreover, after using the secret technique, the other party's aura was still not as strong as his, so, was that all? Just with that alone, was he planning to teach him a lesson? What a joke! Boom! After sucking all the released flames back into his body and raising his aura a little more, and feeling the surge of power inside his body, Xiao Ming did not say a word in retaliation. Instead, his silver wings behind his back vibrated, and only a beam of light was seen, and in the next instant, he appeared above the Grand Commander's head, his right leg filled with red flames, as he fiercely kicked towards the Grand Commander. Damn it, this speed! Actually, it's twice as fast as before. The Grand Commander was shocked by Xiao Ming's speed. He hurriedly raised his hands to resist Xiao Ming's attack, and bang! Under the gaze of thousands of Snake People, the Grand Commander was kicked from the sky to the ground by Xiao Ming, kicking up chunks of sand and dust. Seeing this scene, the Snake People fell silent. Why was it so different from how they had imagined it? At the entrance of the Great Hall, Queen Medusa chuckled and said, "You have a little strength, but still, you will have to stay with us." Xiao Ming also knew that this kind of attack would at most cause the other party to suffer some light injuries, but to teach him a lesson, it was still far from being enough. With a wave of Xiao Ming's palm, a small red energy sword appeared in his hand. With a seemingly random technique, he fixed the small sword in the sky, and in an instant, the sky was covered with small red swords. Xiao Ming was using the high D-Do technique, for Hell's sword formation. You damned human scum, you were hiding your strength earlier. And at this moment, a shout rang out and the Grand Commander appeared above the sky again. Only at this moment, the Grand Commander did not have the same calm as before, his arms were completely black and many black scales had fallen off. The Grand Commander was really annoyed at this moment. The strength of Xiao Ming's attack just now was more than a level higher than when he was in the Great Hall before, and so was his speed. That was why he was taken by surprise and was knocked to the ground by his opponent, and the flames enveloping his body were also very terrifying, and could easily disperse his cold Do Chi. Having suffered a loss at this moment, the Grand Commander was no longer so careless, and with a wave of his right hand, his aura suddenly became more intense, his toes lightly tapped the void, shooting his body upwards more than 10 meters. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, and a low cry rang out, "Snake skill, 10,000 snake bite." As the voice fell, tens of thousands of snakes made of green energy appeared in the sky, and with a soft movement of his palm, the snakes shot out towards Xiao Ming like lightning. From the observer's point of view, it looked like a dense rain of green snakes. Insignificant trick. This kind of scattered energy attack could only be considered a nuisance to someone of Xiao Ming's level. It was impossible to cause damage. It must be some kind of deception of the Grand Commander in making this kind of attack. However, Xiao Ming did not care. With a wave of his right hand, the small red swords he had released earlier began to destroy the green snakes. Chi. Under everyone's gaze, the small red swords collided with the green snakes, causing the green snakes to be vaporized the moment they touched any of the small red swords. How is that possible? The Grand Commander had an incredulous look on his face. There is nothing impossible. How are you going to compare my swords made with heavenly flame wisps with your little snakes that you have created with ordinary do chi? Ordinary do chi is simply garbage in front of a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming shook his head, and without moving, he released a small sword in his hand that merged with the stream of swords. A white spot on that small sword was extremely difficult for anyone to notice. Under the blows of the stream of swords, the small snakes released by the Grand Commander quickly disappeared, leaving only a small dark green snake resisting the siege of the small swords. I knew your bald head was thinking of playing a trick on me, humph. Although he didn't know what use the small snake had, Xiao Ming snorted coldly and decided to get rid of it. Seeing that the little green snake couldn't hold on much longer, the Grand Commander's face changed greatly, and he immediately formed a seal to retrieve it in his hand. When the red swords lost their target, Xiao Ming's expression did not change and his hands formed a seal. Those red swords immediately fused. The energy between heaven and earth converged on those swords, making them successfully fused, thus, creating a red sword of a size of 20 meters, which appeared before everyone's eyes. Red flames burned on the red sword, and the terrifying temperature made the space around it seem to distort. Without pausing for a moment, Xiao Ming waved his right hand and the red giant sword flew towards the Grand Commander. Chapter 142. The red sword struck gave the Grand Commander a great feeling of oppression, and the heat from the red flames of the red sword caused small beads of sweat to soak his face. The power of the red sword was terrifying, but the Grand Commander was not too frightened, and after a cold snort, he dodged as he violently threw the small green snake in his hand into the air. Snake Spirit Manifestation. At the Grand Commander's mutter, the light in his palms suddenly glowed, and in an instant, a pillar of green energy, several meters in size, shot out from his palm. As soon as the pillar of green energy shot out of his palm, it intertwined with the small snake in the air and, in a few moments, a huge ball of green energy appeared in the sky. As this huge ball of energy appeared, a fierce wind rose in the Snake People tribe's sacred city, and an aura filled with blood and violence emerged from the ball. Go! Seeing this move, Xiao Ming did not hesitate to let the red giant sword immediately attack the energy ball, and in the blink of an eye, the giant sword smashed into the energy ball. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang through the air, causing many of the weaker snake people to cover their ears. A huge ripple of energy erupted from the clash between the two attacks. Looking at the giant sword, which was consuming energy at a great speed, Xiao Ming frowned, but in his heart, he did not intend to consume the giant sword in this manner, as it would have a great use later on. As soon as his mind moved, dozens of flames appeared around his body. Xiao Ming's hands immediately moved again, and in the blink of an eye, the flames merged together and a huge colorful seal appeared in front of his body. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, he whispered to himself and pushed the colored seal with both palms towards the energy ball. At the same time, the giant sword moved out of the way. Boom! There was another rumbling sound, and the sky filled with flames. The green energy ball was surrounded by a ball of flames, and the ball inside could not be seen clearly. A few seconds later, the flames disappeared and the energy ball vanished, leaving only the small green snake thrown into the air by the bald Grand Commander. What happened? The snake people below were puzzled. As soon as doubts arose, they suddenly noticed that the small snake had begun to writhe, and moments later, it had transformed into a green energy snake over 30 meters long. Whoosh! As soon as the green snake appeared, the gusts of wind in the sacred city became even stronger, with gusts of wind visible to the naked eye swirling rapidly around the green snake, and a whooshing sound echoed throughout the Snake People tribe's sacred city. Looking at the huge snake made of green energy in the sky, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not expect that under the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's attack, this snake could still maintain such power. This snake must be this Baldy's spirit companion. Tsk, it's a bit troublesome. I can't keep going like this, I'll make it quick. Otherwise, it will be hard to escape later. Looking at the charming Medusa, who was staring at him, Xiao Ming exhaled softly and took a red sword in his hand, fiercely gripping the hilt. His aura suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a sword. Xiao Ming stepped into the void, and his body instantly appeared above the giant snake's head, and in the same instant, he kicked the giant snake's head down, causing it to fall more than 10 meters. Looking at Xiao Ming striking the giant snake, the Grand Commander sneered and wanted to step forward to surround Xiao Ming with the help of the giant snake. But before his feet could move, his face changed slightly. The huge red sword that had collided with the energy ball earlier was heading towards his face. With a swift movement, the Grand Commander narrowly dodged the giant sword's attack, but the red flames covering the sword made brief contact with the green-colored dochi diffusing from his body. This damn flame is so terrifying. The Grand Commander muttered to himself solemnly, but before he could do anything else, he realized that the giant sword was once again heading in his direction. The speed of the giant sword did not match its huge body at all, instead, it was extremely fast. For a moment, the Grand Commander was obstructed by the giant sword. Not far away, Xiao Ming held the red sword in his hand. Flames surrounded the sword as he slashed the snake spirit summoned by the Grand Commander until it turned into an illusory form. It's not like the snake spirit had no desire to attack Xiao Ming, but every time it attacked, the silver wings on Xiao Ming's back vibrated, causing it to strike only an afterimage. Seeing that the snake spirit's attacks were unsuccessful and it was only struck at Xiao Ming's hands, the Grand Commander was a bit anxious. If things continued like this, his snake spirit companion would definitely be seriously injured. If the snake spirit was seriously injured, he, who was connected with a soul link to the snake spirit, would be no better off. With a ruthless look, the Grand Commander planned to first finish off the giant sword that stood in his way. As the red sword approached him, the Grand Commander stopped and instead of dodging it, he made a seal with his hands, wall of 10,000 serpents. As his voice fell, the energy of the sky and earth in front of the Grand Commander was swept away and merged into small dense snakes. As soon as the small snakes appeared, each of them intertwined with the other, and in the blink of an eye, a wall of small green snakes appeared in front of the Grand Commander. The red giant sword was blocked by the wall of snakes, and the snakes made of energy from the wall kept disappearing under the giant sword's attacks, while the red giant sword, which had consumed a lot of energy earlier, also started to become illusory. Seeing the red giant sword become illusory, a smile appeared on the Grand Commander's face. His right hand was ready to strike, and when the wall of snakes disappeared, he sent a punch towards the giant sword. Boom! The giant sword shattered into countless pieces under this blow. Seeing this scene, the smile on the Grand Commander's face grew a little bigger. Looking at Xiao Ming who was not far away, his eyes turned sinister. Now, I can finally finish off that human scum. Not far away, Xiao Ming, who was violently punching the giant snake, heard the commotion and looked at the Grand Commander in front of the shattered giant sword. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. You've taken too long. Now that you've given me the chance, spirit, finish that baldy off. With a single movement of his mind, a tiny white spot hidden in the remnant red energy of the shattered sword shot towards the Grand Commander's forehead with lightning speed. What is this thing? The Grand Commander, who was about to head over to teach Xiao Ming a lesson, turned his face suddenly, and with no time to dodge, his right palm hurriedly rose to block in the direction the spirit was heading, while his body instinctively tried to dodge. Wham! The green do-chi from the Grand Commander's hand was no match for the spirit's attack. The spirit easily pierced through the Grand Commander's palm, then his forearm, elbow, and arm, before the spirit exited his body through his right shoulder. Aw! With this kind of attack, the Grand Commander couldn't help but scream. He just felt the inside of his arm turn to a pulp. His right arm was crippled, and without a pill, he might not recover for more than 10 years, or he might even be crippled for life. Before he could tremble with rage, the Grand Commander felt himself covered by a huge shadow. His face changed as he tried to flee. But it was too late, and a giant white snake coiled around the Grand Commander. The entangled Grand Commander's right arm was already crippled, so he only used the strength of his left arm to fight, but the next moment, a silver beam of light appeared right in front of him. It was Xiao Ming who had appeared at this moment. Human scum! The Grand Commander was about to curse angrily. Xiao Ming raised his right hand, directly striking the Grand Commander's mouth, leaving it half open and slightly tilted. Slap! The bald Grand Commander stood as he was left, slack-jawed. No damned human had ever dared to punch him in the face in his life. The Grand Commander's face turned red with anger. And he was about to try cursing again. Human SCU. Slap. Human S. Slap. You. Slap. Giving the Grand Commander several slaps in a row, and seeing that the Grand Commander's big mouth was even more crooked, with some teeth missing, as well as his eyes, which were starting to turn white, Xiao Ming smiled. Then, he looked towards Queen Medusa, who had appeared not far away from him at some point. Queen Medusa, why was your Grand Commander's mouth bigger than his strength? Down below, the snake people in the center of the sacred city were all a bit stunned, staring in disbelief at the Grand Commander who had been captured. How could it be possible that, in the blink of an eye, the Grand Commander had been captured? This Grand Commander was not a false one, was he? Chapter 143. The snake people on the ground showed great consternation at the capture of the bald Grand Commander with the strength of a Dough Emperor. The same was true for Queen Medusa in the air. No one had expected Xiao Ming to have hidden a trump card in his attack, just like the Grand Commander did. This caused them not to react until the Grand Commander was captured, and even Queen Medusa, who was the quickest to react, only managed to get a little closer to the Grand Commander and did not have time to rescue him. Of course, this does not mean that Queen Medusa did not react quickly, only that Xiao Ming was faster. Looking at the Grand Commander, who was enveloped by the giant white snake, while rolling his eyes and bleeding from his right arm, Queen Medusa said with a cold face, "Human, if you release the Grand Commander, I will let you go. You can't last much longer with your secret technique, right? If you want the Sans Datura, we can exchange it for you." After making the spirit become a thin thread to bind the bald Grand Commander, Xiao Ming laughingly said, "Hee, how long can my secret technique last? It's not for your Excellency Medusa to worry about. If you want this Grand Commander of yours to stay alive, prepare the Sans Datura, and the day after tomorrow, wait for me at the oasis near the Mace Snake tribe. By the way, I hope you're not thinking of ambushing me somewhere. I don't need to remind your Majesty of the power of an alchemist's soul, do I?" After saying this, without waiting for Queen Medusa's reply, Xiao Ming held the Grand Commander with his right hand, and with a flick of his silver wings, he turned into a silver light, shooting off into the distance. The snake people on top of the city wall did not dare to attack because Xiao Ming was holding the Grand Commander, while Queen Medusa chased him for a while, but found that Xiao Ming quickly disappeared from her sight, forcing Queen Medusa to stop. Behind, Hua Xier and Yume, who had Do King strength, were also following closely behind her. "Your Majesty, where is that human?" Hua Xier asked cautiously as she looked at Queen Medusa with a bearish face, and paused in midair. "He ran away. He was very fast. He must have practiced some kind of Do technique that allows him to increase his speed." Looking at Hua Xier, Queen Medusa said in a deep voice. "Ah, what shall we do about the Grand Commander?" Hua Xier's complexion turned ugly. The snake people didn't have many strong people, there were only a dozen Do Kings and Do Emperors, and the loss of a high-star Do Emperor could be said to hurt the core of the snake people tribe. "What else can we do? We'll give him the Sans Datura in exchange for the Grand Commander." Queen Medusa sighed and said somewhat helplessly. To be honest, she was a little surprised that things had developed to this point. The snake people were generally more powerful than humans at the same stage, and the Grand Commander was even a great realm higher than Xiao Ming, and yet, Xiao Ming still captured him. Queen Medusa did not know whether to say that the Grand Commander was too useless, or that the other party was too strong. She knew that it was not possible to say that the Grand Commander was too weak. She herself had fought against the Grand Commander and knew that, although the Grand Commander's strength was not as good as hers, he was still a powerhouse among the Do Emperor, so she could only accept that Xiao Ming was too strong. However, if she exchanged the Sans Datura for the Grand Commander, it was obvious that she would not get the Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit, let alone the refined pill with it. After thinking about it, Queen Medusa asked Yume, "What other information do you know about this human, other than his name and being from the Jia Nan Academy?" Upon hearing Medusa's question, Yume hesitated for a moment and said, "He did not reveal any other information. However, my tribe is in the direction of the Jiama Empire, and it is possible that the other party is from there." "Someone from the Jiama Empire?" If this is true, this person possessing this strength at a young age, he must possess considerable fame within the Jiama Empire, why not? Hua Xier had a bold idea. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Queen Medusa. "Forget it, the internal environment of the Jiama Empire is complicated, there are many strong people, and the other party is a sixth-tier alchemist with great attractiveness. Trying to find trouble in the other party's territory is definitely asking for trouble." "Then, should we ambush him at the place the other party said? As long as he is in the Tgthegood desert, we have some secret techniques that can hide our breath very well. Even if the other party is an alchemist, it will be hard to detect us. We can't take that risk. Let's talk while we go to the place to retrieve the Grand Commander. Oh, by the way, go to the treasury and take a few more herbs. Let's see if we can exchange them for that Snake Spirit Sacred Fruit," said Medusa with a frown. "Got it." After taking the bald Great Commander and flying for a long time, Xiao Ming's speed began to slow down until he landed in a part of the desert. At this time, Xiao Ming's aura was a little weak. These were the sequels after using Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. However, Xiao Ming didn't mind too much. He first probed behind him and made sure no one was following him, then casually threw the bald Great Commander to the ground. The bald Grand Commander was thrown towards the ground, colliding with his crippled arm, and the intense pain caused him to wake up with a loud cry. Ah dash! Shut up! Or I'll slap you! The screaming abruptly ended at Xiao Ming's warning. Seemingly embarrassed at his reaction, the bald Grand Commander looked at Xiao Ming in front of him in shame and humiliation. Slap! As he approached, Xiao Ming slapped him. This slap was so powerful that it directly buzzed the bald Grand Commander's brain, causing the left half of the face that came in contact with the palm to swell. After a while, the Grand Commander finally came to his senses and once again glared at Xiao Ming fiercely. Xiao Ming raised his hand again and gave him another slap. After 2 minutes of repetition, the Grand Commander began to see several Xiao Mings in front of him and no longer dared to show his vicious gaze. Rubbing his somewhat sore palm, Xiao Ming muttered to himself. This Grand Commander's cheek is really thick, my hand is a little sore from the beating. Xiao Ming slapped the Grand Commander's face purely to get back at him for his previous insults, so he only used a little physical strength, but being able to make his hand feel some pain also showed that the bald Grand Commander's physique was not bad. Looking at the Grand Commander who was shrugging his head like a quail, Xiao Ming shook his head and took out a pill from his storage ring. As an alchemist, Xiao Ming's ring possessed several qi return and wound healing pills. Of course, he had no intention of giving this pill to the Grand Commander, but put it directly into his mouth. Feeling that his dou qi was recovering, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then, his soul power surged, searching for some caves nearby. A minute later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and disappeared, taking the Grand Commander with him. The next time he appeared, he was already in one of the caves nearby. After driving the third-ranked scorpion out of the cave, Xiao Ming threw the Grand Commander to the ground again, then found a clean spot, sat down cross-legged and used his dou qi to heal his wounds. The cave was silent, not a sound could be heard. The Grand Commander who was lying on the ground looked at Xiao Ming who was motionless but his qi was slowly recovering, his eyes were constantly rolling and he was inwardly anxious. This human's wounds are recovering, no, I have to find a way to escape from here. The Grand Commander tried to stretch his arms, trying to stretch the spirit that enveloped him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the spirit would not budge, but rather the movement hurt his wound more, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that he could not withdraw the spirit from around his body, the Grand Commander had another idea, so he began to twist his body and crawl out of the cave. The snake people had many secret techniques, one of which was the ability to exchange their position with the snakes they came in contact with, and there was no lack of snake species in the Tgthegood desert. As long as he managed to get out of the cave, he could easily find snakes and use the secret technique to escape. After crawling like a worm, the Grand Commander had exhausted all his strength, but he was finally about to get out of the cave. Suddenly, Xiao Ming's voice rang in his ears. If I were you, I wouldn't have done this, Baldy. When did you get here? The Grand Commander's movements froze. Xiao Ming laughed lightly and did not respond, instead dragged the other party's tail into the depths of the cave. Throwing the Grand Commander to the ground, Xiao Ming's hands swiftly moved as the dou qi fused in his hands, traces of flames floating on them. You, what do you want to do? I'm warning you not to act recklessly. The bald Grand Commander shouted with a stern tone. Xiao Ming coldly snorted as his hand stopped and a strange seal entered the Grand Commander's body. As soon as the seal entered his body, the Grand Commander only felt an unprecedented emptiness throughout his body. Human, you actually sealed my dou qi. Oh, who told you to be dishonest? This secret sealing technique was taught to me by my master, which uses a trace of heavenly flame on it, unless I personally remove the seal or you take a 6th-tier pill to undo it, otherwise, you will only be a dou grandmaster for the rest of your life. Xiao Ming laughed playfully. Chapter 144. Hee, don't worry, although I won't undo the seal for you, whether or not you can find a 6th-tier pill to lift the seal depends on your fate. In fact, the Grand Commander's seal could not be lifted by an ordinary 6th-tier pill, but also required the cooperation of an alchemist who could skillfully manipulate the heavenly flame, otherwise, the medicinal power of the 6th-tier pill would only end up being devoured by the heavenly flame trace that Xiao Ming had left on his body and then explode. At that moment, the fate of this Baldy who was currently just a dou grandmaster would be obvious. Xiao Ming did not say it out loud, who would be foolish enough to tell the enemy the method to undo it. The Grand Commander was enraged at his words. The Snake People tribe didn't have any alchemists, and the human empires around the Tgthegood desert were all enemies of the Snake People tribe. Where would he find a 6th-tier pill? Did he really have to be a dou grandmaster all his life? This was unacceptable to the mighty Grand Commander, who couldn't help but scream in rage. Despicable human. I'm despicable. Xiao Ming shook his head wordlessly. You, who were the ones who started it, are the despicable ones. He had come with no ill intentions, yet because of Medusa's greed, things had ended up this way. The most important thing was that this time he had suffered no real loss, otherwise, things would not end with just a Grand Commander. Without bothering to say anything else to this mindless Grand Commander, Xiao Ming remembered that the spirit was still attached to the Grand Commander's body. Receiving Xiao Ming's thought, the spirit enveloping the Grand Commander turned into a white light and flew towards Xiao Ming, circling around him happily several times before finally disappearing into Xiao Ming's body. Looking at the indignant Grand Commander, Xiao Ming pulled a band of beast skin from his ring and tied him tightly. Then, he found something to stuff his mouth with. Only then did he sit cross-legged in his previous position. A day later, in the afternoon, at a small oasis 20 miles west of the May Snake tribe. Under the glare of the setting sun, the desert beyond the oasis was filled with yellow sand, thousands of miles of continuous rolling dunes staggered high and low like frozen waves, their smooth lines revealing their extraordinary charm, their particularly spectacular grandeur. Queen Medusa and Yume, however, were in no mood to appreciate this view, to which they had been accustomed since birth. They felt nothing but endless disgust at this sight. Yume turned her head once more and looked up at the sky, but there was no sign of Xiao Ming. "Your Majesty, we've been waiting for a day and the other party still hasn't arrived. Why don't you go back to the May Snake tribe first and leave the matter of retrieving the Grand Commander to me?" "Just you. The other party was able to capture the Grand Commander. With your strength, I'm afraid the human will capture you too," Queen Medusa said as she looked at Yume. Yume heard the words and said a little embarrassed, "I don't think so, I don't have any problem with him." Yume, who had spent a day with Xiao Ming, felt that she could still communicate with him. Previously, with the matter of the Grand Commander, she had wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but Queen Medusa had stopped her. "You have not, but our snake people race does have a problem with him. Humans covet our women and often kidnap them, so there's no guarantee he doesn't have some idea about you." Medusa shook her head. The reason the Snake People tribe had been able to survive under the siege of the human empires was through unity, and offending a Snake People commander could easily attract the other Snake People commanders. So when she heard this, although he didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing, Yume said nothing more. They waited until after sunset and still did not see Xiao Ming's figure. Just as Yume was about to speak, a black shadow came flying in from afar. The person who approached was none other than Xiao Ming, whose hand still carried the bald head whose aura was withered. "Your Majesty, the other side is here." At the same time Queen Medusa and Yume were communicating. Xiao Ming, who was in the air, also saw Queen Medusa and Yume. Casually tossing the Grand Commander to the ground, Xiao Ming said, "Where is the sans datura I need?" Queen Medusa frowned and looked at the Grand Commander motionless on the ground. In her perception, the Grand Commander's aura was only in the Do Grandmaster realm. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing, I just made him a little more honest." Queen Medusa would not let Xiao Ming deceive her, and after carefully perceiving, she suddenly spoke. "Did you seal his Do-Chi?" "Yes." "Undo the seal so you can obtain the sans datura." "Forget it then." Xiao Ming shook his head, bent down, carried the Grand Commander, and tried to leave. Seeing his action, Medusa couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, but the Grand Commander, being a Do Emperor, had to be saved, so her cold voice rang out, "Wait, let him go." Xiao Ming looked at her and did not move. Understanding Xiao Ming's meaning, Queen Medusa took out a jade box from her storage ring. "This is the sans datura you wanted. Open it and show it to me." Queen Medusa opened the jade box, and Xiao Ming looked at it to make sure the jade box contained the sans datura. "Throw it to me." "No, give him to me first." At this point, Medusa did not budge. "How about you throw the jade box and I'll throw the baldy?" "Fine. I'll count to 3 and we throw them at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Ming and Queen Medusa threw what they had in their hands at the same time. A silver light flashed and Xiao Ming got the object faster than Queen Medusa. Without staying too long, Xiao Ming turned back into a silver light, quickly disappearing into the oasis. When Queen Medusa received the Grand Commander and turned to look at Xiao Ming's location, she could only see a silver light. This made her feel secretly annoyed. The snake spirit sacred fruit was lost. Yume bent down and checked the bald Grand Commander's injuries before informing Queen Medusa. "The Grand Commander has a crushed bone fracture in his right arm. His right arm is now crippled. If it doesn't heal, all his strength will be reduced by 40%. In addition, Xiao Ming has sealed the Grand Commander's Do-Chi, without lifting the seal, the Grand Commander." Yume paused and did not continue. Medusa herself knew about sealing techniques and knew what Yume meant. If the seal was not lifted, the Grand Commander would be left with the strength of a Do Grandmaster. "I know, after I return to the sacred city I will look for the great elders and see what they can do." The secret sealing technique had always been strange and unpredictable, very difficult to undo, and Queen Medusa couldn't think of any good solutions. Yume nodded and asked again, "Your Majesty, why didn't you exchange the snake spirit's sacred fruit with him?" Queen Medusa certainly wanted to do so. At first she wanted to use other medicinal herbs and sands datura to exchange the Grand Commander with the snake spirit's sacred fruit. However, she gave up this plan after seeing the state Xiao Ming had the Grand Commander in, since it was more likely that the other party would also ask her for the other medicinal herbs in exchange for the Grand Commander. To avoid this situation, she first exchanged the Grand Commander. But after exchanging the Grand Commander, the other party fled and it was too late to suggest the exchange. Without answering Yume's question, Queen Medusa directly told Yume to wake up the bald head and take him out of the oasis. A few days later, Xiao Ming appeared on the streets of Rock Desert City, walked slowly, and soon arrived at the door of an inn. As soon as he entered, he saw Ziyan and the other girls sitting on some chairs. And all the people around them were looking at them with some astonishment. Sitting on the chairs, Ziyan suddenly sniffed several times, then her eyes lit up and she turned her head to look at the door. Seeing Xiao Ming looking at them with a smile, Ziyan immediately jumped up and flew into Xiao Ming's arms, her little head bobbing constantly. "Xiao Ming, you're finally back." Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian were attracted by Ziyan's movements and also saw Xiao Ming. The two of them rushed up to greet him. "Young master, you're back." Qing Lin's soft voice rang in his ears. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded his head. "You didn't have any accidents on your trip to the Snake People tribe this time, did you? Are you injured somewhere?" Xiao Yixian looked up and down Xiao Ming's body, there was no lack of concern in her tone. "No." Xiao Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, "This trip was quite smooth." Xiao Yixian looked at him suspiciously, her instincts told her that his trip was not as smooth as he said, but finding nothing, she could only suppress her worry as she walked towards him together with Qing Lin. Qing Lin didn't think so much about it, she was just happy that her young master was back. The people in the inn looked at this handsome young man who had suddenly appeared, surrounded by three beauties, and they all couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. But they didn't dare to say anything provocative either. Not that there hadn't been people who had tried to hit on these three girls and even tried to take them by force, relying on their strength. When they thought about what had happened to those people, everyone could not help but tremble, and their gazes towards Ziyan in Xiao Ming's arms were filled with fear. Many people felt admiration for Xiao Ming. Someone capable of making such a terrifying person act like a spoiled girl, it was really impossible not to admire him. Chapter 145. Patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming led them back to the table and sat down. "While I was away, nothing happened to you, right?" Smiling at Qing Lin, who was pouring him water, Xiao Ming asked. "With me around, what can happen?" Ziyan grumbled. "That's true, but why are they so afraid of you?" Picking up his glass of water and taking a sip, Xiao Ming pointed to the people around them and asked. Xiao Yixian answered the question, "That's because a few days ago, some people came looking for trouble and Ziyan taught them a lesson. After that, these people became like this." "That's right, Sister Ziyan is awesome, she wiped out those people in a single blow," Qing Lin said admiringly from the side. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Ziyan's blows were equal to leaving them severely injured or crippled, no wonder they looked at her like that. After taking another sip of water, Xiao Ming no longer continued with the topic and asked Ziyan. "Has anything happened in the east of the city?" "No, it has remained the same as before." "That's fine, later I will go to the east of the city to look for the heavenly flame, I will take Qing Lin with me." "Ha!" Qing Lin gaped at his words, then reacted and said nervously, "Young master, what can Qing Lin do by going?" "Qing Lin can't help young master that much, let Sister Ziyan accompany you." "I want to go." Hearing that Xiao Ming had just returned and wanted to go out again, and without taking her, Ziyan puffed out her cheeks unhappily and said. "I didn't say I wouldn't let you go." Xiao Ming sighed and turned to look at Xiao Yixian, "You should come too." It didn't matter if he brought 1 or 3 people, either way, they weren't going to go down into the magma, and with Ziyan watching, he could rest easy. Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded. After taking another sip of water, Xiao Ming led Ziyan and the girls to the east of the city. The desert was vast and the yellow sand was raging. "Xiao Ming, are you sure this is the right place?" Ziyan looked at the flat desert in front of her in confusion. The terrain here was extremely ordinary, without any features that could attract attention. Sites similar to this kind of sandy, flat terrain could be seen everywhere in the vast desert, and it was hard to imagine that this inconspicuous place had a heavenly flame hidden away. "Didn't I tell you it's underground?" Xiao Ming said in a low voice. "If it's underground, then how will we go down? We can't just dig randomly, right?" asked Xiao Yixian. "It's not a big problem." Xiao Ming did not have the slightest concern and said as he immediately closed his eyes, an invisible and powerful soul power spread out from his forehead in all directions. In an instant, all the movements around him were clearly transmitted to his brain. A few moments later, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Did you find it? Yes, follow me. With that, Xiao Ming headed in a northerly direction, followed by Ziyan and the girls, and soon the four of them arrived at an area where the ground was slightly sunken. After stopping, Xiao Ming raised his hand and threw a punch, and red energy flew out of his fist. Immediately, a hole of about 2 meters appeared in the sunken ground, and when he took a look inside the hole, it was pitch black, and a faint heat was rising from it. This hole should take us underground. Xiao Yixian slowly approached the dark entrance of the cave, waved her palm and a moonlight stone appeared in her hand, then threw it into the cave. The faint, bright light emitted by the moonstone took several turns in the black hole before disappearing completely. Should we go inside? Asked Ziyan as he slowly approached the edge of the hole. Sure. Then I'll go in first and explore the path. After Ziyan finished speaking, she did not delay and jumped into the black hole with a smooth leap. Seeing Ziyan jump, Xiao Ming turned his head and beckoned to Qing Lin, who was next to him. Seeing Xiao Ming's gesture, Qing Lin hurriedly trotted over to him, her pair of curious turquoise pupils looking at him excitedly. After a brief glance at those enchanting turquoise pupils, Xiao Ming moved his arm and, amid Qing Lin's stunned gaze, Xiao Ming held her waist and smiled. The environment in the hole is unknown, you are too young and your current strength is a bit lacking, please stay in my arms for a while. Seeing herself submerged in Xiao Ming's arms, Qing Lin's little face gradually turned red, she lowered her little face and nodded her head softly, but in her heart, she secretly said, young master smells so good. Xiao Ming did not know Qing Lin's thoughts. Holding Qing Lin, he gestured to Xiao Yixian and jumped into the hole. In the middle of the dark passageway, Xiao Ming held Qing Lin tightly in his arms, their bodies slid down along with the slope of the hole, chasing Ziyan in front of them. Behind them, Xiao Yixian held a moonlight stone, from which a faint light emanated, allowing her to discern if there were any obstacles in the way. A moment later, with a faint muffled sound, Xiao Ming landed firmly on the ground. After setting Qing Lin down on the ground, Xiao Ming turned around and caught Xiao Yixian, who was coming unsteadily behind him. Thank you. Xiao Yixian smelled the unique scent of Xiao Ming's body, pulled her hair back which was a bit messy, then smiled and thanked him. Looking ahead, she saw a dozen dark passages appear in front of them. So, this passage is not a straight line, there are actually a dozen more passages. Indeed there are a dozen passages, these passages must have been opened by a snake-like magical beast, there is still some of its aura left, and judging from the aura, this little snake must be a 4th-rank magical beast. Ziyan, who was in front of the passages, had her eyes closed, and hearing Xiao Yixian speak, she turned her head and said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming thought in his heart, these passages were probably opened by that two-headed flame spirit serpent, I just don't know why is that snake running around so restlessly. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming turned to Ziyan, can you find where that snake dwells? Of course I can. Ziyan smiled, as an ancient void dragon, her perception of other magical beasts' aura was stronger than Xiao Ming's, distinguishing the nests of magical beasts was just a small matter. Xiao Ming smiled upon hearing her words, that magical beast has dug so many holes here, it must be extremely familiar with this place, you lead the way forward, first we need to find that magical beast in its nest, then we will communicate with it, and we should be able to know the exact location of the heavenly flame. All the girls nodded at his words, feeling that they made a lot of sense. Ziyan identified the entrance to the cave for a moment, then pointed her small finger toward a passage to the left and said softly, this must be the passage. Xiao Ming's eyes went to the dark passage, which was clearly extremely deep. After seeing the situation, he entered without hesitation. Well done, follow me. In the dark and deep passage, there seemed to be no concept of time, everyone advanced with some discomfort, the passage seemed to never end. As the distance became deeper and deeper, a faint burning heat covered Xiao Ming and the girls' bodies, finally turning into a high temperature. Xiao Ming even felt that the dou qi in his body had become a little more active. Xiao Ming, who was walking in front, looked back at Ziyan and the girls behind him, the fire attribute energy here is too high, can you girls hold on? No problem. Ziyan had no problem. Inside Qing Lin's body, a cold energy was also continuously released, covering her, so she was also calm. However, Xiao Yixian's face was sweating heavily. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming's mind stirred. Xiao Yixian suddenly felt refreshed and was a little shocked to see the small milky white water droplets that radiated cold air, endlessly swirling around her. What is this? It's called cold ice marrow. Xiao Ming smiled kindly at her and didn't explain too much, instead, he turned to the front and walked into the passageway. Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Ming's back, and her heart gradually filled with warmth. As the passageway reached the end, everyone's speed increased, quickly crossing the final distance. Standing at the end of the passageway, looking at the fiery red world appearing in front of him, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth. In the huge space, the fiery red magma slowly flowed into it. From time to time there were huge bubbles emerging from the magma, but a moment later, it would burst, causing the fiery magma to shoot out, as beautifully as a fiery red firework. Standing at the end of the tiny passageway, looking at the almost endless world of magma in front of them, both Qing Lin and Xiao Xian were slightly shocked, and both involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Because she was protected by Xiao Ming's cold ice marrow, Xiao Xian felt very refreshed now and said in astonishment. I didn't expect such a terrifying place to be hidden underground in the east of the ordinary rock desert city. Chapter 146. The subterranean magma is, of course, terrifying. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Xian nodded and then thought of another question. Looking from left to right, she asked doubtfully. The living environment here is so horrible, so where does the aforementioned magical beast dwell? It can't live in the magma, can it? Young master, Sister Xianer, that magic beast really seems to be inside the magma, said Qing Lin as she clung to Ziyan, with her green eyes staring at the endless burning magma. Ziyan, who was being held by her, looked at Qing Lin in surprise. That little snake is indeed in the magma. I didn't expect you to be able to perceive it too. Tsk, this should be thanks to your eyes. I must say, your eyes are not bad at all. Ziyan had long since sensed the location of the little snake, however, she did not bother to say anything as she believed that Xiao Ming had also discovered it. In fact, Xiao Ming had also discovered it long ago. Staring at a certain part of the continuously falling magma, Xiao Ming told Ziyan and the girls to wait for a while, then with a great leap, his entire body appeared on the surface of the magma, and the beautiful silver wings on his back, slowly vibrated. Hiss. A sharp hiss sounded from beneath the fiery red magma, and a huge black shadow shot violently towards Xiao Ming in the air. The magma that flew out everywhere shook the calm magma lake, causing plumes of magma to shoot out of it into the sky, which was truly spectacular. The speed of the black shadow was also extremely fast, and the moment the sound ceased, its huge body showed a speed that did not match its size, and in an instant, it reached Xiao Ming, its ferocious mouth opened, and attacked using its sharp fangs. On the shore, although they knew that Xiao Ming's strength was extraordinary, seeing this scene, Qing Lin and Xiao Xian could not help but feel a little worried. Your courage is commendable. Facing the black shadow's attack, Xiao Ming did not panic and just threw a punch at the black shadow. This punch did not have any do qi attached to it simply relied on physical strength, and a violent bang rang out. With a loud sound, the sky was filled with blood-red magma splashes, and the two-headed flame spirit serpent, whose strength was 4th rank, mercilessly smashed into the magma. Half a second later, a magical beast emerged on the surface of the magma. This magical beast was a snake-like beast, extremely long, at least 40 to 50 feet long, and its entire body was fiery red. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a round fire jade. Its entire body was covered with palm-sized, red-colored scales. Branching out from the region of its long neck were 2 sinister heads. It was none other than the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Manipulating his do qi into a giant hand, Xiao Ming lifted this two-headed flame spirit serpent, then flew back to the edge of the magma. Young master, you are really awesome. You killed that evil thing that was attacking people with a single move. Looking at Xiao Ming as he flew back to the end of the passageway, Qing Ling's little face blushed with excitement. In her opinion, this snake had attacked her young master for no reason, which was enough to deserve to be beaten to death. Then Xiao Ming killed this thing in one move, which was very impressive. This little snake is not dead yet, it just fainted. Xiao Ming said with a smile. He still had to rely on this snakehead to find the green lotus core flame, so how could he kill it? So he deliberately controlled the strength of his strike, only to knock this snakehead unconscious. Xiao Ming, you left this little snake alive to give it to Qing Lin, right? Ziyan used a questioning phrase, but her tone was confident. Considering Qing Lin's performance upon entering this place, Ziyan quickly thought of what Xiao Ming had told them last time, that Qing Lin's eyes had a magical effect to enslave snake-like magical beasts. That's right. Xiao Ming nodded his head and signaled Qing Lin, come here. Qing Lin quickly arrived at Xiao Ming's side upon hearing his words. Looking at the huge body of the two-headed flame spirit serpent beside Xiao Ming, she couldn't help but grab the corner of Xiao Ming's robe. Young master. It's okay, don't be afraid. Xiao Ming moved a little closer to Qing Lin and stroked her little head to comfort her, then turned the two-headed flame spirit serpent's head so that it could look at Qing Lin. Xiao Ming rested his hand on the two-headed flame spirit serpent's head, and with a slight force on his hand, the two-headed flame spirit serpent seemed to be stimulated, and its pupils began to focus. When the two-headed flame spirit serpent regained consciousness and saw Qing Lin in front of it, it unconsciously wanted to hiss. But just as it tried to open its mouth, it realized that it could not open it, and a hand was resting on its head. Seeing that the owner of the hand was the human who had just knocked it unconscious, the two-headed flame spirit serpent's eyes filled with extreme fear and its whole body swung wildly trying to pull away. But no matter how hard the two-headed flame spirit serpent struggled, its body was trapped to death, and it couldn't even move ahead. Qing Lin, just make your eyes match its eyes. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, Qing Lin timidly nodded before her gaze locked onto the two-headed flame spirit serpent nearby. As soon as she aligned her eyes with those of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Qing Lin realized that the two-headed flame spirit serpent's huge diamond-shaped pupils, which were not closed, were filled with violent, bloodthirsty murderous intent. This caused Qing Lin to startle, and with her emotions fluctuating, 3 dark green spots suddenly emerged next to her turquoise pupils. The 3 green spots that appeared this time were much lighter than the ones Xiao Ming had seen last time, and even, if one looked carefully, one could find that these 3 dark green spots appeared to be like 3 small flower buds. The 3 dark green spots in Qing Lin's pupils suddenly glowed, and the 3 spots, in an instant, transformed into 3 extremely small green flowers. With the appearance of this strange green flower, a strong light shot out from it, illuminating the two-headed flame spirit serpent in front of it. Being illuminated by the strange glow, the huge body of the two-headed flame spirit serpent suddenly stiffened, and its 2 pairs of huge eyes looked at the girl in front of it with a slightly frightened look. The strange glow slowly moved over the two-headed flame spirit serpent's body and finally stopped in the center of the foreheads of the 2 snakeheads. When the strange glow stopped moving, it began to slowly shrink, and as the range of the strange glow became smaller and smaller, the light contained within it became more and more intense. When the light reached the size of a palm, it stopped shrinking, and with a burst of light, 2 tiny green flowers were etched on the 2 heads of the two-headed flame spirit serpent. When the flowers appeared, the strange light began to gradually disappear, and after a while, the tiny dark green flowers on Qing Lin's turquoise pupils quickly faded, and in just an instant, they returned to their previous emerald green color. After her pupils returned to normal, Qing Lin's body trembled for a while and her eyelids gradually closed, finally collapsing into Xiao Ming's arms. After Qing Lin collapsed, the eyes of the huge two-headed flame spirit serpent, however, remained somewhat dull. Only, every time its eyes swept across Qing Lin, the fierceness and murderous intent in them would involuntarily disappear, and instead, they were replaced by a gentle gaze. But at this moment, Xiao Ming kicked it into the magma. The two-headed flame spirit serpent fire that was kicked into the magma let out a hiss, but after seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, its 2 heads couldn't help but shrink back, obviously afraid of Xiao Ming. Ignoring the two-headed flame spirit serpent below, Xiao Ming looked at Qing Lin. Did something happen to Qing Lin? Chapter 147. Did something happen to Qing Lin? Xiao Yixian looked at Qing Lin in Xiao Ming's arms, took a few steps forward, and asked with some concern. There's nothing serious, it's just that when she activated her triple jade green snake flower pupils to subdue that magical beast, she consumed a lot of energy, and she should be able to wake up soon. Xiao Yixian listened to his words and let out a sigh of relief. After so many days together, she was already very fond of this little sister, and it was great that nothing had happened to her. It's good that everything is fine, but this triple jade green snake flower pupils is so monstrous. Qing Lin is not even a Do practitioner, but she was able to subdue a 4th-rank magical beast, Xiao Yixian said in astonishment. Not because Xiao Ming used only 1 strike to defeat the two-headed flame spirit serpent meant that it was weak. If other ordinary low-star Do kings came here, one feared that they would not be able to deal with this magical beast. I don't know the name of this magical beast. Xiao Yixian took a few steps closer to Xiao Ming and said softly. This magic beast is called two-headed flame spirit serpent. It usually grows in extremely hot places and feeds by devouring magma. It has a large evolution range. When it is born it is only a 1st-rank magical beast, but if it has enough time, it is able to evolve into a 6th-rank magic beast which is comparable to a Do Emperor powerhouse. With this 4th-ranked one, I don't know how long it has been in this place. Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian continued to chat while waiting for Qing Lin to wake up, and some time later, Qing Lin, still in Xiao Ming's arms, slowly woke up, shaking her sleepy little head. She lifted it up to look at Xiao Ming who was holding her. Her little face turned slightly red, while her slender fingers rubbed her temples. Xiao Ming was the first to notice. He lowered his head and said. Qing Lin, do you feel any discomfort? No. Qing Lin shook her small head and then added, Young master, Qing Lin knows where the heavenly flame is. It's because of that two-headed flame spirit serpent, isn't it? Qing Lin nodded, pursed her little mouth, and smiled. Suddenly, she freed herself from Xiao Ming's embrace and trotted towards the entrance of the passageway, then turned around, put her delicate hands around her little mouth, and shouted, "Come here." Hearing Qin Lin's shout, the huge two-headed flame spirit serpent in the magma lake suddenly moved and then swam slowly toward the entrance of the passageway. When the two-headed flame spirit serpent swam in front of Qin Lin, it meekly lowered its head. "Young master, I seem to have established a strange connection with it, I can sense its intention, it knows where that heavenly flame is." Qin Lin pointed at the meek and obedient two-headed flame spirit serpent in front of her and smiled at Xiao Ming, as if expecting to be praised. "Well done." Xiao Ming smiled and praised her. "Communicate with it and have it take us to the heavenly flame's location." Qin Lin closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and swept her gaze around the surroundings, and finally pointed wryly to the magma lake below and said coyly, "He said that the heavenly flame is down there." "What?" Xiao Yixian, who was next to Xiao Ming, was a little surprised, under the magma. She didn't expect the heavenly flame to be hidden under the magma. Did Xiao Ming have to dive down to find it? Wouldn't that be looking for death? Although Xiao Yixian knew Xiao Ming's strength, she couldn't help but worry, which caused her to subconsciously hold his robe tightly. Even Ziyan frowned slightly. After all, under the magma, no one knew what might be there. Looking at the girl's behavior, Xiao Ming was moved. "It's just magma, you don't need to worry." If he was an ordinary Do King, Xiao Ming would definitely not choose to enter the magma depths, but with his rise of twin spirits and heavenly flame protection, entering the magma depths was not a problem. Seeing Xiao Ming's confident look, Xiao Yixian felt a bit more relieved, and after realizing that she was holding Xiao Ming's robe tightly, her face turned a bit red as she slowly withdrew her hand. After explaining to the three girls, Xiao Ming stepped back a bit and directly summoned the 10,000 beast flame, and scarlet flames covered his entire body. After doing so, Xiao Ming took a step forward, and amidst Qin Lin and Xiao Yixian's worried gazes, his entire body plunged into the magma. But soon, Xiao Ming surfaced again. With his body floating in the fiery magma, the red magma slowly flowed around Xiao Ming, a huge bubble slowly surged beside him, then with a bang, some magma splashed towards Xiao Ming's face, but in an instant, it was swallowed by the 10,000 beast flame on the surface of his body. "Qin Lin, have the two-headed flame spirit serpent lead me to the location of the heavenly flame." Looking at Xiao Ming, whose face was calm, Qin Lin's face relaxed slightly, then she nodded gently, closing her eyes slightly as she passed an order to the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Upon receiving Qin Lin's command, a flash of reluctance clearly crossed the two-headed flame spirit serpent's huge pupils, but being under control, it could only let out a hiss toward Xiao Ming, then dived into the magma, disappearing from everyone's sight. Xiao Ming also followed its example and disappeared into the depths of the magma. The magma was fiery red, but with the protection of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming could see some of his surroundings. Under the protection of the 10,000 beast flames surrounding him, all the temperature of the outside world dispersed, and a somewhat cool feeling hovered over his body, without feeling the scorching heat at all. In the fiery red magma world, undercurrents arise, and occasionally there are some extremely fierce undercurrents coming from some unknown places. These undercurrents all contain extremely enormous energy. But fortunately, the two-headed flame spirit serpent is very familiar with this place and is able to find the most suitable route to dive before the undercurrents arrive. In this fiery red world, there seem to be no other creatures than the two-headed flame spirit serpent. Of course, it could also be because the two-headed flame spirit serpent had purposely guided Xiao Ming to avoid those creatures. Even if the living conditions here were very harsh, to the level that even a Supreme Lord-level magical beast with the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King could not come and move freely in a place like this. Still, Xiao Ming did not doubt the possibility that there were other magical beasts living in the magma. After all, there was a group of lizard men living underneath the Jianan Academy, and that was the best example, and of course, the two-headed flame spirit serpent itself in front of him was as well. It didn't matter if there were other magical beasts living in this magma. Either way, under the leadership of the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Ming didn't encounter any mishaps along the way. As he continued to dive towards the seemingly endless bottom of the magma, even with the protection of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming was able to vaguely sense that the temperature outside was increasing almost exponentially. In the fiery red magma, all five senses seemed to have been deprived, even the concept of time was also gradually deprived. Without knowing how much time had passed, when the Douqi in Xiao Ming's body had been fairly consumed, he found that the fiery red magma around him had, at some point, turned slightly greenish. The Douqi in my body has been mostly consumed, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the heavenly flame. It's not that easy to descend to the bottom of this magma. Xiao Ming sighed, then with a movement of his mind, the spirit within him, began to slowly emit Douqi to replenish the consumption, and with the replenishment of the spirit, Xiao Ming's Douqi soon recovered to normal. After recovering his Douqi, Xiao Ming looked at the green-colored magma around him and said, "All the magma has started to turn green, so I guess the place where I am is near the green lotus core flame. Let's make the two-headed flame spirit serpent speed up." Thinking of this, Xiao Ming urged the two-headed flame spirit serpent ahead. Under Xiao Ming's urging, the two-headed flame spirit serpent waved its tail and its speed shot up twice. 20 minutes later. The two-headed flame spirit serpent that swam rapidly in front of Xiao Ming stopped abruptly. As Xiao Ming stopped beside it, his gaze locked onto something with a large greenish glow not far away. Xiao Ming fixed his eyes on the green glow wrapped in magma, and surprisingly, he could faintly see, in the middle of that green glow, a green lotus flower, gently standing upright. Hee, the green lotus core flame, I finally found you. The green lotus core flame, which ranks 19th in the heavenly flame ranking, is formed deep underground and has undergone the polishing, melting, pressing, and carving of the planet's flame. When fully formed, its color leans to the greenish side and the lotus core forms a cluster of green flames, called green lotus flame or green lotus core flame. The strength of this flame is unpredictable. When near volcanoes, it can cause them to erupt, forming a Myra, destructive force. Hiss, beside him, the two-headed flame spirit serpent hissed with its huge mouth. Xiao Ming looked back and found that this magical beast was looking at the green glow with fear in its huge eyes, and its huge body was trembling. Ignoring the two-headed flame spirit serpent, Xiao Ming slowly swam towards the area enveloped by the green light. As his body entered the green light, the temperature around his body strangely decreased. Knowing that this was a phenomenon caused by the energy of the surrounding magma being absorbed by the green lotus core flame, Xiao Ming did not take it seriously. His eyes looked directly at the green lotus flower in the center. The green lotus had 8 leaves. These 8 green-colored leaves were like the most perfect green jade that had formed naturally. To the naked eye, it appeared crystalline, giving people the desire to hold it and not let go. Inside the lotus, there appeared to be a small lotus platform of about 2 or 3 feet. A small fluorescent light was coming out of small holes in the lotus platform. This light seemed to come from the lotus seeds formed by the purest fire-like energy that was agglomerated. At the bottom of the green-colored lotus, there was a very narrow and long stem and root. The stem and root were covered with extremely small tentacles. As these tentacles swayed, Xiao Ming could clearly feel its greed, uncontrollably absorbing the surrounding wildfire-type energy. This green-colored lotus was simply suspended in this endless magma. It was like a duckweed in the vast ocean, wandering everywhere. If it wasn't for the two-headed flame spirit serpent leading the way, with Xiao Ming's skills, even if it took 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't have been possible to find a relatively small green lotus flower in such a huge area. I also don't know how Medusa managed to find this heavenly flame originally. After muttering for a moment, Xiao Ming carefully avoided the roots and tentacles of the green lotus and arrived above it. In the center of the small lotus platform, there was a hole the size of a fist, and in the hole, was a green flame, burning brightly. Chapter 148. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the green lotus core flame, Xiao Ming did not rush to pick it up directly. Instead, he took out a small jade knife from his storage ring and aimed at the part of the lotus platform that was connected to the root, and dropped it with his hand. Immediately, the green lotus that was as perfect as a work of art fell down. After the lotus left the lotus platform, the green light around it became smaller and smaller. Seeing the green lotus fall, Xiao Ming's palm rushed to grab it, then let it float and turn in front of him, his gaze swept over it, his face full of astonishment. This green lotus is truly a treasure. The green lotus core flame does not have the violent nature of a heavenly flame within it. This green lotus core flame has absorbed so much energy from the earth for so long, it contains enough energy for me to break through to Do Emperor, and I wonder how many more stars it will allow me to advance after it. Exhaling slightly, suppressing the joy in his heart, Xiao Ming held the green lotus and beckoned the two-headed flame spirit serpent in the distance, then followed it from behind, and hurried back from the route from where they had arrived earlier. Young master will be out soon. At the entrance of the passageway, Qing Lin looked at the calm surface of the magma lake with a joyful expression. Plop. Before Qing Lin's voice finished ringing, the sound of water breaking echoed in the middle of the space. The three of them rushed to look into the magma, only to see Xiao Ming's figure appear engulfed in flames. With a flash, Xiao Ming appeared in front of the three, his hand still holding the green lotus. You're back, young master. Is this the heavenly flame? The gazes of Ziyan and the other girls were attracted by the green lotus in Xiao Ming's hand, especially Xiao Yixian, who among the solutions to her physique, one of them required 3 kinds of heavenly flame. At first, this condition was extremely hard, but now it no longer seemed to be a problem. All that was needed was a monster core of a rank 7, sky poison dragon scorpion beast. This heavenly flame is called Green Lotus Core Flame, it is the 19th in the heavenly flame ranking. With it, I should be able to break through to Do Emperor. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Congratulations, young master. Qing Lin heard this and hastened to congratulate him. On the other hand, Ziyan beside her was a little helpless, thinking that when they first met, Xiao Ming was even shorter than her and his cultivation level was even lower. It was unexpected that in just a few years, Xiao Ming had grown a lot. It was fine for him to grow taller, but his strength was also superior to hers, and now he was about to break through to the Do Emperor that she had been longing for. Breaking through to Do Emperor usually takes a long time. This time, taking advantage of Xiao Ming's breakthrough by devouring the heavenly flame, maybe I can go out to look for medicinal herbs, then the herbs will all be mine, hehehe. Thinking about the medicinal herbs she will get when she goes out later, Ziyan started laughing out loud. Looking at Ziyan laughing by herself, seeming to be planning another mischief, Xiao Ming shook his head and said to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Alright, this time the heavenly flame has been successfully found. This place is incredibly hot, let's go out first, go back and pack up, then we will leave Desert City. After saying that, Xiao Ming led the green lotus towards the passageway. Looking at Xiao Ming who turned around and left, Ziyan came back to her senses and chased after him, taking one of his hands. Qing Lin, meanwhile, hurriedly whistled into the magma lake, and instantly, above the forehead of the two-headed flame spirit serpent that was in the lake, a green glow emerged, and moments later, the huge body quickly shrank before turning into a sliver of green light and flying towards Qing Lin's sleeve. Stroking her sleeve, a small smile emerged on Qing Lin's little face as she softly said, "Don't cause trouble in the future, or young master will get angry and I'll throw you out." Hiss, the slight hiss was slightly tinged with discontent. The two-headed flame spirit serpent did not seem satisfied with its master's favoritism. Hee. Covering her small mouth and laughing softly, Qing Lin put her little hands behind her back, then gave little jumps and ran together with Xiao Yixian, who was waiting for her, to chase after Xiao Ming. The four of them gradually disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Desert City. Inside the store, a moonlight stone, emitting a bright light, illuminated the store quite brightly. It was still furnished in the same way as before. The damage caused by the last battle had been perfectly repaired, and behind a counter piled with maps, the old man bent his head and carefully drew the map in his hands. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside the door attracted Hai Budong's attention. Creak. The door to the room opened and a few figures came in. The ones who came were none other than Xiao Ming and the girls. "It's you. How is it, have you found the medicinal herb I need?" Seeing the visitors, Hai Budong was overjoyed. Hai Budong's gaze swept over Xiao Ming and the girls, and finally settled on the green lotus next to Xiao Ming. Could this be a heavenly flame? A thought flashed quickly in his heart, causing a hint of shock to appear on Hai Budong's face, and the look he gave Xiao Ming once again was filled with a trace of inexplicable emotions. "Here, this is the sand datura you need. For this item, I have sealed a Do Emperor from the other side, and formed a great enmity with them." With a flick of his finger, a pale yellow plant appeared in Xiao Ming's palm. The plant looked rather strange. It coiled as if it were a long yellow snake, and on the top of the plant was the snake's raised head, and above the snake's head, a fist-sized lump protruded slightly, and in this lump was where the essence of the whole plant was most dense. "Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, I have brought the medicinal material for you, that copy of the remnant map. Isn't it time for you to give it to me? Seal a Do Emperor from the other side?" Hai Budong smiled stiffly at his words. He didn't feel that the other party was lying, rather, he felt that Xiao Ming was warning him with these words. After thinking about it, Hai Budong walked towards a side door, only to return a moment later. In his hand, he held a piece of map. "Master Xiao Ming, this is the map you need. Now, about the pill, hehe." Hai Budong rubbed his fingers together and smiled nervously. After receiving the map from Hai Budong's hand and examining it to make sure it was the real thing, Xiao Ming was satisfied and put it in his storage ring. "Since I have already promised to help you refine the pill, I naturally won't break my promise. However, this matter will have to be delayed a bit." Hai Budong's face froze at his words. Looking at Hai Budong whose face stiffened, Xiao Ming pointed at the green lotus in his hand. "I need to devour this heavenly flame before I can help you refine it." At these words, Hai Budong's face stiffened even more. He could understand an alchemist devouring a heavenly flame, but didn't Xiao Ming already have a heavenly flame? How would he devour another one now? Although he wasn't an alchemist, Hai Budong knew that alchemists couldn't devour two heavenly flames. "Master Xiao Ming, it's dangerous for you to devour two heavenly flames. It's something different." Xiao Ming shook his head and didn't explain too much. "You don't have to worry about me exploding and dying and not being able to help you refine the pill. I haven't lived long enough." Being exposed by Xiao Ming, Hai Budong smiled embarrassedly. "Master Xiao Ming is joking. Since Master wants to devour heavenly flame first, then come with me." When Hai Budong finished speaking, he walked towards the side door. Xiao Ming told Ziyan and the other girls a few words. Since their retreat to devour the heavenly flame might take a very long time, Xiao Ming had made arrangements for Ziyan and the other girls a long time ago, now he was just repeating a little to them. Seeing that Ziyan and the other girls had everything clear, Xiao Ming carried the green lotus and followed behind Hai Bodong. Entering through the side door, a corridor appeared. The light in the corridor was slightly dim. He followed Hai Bodong for a distance, then stopped outside a stone room at the back of the corridor. As he pushed the door of the room, a faint light shone. Inside the room, perhaps due to frequent cleaning, it looked quite clean and tidy, and there was nothing wrong with using it as a place to devour the heavenly flame. "Little brother, is this place okay?" Hai Bodong asked with a smile, and after seeing Xiao Ming nod, then continued, "Since that's the case, then you can retreat here, little brother. During this time, you'll get the peaceful atmosphere you need, and absolutely no one will disturb you." Nodding with a smile, Xiao Ming looked at Hai Bodong who was leaving, and softly closed the door to the room, then examined the chamber with his soul power to make sure there was no danger before walking to the center futon with the green lotus in hand and sitting down. Chapter 149. Holding the green lotus, Xiao Ming did not immediately set out to devour the green lotus core flame, but set it aside. He hadn't had the time to use the simulation opportunity, and before devouring the green lotus core flame and breaking through, it was better to use it. Xiao Ming whispered in his heart, "Simulator, start the simulation." Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Simulation begins. Day 1, you have arrived at Desert City. Day 2, you are secluded in Desert City to improve your cultivation. Day 3, you spend a day in a map store in Desert City. Day 4, you are in Desert City. Day 156, you emerge from your seclusion and your cultivation improves a lot. After opening the stone door of the secret room, the old man, known as the Ice Emperor, trembles a little under your power. After leaving the seclusion, you don't see Ziyan, and you feel a little strange. Day 157, you have refined a breaking adversity pill. Day 158, you instructed Xiao Yi Xian, who possesses the Woeful poison body, and Qin Lin, who possesses the triple jade green snake flower pupils in their cultivation. Looking at the two who had advanced far in their realm, you couldn't help but secretly sigh at the horror of special physiques. No wonder someone refined an artificial Woeful poison body. Day 165, you met Ziyan. The other party even told you that she had made a good friend. At the same time she took out snake tobacco and cloud desert spirit fruit from among her storage ring, and asked you to help her refine them into pills. Day 169, you returned to the Xiao family and everyone in the clan welcomed you happily. Day 170, you took a bath in the hot springs at the back of the mountain, and a snake tried to sneak up on you, but you killed it as soon as it came near. Day 171, you were wandering around Wutan City and saw a girl begging with her destitute father, you casually tossed them a gold coin. Day 330, you are wandering around the Black Corner region and get a bargain, buying a fragment of a secret technique, the 9 transformations true spirit, for 1,000 gold coins. Day 460, you want to find the acceptance soul through your master's contacts, as well as the monster core of a 7th rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast. Day 461, you and the deputy headmaster's granddaughter stroll through the outer academy. Day 490, you learn by chance that the cartography pavilion in Black Seal City possesses the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame, and you head to Black Seal City. Day 2490, you enter a cave left by a doe venerate. Day 2491, you killed a lot in the cave and obtained 3D class technique scrolls, the intermediate D-Do technique, Dragon Snake Forge Body, High D-Do technique, the Luo Seal, and the High D-Chi method, Feng Yun Yu. Day 2492, you killed 3 doe ancestors blocking your path. Day 2980, you have met a sensual-looking doe venerate woman who has become infatuated with you and started stalking you. Day 3333, you are relieved that you did not see the doe venerate woman today, and before long, a clan of magical beasts arrives at your door asking you to refine the 7th tier pill, the body transformation pill. Day 3490, you have nothing to do, you are very calm, drinking tea by the lake when suddenly you have an epiphany. Your soul has a glimmer of spirituality. Your soul realm has reached the spirit realm. Day 3650, you learn that there is a soul skill to cultivate the soul somewhere, and you set off towards it. End of simulation. Talent items are being selected. Currently available, 1 gold coin, acceptance soul, acquired Woeful poison body. Please select one. The simulator text flashed through Xiao Ming's mind in an instant, but he had already memorized it. Xiao Ming did not pay attention to the rewards of the simulation, but remembered the contents of the simulation and fell into contemplation. Was the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame in the possession of the cartography pavilion? Xiao Ming had some printouts from the cartography pavilion of the Black Seal City, once he had obtained the remnant map of the nether poison flame in the cartography pavilion, and the rest was obtained with the help of the simulator. There is another heavenly flame remnant map at the cartography pavilion, not bad for a map store. After taking this matter into account, Xiao Ming remembered something else. From what the simulator revealed, it could be seen that it was very difficult to break through into the spirit realm. In this simulation, his advancement into the spirit realm depended entirely on the epiphany. His soul realm had already reached the great completion of the mortal realm long ago, but the barrier from the mortal realm to the spirit realm had blocked him directly for more than 10 years. One can imagine how difficult it was to break through this barrier. In previous simulations, there was very little mention of his soul realm. It was difficult for him to get a specific mention of how to break through the spirit realm once, and now that he got it, it was through the epiphany, which left Xiao Ming not knowing what to say. Alas, if only the exact location of that place with the soul skill was shown, that way, knowing the location, I could know if that place truly has the soul skill, and maybe I could simulate it and get it. Unfortunately, the later the simulator simulates life, the greater the deviation, but if I miss this chance, I don't know when the next one will be. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming didn't give it any more thought, but pondered over the three options. One gold coin was definitely something that was directly ignored. The choice naturally came down to choosing between the acceptance soul and the acquired woeful poison body. The acquired woeful poison body was different from Xiao Yixian's innate woeful poison body, which did not have an upper limit for growth. The acquired instead, its strength basically could not be increased once it reached a certain point, and its growth rate, moreover, could not be compared to that of Xiao Yixian's innate woeful poison body. The possessor of the acquired woeful poison body, Bing He, was only a 4-star do venerate after cultivating for his entire life. Even so, this physique is not without advantages. For example, this acquired physique would not erupt, and for other people to use it, it would be quite good, but for himself, Xiao Ming was not very interested. So after thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Simulator, I choose the acceptance soul." Although the acceptance soul was not as good as a special physique, it was still a treasure very hard to find, and it was not bad to get it. As soon as Xiao Ming's voice fell, a faint grey light suddenly came from the void in front of him. The grey light floated in the air for a while before softly falling down. Xiao Ming quickly caught it, and the light dissipated, revealing what was hidden inside. It was a grey-colored stone that was around the size of a thumb. The stone was as smooth as jade and did not have the slightest flaw. In the middle of the stone, there was a pale blue glow that was slowly wiggling, much like a small worm that possessed a life force. After taking a curious look at what this acceptance soul looked like, Xiao Ming put it in his storage ring as his interest waned. Speaking of which, after the simulation in the imperial capital, he had gotten a few things, but the only things that were considered good for him were 2 7th-tier pill recipes, a bottle of core-quenching body milk, and this acceptance soul. After putting the acceptance soul in his storage ring, Xiao Ming cast his gaze over the green lotus to the side. He stood up and approached the green lotus. His eyes looked towards the fist-sized hole in the center of the small lotus platform, and inside the hole, a green-colored flame was burning brightly. The green lotus core flame, let's begin. Xiao Ming's palm rested on the bottom of the green lotus platform, and his soul power quickly swept over it, carefully separating the entire green lotus platform from the green lotus core flame. Without the shackles of the green lotus platform, the extremely small green flame suddenly increased several times, and in just a split second, the green flame turned into a ball of flames, suspended in midair. Chapter 150. Without waiting for the flames to burst forth, Xiao Ming, who had long had experience in devouring heavenly flames, covered his entire right palm with red flames and opened it slightly, picking up the green lotus core flame in midair. When his palm opened again, a thread of green-colored magma-like liquid twisted in his palm. This thread of green-colored magma, which emitted a terrifying temperature, was naturally the seed of the green lotus core flame. The speed with which Xiao Ming did this was so fast that anyone who saw it would have to say something like, "How experienced." Looking at the flame in his palm, Xiao Ming blinked. Although this green lotus core flame had no spiritual intelligence, it contained much more energy than the fallen heart flame and 10,000 beast flame he had devoured, both of which were only seedlings. Without the birth of spiritual intelligence, even if it has more energy, it is useless, and can only resign itself to being refined and absorbed by me. Xiao Ming's incomparably handsome face showed a bright smile as he sat back down on top of the futon, the palm of his hand holding the seed slowly lifted up, and after a moment's pause, he threw it forcefully towards his open mouth. At the same time, his body shook violently as if struck by lightning, and his face, which had a healthy rosy tone, suddenly turned pale. Xiao Ming's eyes slowly closed as his mind slowly sank into his body, forcing himself to endure the burning pain coming from his body. As his mind sank into his body, a nebulous sensory interface appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. In the many meridians inside his body, the green magma that had previously entered his body had already transformed into small wisps of green flames, which contained terrifying energy and moved randomly through his meridians, wanting to burn everything in its path to nothingness in an instant. Luckily, Xiao Ming had other flames inside his body to protect his meridians, so nothing happened to him for the time being. Of course, if he allowed this situation to continue and the flames continued to collide, his body would burn up sooner or later. Xiao Ming did not delay, and as soon as his mind moved, the spirit within him began to sweep through his body, absorbing all the wisps of green flames he could find, which had separated from the green magma. Just like the 10,000 beast flame and the fallen heart flame before, those separated heavenly flame sources could not resist the spirit at all. After 10 minutes, the heavenly flame source in Xiao Ming's body was devoured. The spirit inside Xiao Ming's body also changed to a green color, a sign that the green lotus core flame source had not yet been digested. With a thought, the spirit returned to the place where it had been before, and Xiao Ming also began to execute his qi method to help the spirit refine the heavenly flame. After a long time, the spirit inside Xiao Ming's body regained its pure white color. With a slight tremor, the pure do qi continued to flow out of him slowly and converged toward Xiao Ming's meridians. As Xiao Ming's mind moved, an invisible flame suddenly appeared beside the spirit without any warning, and this flame was none other than the fallen heart flame. After the appearance of the fallen heart flame, all the pure do qi exhaled by the spirit was calcined by the fallen heart flame before it could converge to Xiao Ming's meridians. The pure do qi that had been calcined by the fallen heart flame decreased in volume, but became higher in quality, and after it had merged into Xiao Ming's meridians, it did not make Xiao Ming's do qi unstable. Time passed in a dull constant repetition of exhaling do qi, calcining it, and absorbing it. But as time passed, Xiao Ming's aura gradually grew stronger. In the secret room, a pair of eyes that had been closed for 5 months slowly opened with a slight tremor. The dark eyes shone in the darkness like lightning in the night sky, and at this moment, even the air seemed to make a subtle crackling sound inside the dark room. With the opening of these eyes, a majestic aura, which had long been silent, finally raised its head like an awakened lion and charged across the room toward the sky. A mighty rumble shook the sky and the ground of Desert City. This aura was so overwhelming that it attracted the attention of many people in Desert City. However, because this aura was so frightening, no one came to investigate. They simply turned their attention to the map store where Hai Budong was. Finally, under this majestic aura, which was several times stronger than before, the entire room trembled slightly, and a spider web-like crack spread from the futon where the young man was sitting, eventually spreading to all corners of the dark room. The appearance of these cracks caused the room to begin to shake slightly. It was as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Ka! The futon Xiao Ming was sitting on suddenly resounded with a small sound, and then a small crack suddenly appeared, and finally, with a low sound, the futon exploded into dust. The floor underneath was not spared, as 1 foot of the floor turned to dust. The black-robed young man sitting on it did not move at all, his legs were crossed in the void and he was suspended in mid-air without the slightest external influence. Is this what it feels like to be a Do Emperor? Xiao Ming slowly stretched out his hands, feeling the majestic Do Qi in his body like a mountain torrent, and a faint arc formed from the corner of his mouth. Unlike the strength that was forcibly enhanced using secret techniques, at this moment, a feeling of grandeur that heaven and earth were in the palm of his hand surged in his heart, while his soul power spread out from his body like a storm along the 4 directions at lightning speed. The majestic soul power quickly spread out of the secret room, spreading throughout Desert City, but it did not stop there, but continued to spread across the desert outside of Desert City. As the soul power spread, countless scenes flashed in Xiao Ming's mind. The majestic soul power spread over a radius of 100 miles, but it seemed to have a certain limit, so when Xiao Ming's soul power reached a certain sand dune, it was difficult to advance another centimeter. Seeing this, Xiao Ming's mind moved, and the soul power that had spread out immediately retracted like a tidal wave, and in just a few breaths, everything had retracted into his body. When the soul power returned to his body, Xiao Ming bowed his head slightly and exhaled a long sigh. Unfortunately, even breaking through to a 3-star Do Emperor, the soul power really didn't grow much. This is really. Before the words finished coming out of his mouth, Kacha. A sound was heard. Under the sound, the secret room finally couldn't take it anymore. Rumble, 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 rumble. With a loud sound, the whole room collapsed, filling the entire hallway with dust and smoke. Step, step, step. At the loud sound, 3 figures appeared in the middle of the hallway. Young masked dash. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Qin Lin entered the hallway, she felt choked by the dust and smoke filling it and couldn't help but cough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hurricane wind surged from inside the passageway, blowing out all the smoke that filled it. At that moment, the figure of the young man appeared in the girl's eyes. The young man had long, straight black hair, sword-shaped eyebrows, clear black eyes with a penetrating gaze and slightly pursed lips. His whole face boasted distinctive features, handsome, but without losing his masculine aura. He stood with an indescribable halo. This person was none other than Xiao Ming. Young master. Seeing Xiao Ming unharmed, a smile appeared on Qing Lin's face as she hurriedly ran towards him. Xiao Yi Xian and Hai Budong also followed closely behind her.